Chapter 1: A Dream of 100 Million. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Chaochao clutched his chest, feeling like his lungs were about to come out with the coughing. He was at the back door of a pharmaceutical company. He knocked 6 times on the window by the back door and saw a small window open. A hand reached out, beckoning him for a bribe. Even a guard needs a kickback for this. He thought disdainfully of the guard's actions, but still handed over a cigarette. The cigarette was quickly taken in, and the window shut. At that moment, the small iron gate next door opened, and a person came out, saying, "Come here." Huang Chaochao took a few steps over, saw the fully armed staff, and was restrained as they scanned his body with a device. The device finished scanning and announced, "Target person has not been infected with a third-generation junk virus. Safe. Go in." Huang Chaochao felt disgusted by the whole operation, from entering the door to the inspection. Following the staff into the pharmaceutical company, he saw the crowd waiting outside the window, all wearing masks. He was there to buy medicine for his girlfriend Deng Yinan, who was infected with the third-generation virus. After spending a hefty sum, Huang Chaochao was pushed out through the back door by someone. Don't say a word. The security guard pointed at him and slammed the door shut. Okay. Huang Chaochao's words were cut off as he faced the cold iron door. He was filled with disdain for these pharmaceutical company people. But thinking of the special medicine that could cure his beloved's illness, these grievances seemed trivial. He carefully protected it, zipped up his bag, saw that no one was around, and left. After all, in the apocalypse, this medicine was like a lifesaver, and everyone was eyeing it. Reaching the front door, he saw a long line of people waiting to buy the special medicine mentioned by experts. Experts pointed out that after being infected with the third-generation virus, vital signs would rapidly disappear, and the immune system would completely collapse. Instead, the body, controlled by the virus, would endlessly repeat activities from their past lives, walking like zombies without rest. Experts analyzed that in the early stages of infection, there was a slow replication process of the virus. If drugs were used to control this window of opportunity, it could slow the virus's erosion, and further medication could prevent zombification. That was the special medicine. Huang Chaochao didn't continue to pay attention to the irrelevant people and patted the medicine in his inner pocket, happily saying, "Good thing I got it." He walked to the roadside and noticed his phone had a notification sound. So he checked it. He opened his phone to find a message. The special medicine from Oglia Pharmaceutical Company is a counterfeit product. The National Ministry of Commerce and the General Administration of Industry and Commerce have already sealed it. Citizens should not believe the experts' claims about the special medicine. At that moment of distraction, a person wearing a helmet rode a motorcycle swiftly towards Huang Chaochao. In the next second, Huang Chaochao was knocked into the middle of the road, and the person directly reached into his inner pocket and snatched the medicine. Huang Chaochao didn't know where he got the strength from, but grabbed that hand and bit it. "Damn it! You dare to bite me!" The person cursed angrily and kicked Huang Chaochao, making him feel like his stomach was turning inside out. "Bastard!" Huang Chaochao clutched his stomach, already in so much pain that he had no strength to get up, only able to watch helplessly as the helmeted guy took his medicine. The cars on the road didn't notice someone in the middle of the street and sped past, running over Huang Chaochao, causing his consciousness to blur. Huang Chaochao felt himself sinking into chaos, endlessly descending, and after a day of spinning, he fell into a deep sleep. Time passed in a blink, and he was awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. Get up, little lazy Chow. Time to wake up." The Doorman alarm clock at the bedside rang incessantly, and Huang Chaochao habitually slapped it to turn it off, then turned over and continued to sleep. It wasn't until noon that he woke up, only then realizing he was in unusually good health. To me, reborn. So what? Huang Chaochao was somewhat impatient, pulling the blanket over himself to continue sleeping, when his phone rang. He fumbled for his vibrating phone and answered the call. "Hello," Huang Chaochao lazily spoke, too tired to even greet properly. "Huang Chaochao, do you not want to work anymore?" And then, "You dare talk to me like that?" Get lost. Slowly, he drifted back into dreamland, having a peculiar dream in the dream. As an observer, he was in a hospital ward, watching a seriously ill woman from Incheon write her will. "I am alone, without children, and now have a deposit of 100 million. I have placed this 100 million in the vault of Citibank at Brooklyn Street in the United States. Whoever finds the password can open the vault, and the password is in my former residence." Then, this woman handed the will to him and said, "Huang Chaochao, take this money and live freely." Really? Of course, it's 100 million. Meanwhile, Huang Chaochao on the bed was laughing heartily with his eyes closed, drooling. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ugh. He burped and then woke up, the dream breaking. What the heck? Even my dreams should be more complete. This is just ridiculous. Wu Xinzai? He searched for Wu Xinzai on his phone, but found nothing. Checking the date and time, it was May 21st, 2032, 12 to 24 p.m. This time was 3 months before the first-generation Blaza virus melted from glaciers and entered the marine biological ecosystem. It was also about half a year before he was reborn, when the world still seemed beautiful and normal. But Huang Chaochao was prepared for a rebirth to wait for death. Why wait for death? He realized that after rebirth, he had no cheat, only 100 million, and that was just a dream. His girlfriend was gone, and so was the money. So how could he stockpile? His savings barely covered 5 years of basic living expenses. Moreover, he hadn't awakened any personal storage space. So even if he wanted to stockpile, he had no place to put the goods, and the shelf life of items was also a problem. Thinking of this, he began to formulate another plan. Before dying, he must do something he considered meaningful. For example, at 3 p.m., Huang Chaochao, wearing slippers, arrived at the entrance of the All-Star Company, hands in his pockets, and walked into the company, bypassing the front desk to reach the legal department. He walked directly to the supervisor's office, noticing his diligent co-workers struggling for a living, and thought that soon everyone in the world would strive to live nothing was more important than living healthily. But then he thought again, living healthily also required money to sustain. With strange logical loop.so, he figured, why not enjoy a bit before the apocalypse arrived? How to enjoy, for example. Supervisor Hao, I'm here. I didn't sleep well yesterday, but now I'm well rested and back to work. Where's Supervisor Hao? Where's he? All the colleagues in the legal department stared at Huang Chaochao with wide eyes, not knowing how he suddenly gained such courage. The office door was open, and Supervisor Hao, hearing this, was directly infuriated. Huang Chaochao knew that his colleagues would be very surprised. He turned to face the seated company colleagues and said, everyone, please don't be surprised. These are just small matters that, what is a big matter? Huang Chaochao turned his head and was taken aback to find Supervisor Hao already standing in front of him. Ha ha ha. It must be eating and sleeping health is important that all you know eating and sleeping? Are you a pig? Sorry, I'm here to resign today. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Hao understood. She locked eyes with Huang Chaochao for 3 seconds and only saw his fearless gaze. All right, come in with me. 5 minutes later, loud shouts erupted from the supervisor's office. What? Everyone was puzzled about what had happened and strained their ears to eavesdrop. Huang Chaochao came out, closed the office door, and wore a serious expression. His good friend Zhang Dihao, feeling curious, ran over to ask him, are you facing some difficulties in life? You can tell me that no, then what is it? Zhang Dihao was somewhat confused. She wants to support me, but I didn't agree. Poof. Supervisor Hao, carrying her briefcase, stepped out of the office and saw the colleagues from the legal department staring at them. What's going on? Supervisor Hao cast a wise glance at everyone present and adjusted her glasses. Let's go. Supervisor Hao strode forward, the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor as she walked towards the elevator. As they passed, a cleaning lady looked at the unremarkable Huang Chaochao and shook her head. Huang Chaochao followed along and exited the building with Supervisor Hao. But the legal department was soon filled with discussions. How is that possible? This guy looks like that. And Supervisor Hao would support him? What a joke. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, Supervisor Hao turned to Huang Chaochao, who had his hands in his pockets, and frowned. What did you just say when you came out of the office? Why did they look at me like that? Huang Chaochao awkwardly smiled and explained, I said Supervisor Hao is kind-hearted and doesn't hold grudges against a junior like me. She is truly wise and powerful. So they all think you're particularly good and particularly. That really? Supervisor Hao was skeptical. She saw Huang Chaochao secretly rejoicing and said, that smile of yours doesn't seem genuine. Chapter 2. No, I can't die this early. Really, it's more genuine than pearls. Huang Chaochao couldn't help but tease, but Supervisor Hao didn't believe him. She knew what this group of colleagues called her behind her back. Old witch. After receiving a glare from Supervisor Hao, Huang Chaochao felt uneasy. He sensed that she didn't trust him to go get cleaned up a bit later, leave a good impression on the clients, and don't embarrass our company. Supervisor Hao adjusted her appearance in the elevator mirror. Her previous actions made Huang Chaochao think that he shouldn't have said those things about her on purpose. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sorry. Supervisor Hao was taken aback by a sudden apology. What? Are you apologizing for your behavior just now? Supervisor Hao thought he was apologizing for wearing slippers to the office, shouting, and being rude. Yes, I'm very sorry. Huang Chaochao was actually apologizing for joking about Supervisor Hao wanting to support him, which was just a joke. Hearing such a sincere apology, Supervisor Hao was somewhat surprised and suddenly found this young man much more likable. It's okay, young people sometimes want to vent due to life's pressures, I can understand. Huang Chaochao couldn't pinpoint what was odd, but since Supervisor Hao said not to take it to heart, it was clear she didn't mind. At that moment, the elevator door opened and Supervisor Hao stepped out first, leaving him no choice but to follow. Change into better clothes first, then come with me to meet the clients from Funan. Thus, the two took a taxi to a nearby shopping mall. This time, they were going to meet overseas companies in the Funan Free Trade Zone, in the legal department. Huang Chaochao was a standout in English, and when it came to reviewing contracts, he could be of some help in avoiding unnecessary risks. Moreover, Supervisor Hao felt that since Huang Chaochao was so bold today, perhaps she could bring him along. The company executives responsible for this negotiation had already gone to Funan, so they needed to hurry over. After buying what they needed, the two rushed to the high-speed train station. Heading for Funan down on a train, Huang Chaochao glanced at Supervisor Hao, who had worked with him for many years. He remembered that before his rebirth, this woman was known for being extremely harsh on the company's staff, which led him and his colleagues to gossip about her behind her back. Today, he had directly criticized her when he entered the office, stating that for so many years, she had imposed various strict requirements on her colleagues without considering their feelings at all. Supervisor Hao listened to his bold words in the office but didn't scold him. Instead, she asked, "Are you facing difficulties in life? Otherwise, why would you be acting so unusually?" She believed that while she was strict with every colleague in the legal department, she was also clear about public and private matters. Since someone had stood up to speak against her, she felt she should have areas to improve. She admired Huang Chaochao's courage. She pulled out a draft English contract regarding the company and the overseas companies in the free trade zone and asked him to go to Funan with her to sign the contract with the company's vice president. Since the contract involved specialized English, it would be too late to find a professional English translator now. Coincidentally, she remembered that Huang Chaochao was from Guangdong University of Foreign Studies. Supervisor Hao planned to give Huang Chaochao this chance to perform. Feeling Supervisor Hao's good intentions, Huang Chaochao felt a warmth in his heart. Before his rebirth, this old which was notoriously unapproachable. He thought about how he had just teased her and felt he shouldn't have. He recalled working at the company for a long time, performing well. Later, there was a round of layoffs, but he didn't know the cause. The company inexplicably decided to lay off staff. Once, when contacting a former colleague, he learned that a contract nearly caused the company to go bankrupt. The major shareholders scrambled to raise funds to stabilize things. Later, it was discovered that an overseas company had used contract traps, setting up schemes with the building, leading the company to make advance payments or something, and in the end, the guarantor company also ran away. Moreover, he didn't remember Supervisor Hao ever gathering the company colleagues to go together. Could it be that this incident led to the layoffs later? Huang Chaochao thought to himself. Supervisor Hao, can I take a look at the contract? Huang Chaochao asked. Supervisor Hao handed her tablet to Huang Chaochao, and he examined the CIP International Trade contract in front of him. CIP in international trade terms stands for carriage and insurance paid to, meaning the seller covers the freight and insurance to the designated location, typically used in large transactions involving multimodal transport. After reading through the entire contract, Huang Chaochao kept looking for loopholes and potential traps, wanting to help his former employer because, after all, they couldn't be deceived, and many good colleagues have been laid off because of it. Manager Hao saw Huang Chaochao seriously reviewing and recording unclear points on his phone. Half an hour later, Huang Chaochao came to Manager Hao with his questions. "Did you find any problems?" Huang Chaochao held a tablet and pointed out some of his questions to Manager Hao. The guarantee company for the bulk trade was not an international bank, as they had understood, but rather a very large company with a substantial guarantee amount. The buyer was also a large foreign enterprise with a bit of reputation. Upon hearing Huang Chaochao's questions, Manager Hao did not understand what he was trying to express. Huang Chaochao's confusion stemmed from his memories before his rebirth. This contract appeared to be very perfect, and even English annotations have been translated into Chinese. After reviewing the attachments at the end of the contract, he found information about the guarantee company and the buyer. However, these seemingly perfect elements wove together a web that ensnared his former employer. What I mean is, this contract is too perfect. You could even say it has no loopholes at all, which is unreasonable to them. Why thought is that the guarantee company needs to be further scrutinized for risks. Also, regarding the buyer, I feel it is not as perfect as it seems. They need to provide financial statements for the past 3 years. Moreover, I just searched their official website and did not find last year's financial report, which is a red flag. So, as the seller's entrustor, we need to comprehensively consider the review of their English contract regarding the transaction. Using the CIP trading method for such a large transaction, if it's not an international bank as the guarantor, then there may be issues with the guarantee company and this company, and the seller won't let us off the hook. Huang Chaochao felt he had conveyed all the potential issues to Manager Hao. Can I not go? Manager Hao, Huang Chaochao said softly. Know why? Huang Chaochao was puzzled. Because you were the one who modified it. Ah, no, I'm afraid I've never seen a market. I'm timid. Huang Chaochao immediately backed down. Someone was just very arrogant in the company, and now they're cowering. You want to back out at the last minute? No way. I've taken screenshots of all the doubts you pointed out in the English contract and sent them to the vice president. I also organized the questions you raised and sent those as well. The vice president has already arrived there and will send someone to meet us at the exit. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao knew he could not escape. In fact, he had another idea for coming to Funan. But since he was already in Funan, he could visit Yinxing Anhua to unravel the unknown dream, as he wanted to see if there really was a billion inheritance. Moreover, his hometown was also in Yinxing. Chapter 3. Without a golden finger. I still want to stock up. It might have been the hint dropped on the high-speed train that made Supervisor Hao keep an eye on him, fearing he would run away at the last moment. Huang Chaochao had no choice but to change his clothes on the train. The two of them exited the train station, where a luxury car was already waiting. Upon seeing Huang Chaochao and Supervisor Hao, the car drove over. As the window rolled down, Huang Chaochao glanced at the driver, who gestured for him to sit in the front passenger seat. Supervisor Hao got in the back and saw the vice president. Huang Chaochao had never met this vice president before, not even in his previous life. Through the rearview mirror, he saw a young vice president with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a strong presence. The car started and headed towards the free trade zone. Regarding the doubts raised about the contract, the seller had investigated, and the company had also uncovered some clues through its own efforts. There was indeed a risk involving the buyer company and the guarantee company. Therefore, the seller was willing to pay double the commission to have us finalize this contract. The vice president paused at this point, glancing at Huang Chaochao. He specified that the person who raised the doubts about this contract must participate. Huang Chaochao then understood why Supervisor Hao had been watching him so closely, fearing he would run away. After all this time, it was the request of the party that put him in a position where he felt trapped. However, he thought that since they wanted him to step forward, he shouldn't hold back. So he said, I can step forward, but I want a quarter of the commission. What? Are you crazy? Do you know how much a quarter of the commission is? Supervisor Hao was completely shocked, and he started to speak loudly without caring about his image. He did this deliberately, thinking that if he could get more money, he could stock up and provide for his family and loved ones during the apocalypse, which would be the best guarantee. Otherwise, everything was off the table. I don't care how much it is. The vice president looked at this young guy, whose audacity was beyond ordinary. Okay, if you can finalize this matter, I will fight for a quarter of the commission with the board. The vice president spoke of this matter lightly. How much could a quarter really be? Huang Chaochao felt that since the client was offering double, it surely wasn't a lot. So he just blurted it out. The car soon arrived at the free trade zone, but he was still shocked upon entering someone else's corporate building. Following the vice president and supervisor Hao into the elevator, he was behind them, but his legs began to tremble as the floors went up one by one. When they reached the 18th floor, he really had a bad premonition. Entering the company's large conference room, the representative from the Central China region of the Free Trade Zone, as well as the representative from the Guarantee Company, arrived in the meeting room, along with the seller's boss and the professional lawyer commissioned by the other party. A crowd of people looked at the three who entered, and Huang Chaochao saw various emotions in their eyes. The company's vice president sat next to the seller's boss, while Huang Chaochao and Supervisor Hao sat beside them. All right, the company I commissioned has arrived. Let's begin. The legal personnel and lawyers from both sides exchanged information on the matters that had been discussed and modified the draft contract. They went through the modifications one by one. When it came time to confirm the guarantee company, the vice president raised a question and expressed his views on the guarantee company. However, he asked Huang Chaochao to explain this. Huang Chaochao was taken aback, but being pushed into a corner, he had to speak. He adjusted the microphone and said directly, "All right, let's take a look at the guarantee agreement under this contract. Please enlarge that clause." The projectionist enlarged the clause on the screen. Note that the conditions for the guarantee company to guarantee this large transaction are that the contract is established and that this building is used as collateral. However, we believe this is not good. Can we use equivalent building rent until the rent reaches the same amount as the guarantee? If the guarantee company fails to perform, the guarantee company should first bear the losses of the seller. The opposing lawyer and legal personnel did not understand this operation. Neither did the seller's boss. And even the vice president wasn't quite sure what it meant. "Hey, is that okay?" The vice president asked Huang Chaochao sideways. So rather than proceeding like this, it would be better to break the original routine from the start, leaving the other party with no way to continue. Meanwhile, the buyer's boss across the ocean, watching the real-time monitoring of the free trade zone's large conference room, felt something was off. If the other party demanded to change the international bank as a guarantee, it would increase the cost by 5%, but they couldn't agree to use building rent as collateral. They could look for the next target. The representative from Central China received instructions from across the ocean. "No way," said the representative of the overseas company from the free trade zone. "This won't do. That won't do. Are we going to do this deal or not? Either we change the international bank as a guarantee. After all, my seller's strength is average and can't bear such a large risk." Huang Chaochao didn't think that much, but the vice president and the seller's boss were terrified. They had never seen someone so straightforward in negotiations, directly shutting things down with one sentence. The atmosphere became awkward, and everyone held their breath. But the words had already been said, and he had no intention of backing down. Because his purpose in coming here was to sabotage this transaction and prevent his former employer from being deceived. This person should have seen through it. The plan is canceled. Just follow what I said before. The representative from the Free Trade Zone company received the information again. They could change to the international bank, but the cost would need to increase by 5%. Would the seller agree? Hearing this, the vice president, Supervisor Hao, and even the seller's boss didn't understand the meaning at first, but after a moment, they understood completely. Then they looked at Huang Chaochao, who was speaking. "Really?" Huang Chaochao asked. "We can contact them now, but it will take time," the representative replied. "All right, no problem." Huang Chaochao stood up, and Supervisor Hao had a strange feeling, thinking that he was the real vice president of the company. This matter was indeed finalized after both parties reviewed the Chinese and English contracts. With the other party providing an international bank as a guarantee, the buyer's liability for breach of contract was modified. Ultimately, the cooperation agreement was reached under the condition that the seller sacrificed 5%. That evening, the seller's boss treated the vice president, Supervisor Hao, and Huang Chaochao to a luxurious restaurant. However, Huang Chaochao declined, citing that he was not feeling well. Every day before the apocalypse was incredibly precious to him. Of course, except for the first day when he slacked off due to not having a golden finger. But when he knocked on the door, there was no response. What's going on with this guy? Should I call the front desk to have someone come open the door? I hope nothing bad happened. All right, Supervisor Hao said and made the call. After a while, when the door was opened, they found the room was empty. Where is he? Chapter 4, no. You need to pay more. Where is he? The person was in a black car. Huang Chaochao had called for a rideshare to go to Yinsheng in Funan province. He chatted with the black car driver about a place called Wuxenzai, but he hadn't heard of it. However, during the conversation, he did hear a useful piece of information. Not long ago, there was indeed a wealthy businessman who passed away in the black tea hometown. So Huang Chaochao first arrived in Yinsheng and found a small hotel for 60 yuan a night to stay in. Once settled, He complained about the huge difference compared to the hotel arranged by the seller. Forget it. It's worth it for a dream of 100 million. That night, Huang Chaochao was bitten by mosquitoes. The next day, when he woke up, he looked at the two big welts on his arm and almost cried. Are the mosquitoes down here more poisonous? Huang Chaochao checked on his phone and found out that Anhua, the black tea hometown, was a county under Yinsheng, and its development had undergone tremendous changes. However, as he saw taxis coming and going, he thought of a plan. He hailed a taxi, got in, and said directly, "Take me to Wuxinzai, Ko for the mouth, Tian for heaven, Wu for no, Xn for heart." The taxi driver hesitated for a moment and then shouted to the group of taxi drivers, asking if anyone knew the location of Wuxinzai. The taxi driver asked Huang Chaochao, "That place seems a bit far. I need to charge extra." Huang Chaochao hesitated intentionally before agreeing. As the car slowly approached the vicinity of Wuxinzai, some images from Huang Chaochao's dream were confirmed, indeed resembling what he saw in the dream. He got out of the car, looking at the dreamlike Wuxinzai. He couldn't help but say, 1,000 miles in search of a dream. What is true is all in the dream. A few people walked out of Wuxinzai, chatting and joking. He also walked into Wuxinzai, but was blocked by someone with a thin bamboo stick. "Wait, you need to pay a 50 yuan entrance fee to get in." A familiar voice appeared in his ear, and Huang Chaochao immediately turned to look at this person, smiling. Just as he was about to approach, he saw her gesturing with the bamboo stick. Reality awakened him. Deng Yinan, whom he had met after being laid off, was now a stranger to him. They had gone through many stories in just half a year, as if centuries had passed, making it feel like they had known each other for a long time. Huang Chaochao felt a bit reluctant, but he knew that Deng Yinan would go to the city where he lived, would rent a house next to him, would meet him, would discover that her boyfriend was a scumbag, and would encounter many, many things. Here, he held back. After paying the entrance fee, he looked at the sign that read, Ms. Wu's former residence, the female tycoon of black tea, without daughter or son, left behind millions in deposits in this residence. Those with fate can claim it. There was also a warning. Do not damage the items. Keep them intact. If I were Ms. Wu, where would I hide the password? Huang Chaochao thought. Deng Yinan, holding the bamboo stick, said, I suggest you might as well look around a bit. Make the entrance fee worth it. My aunt has been gone for many years, and over 100,000 people have visited. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao suddenly felt a sense of concealment. The Deng Yinan he knew told him everything, but why, before his rebirth, did he not know that Deng Yinan had an aunt? Moreover, if they had collected over 100,000 in entrance fees, with each person paying 50 yuan, that meant. Huang Chaochao suddenly felt he didn't know the Deng Yinan in front of him, feeling a bit puzzled. So ruthless, so dark. That's too amazing, but I really like it. Ha ha ha. Deng Yinan had no idea who Huang Chaochao was. Just seeing him as a young guy, with an accent that wasn't local, kindly suggested he look around. He looked at the worn-out stones underfoot and the surroundings, seemingly bearing marks only after many people had passed. Since I can think of it, others can surely think of it too. So Huang Chaochao wandered around Wuxinzai and discovered that the house had a courtyard layout with an attic. He roamed around and only saw one phenomenon. There were numbered stone slabs in the 4 courtyards, specifically 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. But passwords are generally not 5 digits. They're usually 6 or 4 digits. Huang Chaochao was also in a dilemma, returning to the place he started, feeling everything should be counted from the beginning. But Deng Yinan walked over again. Finding this kid quite interesting, running around made it seem like her aunt's house really buried a huge fortune. However, Deng Yinan took out a key pendant left by her aunt and looked at it. Could there really be a huge inheritance? How come I didn't know? Deng Yinan approached to remind him, and Huang Chaochao turned around to see the key pendant on Deng Yinan. A sudden inspiration struck him. Deng Yinan also suddenly felt a different gaze from the boy in front of her. You, what do you want to do? Deng Yinan was startled and took 2 steps back. Huang Chaochao exclaimed, What the hell? And turned to continue looking, while Deng Yinan felt a bit confused again. Just as the saying goes, as soon as he turned around, Huang Chaochao quickly turned his aim at the key pendant on Deng Yinan, yanked it hard, grabbed it, and immediately ran out of Wuxinzai at high speed. It's a robbery. Deng Yinan couldn't let her go, picked up the bamboo stick, and chased after him. not even bothering to guard the door. Don't run, you bastard. But she had a fatal flaw. She couldn't keep up. So after Huang, Chaochao grabbed it. He dashed away and just happened to see the driver who had brought him. The driver watched him run wildly and asked while driving, "Hey, what's going on?" "That woman behind me wants to kill me." "Ah, then get in quickly." The taxi driver stopped abruptly, and Huang Chaochao opened the door and jumped in, immediately saying, "Drive." Deng Yinan didn't expect a taxi would come by, but she quickly chased after it, furious enough to spit blood. How could she let this robber go? "Bastard. Wait for me." Huang Chaochao heard the person chasing behind, opened the car window, and saw Deng Yinan closely pursuing but unable to catch up with the taxi. He suddenly felt a strange excitement. Then he laughed out loud, "Deng Yinan, wait for me." However, the taxi driver, hearing this, cast a suspicious glance at the cheerful young man in the rearview mirror and then slowed down the car. Deng Yinan saw this and felt invigorated again. But Huang Chaochao saw the car stop and was directly stunned. "Driver, what are you doing? Did you do something to wrong her? Hurry up and apologize." The driver said sternly, I didn't do anything." Huang Chaochao felt like crying, but had no tears, while Deng Yinan approached with a bamboo stick, wearing a very happy smile, watching the mischievous kid who occasionally peeked out to look at her. Oomph, oomph, oomph. However, when she reached the back of the taxi and was about to open the back door to pull the kid out, the taxi suddenly accelerated, and Deng Yinan missed her grab. Watching the taxi speed away, her long hair swaying in the wind and the dropped bamboo stick, she was dumbfounded. All because she heard the driver's words. Pay more. Chapter 5. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Really? Just as Huang Chaochao was leisurely enjoying himself, he looked at the key and thought of a possibility. Could this key be the key to a Citibank safe deposit box? What if Deng Yinan unknowingly possessed $1 billion inheritance? Huang Chaochao murmured to himself. But while Huang Chaochao was lost in thought, the driver cast a strange glance at him, then veered off the main road and headed into a narrow alley. "Driver, stop. I want to get off." Huang Chaochao pulled the car door, but it was locked. Seeing this, the taxi driver instead accelerated into the alley, and Huang Chaochao became increasingly nervous, feeling he shouldn't have said that, bringing trouble upon himself. The car stopped. The taxi driver unlocked the door and then walked towards the trunk. Taking this opportunity, Huang Chaochao opened the door and ran out, but found the taxi driver holding a baseball bat, approaching him. He froze. "You better not run, or I don't know what I might do to you." The taxi driver rested the baseball bat on his shoulder, and Huang Chaochao's mouth twitched as he took steps back. He never expected the seemingly friendly person before was now preparing to commit a crime against him. "If I give you your things, will you let me go?" Huang Chaochao's teeth were chattering. He had never encountered a robbery before. He kept retreating, almost stumbling and falling, while the taxi driver closed in on him. "What do you think?" The taxi driver smiled. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan, rushing over, saw that the road was very narrow, making it hard for her to get her car in or out, so she paid and got out. Then she quickly followed the tire tracks on the ground. Robbery. She heard the criminal's threat and the victim's fear, but she noticed that the other party had a stainless steel baseball bat and couldn't gauge their strength. So she quickly opened her phone. The taxi driver panicked. "You call the police?" he asked. Huang Chaochao was also confused and thought to himself, "When did I call the police?" But then he had a sudden idea and immediately replied, "Yes, that's right. Your gaze is too deliberate, and you haven't taken my phone. Listen, isn't the sound getting closer? Are you searching for me?" Deng Yinan, who was hiding by the wall, didn't expect this little thief to be so clever, so she cooperated and gradually increased the volume. Hearing the sound get louder, Huang Chaochao said, "Look, the police might find this place soon." "Damn it." The taxi driver, furious, made a move. But Deng Yinan had already snuck up behind him while he was focused on grabbing the keys. Huang Chaochao watched as she extended her leg and then quickly kicked. The baseball bat flew out, and his hand was broken, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. It hurt so much. At this point, Huang Chaochao felt a lingering fear and kept beating his own heart. Deng Yinan is still Deng Yinan, the legendary Deng Yinan. Boo-hoo. Deng Yinan looked at the little thief who was trying to grab her keys and squeeze her hand, making a loud cracking sound. "It's your turn." "No." Huang Chaochao. Hearing this, immediately admitted defeat and squatted down to hug Deng Yinan's thigh. Boo-hoo, I won't dare anymore. Please spare me. Deng Yinan looked at Huang, Chaochao, who was crying but had no tears, and found it amusing. Keep acting. Huang Chaochao didn't care anymore and held on to Deng Yinan's thigh tightly. The police arrived quickly, along with an ambulance, and the taxi driver was taken away. Get up, you coward. Deng Yinan was unhappy but didn't feel any hatred. I'll fine. And you? You have such a good girlfriend and still don't know how to cherish her. Is that right? She's not my girlfriend yet. She will be later. Huang Chaochao was stunned. The female police officer misunderstood. I am not his girlfriend, and it will never happen. Deng Yinan turned his head directly. The female police officer glanced at the two of them, smiled, and said, all right. However, your cooperation was quite good. You bought some time with psychological tactics and hit the mark. Keep up the good work. I want to see you off. After the female police officer smiled, she went inside. In the next second, Deng Yinan reached out and said, hand it over. Are you out of your mind? Huang Chaochao screamed. In the next moment, Huang Chaochao had a black eye appear on his left eye and immediately lay down, hugging Deng Yinan's thigh. Boo-hoo. I really came to save you with billions in inheritance, Deng Yinan. But Huang Chaochao thought to himself that he should tell her. So, hugging Deng Yinan's thigh, he began a long monologue, from how they met, to dealing with her scumbag ex-boyfriend, restoring her mindset, taking her out of psychological shadows, helping her regain confidence, to agreeing to become his girlfriend, to the 16-character motto, to later encountering an apocalyptic crisis, to planning to get married, to looking at renovations together, to writing down the second list of 100 things, to later selling his house to treat her illness, to finally finding out about the miracle drug. But I couldn't save her. I couldn't save the future Deng Yinan. She got infected with the third-generation scumbag virus. She could very likely become a zombie. I'm scared. I'm scared that the person I love the most won't recognize me anymore. So I must save her. Can you understand me? I feel like heaven is giving me another chance. I must let her live healthily and well. Deng Yinan looked at Huang Chaochao, who was crying with snot and tears, looking like a little crybaby, not at all like a man. With him like this, hugging my thigh, can I still like this guy in the future? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 6, maybe it's possible. Who can say for sure about feelings? Just like in front of the police station, Huang Chaochao was hugging Deng Yinan's thigh tightly, allowing passersby to watch and point. You think just because you have thick skin, I can't deal with you? Deng Yinan glared at Huang Chaochao, and in the next second, he immediately shrank back but held on even tighter. But Huang Chaochao suddenly felt a chill, a bad premonition. Just as he thought, Deng Yinan stealthily attacked his armpit and waist. Ha. Huang Chaochao was caught off guard, and the keys flew out of his hand. He was extremely ticklish. Deng Yinan quickly caught them, and Huang Chaochao's smile froze as he saw the expression on the little thief's face, feeling immensely pleased. Deng Yinan ran out of the police station, and Huang Chaochao, seeing this, didn't chase after her, but watched as Deng Yinan swiftly fled. It was still Deng Yinan, kind-hearted, clever but not clever enough. It was still her, still the one I want to protect. Huang Chaochao muttered to himself, his face showing a smile, firmly believing that whether before or after rebirth, she was always the person he loved the most. Deng Yinan's keys appeared in Huang Chaochao's hand, and he had already swapped them with the keys to his hometown while using the bathroom. Only by doing so could he escape from Deng Yinan's grasp. He knew very well that while Deng Yinan might not be exceptional in other aspects, her combat power was explosive. Although smart, she wasn't as cunning as him. He had already planned a way out. So, he immediately hailed a similar taxi, said he was going to the bus station, and didn't say a word during the ride. This little thief, trying to compete with me, is still too inexperienced. Deng Yinan was filled with joy, looking at the key tied with a red string in her hand. But upon closer inspection, something seemed off. The joy on her face quickly turned into a frown. But her anger made her calm down, and her logical thinking became super clear. So where would he go? Deng Yinan wondered. As she instructed the taxi driver to drive slowly, she rapidly thought. She remembered that the inquiry record was done together, and one key phrase stood out. The Citibank safe. Deng Yinan was unaware that she possessed billions in inheritance. Although she had mentioned it casually during the record, The taxi driver took it seriously, but from this boy's strange words and various behaviors, it seemed to be true. She also recalled the information on the inquiry record. She glanced at it, and it seemed to indicate which city he lived in. Upon further thought, the little thief didn't drive to Wuxinzai, but took a taxi, and he was from another provincial capital. These key pieces of information converged in her mind, quickly forming a conclusion. The little thief was about to run away, but just encountered a robber. His combat power was low, so he wouldn't dare take a taxi alone. Now that there was still time, there was only one place he would definitely go. The logical reasoning, fueled by her anger, immediately led her to that place. And she shouted, "Driver, hurry! To the bus station, quickly! Quickly!" The taxi driver, hearing the urgency in the girl's voice, immediately turned and drove towards the bus station. Filled with rage, Deng Yinan was determined to give that little guy a good beating once she found him. Huang Chaochao stepped into the bus station, went to the self-service ticket booth, bought the last ticket to the capital of Funan province, then ran to the waiting hall, listened to the announcer's call, entered, boarded the bus, and found a window seat in the back. He sighed, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but I have to leave." He revealed a beaming smile, just waiting for the bus to depart in a few minutes. Meanwhile, outside the ticket hall, a girl hurriedly got out of the taxi, dropped 50 yuan, and rushed toward the ticket hall, looking at the destination schedule on the big screen. There are still seats. It hasn't departed yet. Great. She immediately rushed over, bought a ticket, and dashed into the waiting hall. Is there still a ticket check for the bus to the capital of Funan? It's 1 minute until departure. The conductor shouted loudly and began to close the inspection gate. Seeing this, Deng Yinan rushed over and shouted, "I'm coming too." The bus started moving. At this moment, Huang Chaochao felt a long-lost calmness. He felt that he had gained a lot from this trip, even receiving the key to his future girlfriend. Now, all that was left was to go to the Citibank headquarters in the United States, find the safe he believed to be the right one, and use this key to unlock it and obtain the billions inside. But the next second, he felt an overwhelming coldness in his body, not knowing why. He glanced at a girl who had come up from under the bus. When she saw him, she immediately withdrew her head and gasped in shock. What is going on? How'd she find this place? This was a dead end for him, and he was completely finished. The driver noticed the girl looking around and urged her to find a seat quickly. She scanned the bus and saw an empty seat, walking over to it, where she spotted Huang Chaochao huddled in his seat, revealing a mischievous smile. "Hey, Deng Yinan clenched her fists tightly. "What are you smirking at? Hurry up and sit down. Buckle your seatbelt. We're leaving." The ticket collector directly pressed Deng Yinan down, making her sit next to Huang Chaochao. A beautiful scene unfolded at the back of the bus. Deng Yinan smiled at Huang Chaochao, who immediately surrendered and presented the key with both hands. "I was wrong." Deng Yinan saw the small key in her hand, but then noticed this little rascal immediately starting to grovel. "Deng Yinan, spare me. I'm really here to help you claim the inheritance. If you don't believe me, you can interrogate me. I know everything about you. And that scumbag behavior of your boyfriend is simply outrageous. It's a disgrace to men. He has deceiving your feelings. But I'm afraid you'll think I'm a fraud. That's why I wanted to take the key to Citibank to open the safe. You have to trust me. Please trust me, Deng Yinan." Listening to this little rascal babbling on, Deng Yinan began to doubt the authenticity of the situation. She looked at him presenting the key with a pitiful expression. But then she thought of his actions and said, "If I hadn't caught up with this bus, would you have just taken this bus and flown away?" Huang Chaochao was stunned. "It seems that way." But before Huang Chaochao could finish, he was hit by a heavy punch from Deng Yinan. You hit me again, and this time it's on the other eye. I'm so unfortunate." Chapter 7. Who will you choose? Your current boyfriend or your future boyfriend? "I'm sorry," Deng Yinan said, pulling Huang Chaochao's ear while apologizing to the bus driver. The bus left, but the two of them stayed behind. The reason for getting off was that while on the bus, Deng Yinan sensed something was off and felt she couldn't just go to the provincial city with this little rascal. She was unfamiliar with the provincial city, and this guy's background was unknown. If she went with him, she might be in danger if he had connections there. Moreover, this guy had used a trick to deceive her once. If it weren't for her anger reaching a peak, enhancing her logical reasoning ability, allowing her to deduce that he might choose to escape by car. She would have almost missed catching up with this little rascal, indicating how deep his schemes were. Tonight, you'd better tell me everything honestly. Tomorrow, come with me to collect the reward. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao chose to faint on the ground. After all that, she couldn't bear to give up that 100,000 yuan reward. She felt like crying. But for him, every day before the apocalypse was incredibly precious. She actually gave up the chance to go to the United States to claim a billion inheritance for just 100,000 yuan. Deng Yinan didn't understand why Huang Chaochao was crying. She thought she had hit him too hard. Stop crying, you little crybaby. What is wrong with you? Mind your own business. Huang Chaochao replied. Oh, still have some spirit, huh? Deng Yinan threatened, her fists cracking. The crying abruptly stopped. Sure enough, you respond better to force than to softness. The two arrived at a residential area and took the elevator to the entrance. Upon entering the room, Huang Chaochao nervously looked around and found the place tidy, elegantly decorated, with small flowers on the table. This is still Deng Yinan, the one I know. Huang Chaochao thought happily. Deng Yinan went to pour a glass of water, and while pouring, she started to overthink. Earlier, she was filled with anger and wanted to get to the bottom of things. But now, calming down, she felt a bit awkward. However, Huang Chaochao suddenly asked, Where's your current boyfriend? I haven't seen him. Current boyfriend? What are you talking about? Deng Yinan felt her ears heat up. Your current boyfriend should be on a business trip to Chaoyang. But I remember your current boyfriend has a first love in Chaoyang, his childhood sweetheart. Maybe you could call him now. After Huang Chaochao finished speaking, Deng Yinan went from feeling shy to sensing the terror of the person in front of her. She clearly knew she didn't know this person, yet he seemed to know everything about her. Who exactly are you? Deng Yinan asked. Why do you know so much about my matters? Huang Chaochao interrupted her, taking over the conversation. With two panda eyes, he looked seriously at Deng Yinan and said, I'm from the future, here to save us. Really? Deng Yinan almost believed him, but at that moment, the doorbell rang. The two of them looked at the door simultaneously, both stunned. Yinan, it's me. I dropped my key. Are you in the room? Deng Yinan thought to herself. This is bad. My boyfriend. Quickly, find a place to hide, hurry. She pushed Huang Chaochao towards her room and told him to hide in the wardrobe or under the bed. However, Huang Chaochao, hiding in the wardrobe, was stunned. Why should I hide? I'm her future boyfriend. No way, I need to go out immediately and expose his true colors, that damn scumbag, filthy thing. Don't even think about touching a finger of Deng Yinan. After thinking this, Huang Chaochao immediately exited the wardrobe and opened the door crack. He heard sounds from the kitchen, along with voices. A knife. Huang Chaochao calmed down and glanced at the figure in the kitchen. Noticing that Deng Yinan was just 30 centimeters away from her current scumbag boyfriend, who was holding a knife and chopping vegetables. According to normal logic, if he rushed out, he'd probably be done for in an instant. Huang Chaochao gasped, realizing he couldn't act recklessly. He quickly gestured for Huang Chaochao to hurry back inside. But he didn't instead peering through the crack of the door, watching the kitchen. Didn't he get caught? Thank goodness, the scumbag. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan was also thinking, this guy really deserves to die. But she glanced at her cooking boyfriend, wondering, is he really a scumbag? The dishes were brought to the table, and the rice was ready. Huang Chaochao smelled the aroma and swallowed, feeling hungry. Her current boyfriend, Wu Ji, noticed some rice grains on Deng Yinan's mouth and reached out. Seeing this, Deng Yinan dodged, and Wu Ji's hand missed. What? Deng Yinan asked. You have rice grains on your mouth. I want to take them off for you. After saying that, Wu Ji reached out again. And this time, Deng Yinan dodged once more. This time, Wu Ji was confused, thinking, what is wrong with this woman? She won't even let me touch her? But he softly asked, what is wrong, Yinan? I'll do it myself. Deng Yinan put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, she didn't know why, but she felt that the little rascal's words had skewed her thoughts. However, thinking about all the rambling he did, she felt he hadn't lied to her. She indeed finds it hard to trust others. She wants to protect herself, well, because she almost fell victim to human traffickers when she was young. After that, her parents told her that no one could be trusted. This caution and mindset have been with her throughout her life. After Deng Yinan came out, continuing to eat, Wu Ji wanted to get closer to her. Meanwhile, behind the door, watching Wu Ji always trying to do something, after finishing the meal, wanting to pull Deng Yinan to sit on the sofa, he couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out. Wu Ji was stunned. He saw a stranger coming out of the room of his longtime girlfriend and thought, "This woman is hiding a man. No wonder she doesn't let me touch her. Damn it, if I had known, I would have gone for it directly. I wasted so much money." Huang Chaochao looked at Wu Ji's pretentious face, feeling unbalanced inside. This scumbag always wants to take advantage. He's utterly despicable. No way. I can't lose my aura. Am I afraid of this scumbag? So, Huang Chaochao directly reached out and said, "Sorry, I just came out of Deng Yinan's room." "Hello, scumbag. I'm Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan's future boyfriend." "What did you say?" Wu Ji instantly got angry, rushed up, and punched Huang Chaochao in the nose, then pushed him down to the ground. Watching her current boyfriend and the so-called future boyfriend fight, Deng Yinan's mind exploded. "Kid, you dare mess with my woman. You have some guts." Huang Chaochao didn't expect Wu Ji to be so ruthless, but he also knew that his actions were quite perverted. After all, they hadn't broken up yet. Enough. Deng Yinan was in a chaotic state of mind and slammed a fist on the table, then crack, it collapsed. Wu Ji's eyebrows twitched, feeling anxious inside. What level is she at? Isn't she a novice? But Huang Chaochao was deeply moved. Chapter 8. Sorry, choosing the scumbag current boyfriend. Experience points 1. Now both of them were outside, and Deng Yinan didn't want to talk to anyone. She just wanted to be quiet for a while. Then, she felt sorry for the second-hand table she bought for 128 yuan. "Oh, my beloved table, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like this." But outside, the tension was palpable. Deng Yinan's scumbag current boyfriend grabbed Huang Chaochao by the collar and questioned, "Who the hell are you to greenlight me? Didn't I tell you? I'm Deng Yinan's future boyfriend." Huang Chaochao was adamant about this matter. Kid, is Deng Yinan very comfortable?" Hearing this, Huang Chaochao's anger surged instantly. "I'll beat you up." He threw 2 punches at Wu Ji, one to the stomach and one to the face, holding nothing back. Wu Ji didn't expect this kid to hit so hard. He thought this kid was a rich second generation, and the reason he hadn't succeeded was due to his lack of effort. This kid had invested a lot of money to win over Deng Yinan. The force of these 2 punches made Wu Ji, who was unprepared, clutch his stomach and kneel on the ground. "Watch your mouth. She is not someone you can desecrate." Taking advantage of Deng Yinan not seeing through your plan of playing both sides, hurry up and disappear. After saying this, Huang Chaochao also clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. Hearing this, Wu Ji felt aggrieved, but was also unhappy that this kid disrupted his plan. Tonight, Wu Ji actually wanted to take a gamble. He planned to come to the place she rented, prepare dinner for Deng Yinan, and bought alcohol, waiting for her to fall into this wonderful feeling. With the stimulation of alcohol, he thought he could succeed, but such a perfect plan failed, and he was preempted by this rich second generation. At this moment, he felt both angry and scared. He was angry that Deng Yinan seemed to favor this rich second generation and scared that his perfect image in front of Deng Yinan would be ruined. If she knew he was still in contact with his first love, she probably wouldn't let him off. "You wait for me." Wu Ji silently vowed to make these 2 look good. Huang Chaochao was also scared. He had never fought before in his life. But facing the need to protect Deng Yinan, he had to act strong to protect her from being bullied and deceived. "Are you leaving or not?" Wu Ji left, leaving Deng Yinan's home. After he left, Huang Chaochao breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan, sitting on the floor behind the door, didn't know what to do. She didn't know if Wu Ji was really the scumbag that the little thief said he was, playing both sides. But his usual behavior towards her was very upright. He had never touched her inappropriately or held her hand. Throughout their relationship, he had always listened to her, and this time he even personally came to cook for her. But why did he leave when confronted by the little thief? Deng Yinan asked herself and couldn't figure out. And this little thief, from Wu Xinzai to robber, to holding onto her thigh and refusing to let go, as if afraid she would run away. He even said he crossed over to save her and that his aunt had $1 billion in inheritance. Thinking of these things, Deng Yinan saw the little thief as a fraud. Just when she was at a loss, her phone chimed with a message. It was from Wu Ji. She looked at the message that read, "Dear Deng Yinan, I wish you happiness. You are lucky to have found a rich second generation who loves you more than I do and treats you well. I used to think it was my fault for not doing enough, making you not like me so much. It turns out I'm not worthy of you. Let us leave it at that, and may we both live well. He deleted me? At this moment, her eyes suddenly turned red. Outside the door, Huang Chaochao didn't dare to knock randomly and could only sit on the ground, but then the door suddenly opened. He was dragged straight into the room. Looking at the furious Deng Yinan, he trembled. Can I ask what happened? Deng Yinan directly threw her phone at him. Huang Chaochao picked up the phone, looked at the content on it, and exclaimed, "What the hell? Can be like this? This dog thing is really cunning." But seeing Deng Yinan's clenched fists, he felt a headache. Oh no, I've really become the toad under the bed, full of anger. How could I not have thought this Wu Ji could be so shameless, sending such farewell vows that made Deng Yinan's eyes red with tears? I really give up. I should have let Deng Yinan fall for it and suffer, so she could understand her mistake. Why did I meddle? I'm crying to death. Huang Chaochao thought to himself. At the same time, he understood one thing. Some things must be experienced personally to learn the lesson. And in trying to prevent Deng Yinan from being deceived, he ended up trapping himself, causing his plan to stockpile to be delayed. Why aren't you talking? Seeing Huang Chaochao looking dejected, Deng Yinan asked him, "What should I say? That your boyfriend is handsome? That your boyfriend is good? You two should just get married right here, right?" He walked up to Deng Yinan, holding the phone, and said loudly, "Do you have to fill your anger gauge to the max before you become wise? Why didn't he refute me about playing both sides? Why didn't he explain in person? And why did he call me a rich second generation? Look at his mindset. Does he think you were a gold digger? And saying what? I wish you happiness. I'm not worthy of you. These scumbag phrases. Just think about it. How many relationships has he had? And how many have you had?" Deng Yinan was also stunned. She felt her mind was blank. Seeing her dazed, Huang Chaochao, for some reason, found the courage to kiss her red lips. Slap. Now, Huang Chaochao not only had a 5-finger mark on his face, but also stuffed tissue in his nose, which could be seen slightly reddened, and he had 2 dark panda eyes. Looking at Deng Yinan curled up on the sofa, he felt he couldn't bear to treat her like this. He thought of those future times, hating that so-called first love boyfriend who deceived her and ended up marrying her childhood sweetheart. That night, he held her while she cried all night. He didn't know what position the other man held in her heart that made the woman he liked cry like that. He was jealous. He hated that time hadn't arranged for him to meet her sooner, that he encountered her instead of that damn scumbag. So after his rebirth, his strongest desire was to protect her well, to stock up with her, to help her family avoid the world. His eyes also turned red. On one hand, he felt he had done well. Even if she ultimately didn't choose him, he firmly believed he hadn't done anything wrong at this moment, even if he was making decisions for her future. On the other hand, Huang Chaochao's heart suddenly understood that even if the timing was right, it didn't necessarily mean one would meet the right person. It had to be a confluence of time, people, and events. Missing any one of them could lead to a different outcome. Would I still be able to take that 100 million inheritance with Deng Yinan, stock up with family, and avoid the world? Huang Chaochao murmured, looking at the dazed Deng Yinan on the sofa, lost in thought. Chapter 9. Payment package received, 1 million yuan. Deng Yinan was very annoyed. Her thoughts were in chaos, unsure who was right. But then she thought to herself that she shouldn't think about it that way. Why should I consider who is right? Let them verify it themselves. I can't prove it, so let them provide proof. In any confrontation, one side must be a liar. Yes, let's do it this way. Deng Yinan moved, but Huang Chaochao instinctively flinched. Why are you so scared? I'm not going to hit you, really. Oh. Huang Chaochao pretended to be fine, but inside she was furious with Deng Yinan. On her first encounter, after traveling through time, she was beaten like this. It was simply infuriating. Give me your phone, Deng Yinan said. Why? Hurry up and get it to me. Huang Chaochao immediately took out her phone for her, but realized it was out of battery. I'll go charge it. Do you have a charger? Deng Yinan pointed to the power strip, and after charging, they sat at the table, staring at each other. You, tomorrow, come with me to collect the 100,000 yuan bounty for catching the fugitive. And then I'll take you to make a key that matches mine. Deng Yinan pointed to the one she was wearing around her neck. This is real, okay? Huang Chaochao retorted. But in her mind, she was thinking, no, this is just a dream. What if the dream is the opposite? Then I'm doomed. What if they're really isn't that 100 million in the bank? Suddenly, a voice appeared, ding dong. Payment package received 100,000 yuan. The sound was loud, and Huang Chaochao's phone suddenly rang. Both were surprised, looking at the phone screen that had lit up in the distance. Is it your ringtone? It seems like you got a call. Deng Yinan didn't believe Huang Chaochao was a rich second generation. Although her appearance was nice, her hair was messy. When did I have such a ringtone? Huang Chaochao was also confused, not knowing what was going on. But as she walked over, she saw the caller ID was Supervisor Hao, and she knew it couldn't be anything good. Hello, Supervisor Hao. You finally answered the phone. Everyone was worried sick about you, not knowing where you went. Also, you shouldn't have any life difficulties now, right? Hearing this, she felt Supervisor Hao's gentle concern, and her heart was moved. No. Thank you, Supervisor Hao. Thank you. And thank you to the Vice President. Thank you to the company. All right. For some reason, Huang Chaochao felt a warmth she had never felt before in her past life, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. After hearing all the conversation, Deng Yinan roughly understood that this little thief in front of her seemed to have done something beneficial for the company. But looking at the little crybaby with red eyes in front of her, she seemed to trust him even more. Here is your phone, Huang Chaochao said. Deng Yinan recorded her phone number, then looked at the message, which said a transfer of 1 million. Her eyes widened, and then almost unconsciously, she wanted to click to check, not willing to give up. She saw that it was indeed an account from a company called Chaochao, and the transfer amount was indeed 10,000, 100,000 million. Oh my God, it really is 1 million. Deng Yinan returned the phone to Huang Chaochao with some envy. Huang Chaochao took the phone, looking at Deng Yinan's envious gaze, confused, and asked, didn't you collect nearly 100,000 in ticket sales? How come you have 500,000, and you're still envious of me? It's a secret, I won't tell you. Deng Yinan didn't intend to say. Huang Chaochao immediately replied, no way, there must be something. I dreamt. But at this point, Huang Chaochao immediately stopped her thought. She didn't dare to say her dreams were always accurate. What if they weren't? What if this dream was really just a dream? What would happen then? She would definitely be in trouble. All right, I'll trust you this once. Deng Yinan didn't think much, but still chose to believe Huang Chaochao. After all, she felt this boy's strong pursuit, as if he couldn't marry anyone but her. Many of his actions showed he didn't have any bad intentions. But she still felt a bit scared inside. After all, the temptation of 100 million wasn't something ordinary people could resist. If there really was 100 million in inheritance, then he could take the key she made and go get that money, flying far away, and she wouldn't know. Sigh. Forget it, Deng Yinan, maybe it's fate. Deng Yinan also let go of this thought. Huang Chaochao saw the fleeting disappointment in Deng Yinan's eyes. He didn't know the reason, but he thought of his past actions and felt he should act like this now. Give me your phone too. What do you want my phone for? Just give it to me. Deng Yinan pouted, reluctantly handing over her phone, then saw Huang Chaochao performing a series of actions, not knowing what he was doing. But soon, she heard her phone ringing too. Payment package received, 500,000. She was stunned. Her head felt even emptier than before. 500,000? Just like that? Said it, and it was given? Oh my damn. Huang Chaochao noticed Deng Yinan was truly dumbfounded, her eyes not moving. He waved his hand and smiled. Deng Yinan, what's going on here? Is it necessary? I'm a man with memories of rebirth, and I'm also your future boyfriend. We won't be like most people. We won't live unhappily. We won't break up due to arguments, and we won't have conflicts over trivial matters. We will always be together. Am I dreaming? Ha ha. After Deng Yinan finished speaking, she suddenly laughed loudly, then slapped herself, leaving Huang Chaochao stunned, and he immediately grabbed her hand. What are you doing? You're not dreaming. Do you know why I gave you 500,000? Deng Yinan shook her head. She had no idea. Because my happiness is to share half with you. This bonus was something I casually said, and I didn't take it seriously. I just didn't expect it to really exist. And at this moment, I feel happy. So I want to share my happiness with you. I want to give you half. Do you feel happy? The happiness of money? Deng Yinan suddenly felt this was real. Was this the reborn boyfriend, falling from the sky, still wanting to cling to her leg? But then her brain crashed again. She didn't know if this suddenly appearing boy was silly or if he really traveled through time to find her. If he wasn't silly, then he really had come back to find her. Chapter 10. One dares to speak. One dares to believe Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan collected the 100,000 yuan bounty for catching the fugitive, then went to a nearby key vendor to make a key. Huang Chaochao looked at the key. His eyes widened. He knew it meant that Deng Yinan believed in him. Although I give you the key, it doesn't mean I trust you. I've added your phone number, so if it's real, just call me and tell me the good news. But he was still anxious inside. How could $1 billion inheritance be revealed to him through a dream? Is there really someone in this world who dreams about where money is and then fulfills the conditions to claim the treasure? Normal people shouldn't have that. Yet, he suddenly believed, and the key point was that she believed too. Just as Huang Chaochao was about to enter the station, he suddenly turned around and asked her a question. After getting the answer, Huang Chaochao, with a serious expression, set off alone toward the Citibank headquarters on Brooklyn Street in New York, USA. He processed his passport and spent a high price to buy a first-class plane ticket, boarding a flight to New York. On the plane, he met a very interesting man named Fei Changxiang. He learned that he was one of the larger distributors of fast food products in central China, and upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao specifically asked for his business card. As they were both from the same country and city, it felt particularly friendly. When they parted at the airport, Huang Chaochao said they would see each other again soon. Fei Changxiang found it puzzling and shook his head as he looked at the young man. After arriving in New York, Huang Chaochao's first task was to find a hotel to adjust to the time difference. Then, he found his phone and sent a message to Deng Yinan, who was far away in their home country, saying that he had arrived in New York. After editing the message, he hesitated before sending it. No, he needed to confirm whether the inheritance really existed first. Otherwise, if it turned out to be a false alarm, his credibility would be ruined. Deng Yinan would be deceived by that scumbag. No, he couldn't let that happen. Huang Chaochao tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, thinking he might as well send her a message. The next day, Huang Chaochao went to the Citibank headquarters on Brooklyn Street in New York early in the morning. Nervously entering the Citibank headquarters, he saw people engaged in transactions, mostly foreigners, and felt a bit anxious. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty approached Huang Chaochao and asked, "Can I speak Chinese? I'm very good at it." Perfect. Huang Chaochao felt a surge of joy, although he understood English. He just didn't want to speak it in a foreign country. He followed the blonde beauty to a side lounge for a conversation. He noticed that the title above her was manager. After some discussion, Huang Chaochao learned that he needed to provide the safe deposit box number and the key. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao mentioned the number he had in mind. 1357. "Let me check, and then I will take you to the safe." Huang Chaochao waited anxiously, his legs trembling. He didn't know if this safe even existed, nor if there was really $1 billion inside. As time passed slowly, 3 minutes felt like an eternity, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, he heard the sound of high heels, and another older woman with gold-rimmed glasses came in, while the previous woman stayed behind. "Please follow me." Thus, Huang Chaochao followed the older woman to the safe deposit boxes at Citibank headquarters. The woman inserted the key and then left the room. Huang Chaochao looked at the empty room and the corresponding safe with the number 1357, feeling suffocated. The key he held trembled in his hand. "Please, I came all the way from across the ocean for my future girlfriend and my family. It can't be a false alarm. If there really was $1 billion inheritance, he was willing to chant scriptures, save the suffering, and lead everyone away from the virus of scumbags. Amitabha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, Venus, Taishang Laojun, great sage equal to heaven, God of wealth. Please bless me with wealth." Huang Chaochao clasped his hands together, clutching the key tightly, and kept chanting. Finally, he felt a surge of energy beneath his feet. Suddenly, his legs could move, and he dared to approach the safe, standing in front of the safe with the number 1357. He inserted the bank manager's key while still having one lock hole left. He put the key into the lock of the safe, holding his breath, his hands sweating profusely, trembling with anticipation about what was inside. With a click and a twist, he heard a popping sound, and the small door of the safe opened. Huang Chaochao's heart leaped with joy. Inside, there was indeed something, At that moment, his heartbeat soared to 140, feeling extremely nervous. He saw a small object, and in that instant, he felt a billion slipping away from him. No way. Inside lay an envelope, and because the envelope was so thin, Huang Chaochao felt like he had fallen into a bottomless pit. When he took it out, he discovered a savings book inside. Seeing this, his eyes nearly popped out. Then he looked at the savings book and burst out laughing. Ha! Ha ha! I think I'm going crazy. Just like that, Huang Chaochao held the savings book, along with a letter inside and the password to check the money in the book. At Citibank, he looked at the president as he handed him a tablet, staring at the numbers on the screen, not daring to blink, fearing that this $1 billion would turn into a dream in the blink of an eye. After processing a card, he felt extremely nervous. Although it was like a TV drama, he was in a foreign country, and he knew that guns could be carried here in America. The joy of receiving $100 million was suddenly overshadowed by fear. No, I can't just go out like this. Right now, only 3 people know about my huge fortune. The ordinary blonde manager, the safe deposit box administrator, and the president. The safe administrator might guess that I took something valuable since they saw me enter the president's office. Moreover, the blonde manager accompanied him to check the savings book, so she should know the amount on it. Huang Chaochao did not trust human nature. Chapter 11. It's over. Targeted by bad people. Deng Yinan. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. If there really was $1 billion, what would you do? Let's talk about it when it happens. Deng Yinan's tone was filled with uncertainty and doubt. Well, okay then. Let's say if you really had $1 billion, what would you do? Deposit it in the bank, earn interest, and travel around. That sounds good. I would do the same. After saying that, Huang Chaochao's expression became serious as he walked toward the bus station. But inside, he felt unsettled. He didn't know if there really was $1 billion on the other side of the ocean. If not, how could he explain it to Deng Yinan? I'll go first. See you later, Deng Yinan. The two waved goodbye. Watching Huang Chaochao walk toward the bus station, his back seemed to slump. Deng Yinan also had her thoughts. She believed that this $1 billion did not exist. Yet even so, she felt very touched. She didn't think Huang Chaochao was lying to her. Instead, she felt that Huang Chaochao himself was uncertain if the $1 billion really existed. She looked at the screen of her phone, seeing the 50,000 directly transferred in her payment app. She thought that in her life. She had never had a stranger she met for just one day crying and begging to lend her 50,000. Thinking back to the past few days, it really felt like a reborn boyfriend had fallen from the sky, bringing all his memories to save her, claiming he would give her happiness. And she truly felt the care of this silly Huang Chaochao for her. So even without that 100 million, with this 500,000, and Huang Chaochao's 500,000, she felt she could still live very happily. As for her current boyfriend Wu Ji, Deng Yinan also began to have doubts about him. Meanwhile, as Huang Chaochao entered the station, he believed that if he didn't fulfill his promise, he wouldn't dare to meet Deng Yinan. Now, Huang Chaochao was sitting in the president's office, not going out, waiting for someone's arrival, and that person was Fai Changqiang, whom he had met on the plane. The door opened, and Fai Changqiang slowly walked into the office, seeing a young man in casual long clothing smiling at him, feeling somewhat familiar. This smiling young man spoke. President Fei, we meet again. Do you remember me from the plane? Oh, it's you. President Fei, let us talk business. Huang Chaochao directly stated his thoughts. He needed fast food product for the central China region, as well as fresh fruits, vegetables, water, rice, flour, compressed biscuits, cotton clothes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, disposable items, etc., totaling a contract for daily necessities worth 100 million RMB. After hearing this, President Fei's jaw dropped. Huang Chaochao smiled and said, "Can't handle it, President Fei?" Fai Changqiang was still stunned. When he received the call from the president of Citibank, he didn't know what it was about, just that he was called in. "Young man, are you sure you're not joking?" Fai Changqiang still didn't quite believe it, but the current scene, location, and person didn't look like a scammer. The contract was already drafted. Witness, the president of Citibank. Fai Changqiang looked at the stack of written contracts, seeing all the details marked on it, including brands and quality. However, he clearly remembered that he hadn't seen this young man for a day. The contract was completed so quickly, and it also included issues of breach of contract, risk guarantees, legal responsibilities, and transaction methods. Domestic transaction? I'll make an urgent call to the board to let them see the contract. Okay? Fai Changqiang looked at Huang Chaochao with a questioning gaze, and Huang Chaochao nodded. But at this time, the board members should be sleeping. Nonetheless, Fai Changqiang still went aside to make a call. He didn't want this 100 million contract to slip away, as he originally came here to discuss cooperation. Huang Chaochao watched as Fai Changqiang made call after call, constantly taking pictures and uploading them, busy with various tasks. Ultimately, in this trade contract completed by Huang Chaochao in 1 hour, the seller added a sentence. The goods need to be produced in batches over 5 months, delivered in a total of 5 batches. As for the price, Huang Chaochao also discussed it, believing that the costs provided by Fai Changqiang's company were indeed acceptable. Thus, under the witness of the president of Citibank, they completed the signing of a 100 million RMB contract for daily necessities. 100 million RMB was directly transferred to the other company's corporate account. At the same time, Huang Chaochao also directly transferred 1 million USD to the president as a witness fee. Can I take your car to leave? Huang Chaochao said. Fai Changqiang was taken aback. Yes, of course. After exiting the Citibank building, the two got into Fai Changqiang's car, but Huang Chaochao asked him to drive immediately. Huh? Just as Fai Changqiang started driving away, a car followed closely behind. At the same time, various cars appeared from all directions, seemingly trying to surround and intercept Huang Chaochao's car. Indeed, the temptation of $100 million was worth everyone committing a crime, Huang Chaochao thought. Now, he just hoped Fai Changqiang could stand out. What kind of people have you encountered? Fai Changqiang's car was hit from behind. He now felt this was not a simple matter, and the young man's panic, along with the cars chasing behind, made Fai Changqiang disregard everything and directly accelerate, starting to speed down Park Avenue. At this time, the police had begun to signal the chasing vehicles with gunfire and issued a notice. However, the continuous collision with Fai Changqiang's car made Huang Chaochao somewhat unable to adapt to the bumps. Fai Changqiang's car kept honking, and on Park Avenue, they also began to signal with gunfire. But while this caused chaos, it indeed made the street more passable. Huang Chaochao sat in the passenger seat and was about to explode. He glanced at Fai Changqiang, feeling this person was not just an ordinary fast food businessman. Moreover, he noticed the car was driving straight ahead, not heading to the international airport. What are you doing? Huang Chaochao was stunned. What? What do you think I'm doing? What kind of people have you encountered that are trying to surround you in the city? How much is it that makes others send people to deal with you? What do you mean? Do you also want to covet my money? Huang Chaochao saw Fai Changqiang driving while asking him, something only an extraordinary person could do. Moreover, he had a gun in the U.S. Covet your big head. Hurry up and tell me, so I can make a decision about where to go. Otherwise, these cars will eventually kill us, and if we get caught by the U.S. police, if they set us up, we might all die. Do you understand? $100 million. Upon hearing this, Fai Changqiang directly exclaimed, damn. Then, Fai Changqiang shifted gears to speed up, turned the car around, and headed straight for the Chinese Consulate General in New York. Boom! Fai Changqiang's Hummer crashed through the barrier and drove into the consulate, then immediately took Huang Chaochao and rushed inside. After Fai Changqiang showed his ID and explained the situation, the staff immediately took the two to another location. What exactly is your identity? Huang Chaochao didn't understand. I want to ask you what your identity is, young man. Chapter 12. Strong logical reasoning, not just any strong. Deng Yinan woke up to 2 text message notifications on her phone. Seeing this, Deng Yinan was wide awake. Scrolling down, she saw a photo of a bank safe. Ah, that hurts. Deng Yinan pinched herself hard, thinking it seemed like she was dreaming. Then she started scrolling through her phone, looking for clues, wondering if this was a picture Huang Chaochao had gotten from a professional. If this guy dared to trick her, she would have to teach him a good lesson, so he wouldn't dare to deceive anyone again. Deng Yinan carefully examined the bank book and the safe, seeing they looked authentic, and there was the logo of Citibank in foreign language. Let us trust him for now. But she really didn't know what to do, feeling very anxious and confused. Previously, she was troubled because she had no money, and now she was troubled because she had money. She also thought of what she had casually said to Huang Chaochao about saving in the bank, earning interest, and traveling everywhere. If only these dreams were true. Thinking of this, Deng Yinan couldn't help but smile slightly. She saw there was also an email, feeling puzzled. Why is there another email? She clicked open another email, which contained a trade contract. Hey, it looks quite professional. The contract stated, Mengli Company Limited stock code. The second line, daily necessities purchase and sale contract. Then, she saw the amount specified, 100 million. Just a few minutes ago, Deng Yinan had been worried about how to spend her 100 million. But now Huang Chaochao actually dared to unilaterally sign a 100 million daily necessities purchase and sale contract with some company she had never heard of. The final beneficiary third party specifically highlighted her name in bold, Deng Yinan. Deng Yinan suddenly had a bad premonition. Her heart sank, and she felt a bit flustered. At that moment, her phone rang again, and she immediately answered the call. Hello, Huang Chaochao, where are you? Hello, this is the president's office of Mengli Company Limited. The electronic version of the third-party beneficiary sales contract signed by Mr. Huang Chaochao has been sent to your email. Have you checked it? Yes, I've seen it. What's the matter? Deng Yinan was not concerned about what this sales contract was about. For the first batch of goods, we need you to provide the exact address of your city. We will first deliver it to your area and then hand over the warehouse keys for you to sign. Where's Huang Chaochao? Deng Yinan asked. We are not very clear about that. It is information released by the board of directors. Please let us know your city location. Incheon, Funan Province, Anhua. If there is any news about Huang Chaochao, please contact me. The call ended, but Deng Yinan was still puzzled about what had happened. Before answering the call, she had imagined countless scenarios. He must have run away with the money. But a contract worth 100 million appeared in her hands, and she was the beneficiary. So why wasn't he answering the phone? She had called at least 10 times, and now it was off. She didn't know why, but she was particularly worried about Huang Chaochao. He hadn't run away with the money, but why did he sign a 100 million living supplies contract for her? No, I need to think through all the key points to see if I can figure out what happened to him. Deng Yinan tossed the blanket aside and grabbed her computer to look things up. On one hand, she recorded Huang Chaochao's basic information. A reborn man. Loves to cling to others. Cries easily. Claims to have 100 million. That 100 million turned into a contract. Through a VPN, she found news about events happening in the United States, and one particular report caught her attention. It was about the U.S. Police capturing criminals who had fled to the Chinese consulate in New York. When this information gathered in her mind, she quickly reached a conclusion. The future is about to change. This reborn man, Huang Chaochao, who claimed to be her future boyfriend, made the rebirth the focus. And this focus was the 100 million living supply sales contract. Could something happen in the future? Why is he so desperate to get that 100 million? But after getting that 100 million, why did he sign the contract for me? And living supplies only serve one purpose, to live. As Deng Yinan circled the key points, her worry for Huang Chaochao suddenly triggered a surge of calmness, and her logical reasoning was instantly full. Is my speculation correct? She felt she could only confirm with him as soon as possible. Deng Yinan seemed to understand why Huang Chaochao did this, and perhaps why Rebirth had to involve her. Her logical conclusion was that a significant change might occur in the future, leading to a shortage of supplies. So he needed to purchase 100 million worth of living supplies in advance to ensure her survival. This was why he asked her questions, but did not follow her methods, instead opting for his own logical reasoning. And Huang Chaochao's logical reasoning was based on rebirth. The logic of rebirth is to seek benefits and avoid harm. So previously, when he asked her how to spend money at the bus station, she didn't think much of it. But now, looking back, every word from that silly Huang Chaochao had its meaning, and everything he did was purposeful, with a logic behind it. And all these actions were just for living supplies. Understanding this made Deng Yinan even more worried. But understanding was one thing. Knowing how to act was another. 2 hours later, she called again, but the phone was still off. Huang Chaochao, you guy. Did you reincarnate just for this and plan to leave me all alone? Chinese consulate in New York? That's right, the overseas call. Deng Yinan quickly searched for the overseas phone number of the consulate and dialed it. Time passed slowly, but those 30 seconds felt interminable as her heart raced with every second. She just hoped this call would go through, so she could learn what had happened to Huang Chaochao. Hello, good day. Chinese. Staff at the consulate. Deng Yinan was overjoyed. Hello. Hello. Is this the Chinese consulate in New York? Yes. What is the matter? I want to ask, sorry. There's been a terrorist attack at the consulate, and we are negotiating with multiple parties. If you have inquiries, please wait 2 or 3 days. The call ended, but Deng Yinan was stunned. Her mind was filled with that phrase, terrorist attack. 100 million contract, living supplies, the future, rebirth. Thinking of these, Deng Yinan seemed to understand Huang Chaochao's intention, a very simple intention. Is this what you want to do for me after your rebirth? Just do it well. And that's it, right? Deng Yinan mumbled unconsciously, hugging her knees and sitting on the chair in a daze. Chapter 13. I turn right, you turn left, and we will reunite. In the bottom cargo hold of a freighter, Huang Chaochao looked through the gray glass at the endless sea, with the waves crashing against the hold. A series of sounds echoed. He had not known a moment of peace, afraid to sleep, tightly gripping the card with several 100 million yuan. Fei Changxiang had indeed helped him escape from the watchful eyes of the U.S. and assisted him in sneaking aboard. He wanted to leave through normal means, but that was impossible. He had no way to prove himself, and those sent to kill him to obtain that money were certainly the president, managers, or administrators among them. But that didn't need to be considered anymore. Before boarding, he had to leave his phone with Fei Changxiang to avoid being tracked by the U.S. police. This freighter was also owned by a Chinese company. Deng Yinan, are you waiting for me? Huang Chaochao was uncertain, but wanted to believe that Deng Yinan was waiting for him because he had done that thing for her, the promise he made. Finally, as time passed, he finally saw the coastline, and tears of excitement welled up on his stubbled face. Fei Changxiang specifically instructed him not to disembark first, but to follow the crew down as a favor for canceling the 100 million contract. After leaving the port, he took a cab to a nearby business hall to buy a mobile phone. He was shocked to find over 100 missed calls. Among them was Supervisor House. But more were from Deng Yinan, including voicemails and text messages. Looking at the messages, he was suddenly stunned and immediately picked up the phone to call. Pick up. Pick up. The phone just wouldn't connect, driving Huang Chaochao crazy. Meanwhile, on a plane about to take off, Deng Yinan ultimately made up her mind to go to the U.S. to see what Huang Chaochao had encountered and why he wouldn't answer the phone. But as the flight attendant reminded her to turn off her phone, a call came in, and upon seeing the contact name, she froze and quickly answered. Hello. Outside the business hall, a young man with a scruffy beard and unkempt hair, dressed in flip-flops, was laughing loudly on the phone. Passers-by looked at him with strange expressions. But he didn't care at all. Then you hurry and get off the plane quick. I'm in mode 2. Okay. I'll listen to you. Huang Chaochao hung up the phone, knowing that Deng Yinan planned to go to the U.S. But the plane was about to take off, and they had agreed to meet at the Bund. Deng Yinan quickly ran out of the airport with her suitcase and immediately hailed a taxi to set off. Master, I'm in a hurry. Please take me there as quickly as possible without speeding. The middle-aged driver glanced at the radiant and slightly flushed Deng Yinan in the rearview mirror and asked, Are you going to meet someone important? However, she was lost in thought, savoring her brief encounter with Huang Chao, feeling as if they had known each other for many years, not understanding why she had such a peculiar feeling. Then hold on tight. After the driver finished speaking, he executed a series of smooth maneuvers and zoomed out of the airport. Huang Chao, however, was a bit speechless, unable to catch a taxi at a critical moment. He saw a message from Deng Yinan on his phone saying she had already exited the airport. Seeing this, he became even more anxious. Finally, after a long wait, a taxi arrived, but it was driven by a young man, which made him a bit reluctant. The young driver noticed Huang Chao's unusual gaze and felt somewhat displeased as well. Should I get in or not? Get in. Huang Chao saw there were no other cars coming, so he had no choice but to enter. Destination, the Bund, the young driver said, in the fastest way possible without speeding, right? How do you know? Huang Chao was puzzled. I got an urgent order in the driver group. It said it was from the international airport to the Bund, just like that. And it's a girl. Hearing this, Huang Chao was stunned. It felt so much like Deng Yinan. Could it be that the girl is coming to see you? The young driver glanced at Huang Chao, who looked unkempt with heavy bags under his eyes, and thought he didn't seem like someone who had a girlfriend. So, He sent a message in the taxi driver group. Master Gua, Master Gua, your urgent order is going to the bund, right? I have an urgent order here too. Also going to the bund. But the young driver said, let's share our locations to see if we're very close. Okay. Deng Yinan didn't know what the driver in front was doing, but the speed was indeed fast. She saw the experienced driver overtaking, slowing down, and shifting gears with superb skill, maintaining a constant speed. The location sharing showed that the two cars were only 5 kilometers apart, but the bund was still quite far away. At that moment, they happened to be waiting at a traffic light, so the young driver turned to ask Huang Chao behind him, hey kid, your girlfriend might be on the street next to you. Are you still going to the bund? Huang Chao was stunned, not understanding, but he saw the location sharing in front. Huh? What? What's your girlfriend's name? Hurry up. Otherwise, once the light turns green, you'll only see her at the next intersection. Whether it's on the elevated ring road or around the corner, we'll see if Master Gua's car has a girlfriend. Deng Yinan. In fact, when Huang Chao said Deng Yinan was his girlfriend, he felt a bit shy because he hadn't confessed after his rebirth, and she wasn't technically his girlfriend. Master Gua, ask the passenger if her name is Deng Yinan. If so, you turn left, and I won't take the elevated ring road, but we'll turn right. We'll meet at the square. The young driver saw that there were only 6 seconds left on the traffic light. 5 seconds. Master Gua's message came in, and the car behind beeped. Yes. The young driver was delighted and immediately turned right, heading to the other side of the street. Finally, they stopped in front of a not-so-tall office building plaza. Huang Chao saw Deng Yinan getting out of the car and heard her say thank you to the driver. The young driver turned to look at him, smiled, and set the fare at 200 yuan, which made him both amused and exasperated. Don't be stingy. If it's someone you like, you have to take the initiative to pursue them. Don't be shy. Otherwise, love is like that traffic light. You might just miss it. Huang Chao willingly paid the fare, then got out of the car, seeing the long-lost Deng Yinan. He didn't know what was happening, but his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Deng Yinan also didn't know what was wrong with her. Seeing Huang Chao's scruffy appearance and heavy eye bags made her feel a bit heartbroken for him. Chapter 14. Did you just spend my 100 million like that? Aren't you going to explain? But heartbroken as she was, she still had to scold him. Deng Yinan thought about Huang Chao spending her 100 million in the U.S. and felt a surge of unnamed anger rising within her. Huang Chao walked over, intending to hug Deng Yinan, with his arms already outstretched. Just as he was about to embrace her, Deng Yinan raised her hand and pinched his ears, pulling them. He was taken aback, but guess what was coming next when he saw the anger in Deng Yinan's eyes? The next moment was Deng Yinan's fury. You didn't even discuss it with me and just spent my 100 million. Your courage is really growing, Huang Chao. The more she thought about it, the harder she pinched. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Huang Chao silently cursed, but her grip was indeed quite strong. Lighten up, really. My ears are going to be gone. Seeing him pleading for mercy, with his ears turning red, she quickly let go, afraid she had really hurt Huang Chao. Seeing his current state, Deng Yinan felt heartbroken again and directly hugged Huang Chao, speaking softly. Who told you to spend it all without saying a word? You deserved it. It's because of that Fei Changxiang, afraid that I would secretly contact you with my phone and possibly get tracked. So he took it away and threw it away. I really didn't mean to do this, Deng Yinan. Huang Chao's eyes looked at Deng Yinan, trying to explain why he didn't answer her calls. She saw the certainty in his gaze and realized he must have encountered something. After hearing his explanation, most of her anger dissipated. Oof. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. While hugging him, she punched his back. Huang Chao, however, hugged her even tighter. Her punches didn't really hurt him. The whole scene was watched by the experienced driver and the young driver. They stood together, watching the happy embrace of Deng Yinan and Huang Chao, discussing it. Master Gua, what happened to this young couple? Who knows? Wait, old Gua, what's wrong? Master Gua saw the young driver seem to have thought of something. When the kid scanned the code, it was indeed a brand new luxury item. I remember it wasn't cheap. Maybe he's really a rich second generation. And I even charged him 200 for it. Damn, you're too impressive. I only made that girl pay 100, and you actually charged 200. You're ruthless. Forget it, forget it. Let's not look anymore. Master Gua saw the young man seeming a bit envious of such love, but as someone who had been through it, he knew that such relationships were rare. Okay, let's take a picture of them and go. They seemed quite well matched. So at the moment when the two were happily embracing, The experienced driver stood behind the young driver and secretly took a photo of their embrace. "Let's go, old Gua." The two drivers drove away, while Huang Chao and Deng Yinan were oblivious. Huang Chao watched Deng Yinan's anger gradually fade and finally felt relieved. In the past, he was most afraid of Deng Yinan, but he knew she was someone who appeared tough but was soft-hearted and someone who couldn't tolerate any nonsense. Seeing her so angry about the 100 million, pulling his ears so hard, he felt he still couldn't leave it like this and had to apologize. "I was wrong, Deng Yinan. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry." Huang Chao wanted to explain about the 100 million. "No need." Huh. Hearing this, he was directly stunned, a feeling of foreboding creeping in. "I know what you're thinking, and I have also deduced your situation after your rebirth, as well as your intention behind buying 100 million worth of living supplies." Thus, Deng Yinan began to elaborate on her guesses, and after hearing it, Huang Chao shifted from feeling ominous to shock. He stared at Deng Yinan with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. "Are you sure you haven't been reborn? Are you sure?" Huang Chaochao emphasized again. "What's wrong? Isn't that the case?" Deng Yinan was still a bit confused. She was just expressing her logical reasoning based on the information she had gathered. "No, that's not it. You're completely right. That's exactly what I think. You're amazing, Deng Yinan." Seeing Huang Chaochao confirm this and give her a thumbs up, Deng Yinan couldn't help but shout, "Am I completely correct in my reasoning?" Wow. Deng Yinan was very grateful and jumped up and down, hugging Huang Chaochao. "Wow, I'm so happy, Huang Chaochao. I really didn't expect my reasoning ability to be this strong." Huang Chaochao agreed, watching Deng Yinan so happy. Huang Chaochao thought that there were still a few billion that she hadn't told her about, and now it was time to tell her. "I have another good piece of news for you." What is it?" Hearing that there was more good news, Deng Yinan stopped her celebration. "You still haven't used up 1 billion. Haven't used it up? What do you mean?" Deng Yinan felt uncertain when she heard this, but she understood what Huang Chaochao was saying. However, that idea seemed a bit unrealistic. "Are you saying that the inheritance is actually $1 billion US? Yes, the inheritance is $1 billion US. After hearing Huang Chaochao's words, Deng Yinan's heart raced and shot up to 140. She validated her unrealistic thought and almost burst with joy. Huang Chaochao saw that Deng Yinan seemed unsteady and was about to fall, so he immediately caught her, only to see tears of excitement streaming from her eyes. Chapter 15. You were reborn. Why did you still choose me? The two of them left the square and went shopping in a store, packaging whatever they saw directly. Deng Yinan bought bags, clothes, and shoes that she had once liked but never dared to buy. Huang Chaochao accompanied her as she shopped, asking the staff to record the addresses and then express ship the items. Eventually, when Deng Yinan got tired from shopping, the two of them lay on the hotel bed, looking at each other. She looked at Huang Chaochao, who had shaved his beard, styled his hair, and changed his clothes, looking completely refreshed and clean, which was the look she liked. "Huang Chaochao, can I ask you a question?" Hearing that Deng Yinan still had questions for him, he immediately shifted a bit closer. "What?" "Go ahead and ask." After pondering for a moment, she expressed her long-standing doubt. "You were reborn, so why did you still choose me? Am I really that good?" Huang Chaochao was taken aback. He hadn't thought about this question and didn't even have an answer. Seeing him silent and deep in thought, Deng Yinan felt a bit worried that her question might lead her to lose this reborn boyfriend. After hearing Huang Chaochao's words, she seemed to understand that this boy in front of her was different from the boyfriend she had not yet broken up with. At that moment, he realized why he still wanted to find Deng Yinan after being reborn. "I want to complete the things we haven't done in our plan. I don't want the people who have hurt you before to hurt you again. For you, it may be the first time, but for me, I have to experience it twice. I don't want the person I like to encounter such things." What plan? After hearing this, Deng Yinan was curious about what kind of plan her future self had made with this boy. "It's the light of travel plan." After hearing this, Deng Yinan looked at Huang Chaochao, a bit confused, and continued to ask what the light of travel plan was. But she heard Huang Chaochao say, "There is too much content. I'll tell you slowly." Upon hearing this, she flipped over and sat on Huang Chaochao, laughing. "Are you going to say it or not? What are you doing? Get down. Hurry up." "No." "Deng Yinan, don't you think this is embarrassing?" Huang Chaochao's face turned red, and he started to feel hot. Little Chaochao, you're thinking in the wrong direction. Deng Yinan noticed Huang Chaochao's blush, but she also felt embarrassed, yet there was no way to back down. She could only use her secret weapon. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Huang Chaochao burst into laughter. I was wrong, I beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. Until Huang Chaochao laughed, until he had no strength left, he finally told her the first thing about the light of travel plan. After quietly hearing what Huang Chaochao said, she was instantly stunned. Is this the first thing about the light of travel plan? That's right. She looked at Huang Chaochao's smiling eyes and then fell directly onto the bed, feeling very confused inside. Will my future self be this childish? Doing such things is so embarrassing. She immediately covered her face with her hands. Let's go, are you going or not? She peeked at Huang Chaochao, through her fingers, and thought for a moment. Let us go, why not? Let's go now, it's just in time for the evening. The two of them put on their phones and wallets, left the Peace Hotel, and then took a taxi to the first stop of the light of travel plan, the cinema. That's right, it was to watch a movie in the cinema. When they arrived at the cinema to choose a film, they found that the only options at this time were the romance film Love You, Miss You, We Must Be Together, and the post-apocalyptic film Satellite Home. Which one to choose? She asked Huang Chaochao. The female ticket seller glanced at the two of them, saw they were a couple, and recommended, choose the romance film Love You, Miss You, We Must Be Together. This is the second youth romance film by the new director Subuji. It's very suitable for couples to watch together. Moreover, this romance film screening hall is different from other screening halls. The female ticket seller emphasized the words screening hall, as if hinting at something. Different? What's different? She looked at the ticket seller, wanting to get a very precise answer from her. Suddenly, another couple came behind them, and the female ticket seller enthusiastically attended to them, followed by another couple. Which one to choose? She looked at Huang Chaochao. Let's choose this one. After all, you haven't broken up with your current boyfriend yet, so it's not good. Huang Chaochao thought to himself, but he also found his actions and words quite strange. After he said this, Deng Yinan stared at him for several seconds. All right, I'll listen to you. We'll choose this one. When he heard this, he felt a bit disappointed. But then he heard Deng Yinan say, I broke up with him. It was a default breakup, and his profile picture has been changed to a photo with his first love. Huang Chaochao was directly stunned. He clearly remembered that the breakup time was not this time. Let's go. Let us buy tickets for Satellite Home. Satellite Home is a post-apocalyptic themed film that tells the story of a group of young people fighting against the apocalypse crisis and the zombie virus together. That's right, just by the name, it sounds like a bad film. However, sounds of admiration occasionally came from the screening hall. After watching for a while, Huang Chaochao felt it was boring. Deng Yinan was also feeling drowsy, so she leaned on Huang Chaochao's shoulder. Leaning like this made Huang Chaochao feel an inexplicable joy inside. If I had known, I might as well have gone to watch the romance film. This director is really disappointing. What is he filming? Huang Chaochao complained. Isn't it? MHM. Actually, do you know? The real zombie virus is much more terrifying than this. The immune system collapses and disintegrates, directly controlling the central nervous system. And people really live like walking corpses, half able to control their bodies to move and half unable to control them. Moreover, they are really cruel and will devour each other, and devouring will enhance strength and change the core of their forms. In just a few days, they can grow into a giant monster. Of course, I also saw this in a report from the US. Someone discovered a third-generation Bravza virus mutant that could slowly turn people into zombies. But as long as medication is used, it can still control the replication of the virus within the body and prevent human mutation. Anyway, I've seen all kinds of zombies, bizarre and strange, including flying combination zombies. In the future, this virus is truly terrifying, unlike what the movie director portrayed. There simply isn't enough time for you. A moment's carelessness could turn you into a meal for mutated zombies. So, at this time, human nature is really unimaginable and cannot withstand the test. Self-sacrificing acts are truly rare. The voices of the two discussing how poorly the movie was made grew louder, and the people in the front row stopped watching the film, starting to listen to the strange man in the back talk about zombies. Huang Chaochao became more and more excited as he spoke, and more people turned to look. At that moment, Deng Yinan, who was leaning on his shoulder, sensed something was off and gently poked him with her finger, softly reminding him, "Do you want everyone to know that you're my reborn boyfriend?" Chapter 16. The early arrival of the Blaza virus. Hearing Deng Yinan's soft voice speaking in his ear made his ears itch, but deep down, he wished for it to happen more often because it felt nice. The two cuddled up, quietly mocking the movie while finishing watching Satellite Home. Looking at Deng Yinan leaning against him and thinking about the numbers on his bank card, everything seemed to be as he had predicted, and he was filled with hope for the future. A taxi took them to the entrance of the Peace Hotel, and Deng Yinan lazily asked Huang Chaochao to carry her. So he did, walking toward the elevator. As they entered the elevator, just as he was about to press the close button, someone rushed over, asking him to wait a moment. He quickly pressed the open button again. After the person entered, they thanked him and pressed the button for the fourth floor, but then coughed. He noticed that this person was dressed in a suit and wearing a mask on a hot day. Why wear a mask on such a hot day? He didn't think much of it, and then the elevator reached their floor, and he carried Deng Yinan out. Just as the doors were about to close, he suddenly heard a series of violent and frequent coughs coming from the elevator, and as the doors closed, the sound disappeared. However, that familiar coughing sound suddenly made Huang Chaochao's hair stand on end, and he did not move his feet. Could it be that the rebirth caused the virus to manifest early? Huang Chaochao couldn't think too much. Carrying Deng Yinan, he immediately went to his room. Deng Yinan, what's wrong? She rubbed her drowsy eyes. Having heard Huang Chaochao calling her, she was feeling sleepy. What's wrong? Hurry up and pack your things. We need to leave here. She was a bit confused but felt tired and didn't want to move. Pack your things, we're going to Funan. She felt the world spinning at that moment. Being carried by Huang Chaochao, swaying to and fro, nearly dizzy. However, she became much more alert. She was a bit unhappy and frowned. She watched Huang Chaochao explaining while packing, and he even wrote a note to leave on the bedside table. Didn't you say I was the reborn one? Now, the biggest crisis may have arrived early. The first generation of the apocalypse virus Blaza has already invaded our city. I just didn't expect it to be in Magic City. I don't know if we've been infected, but we need to leave this hotel immediately. Right now, she saw Huang Chaochao was very anxious, looking like he wasn't lying at all, but she also doubted whether the so-called Blaza virus was really that terrifying. Let's go, Huang Chaochao shouted loudly, which made her a bit unhappy, and her mouth pouted. Seeing this, Huang Chaochao felt a headache, knowing his tone was wrong. Deng Yinan. This is really dangerous. I didn't mean to shout at you. I've experienced despair once, and I don't want you to go through such pain, really. She knew Huang Chaochao wouldn't lie to her, and seeing his anxious emotion, she also felt his fear. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and run. She took Huang Chaochao's hand, carrying her things, and left the hotel room. They didn't even take the elevator, directly going down the stairs and leaving the Peace Hotel. She saw Huang Chaochao buying masks at a pharmacy while calling for many taxis, offering high prices to go to Jinling. The cars arrived, and after screening through them for about 20 minutes, they finally chose one he deemed reliable and got in. He also gave a small red envelope to each of the waiting taxi drivers to apologize. The more than 10 taxi drivers watched the two leave and began discussing. Is this young guy sick? Who knows the thoughts of the rich, but since they offered money, it's not a wasted wait. They dispersed. However, one taxi driver shared this incident in his group, even taking a photo and sending a voice message. Everyone, I encountered something very interesting today. A young couple called for a car late at night and summoned more than 20 taxis, saying they needed to rush to Jinling immediately. Then they picked one. But you know, in the end, the guy actually gave each driver 100. Although only about 20 were not chosen, he handed out over 2,000 in total. After sending the voice message, he also sent a photo he took showing Huang Chaochao wearing a mask, holding Deng Yinan's hand, carrying things while scrutinizing the eyes of one driver. Master Guo looked at the picture with interest, but it felt particularly familiar. He directly messaged the driver who sent the voice message, asking him to elaborate on the two young people. At the door of room 8408 in the Peace Hotel, a young female hotel attendant was holding something and ringing the doorbell. The door opened, but she was immediately taken inside, the item she was carrying falling to the ground as the door was slammed shut. In the dark room, the female attendant was pinned down, feeling a bit embarrassed. She said, "Guest, you can't do this." The man sniffed, feeling like a dog, continuously inhaling the scent from the female attendant. No, the female attendant sensed something was wrong. Feeling the strength increasing, she saw the guest pressing her down in the dark room, and a flash of pale light crossed his eyes. She was terrified, as that gaze resembled that of an animal, and she began to scream for help. But soon, the sound disappeared. Master Guo learned from taxi driver Lao Zhang that the two young people had just come out of the hotel, and it was mainly the boy who was doing the screening, asking various questions and looking into the eyes of the taxi drivers as if checking their health status. But driver Lao Zhang complained that he was healthy, so why wasn't he chosen? At that moment, a customer nearby coughed a couple of times, which was also recorded in the voice message sent to the driver group. Master Guo felt that the actions of the two young people were strange, but with his years of experience, he sensed something different. He immediately called the young driver, Wan Muchuan. "Hey Lao, what's up?" "I'm driving." The young driver Wan Muchuan asked, "There's something I need to tell you. Did you see the messages in the driver group? It's about what Lao Zhang posted." The young driver Wan Muchuan didn't know what it was about, as he hadn't seen it at all. "Take a look. I sensed something unusual," Master was said. If it were anyone else, he might not have cared, but Lao Guo had helped him many times. So he quickly dropped off the passenger at their destination and found a place to park, listening to the messages in the group. Chapter 17. Creating a butterfly effect. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao, wearing masks, snuggled up together in the back seat of the taxi. The driver glanced at them, feeling it was very strange that they were leaving the hotel late at night to go to Jinling. Their behavior, words, and expressions were all peculiar. Reflecting on the various interactions they had, an unspoken feeling emerged, as if they were fleeing. The driver's heart tightened. He didn't know what they had encountered and could only wait until he dropped them off to investigate the departure point. Now, he was driving at full speed on the city expressway, expecting to reach the exit of their destination soon. In the back seat, Deng Yinan was awakened by the cold wind. She sat up and looked at the anxious Huang Chaochao, unsure of how to ask him anything since the driver was in front, and she didn't know if her words would cause social panic. Huang Chaochao noticed she was awake and asked if she felt unwell, to which she shook her head slightly and looked seriously at him. "No, if I have something, I'll tell you right away." "Okay, Chaochao, look at how worried you are." After saying that, Deng Yinan playfully pinched Huang Chaochao's nose. This affectionate gesture suddenly left Huang Chaochao stunned because it felt so familiar. How could he not worry? There was only one Deng Yinan in the world. Hearing Huang Chaochao say that made her realize how much he valued her. Thinking about how he packed up and checked out the moment he sensed something was off. Just because of a cough, it was as if he wanted to protect himself in every way possible. Such a series of actions would seem crazy to an ordinary person. And thinking of the 20 taxis, she had a different view. "Let me ask you, did you deliberately call over 20 taxis?" Deng Yinan saw the surprised expression on his face upon hearing her question and smiled, knowing her deduction was correct. "Sure enough, you did it on purpose." From this, Deng Yinan felt even more that he was a considerate person, a kind-hearted person. He wouldn't selfishly enjoy the blessings brought by his rebirth. Previously, she worried that if she relied entirely on his memories of rebirth in the future, would he abandon her when he no longer needed her? If that were the case, she would feel passive and didn't want to encounter such a person, entrusting her entire future to him. She would rather perish in a future apocalypse. She felt fortunate that her reborn boyfriend acted this way. But Huang Chaochao was unaware of Deng Yinan's inner thoughts. He simply felt that since he had been reborn, he needed to give others benefits in return for an equivalent exchange. He also raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep quiet. Deng Yinan smiled, realizing Huang Chaochao had done a good deed, which would lead to two consequences. However, how that consequence would produce a butterfly effect was unknown. In the blink of an eye, the car arrived at a new place, Jinling. Huang Chaochao got out and deliberately told the taxi driver, "Don't spread what we discussed. The high price I'm giving you is a means of keeping it confidential, understand?" Taxi driver Master Zhang nodded, took the money, and hurriedly left, not stopping. He felt his guess was likely correct. The behavior of these two wealthy young people hinted at something unusual. Turning around, he posted about their situation in the driver group. Upon seeing this news, the group members immediately jumped in. "Just now, this driver had sent a payment screenshot. Is this my order?" Did you accept this? Wow. For 1,000. Are people really that foolish with money? Oh my god, what's going on? Old Zhang, hurry up and tell us how you got this order. After finishing, Master Zhang sent a voice message. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Is something big about to happen in the Magic City? Really? I'm feeling anxious right now, especially this late at night. This matter slowly fermented in the taxi groups of the Magic City, not just in Master Guo's group. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan were waiting in the suburbs. She looked at Huang Chaochao's expression and knew he had called for 20 more taxis. However, she agreed with Huang Chaochao's actions because someone like him wouldn't abandon her when problems arose in the future. Similarly, the 20 taxis required that the drivers had not worked recently, had good driving skills, and were not fatigued. Thus, another taxi driver was confirmed to drive from Jinling to the suburbs of another provincial capital. During the journey from Jinling to Silver City, they repeated this 3 times and finally arrived in Silver City at 3:30 in the afternoon the next day. When the two got out of the car, they looked at the large roundabout in Silver City, breathed in the fresh air, and felt incredibly refreshed. Just as Huang Chaochao cheered, he looked at Deng Yinan and saw her suddenly cough. This action startled him, and he immediately went to support Deng Yinan. What's wrong? She saw that Huang Chaochao was panicking upon hearing her cough, but didn't run away. She knew her test had succeeded. No, I did it on purpose to see if you'd react. Hearing Deng Yinan's implication, he immediately got angry and said unhappily, "How could you, Deng Yinan, trick me?" He turned his head and walked away. She knew he was upset. Seeing him about to leave, she hurriedly caught up and hugged him, not letting him go, and softly said, "I'm sorry, Chaochao. Don't be upset, okay?" When she saw him glance at her, she suddenly smiled again. Knowing he wasn't completely angry, she realized she had gone too far with her joke and grabbed Huang Chaochao's hand, shaking it as she tried to act cute to make him not angry. Saying gently again, "Really, I know I was wrong, Chaochao." Looking at Deng Yinan's cute expression, it was the first time he had seen it. The anger in his heart had long dissipated, but in reality, he wasn't that angry. Seeing Deng Yinan rush over to apologize, he had already calmed down, but pretended to say, "It's not that simple." "Ah, then what do you want?" Deng Yinan saw Huang Chaochao was still not willing to let it go and regretted testing him like this. "Promise me one thing." "What is it?" Huang Chaochao thought for a moment, looked around, and felt it was inappropriate. So he changed his words. "Let's change places to discuss it." "Okay." But before Deng Yinan could finish, she suddenly started coughing. Cough, 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 cough. She covered her mouth, but when she removed her hand, she noticed a red star-shaped spot of blood on it. Huang Chaochao thought she was doing it on purpose again. But when he saw her staring at her hand in panic, he immediately took her hand and saw a bright red spot in her palm. At that moment, his mind went blank. Chapter 18. Others infected with the virus. I awaken my abilities looking at the star-shaped blood spot in Deng Yinan's hand. He truly didn't know what to do. He didn't want to experience that pain again after his rebirth, whether it was for Deng Yinan or for himself. Deng Yinan saw Huang Chaochao staring blankly while holding her hand tightly. She also looked at the blood spot in her palm and seemed to understand what was happening. It was the apocalypse virus blaza that her reborn boyfriend had mentioned countless times. The first generation was dangerous, the second was aggressive, and the third mutated. If lucky, it could be intercepted in the third generation, but if unlucky, one would be eroded by the virus and turn into a zombie. She had heard him say that the strongest virus was still abroad and not in the country. It's okay. She used a firm tone to shake off Huang Chaochao's grip. But when she saw he didn't let go and suddenly had tears streaming down his face, she couldn't help but ask, "Really? Is it that serious?" "It's just a simple cough. I promise it's nothing." She also sensed Huang Chaochao's anxious emotions. "Let's go." Huang Chaochao immediately hailed a cab to take them to the Central Hospital of Silver City and then registered for the infectious disease department. While waiting in line, she felt that Huang Chaochao beside her looked like he had lost his soul. She leaned on Huang Chaochao's shoulder and whispered, "Thank you, Huang Chaochao, for letting me meet you." Hearing Deng Yinan say this made him even more restless. He immediately hugged Deng Yinan tightly. Just a moment ago, he was lamenting his rebirth and feeling helpless about Deng Yinan's infection, thinking he could only watch helplessly. But now, hearing her say that, He clearly remembered that no matter what, they still had half a year to eradicate it. Now that he has money, he doesn't believe that spending all of it won't cure her. Finally, it was her turn, and Huang Chaochao accompanied her inside. "Hello, what do you feel unwell?" The doctor asked. "It's like this, she has a viral infection. Now, she has coughing. In a few days, she will sweat. Then there will be chills and pain, and then shaking. Do you have any way to treat it? Are you sure you have a viral infection? Are you not joking?" He had lived for over 50 years and had never encountered such a problem. But the boy's next action shocked him. "In that case, please give me your private payment package. I'll transfer you 10,000. Then, hey, what are you doing?" Hearing this, she softly interrupted Huang Chaochao, apologized to the doctor, and pulled him out of the ward. In the corridor, she was a bit unhappy. She didn't want things to be like this. She thought it was just a simple cough and that he was being overly cautious, making her feel paranoid now. "Why did you pull me out?" Huang Chaochao was already anxious. He couldn't think straight and just wanted to get help from the doctor who understood the situation. "I don't want treatment. Maybe I don't even have an infection. You're too nervous." Hearing this, he understood the meaning behind Deng Yinan's words. She was annoyed by him. "Do you know what infection means? I would spend all my money to cure you. But all the money is mine, right? If I want to treat you, I will. If I don't want to, I won't." Deng Yinan was somewhat agitated and resistant. Once the words were out, she realized she shouldn't have said that and regretted it. When he heard her say this, he felt the tower he had built in his heart collapse because of this one sentence from Deng Yinan. "Huh, hee." Huang Chaochao's voice was low and filled with derision. Hearing his cold snicker, she felt a bit scared, watching his head slowly lift, his eyes suddenly turning red. "So this is how you see me, right? Fine. Here is your card back." Huang Chaochao held back his tears, found a black card from his wallet, and placed it in her hand. Seeing her weakly not wanting to take it, he directly held her hand tightly and said loudly, "Take it. From now on, walk your own path and live your life well." For some reason, she suddenly felt short of breath and felt a sharp pain in her heart. The scene in front of her became blurry at times and clear at others. She turned to look at the angrily leaving Huang Chaochao, only able to see his blurred figure. She took a few steps and used all her strength to shout Huang Chaochao's name. Huang Chaochao. He was very angry. He felt that after his rebirth, he had not been valued by her, and everything he did meant nothing in her eyes. What's wrong with this girl? He was startled and quickened his pace, rushing over to catch Deng Yinan, who was about to fall. "Deng Yinan, Deng Yinan, wake up, don't scare me." Huang Chaochao saw Deng Yinan not responding no matter how he shook her and was almost dying of anxiety. He immediately ran to knock on Dr. Han's door. "Doctor." Han opened the door and, seeing that the girl had fainted, quickly called for the emergency room doctors. Just like that, Huang Chaochao carried Deng Yinan to the emergency room. And once inside, the rescue began immediately. Outside, Huang Chaochao sat there anxiously. He looked at the black card and quickly told himself not to be so agitated. While internally praying, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, please show mercy and save her. Don't let her leave so early, okay? Yama, are you lacking year-end bonuses? As long as you spare Deng Yinan, I will find someone to burn a few 100 million in year-end bonuses for you. Please don't take her, really. I beg you." Inside the emergency room, Deng Yinan felt like she was in a maze of stars. She didn't know where to go because she was surrounded by darkness. She felt like she was being transported by some fluid, constantly branching and rotating. And she couldn't control herself, only able to be taken away by this fluid to a place she didn't know. Not knowing how long this went on, she was about to faint when she saw a light appear in front of her, along with the sound of water. Finally, the light got closer, and she felt herself sliding quickly towards it. Plop! She fell into a transparent liquid, but she didn't feel suffocated. This water was breathable. When she saw the light waves swimming above, she swam up, finally breaking the surface and seeing what it looked like. A sky full of stars, smooth, transparent walls, and breathable water. She woke up but found the emergency room empty. The lights were off, and other doctors had left the emergency room, including Dr. Han. Huang Chaochao rushed over when he saw the situation and asked what was going on, but saw Dr. Han shake his head at him. Seeing this gesture, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow. "No, this can't be." Chapter 19, The Gifted Her and the Useless Me Doctor. Han didn't know how to comfort this young man. He had seen many life and death separations, and seeing how much this young man cherished his girlfriend moved him. You can go see her. Huang Chaochao was already hollow. He glanced at the emergency room, and everyone who should have come out had come out. Why? Why can't I save her even after being reborn? Watching her leave me again. Huang Chaochao's heart shifted from despair to anger. He strongly believed that Deng Yinan could not just suddenly pass away like this. He also didn't believe that he hadn't died before his rebirth, but now she was dead. If it was because of his rebirth that she encountered the Bravaza virus early, then it could only be said to be fate. As he walked towards the emergency room, he felt the entire space quiet down, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat thumping in his chest and the slow footsteps echoing in his ears. No, she wouldn't leave me like this. We haven't even gotten married. Haven T had children, and there are still so many unfinished things waiting for us to do. The journey of light cannot just end like this at the very beginning. He desperately tried to convince himself. When he reached the door, he stopped, tears falling from his eyes, dripping onto the ground. Deng Yinan, whoa, what are you crying about? Little Chaochao, you little crybaby. Deng Yinan's voice suddenly appeared in his ear. He looked up suddenly, discovering that the door had opened at some point, and a girl in surgical scrubs was smiling and standing in front of him. This girl is Deng Yinan, right? Huang Chaochao saw her standing in front of him. Not believing it, rubbed his eyes, and found it was indeed her. He instantly became overjoyed, hugging Deng Yinan and starting to spin around. I'm so happy, Deng Yinan. Deng Yinan, being spun around by Huang Chaochao, felt a bit dizzy and could only softly say, put me down. You're making me dizzy. Hearing this, Huang Chaochao immediately stopped, looking at her for any signs of discomfort. Are you okay? Is there any other situation? Do you need to be checked again? No. She repeatedly assured him twice, glanced at her surroundings, and then pulled him to leave the emergency room immediately. Heading to the corridor, and then the two left the hospital. Little Chaochao, I want to eat something, Deng Yinan said. He looked at Deng Yinan, who seemed fine, and realized they had come out of the hospital just to eat, but to be honest, he felt quite hungry too. Just like that, they went to a very interesting place, a hotel. Then they ordered a pair of delicacies to their room through takeout. He stared at Deng Yinan, who had a significantly increased appetite, stunned. What is going on? Is she really Deng Yinan? Deng Yinan naturally noticed his confusion. Then he sat down, ate while talking, and even handed a fried chicken leg to Huang Chaochao, starting a question and answer mode. Do you think I look very abnormal right now? Yes. Do you find it unbelievable? Yes. Am I Deng Yinan? It should be Deng Yinan. I have awakened my supernatural abilities because of you, Huang Chaochao. Huang Chaochao was stunned for 2 seconds, then went speechless. Don't believe it? After saying that, he raised his hand and made the fried chicken bucket disappear. In the next second, it appeared in the curved wall space she had seen before and fell onto a small island in the sea of breath. On the island was a lounge chair, where a small Deng Yinan lay, just catching the fried chicken bucket that had just entered the curved wall space. Huang Chaochao was stunned, looking around, but found nothing, then pulled Deng Yinan's hand to check. Where did it go? Where did you disappear to? He saw Deng Yinan looking at him with a mischievous smile and then snapped his fingers, taking away the fried chicken bucket from the small Deng Yinan's hands. Voices of curses came from the island in the sea of breath. Humph. Deng Yinan, you stinky master. Just like that, the fried chicken bucket appeared in front of him out of thin air. After 2 seconds of silence, Huang Chaochao suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, awesome. He realized that Deng Yinan had contracted the virus, but had inadvertently become someone who awakened supernatural powers. She had come back to life, awakening the talent of super strength and the curved wall space. Although the space was small and her super strength wasn't extraordinary, this ability was just slightly stronger than a national-level athlete. She had single-handedly broken an ashtray, compensating the hotel 50 yuan, put all the unfinished food into the curved wall space, punched through the floor, leaving people downstairs wondering what happened, for which he had to pay. And after spinning him around for a minute, he was completely dizzy. He understood that this future girlfriend of his, Deng Yinan, had indeed awakened her talent for super strength and the curved wall space. He felt dizzy and said to Deng Yinan, can you infect me too? I want to awaken supernatural powers as well. No, Deng Yinan refused. Why not? I'm not sure if the Blaza virus you mentioned can also give you supernatural powers. But I feel that this virus is indeed very strange. Some people mutate, while others awaken. I think we shouldn't try blindly. What do you think? Besides, I feel I can protect you now, little Chaochao. Deng Yinan raised her small fist. Huang Chaochao looked at the countless shadows of fists in front of him, feeling that what she said made sense. If he didn't handle it well and turned into a zombie, wouldn't the end result be that she would punch him to death? No. He immediately dismissed this forced thought, deciding to protect himself and leave safety to her. This was indeed what Huang Chaochao thought. But he was also afraid that if a greater disaster came one day, she wouldn't abandon him because of his limited abilities. It wasn't that he didn't trust Deng Yinan, but he feared becoming a burden, a liability dragging her down. However, there was another thought in his heart. He didn't want to be Deng Yinan's burden. He wanted to become stronger, even if he didn't awaken supernatural powers. That was his rebirth consciousness. Thus, the two began to discuss the next step in their plan. Huang Chaochao's suggestion was to speed up stockpiling supplies. He also planned to go to Mengli Company Limited to modify the purchase contract to obtain more survival resources in a shorter time. He told Deng Yinan that the crises that would arise in the future were not one-sided but global disasters. Even if the domestic situation was safe, the virus's arrival was earlier than before his rebirth. He didn't know if it was because of his rebirth that time changed, or if it was originally this early but just hadn't been discovered. By the time it was truly discovered, it would already be too late to stop the impending disaster. Deng Yinan agreed with this approach and then confirmed a plan. The plan was named the Light Travel Plan. Chapter 20. Speeding up stockpiling for survival. The second matter of the Light Future Plan was to speed up the stockpiling of supplies for survival. The first batch of goods from Mengli Company Limited also notified Deng Yinan via text. Your first batch of goods has arrived at the corresponding warehouse and needs to be picked up. You can go to get the key. After the two obtained the key, they let the warehouse manager leave. Deng Yinan turned on the lights and looked at 20 million in living supplies, stacked 5 stories high in 5 warehouses. Looking at the full supplies, Deng Yinan felt slightly reassured and didn't mind the trouble, transferring items from one warehouse to the curved wall space one by one, seeing the supplies continuously falling from above in the curved wall space. Deng Yinan happily picked them up, busily and joyfully working. Huang Chaochao was amazed that such a large warehouse of supplies disappeared in the blink of an eye. And while feeling surprised, he also felt a sense of stability and satisfaction. After collecting these goods, they would wait for subsequent shipments to arrive. On one hand was the impending apocalypse, and on the other were former colleagues and superiors. After Deng Yinan finished collecting from the last warehouse, she noticed his suspicious look and asked, "Is something wrong?" She glanced at the time and asked him if there were various large food processing factories and other materials like medical supplies in Fubei. Yes, the company I work for knows many large food, pharmaceutical, and fresh produce companies. Hearing this, Huang Chaochao understood Deng Yinan's intention and said, "That's perfect. A trip to Fubei will serve 2 purposes. What do you think?" She thought this idea was great, as it perfectly matched both the need for connections and the acquisition of necessary materials. Sure, I think large companies' quality is more guaranteed. The two hit it off. He called 20 more people, saying they were going to the provincial city, hadn't visited a big city recently, and had limited contacts with high transportation costs. In the back seat of the car, the two began discussing what identity to use to meet the company. The driver in front had been eavesdropping on their discussion. He thought to himself, what are these 2 young people up to? Are they trying to commit fraud? Am I not aiding and abetting a crime? No. They were discussing big companies and how to transport goods. They must be up to something illegal. I'll drive straight to the police station. Yes, that's what I'll do. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao discussed this plan and laughed. You think this is feasible too, right? After hearing his entire plan, Deng Yinan felt it was interesting. They could quickly find the source factories for all-star companies, establish cooperation, and complete the stockpiling of supplies. But the taxi driver felt uneasy upon hearing this, thinking, since they have already confirmed their plan, I need to hurry. The car sped along the highway, heading towards the next destination in the suburbs of the provincial city as specified by the two. After getting off the highway, the driver glanced at the two. He was supposed to turn left, but the taxi went straight. After passing a traffic light, Huang Chaochao felt something was off. This route didn't seem to lead to the suburbs, but to the city center. He nudged Deng Yinan slightly. She sensed the slight bump and the hint of movement and understood immediately. A glance exchanged between the two seemed to reach a conclusion. Could it be that the driver was a robber? Huang Chaochao raised his eyebrows. It's possible. Deng Yinan nodded slightly. Wait, I'll handle him. Deng Yinan made a gesture with her thumb across her neck, which the driver saw and was startled, thinking, this pair of young fraudsters. What are they planning to do to me? Or is it that they discover my idea of reporting to the police? Feeling uneasy, Master Yi slammed the accelerator, locked the car window, and both Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were pressed into the back seat by inertia. With Master Yi's exceptional driving skills, Deng and Huang felt a bit dizzy as they ran countless red lights and arrived at the police station. After stopping, Master Yi saw the gate and immediately told the guard, "Open the door quickly." Just then, the traffic police who were chasing the taxi also arrived. Thus, taxi driver Master Yi, Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan, and the traffic police officer all met at the entrance hall of the district police station in the provincial capital. 3 police officers were also present to record the situation. The deputy captain of the economic investigation team, thinking that a significant economic fraud case had occurred, hurried down with his team. What exactly is going on? He asked the 2 young people. Uncle Police, we really didn't do anything wrong. It's him who thinks we are doing bad things. Deng Yinan replied, showing the deputy captain a group photo taken with a policewoman back in their hometown where they had just captured a robber. The photo included the 3 of them and the policewoman in the middle. After comparing, he confirmed it was indeed these 2. However, he still had doubts. What exactly is the situation? The guard said it was the taxi driver who brought in 2 people suspected of major economic fraud. But these 2 had just captured an escaped robber, which was common knowledge within the police network, stating that the 2 young ones had successfully used their wits to apprehend him. Upon seeing this situation, the taxi driver was also confused, but he firmly believed in his judgment. No, it just made a throat-slitting gesture. I saw it. Boo, police comrades, don't be fooled by the appearance of these 2 kids. At that moment, the traffic police officer chimed in. Master Yi, your car was speeding and ran 5 red lights. Your license can be revoked. You'll have to pay a fine too. Seeing the fine amount on the ticket, Master Yi felt dizzy. A good deed turned into a fine. Chapter 21. The official launch of the butterfly plan. Master Yi watched as his car was towed from the police station to the nearby traffic police brigade. Life had taken a drastic turn, right before his eyes. With a hefty administrative penalty notice in hand and his license revoked, he felt like his life had collapsed, and a midlife crisis hit him instantly. The sight of his ruined situation made him squat down and cry. Deng Yinan, seeing his small figure, couldn't help but think of her middle-aged parents. She glanced at Huang Chaochao. Should they show compassion and help him out? You're asking me. I know nothing about human affairs, but I do have a couple of schemes. Huang Chaochao wore an expression that seemed to say the old driver deserved it for meddling. She shot Huang Chaochao a glare. Upon reconsidering the benefits of the butterfly plan, she decided it needed to be prioritized. It was essential to let its wings flap to alert the Ministry of National Defense of Huang to cope with the sudden apocalyptic crisis, buying more time for herself, Huang Chaochao, their families, and many others. Therefore, she approached the old man and shared her thoughts. Uncle, would you be willing to be the head of the butterfly plan? Yi, who did not understand her meaning. Huang Chaochao explained it to him. After some thought, Yihu agreed and informed his wife and children that he had a task to head north. Thus, the plan officially commenced. As the head of the butterfly plan, Yihu teamed up with the taxi drivers to comprehensively implement the butterfly plan. For every trip to another city, he would earn a commission of 500 plus travel expenses. Thus began the cross-province butterfly plan. The 3 of them parted ways from the suburbs of Fubei province. Deng and Huang arrived at Quanjing Company. Before coming here, Huang Chaochao had already informed her supervisor, Manager Hao, via phone that a distinguished guest was arriving and explained why she had been away for so long. She was negotiating business. Manager Hao was naturally pleased, thinking Huang Chaochao had been slacking but was pleasantly surprised. She anxiously waited as the elevator dinged on her floor. Ding! The doors opened, and a relatively fashionable woman stepped out, her clothes not revealing any brand but possessing an indescribable aura. She compared herself to the woman and felt she couldn't compete. This young woman was probably the distinguished guest Huang Chaochao mentioned. Huang Chaochao gestured, and Manager Hao happily led the way. The two vice presidents of the company had naturally been waiting in the conference room. The meeting immediately began regarding the contract for purchasing 300 million worth of goods. And Huang Chaochao introduced Deng Yinan. This Ms. Deng is the niece of a wealthy black tea merchant from Yincheng City, and she has established a large chain supermarket in Yincheng City, aiming to create an economic ecosystem. She needs our company as an intermediary to negotiate good quality medicines, clothing and shoes, freshly picked fruits and vegetables, prepared dishes from 3-star hotels, solar equipment, and heavy vehicles. Oh, and cooked rice. The two vice presidents exchanged puzzled glances at Huang Chaochao's mention of cooked rice. Deng Yinan clearly noticed their strange looks and stood up directly, asking, "Is there a problem?" The two vice presidents awkwardly smiled, feeling frustrated inside. Wealthy people's ideas are truly bizarre. Perhaps that's why they are so rich. I will provide you with a detailed list of what we need, how much, and how about a commission fee of 6 million, Deng Yinan stated. Upon hearing this, both vice presidents stood up in shock, as did Manager Hao. "Okay, we can serve you right now," the previous vice president immediately said, never having been so excited before. Thus, Deng Yinan directly swiped her card for the 6 million commission fee, completing all her perceived needs for supplies and the steel giant house module assembly she envisioned. All of this needed to be confirmed before tonight, and everything should be organized and packaged in the warehouse within 2 days. Otherwise, the commission would be halved. This agreement startled the two vice presidents and the company's upper management. They didn't know what this wealthy merchant's niece was aiming for. And since it was entrusted to them, they didn't ask further. Naturally, Ms. Deng informed Huang Chaochao via phone that she would wait for him downstairs while he finalized matters at the company, saying goodbye to the city of Hubei province and her colleagues. Huang Chaochao stood in Manager Hao's office. Manager Hao kept saying that he had a bright future, that he was lucky now, and praised him in various ways, hoping he would continue to work hard. She was happy and then prepared to assign him a task. Seeing Manager Hao busy, he suddenly felt emotional. Sister Hao, calling out her name, snapped her back to reality from her busyness. She looked at Huang Chaochao, standing straight, seemingly wanting to say something. So, she put down the documents in her hands, sat down, and looked at him. "If you have something to say, just say it." Huang Chaochao thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and felt that his bond with the company colleagues had come to an end. "I want to resign." "Ah. No, you're doing well, and you just signed a big deal. The commission fee definitely has your share. Why do you want to resign?" She had not expected Huang Chaochao to want to resign. "It's not for any other reason. I may not be able to tell you the reason. As for the commission fee, let it be a benefit for all the legal department staff and distribute it at the end of the month." She watched as Huang Chaochao bowed and bid farewell. She didn't know what to do. Before leaving, Huang Chaochao handed her a note and said to open it after he left. Watching him leave, she opened the note left by Huang Chaochao, which read, "Dear Supervisor Hao, Sister Hao, thank you for your constant care. After so many years of being single, many colleagues have speculated whether there is something wrong with you, calling you the old witch, and I have called you that too. Now that I think about it, that shouldn't be the case, and I apologize." After reading it, she looked down from the top floor at Huang Chaochao walking hand in hand with a girl named Deng Yinan. Their behavior, along with the note he left, hinted at something unusual. Could it be that he received guidance from some extraordinary person and that there would be major changes in the future? Thus, Supervisor Hao took out her phone and dialed a number for the company's higher-ups. "Hello, I have something to report." Supervisor Hao displayed a different level of respect than before. "Speak." A cold voice came from the other end. "I hope the upper management closely monitors the supernatural phenomena appearing in Magic City, as well as potential anomalies abroad." Huang Chaochao and the girl named Deng Yinan seem to be in a romantic relationship. The contract for 3 billion in living supplies includes many essential goods for survival, which is very suspicious in peacetime. I hope the upper management pays close attention and takes appropriate measures. Chapter 22. The ability of Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao chose to visit the night market in Fubei, wanting to see the bustling streets and lively scenes before the apocalypse arrived. They arrived at the famous Chuhan Street, watching the flow of people as they walked side by side. Tell me about the future world. We've been through so much, but I've never heard you speak seriously about it, except for when you said you came from the future and were reborn. Hearing Deng Yinan's thoughts, he initially wanted to hold her hand, but quickly put it behind his back. He also wanted to seriously share with Deng Yinan what he had experienced so she could truly understand him. If you want to hear it, let's talk while we walk. Okay, Deng Yinan agreed. The you I knew before was my neighbor when I rented a place. We didn't see each other often, only occasionally running into one another. Once, you didn't have your keys, and I happened to go out to throw away the trash and saw you squatting on the ground crying. I didn't dare to ask at first, but I thought you might be facing some problem, so I bravely inquired about your situation. You said the key broke in the lock, but I was thinking, did you cry just because the lock was broken? It shouldn't be that simple. But I didn't ask what exactly happened. I called the locksmith company, but they said it was too late and would charge extra, which you were reluctant to pay. So I suggested you stay at my place for the night and call in the morning. To avoid you thinking I was a bad person, I locked you in the bedroom while I slept on the sofa and even changed the sheets for you. Hearing this, Deng Yinan felt a multidimensional and different Huang Chaochao through his words. She realized that it indeed sounded like something she could do. At that moment, she took Huang Chaochao's hand, actively holding onto it. Huang Chaochao was stunned for 2 seconds, but then heard Deng Yinan say, "Keep talking. I am listening." Hearing her say this made him feel a little happy inside. Afterward, you went to work early the next day and left a note saying you contacted the locksmith company, and they would come in the afternoon, thanking me. I have kept that note you wrote ever since. Later, we started chatting more, and we found out we were both from Funan Silver City. Gradually, we built a good friendship, and eventually I confessed and we became a couple, which was only about half a year ago. Then the first generation of the Blaza virus appeared, and people started getting infected with different symptoms, while many mutated viruses emerged abroad. Even rumors of a zombie virus spread online, with some videos being hard to distinguish as real or fake. But this virus indeed made life unbearable for you. From the first generation to the third generation, the symptoms you experienced began to recur. I became very worried and asked many acquaintances from whom I learned about the special medicine mentioned by the experts. I thought, no matter how much I didn't believe it, I had to be cautious about these rumors, especially since it was happening to someone I cared about. I couldn't let that happen. From the beginning to the end of Huang Chaochao's account, Deng Yinan was seriously observing the expression of her reborn boyfriend. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Why did you stop talking? Seeing that Huang Chaochao had realized she was looking at him, he said, "I've finished." Deng Yinan was stunned. She didn't expect it to be so brief. Huang Chaochao also noticed her surprised expression and explained that he hadn't been reborn for long, just about half a year. That's enough. At least it helped me avoid being hurt by my ex-boyfriend in this crisis. Once they returned to the hotel they booked, the two began discussing specific details about where to establish a base. They thought it would be very suspicious to dig around widely before the apocalypse fully arrived. But if the apocalypse came, it might be too late. With this in mind, Huang Chaochao proposed his own viewpoint to build against the mountains. He remembered that his hometown was mountainous, and there was a tall mountain where they could store supplies. Hearing this suggestion, Deng Yinan felt it was a good idea. At least she thought it was feasible. Her hometown was also mostly mountainous. All right, it's settled then. We will secretly establish a base, hollow out the mountain, build barriers, and ensure a water source. The next day, it must be said that All-Star Company is indeed impressive. The two vice presidents did not sleep all night, leveraging their connections to contact large enterprises in Fubei that could accept these goods and quality subcontractors. In short, they made use of every available person. At noon, Deng Yinan received a call from Supervisor Huang, saying that the two vice presidents had already delivered part of the goods to the warehouse. The address was No. 3 Main Warehouse, Tianli Warehouse, Sanglong Island, Jiangxia District, Wuhan City, Fubei Province. The password was 123455. The two drove over and arrived at a warehouse specifically used for supply. After reporting their purpose to the administrator, they followed the guidance to main warehouse number 3. Seeing the grand and imposing warehouse in front of them, they were still shocked. They entered the password, and the warehouse doors slowly opened. The hidden surveillance in the corner captured the scene of the warehouse doors opening slowly and the two entering. They went in without bringing a convoy. How are they going to transport such a batch of goods? Supervisor Hao questioned. The vice president beside him was also puzzled, curious about what kind of extraordinary experience Huang Chaochao had to meet such a wealthy girl. The two inside the warehouse were about to take action, while the little version of Deng Yinan in the spatial pocket was calling out loudly, "Master, don't collect yet. Someone is monitoring us." Deng Yinan was preparing to use her spatial pocket to collect the items when she heard the little version of herself repeatedly shouting not to collect. "Really? Master, trust me. Trust me." Huang Chaochao saw Deng Yinan's hand stop in midair, remaining still. Just as he was about to ask, he heard her say, "Someone is monitoring." It's not that simple. Thinking of this, he immediately recalled a crucial detail. The note he left for Supervisor Hao. First, let's find out where the hidden surveillance is. Okay. Huang Chaochao listened to her and searched around the warehouse. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan began asking the little version of herself how she knew someone was monitoring. Oh, that's too complicated. Explaining the whole theory would take too long. Deng Yinan rolled her eyes, realizing that just reminding herself without knowing exactly where was not helpful. Meanwhile, the people in front of the surveillance monitor saw that they had not made any moves and were just looking around the goods. Until Huang Chaochao discovered the hidden surveillance camera above his head, he found a small wooden board. Deng Yinan took the wooden board and held it in front of the camera, making it completely invisible. The people in the surveillance room realized and shouted that something was wrong. They had been discovered. Damn it. Deng Yinan looked at the camera, which seemed somewhat new, and couldn't help but sneer. I warn you, don't offend me." Things were instantly taken away, and the people from Chuanshin Company became much more obedient. In 2 days, they completed the spatial transfer of various supplies. In the busy space of Quibi, the little version of Deng Yinan finally arranged everything properly. She was exhausted, lying on the central island of the Sea of Breathing, resting while eating fried chicken. Chapter 23. The storm is coming. The final design of the steel module was also completed with 50 progress according to Deng Yinan's vision of the steel house. Excluding cooling time, it would take about another day. At this moment, the two were still above a 5-star hotel, observing the city's appearance. Huang Chaochao, has there been a significant change in Huagua since your rebirth? Deng Yinan informed Huang Chaochao of her thoughts, aiming to view the situation from a broader perspective. The domestic cities had shifted from bustling crowds to desolate scenes, with major pharmacies and hospitals filled with people, while those not infected were fleeing to the countryside. A mutated virus had already emerged abroad, and the domestic situation was unclear. After listening, she contemplated the scenes he described and the events encountered in Modu, realizing that regardless of how they reasoned, the outcome had already been set. Let's not notify our parents for now. Otherwise, they'll dig deeper. After hearing her analysis, Huang Chaochao agreed. Just as the two were preparing to rest, Deng Yinan received a text message on her phone. She picked it up, opened the message, and read the content. "Miss Deng, I followed your instructions and headed north to complete the butterfly plan, but the taxi driver suddenly started convulsing halfway, nearly causing a rear-end collision. I felt this situation was somewhat similar to what you described earlier, so I quickly fled. However, when I told the driver to head to Gyeongsang province, police vehicles appeared on the highway, and I felt like I was being targeted. They were shouting for me to stop immediately. I urged the driver to speed up and wanted to inform you that the card would be lost. Mr. Huang has not been exposed. The head of the butterfly plan has been transferred to Guodingi. Phone." After reading, Deng Yinan immediately dialed the number but heard a cold system voice. After hearing this voice, the two exchanged glances, feeling a sense of crisis arise. Not good. Hurry up and delete all the information. Leave the phone behind. It's very likely we have been technically surveilled by the police. Huang Chaochao exclaimed, sensing an ominous premonition. Although they hadn't done anything harmful, if this were classified as a crime against public safety, they could end up arrested and their plans would be ruined. Deng Yinan wasn't sure what his basis was, but she quickly deleted everything as he suggested, left a message on the phone, packed her things, and exited the hotel through the back door. A few minutes later, 2 criminal police officers and a deputy captain from the economic investigation team, along with a hotel staff member, arrived. One of the officers wore a body camera and was equipped with a standard handgun, directing the hotel staff to their room number. The people inside heard and realized they were surrounded. They were ordered to open the door immediately. The criminal police signaled the hotel staff to open the door, and she, frightened, handed her card to the officer. The door opened, but it was empty inside, with only a phone left on the bed. Seeing this, the deputy captain of the economic investigation team smiled slightly. He never expected to lose track of a young girl, or perhaps he had been careless. With the young people nowadays so adept at counter-surveillance, when he picked up the phone, the screen lit up, and he glanced at the content. It read, "I have not engaged in any promotion of superstitious beliefs. I am merely doing what I want as a legal citizen. On the contrary, the authorities should pay attention to incoming personnel in Modu. Also, has there been any abnormal situation at the Peace Hotel?" Upon reading this, the deputy captain fell into deep thought. Such crime alerts were not unprecedented. They merely aimed to divert his attention. However, such an obvious hint was worth considering. As the person in charge of the butterfly plan, he had rushed from Funan to Funan North to clarify the matter, applying for technical surveillance to locate the so-called Miss Deng. Now, receiving this kind of message left him uncertain about her true intentions. Huang Chaochao, with Deng Yinan, tried to avoid areas with surveillance cameras, steering clear of the Ministry of Public Security's Skynet plan. Finally, they hailed a cab in a location without cameras and went to a small hotel near the warehouse. They unanimously agreed that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Wuhan City was actually the safest location. After checking into the hotel, Deng Yinan felt as if she had survived a disaster. She never expected that the butterfly plan would stir the authorities. Did it really attract the police? Deng Yinan asked Huang Chaochao. He shook his head, uncertain, but his instincts told him to be cautious. "Master, people from the economic investigation team have arrived." At that moment, the little version of Deng Yinan in the Quibi space informed her, and she conveyed this to Huang Chaochao. "Really?" "Yes." That night, both found it hard to sleep. Until morning, no police arrived, and they breathed a temporary sigh of relief. As they continually switched hiding places, the day finally came for the completion of the steel module. However, this time Deng Yinan insisted on going directly to the factory instead of staying there. The two hailed another cab and headed to the site of the Hanyang Steel Group. Here, she saw piles of steel modules resembling building blocks with different assembly interfaces, just like the design blueprints she provided. Through assembly, they could form a solid defense. "Miss Deng, everything you requested has been completed and delivered. We look forward to our next collaboration." Both vice presidents came to congratulate her, but Deng Yinan maintained a cold demeanor. Once everyone left, after the little version of Deng Yinan's inspection, she confirmed there were no surveillance cameras, allowing her to transfer items with peace of mind. After the transfer was complete, she received a notification from the little version of Deng Yinan that the Quibi space could no longer accommodate any more items and she could no longer collect anything. At that moment, the roar of a fighter jet zoomed past in the sky, catching their attention. A fighter jet? Huang Chaochao glanced twice. It was indeed very fast. Not long after, 2 more fighter jets appeared, creating a sonic boom as they swept away towards the distance. At that moment, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao looked at the distant red-yellow clouds and felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 24. The city is in turmoil. Drive away the approaching red-yellow clouds gave an ominous feeling. Deng Yinan glanced at Huang Chaochao, wanting to know if he had seen the same clouds in the past. "Have you encountered this before?" However, as she stared at the clouds, she noticed an inexplicable change. Gradually, Deng Yinan felt the moisture in the air increase, and an unpleasant smell mixed in, causing her to feel repulsed. Huang Chaochao also smelled it. Within moments, he began to feel dazed and confused. The driver was even more affected, struggling to maintain control of the steering wheel as the car suddenly veered right, accelerating towards the wall by the roadside. She saw the driver was already disoriented, gasping for breath, but the accelerator was pressed down by his foot, and there was no way to slow down. At the same time, she heard the sounds of collisions from the opposite side, one after another. But she couldn't care about so much anymore. She could only use her strong hand to give the driver a loud slap. Slap! It was very loud. The intense pain made the driver regain consciousness for a moment. Seeing that he was about to crash, he quickly stepped on the brakes. Finally, he stopped just over a meter away from the wall. She also indicated that the sudden water vapor mixed with danger. The driver changed. She hurriedly got out of the car, opened Huang Chaochao's door, and saw him swaying and confused. She directly pulled him out and carried him to the side. She found a drink shop, put him down, and then patted his face, asking Huang Chaochao, "Wake up." She didn't know if it was because he had just come out and inhaled the water vapor, but she felt a bit dazed and almost fainted, but she quickly steadied herself. At this time, the version of Deng Yinan in the space of the curved wall hurriedly asked her to find a cup. Deng Yinan requested a cup, and then magically, water from the sea of breathing appeared in the curved wall space. Deng Yinan wanted her to drink, and also fed Huang Chaochao. After drinking, she quickly felt less tense and could distinguish things clearly. But she didn't know whether Huang Chaochao had inhaled too much or for some other reason. He hadn't woken up since drinking. Outside, the road was filled with violent crashes, scraping sounds, overturning noises, screeching brakes, and honking horns, all in a chaotic chorus. The shop staff didn't know what was happening and wanted to go out to see. 2 employees in the shop and a customer were scared and didn't go out. Outside the glass window, one could see cars occasionally crashing to the side of the road, but some cars passed smoothly. Everyone was clueless about what was happening. Only Yinan knew. With the rain coming, after a downpour, some passing pedestrians began to fall to the ground. Looking at the scene before her, this was the apocalyptic world Huang Chaochao had described after his rebirth. She realized the apocalyptic virus had already begun to spread, and this was just the initial situation. But facing this situation, she still lacked confidence and wasn't as assertive as before. Looking at Huang Chaochao beside her, she was also waiting for him to wake up. The customer still wanted to see the excitement and find out what was going on, even taking out his phone to film. Just as he was about to open the door, he found it wouldn't budge. A strong hand grabbed the doorknob and, with a warning look, said, "If you want to die, I won't stop you, but don't drag others down with you." The boy with the bowl haircut saw a girl inexplicably blocking his way and was very displeased, directly cursing, "You average-looking woman, are you trying to get my number?" Upon hearing this, Yinan's temper flared up, and she slammed her fist onto the marble bar. The moment before, the boy thought the girl was interested in him. The next moment, the marble cracked under pressure. Seeing this, his eyes bulged in shock, and he quickly retreated a few steps, staring at Yinan like she was a ghost. "Why you?" The bowl haircut boy stammered, pointing at her. "What do you mean, you?" "Go stand aside." Yinan shot back without a hint of friendliness. Seeing that the shop owner and staff were also scared, she said, "I'll transfer you 50,000 later. Should be enough, right?" The shop owner thought it was strange. He had never seen such a wealthy girl. After drinking a lot of the sea of breathing water, he felt that the virus in his body had been somewhat suppressed, and he was slightly more awake. He saw Yinan talking to the shop owner, but couldn't hear clearly because of the distance. But the shattered stones on the ground made him feel that things were not so simple. "Yinan, what are you doing?" Huang Chaochao felt weak and was speaking with great effort. Hearing Huang Chaochao's voice, she was overjoyed and immediately walked over. "You're awake." Yinan hugged him tightly. She almost thought Huang Chaochao was gone, leaving her to face the apocalypse alone, which she didn't have the courage to do. Now, Huang Chaochao had finally woken up. Then, check the map. Yinan nodded. After hearing Huang Chaochao's suggestion, she quickly took out her phone to check the map and found many traffic routes showing red congestion and accidents occurring on that route. However, there were still many routes in the city that were not congested, which could be used to navigate away from here. She didn't know how Huang Chaochao knew this, but it was indeed a good method. There was a route that was quite detoured. But now it was drizzling outside, and she didn't dare to go out in the rain. She thought of a way, which was to drive out from the shop directly without caring about anything else. "Boss, how much is this shop? I'll buy it." The shop owner was stunned. But outside the glass window, people were falling to the ground, still convulsing. and the number of accidents outside was increasing. Seeing this, he felt a bit scared. He had never seen such a scene. But this man and woman seemed to have a way to escape. See, can I pay less? Just take me to a safe place, can I? I want that too. Can I? Sister? Another female employee pleaded. The bowl haircut boy, curled up in a corner and scared half to death, heard there was a chance for survival and directly knelt before Yinan. Heroine, heroine, please spare me. Save my life, woo woo woo. She glanced at Huang Chaochao and nodded. She thought she could at most help them a bit. Once they reached Silver City, she would just leave them behind since they had other matters to attend to. Just like that, a Hummer appeared out of nowhere, dazzling their eyes. In their eyes, various emotions flickered, some greed, some shock and excitement, and some joy. Just like that, the fully enclosed Hummer crashed out of the drink shop, heading toward the route she had set on her phone, escaping north of Dongting Lake. Chapter 25. Strange rainwater as Yinan drove. The scenes she saw along the way were of many people lying on the roadside, crying out, some convulsing, some moving erratically, and some unconscious. Some cars were overturned, some were on their sides, and some car fronts were completely unrecognizable, emitting smoke amidst the chaos, with debris scattered everywhere. With the rain washing over, bloodstains, dirt, and oil flowed on the ground, forming various small puddles, resembling a polluted canvas, making one feel nauseous. Such scenes sent chills down the spines of the 5 people in the car. Suddenly, a person rose from the ground and lunged at the car window, their filthy hands pounding on the glass. The 5 were startled. Seeing this, Yinan accelerated and swerved, leaving the person behind. Still shaken, she turned left and right, finally exiting the narrow alley, then moved onto a small road by a ditch. Seeing no one on the road, she accelerated to pass through quickly. When they reached a bridge, she stopped. Huang Chaochao saw Yinan's anxious expression, her hands trembling, and thought that perhaps the person who jumped out had scared her. He also saw that ghastly figure with its eyes popping out, and he was terrified, not to mention Yinan. At this moment, the middle-aged shop owner saw that the violent girl had been frightened while the young boy had not recovered yet. Thinking he could take control of the car, he had an idea and spoke from the back. How about I drive? Good. So, Yinan stiffly moved from the driver's seat to the back row. He went to the back seat, and the bowl haircut boy took the front passenger seat. Just like that, the shop owner drove, while Huang Chaochao massaged Yinan's fingers, reassuring her that everything was fine to alleviate her fright. The middle-aged shop owner followed the route displayed on the phone, avoiding various traffic accidents around them, meandering until they reached a fork in the road. At the same time, he also discovered that the road ahead was dry, not within the range of the strange rain. No more rain? The store manager wondered internally. No rain? Doesn't that mean it's all over? But the road ahead had dried up. Only the surrounding area still showed the conditions of the car accident. It was impossible to verify whether this traffic accident was caused by the strange rain or was just a normal accident. The store manager had a different thought? No. They must not know that they have now escaped the danger zone. They need to get even further away. He was thinking about how to use the couple and the car to ensure his own safe departure. In other areas, it was also uncertain, and he and T seen a single person walking normally. He glanced at the man with the bowl cut. He had seen the danger warning on his phone map and noticed the road surface had become dry. The two exchanged a silent understanding and quickly glanced at the young couple in the rearview mirror. What's wrong? Huang Chaochao saw the car had stopped. After hearing Huang Chaochao speak, the store manager immediately released the brake, continued moving forward, and crashed through the makeshift guardrail. Huang Chaochao heard the sound of the wooden guardrail breaking and didn't think much of it, assuming it was part of the designated route on the map. There seemed to be someone ahead. Slowly, he saw a person walking toward their car by the roadside. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Huang Chaochao felt that the person didn't seem normal, and that person had come out from the bend ahead. What would happen if the car drove past? No one knew, and he didn't dare to take the risk. No, the store manager explained that this road was shorter. Huang Chaochao wasn't sure if that person was normal, but he just took a quick glance. The store manager's grip tightened on the steering wheel, revealing his inner anger. The bowl-cut guy in the passenger seat noticed this, but said nothing. The store manager quickly reversed the car, bringing them right next to the man. Deng Yinan had somewhat recovered from the shock and saw the car had stopped, just in time to see the person outside through the bulletproof glass. The person looked waxy, with red and bluish eyes, staring at the people in the car. Huang Chaochao scrutinized the person, trying to determine if he was normal or a living person infected. The man looked at the 5 normal people, his eyes reddening further, seemingly revealing excitement, and he even licked his lips. Seeing this, the store manager had an idea. He focused on a button for the rear window, but saw the bowl cut guy shake his head slightly. They shared another silent understanding. Hurry, the road ahead. Look, a female staff member pointed at a slow-moving person appearing at the bend ahead, who suddenly fell to the ground. But the people behind him quickly approached them. The person they just saw suddenly quickened his pace, chasing after their car. The store manager, seeing this, cursed internally and hurriedly accelerated, eager to escape this cursed place. Finally, after speeding along, they escaped north of Daunting Lake and arrived at a place where people were digging, looking quite normal. Here, the sun was shining brightly. Unlike the previously overcast area, the whole car finally breathed a sigh of relief. The store manager said he was hungry, so they parked next to a farmhouse. Through the car window, he saw people dining inside and thought it was fine to let the bowl-cut guy order first while he went to the restroom. However, Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan, and the female staff member did not get out of the car. The bowl-cut guy got out, closed the door, and ran to the farmhouse wall to look at the menu. He didn't look for long before he saw a hand reach out. He turned his head to take a look and was immediately scared stiff. After the store manager finished urinating, he shook slightly and suddenly heard a scream. He hurried outside and saw several people surrounding the bowl-cut guy, tearing him apart. Seeing this, he didn't dare to linger, quickly pulled up his pants, opened the door, and jumped into the car to drive away. Still in shock and gasping for breath, he saw one of the 3 people in the back seat holding a box of food. He smelled the aroma of the rice and saw the white steam rising, unable to resist swallowing his saliva, and asked, "Where did you get the food?" Chapter 26 staff members Zhou Kuwei, Deng Yinan, and Huang Chaochao did not get out of the car, seeing the store manager and the bowl-cut guy go to eat. They planned to rest a bit and let them get out after they finished eating in town. Inside the car, she secretly took out 2 boxes of lunch from the compartment. She handed one to Huang Chaochao and opened the other for herself. The young girl beside her saw the delicious lunch boxes and couldn't help but swallow her saliva, cautiously asking, "Dolly sister, can I buy one of your lunch boxes? I'm a bit hungry right now." Deng Yinan saw her hesitantly extend a finger and was originally planning to give her one anyway. "Sure, it's $20 a box," Huang Chaochao said first. Zhou Kuwei was taken aback. She expected it to be so expensive. Upon hearing Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan directly slapped him, saying, "It's just 1 box. Is it really that serious?" After receiving the lunchbox, Zhou Kuwei said thank you, reached into her pocket with a reluctant expression, but still took out $20 from her wallet and handed it to Huang Chaochao. Huang Chaochao was stunned. He had only been testing the girl and hadn't expected her to actually pay. However, he still accepted it. Zhou Kuwei opened the lunchbox, smelled it, and thought it was quite fragrant, feeling that this lunchbox seemed worth more than $20, then started eating heartily. Seeing this, Deng Yinan asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Zhou Kuwei, with the character Ku and the grass radical for the character Wei." Just as the 2 continued eating and chatting, a loud scream suddenly came from outside. The 3 looked through the car window and saw several people grabbing the bowl-cut guy and biting him in the restaurant. The store manager, witnessing this scene, rushed back to the car but saw they were eating lunchboxes. Unable to help but swallow his saliva and asked where the lunchboxes came from. But Zhou Kuwei shouted loudly, "Run! Run! They're coming! Hurry!" The store manager immediately started the car and drove away, unable to save the bowl-cut guy, feeling cold sweat pouring down. After running a long distance, he looked in the rearview mirror at the people quickly walking behind them, thinking of a scene in the farmhouse where those people were biting and tearing apart the bowl-cut guy, sending chills down his spine. "Store manager, are you scared? Do you want to stop for a bit?" Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao also saw the store manager's hands trembling on the steering wheel, shaking. "You stop. I'll drive," Huang Chaochao said. The store manager, though unwilling, couldn't withstand his current physical condition. So, they stopped to switch places in the car and then continued to drive according to the route on the phone map. Finally, they turned from a small road onto the national highway. Occasionally, they saw cars flashing by, but there were no incoming vehicles. As they drove further, they encountered a queue of vehicles, slowly beginning to get stuck in traffic. What happened ahead? Why are we starting to get stuck? Huang Chaochao wondered, glancing at the map, and found an update indicating an accident ahead. Not long after, screams erupted. Monsters! Some people stopped to watch, but more abandoned their cars and fled towards them. The car was once again caught in a dilemma. It was uncertain whether infected individuals had appeared again or if an accident had blocked the originally clear road. Meanwhile, the continuous influx of vehicles from behind left them with no way to retreat. Go through the ditch. Deng Yinan's voice came from the back. Huang Chaochao glanced at the railing beside him, and there was a ditch about the width of a car, the depth of the water unknown, but for now, there was no other choice. Sit tight. Hold on. He turned the steering wheel, honked the horn, and drove straight out of the congested traffic, crashing into the railing and plunging into the ditch, driving along it. Once the Hummer entered the water level was about 5 centimeters from the chassis. In this way, Huang Chaochao and his group escaped from the traffic jam, moving forward from the ditch, seeing the congested vehicles, the fleeing crowd leaving their cars, and the accidents and chaotic fights ahead. 1, 2, 3, 10 people. Huang Chaochao couldn't care less and charged forward, then turned onto a small road up a slope, heading back to the national road. The recent events had sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, but they could only keep driving. Seeing vehicles approaching, Huang Chaochao frantically honked and flashed the lights. But there was nothing more he could do. Finally, after a winding journey, he entered the last small town before Silver City, Changshui Town. At that moment, the car issued a warning about low fuel levels, because purchasing gasoline required police registration unless one wanted to buy in bulk. There was no gasoline in Deng Yinan's space. Deng Yinan also asked the small version of herself if it was possible to empty the gas station in the town through the space. No, master. There are no containers to store it, and it would contaminate the space. After hearing this, Deng Yinan felt helpless and could only fill up the car. But she had to consider the gasoline situation. After filling up, she took the wheel and sped into Silver City, where she let the store manager get out. Although the store manager was reluctant, he ultimately chose to leave. However, Chaochao suddenly knelt on the ground, hugging Deng Yinan's thigh. Sister Dolly, please don't leave me. Woo, I really have nowhere to go. I went to work at the store, and the manager deducted my wages. I haven't even received last month's pay. The manager is a lecher. He always touches me. When we were in the car, he was flirting with that guy with the pot lid hairstyle. I don't have any skills, but I can serve tea and water, give shoulder massages. I can do anything. Please don't drive me away. Hearing Chaochao's heartfelt loyalty, Deng Yinan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Seeing her cling to her thigh reminded her of Huang Chaochao, and she glanced at him. He understood and naturally knew what this clinging meant. I don't know, don't ask me. Huang Chaochao actually felt some certainty inside. This young girl, Chaochao, was not very old and appeared to have a good heart. At least when it came to meals, she didn't take advantage of others. The two exchanged a glance, and Deng Yinan understood Huang Chaochao's meaning, but she maintained a stern face and said, "That is not a reason for me to keep you, understand?" Chaochao sat down on the ground upon hearing this. Fine. She wiped her tears, stood up, and looked at the unfamiliar city of Silver City. Unsure of where to go, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao ignored her and got into the car. She looked at them helplessly as they started the car and joined the crowd of strangers. Chapter 27. Is there treasure in the mountains? Is she useful to me? Deng Yinan asked Huang Chaochao. She is quite pitiful, but there must be something to dislike about pitiful people. It's not that I think she is bad, but she is not strong enough, or perhaps we're all not strong enough in the face of such crises. Yeah, Deng Yinan sighed deeply. Looking at her was like seeing her past self, equally fearful and cowardly. Why are you still crying? Get up. Chaochao heard the familiar voice of Deng Yinan, the sister she had said goodbye to earlier. Seeing Deng Yinan standing there, she immediately rushed over and hugged her, crying. Stop crying, stop crying. Deng Yinan patted her back to comfort her. Huang Chaochao observed that the affection in Chaochao's eyes was genuine, her eyes very red, and he felt that Deng Yinan had developed a sense of compassion. This was not a good thing in the future apocalypse. The three of them set off to Huang, Chaochao's hometown of Huping. The mountains here were much higher than those in her county town, and there were fewer people, with villages not densely clustered and the forests dense. Considering everything, they chose to stay with Huang Chaochao. Upon arriving in Huping, Huang Chaochao noticed significant changes in the village, but the population remained sparse, thankfully without any infections. He took the keys to his house and opened the door. It was Deng Yinan's first time visiting Huang Chaochao's home, with Zhou Kuei following closely behind. That night, the three discussed how to secretly recruit personnel to dig out a self-sufficient protective stronghold in the mountains, accumulating steel modules to form a massive barrier against the mountains. There would be a large area where zombies couldn't reach, allowing them to be safe inside. For recruiting 50 people, Huang Chaochao came up with a plan to recruit workers from the village, sending messages at night while he went. As for Deng Yinan, she would plan the site and instruct the workers on how to dig. Zhou Kuei would be responsible for overseeing recording and daily wage settlements and meal distributions for the workers. The mountain map was drawn from satellite imagery. Huang Chaochao went from house to house, avoiding important village figures, secretly recruiting workers, promising generous rewards. Uncle Li asked Huang Chaochao, "Are you sure this isn't some illegal business? Digging in the mountains requires approval. I know if something happens, I'll take responsibility. Anyway, it's the village's private mountain. All right, I'll find the remaining 20 people for you. Is the pay 8 hours of digging a day? 2 meals plus 400 yuan? Yes, Uncle Li. Okay, I'll run around today, and tomorrow morning I'll bring people over." But Uncle Li, you can't bring a large group. Go from different places to avoid attracting attention, understood? Okay. Huang Chaochao told her that Uncle Li from the neighboring village was originally a contractor and knew many people, so he would handle the remaining 20. He also instructed him to gather them without concentration and to meet before 10 o'clock. Deng Yinan was very satisfied and agreed with this idea, just waiting for tomorrow. She looked at the map display on her phone and the official news, which didn't mention any infections. This made her a bit suspicious about why the media wasn't disclosing this to prepare everyone. Additionally, she felt she had spent a sum of money to send Master Yi north to complete the butterfly plan. Although it didn't alert the Ministry of National Defense, it should have warned the Ministry of Public Security, hoping that the strength of the country could give ordinary citizens a chance to breathe. But after scrolling for a long time, she saw nothing related to the Blaza virus. Those events were still appearing before their eyes. "Forget it. Just take care of yourself," Deng Yinan said casually, then told Zhou Kuei, "You should rest well. We have very important things to do tomorrow." After hearing this, Zhou Kuei went to the guest room arranged by Huang Chaochao. However, in the deep night of summer in Huping Mountain Town, many villages began to spread a rumor. It was said that on the highest peak of Huping Mountain, there was treasure left from a previous dynasty, and tomorrow, Huang Chaochao from the neighboring village would lead a team to dig for the treasure in the mountain. Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao, and Zhou Kuei naturally had no idea that the personnel they were recruiting for digging in the mountains was being distorted into a rumor in the dead of night. At 10 o'clock, the three of them waited in the ravine, but they didn't expect that there would be more than 50 people coming. Whenever someone arrived, Huang Chaochao's eyebrows involuntarily twitched, feeling confused inside. What is going on? Didn't Uncle Li say there would only be 20 people? Deng Yinan noticed the questioning look from Huang Chaochao. She also didn't understand what he meant. Looking at the large crowd in the ravine, it seemed there were definitely more than 50 people, and it looked like they were planning something akin to going up the mountain to become bandits. Seeing that everyone was carrying hoes, Huang Chaochao found himself in a difficult position and could only proceed. He waved his hand, and a group of people set off toward the mountain. Deng Yinan followed, telling everyone as she went, "Only those who can climb up will receive a reward. Understood?" Upon hearing this, those who were sitting on the ground, panting heavily, felt that if they took a break, they would surely miss out on treasures and gold coins being dug away. Deng Yinan realized that her words made many of those who were seated immediately get up and continue climbing. What kind of logic is this? Do my words have such powerful influence? Chapter 28. The Legend of Huping Mountain. Deng Yinan couldn't understand how this group of nearly 100 people had such good stamina. having climbed halfway up the mountain without anyone falling behind, all while carrying hoes. She looked down at the empty space below and felt truly puzzled and incredulous. Huang Chaochao noticed she wasn't continuing up, so he left Zhou Kuei in place, returned the map to her, and asked her to instruct everyone to follow the map. Then, he ran down. "What's wrong? You seem heavy-hearted," he asked with concern. Deng Yinan glanced at him and then looked at the distant town, voicing her inner confusion. "Are these people here to dig the mountain?" "Yes. I told Uncle Li to find 20 people, but I didn't expect you would gather so many. Isn't it good that there are more?" But Deng Yinan reminded him of what they were actually going to do on this mountain. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao felt it was necessary to clarify what these people were really here for. Otherwise, not knowing their background could pose a risk. "All right, I'll inquire about it. You prepare the construction plan and mark the lines with chalk." "Okay." Thus, the three discussed the matter to understand why such a large number of people were gathered. As for the division of labor, Deng Yinan would draw the lines. Huang Chaochao would guide Uncle Li in the digging, and then arrange for the digging to be completed. Zhou Kuei would be responsible for counting the people and supervising the completed areas. After a morning, everyone was panting heavily, sweating profusely, sitting on the ground with hose lying beside them, fanning themselves with their clothes. The three of them were together, and Zhou Kuei stayed behind while they went to fetch food. "Don't I go?" Zhou Kuei glanced at the big men in the forest, scared and wanting to run. If it weren't for Deng Yinan, the strong sister, being there, she wouldn't dare to stay. It was just too terrifying. "You can come down a little bit," Deng Yinan said. Zhou Kuei still fearfully looked at the big men in the woods, leaving their area and watching Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao go down the mountain. At that moment, Uncle Li, with a simple face, walked over and asked, "Little girl, are you Huang Guo's girlfriend?" I'm not." Zhou Kuei dared not think about it, and took a few steps back. "Uncle, I'm really not." Hearing this, Uncle Li was also somewhat puzzled, thinking, "That's strange. Maybe she's just shy. It's okay, I just wanted to ask, is Huang Guo very rich?" "You tell Uncle. I won't do anything to you." Uncle Li also noticed the young girl as fear, especially since they were a large group of men, and saw her eyes were red. "Then you tell me, which one of them is rich, and what are they doing here?" A young man named Lu Xiaozai couldn't wait any longer. He had been digging for nearly 2 hours and had seen nothing yet. If it weren't for the rumors in the village about treasures on Huping Mountain, he wouldn't have carried Ho here with everyone. Should I say it or not? Lu Xiaozai saw Zhou Kuei not speaking and directly came over with clenched fists, scaring her to tears. Uncle Li stopped him. "What are you doing? I don't know if Huang Chaochao has money, but the strong sister does. The car is hers. A lot of things are hers. However, she didn't dare to mention that Deng Yinan had special abilities." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone stood up, questioning together. Not believing it, they stepped closer, scaring Zhou Kuei to fall to the ground. "Say, are you sure you're not lying to us?" Uncle Li was also a bit anxious. No. I really only know that the strong sister is rich." Just when everyone was confused, Deng Yinan came directly to the construction site with 2 large bags. Seeing Zhou Kuei sitting on the ground crying, she angrily threw her boxed lunch and rushed over. "What are you doing?" Deng Yinan pointed directly at the leading men and shouted, "Want to fight?" Huang Chaochao, who arrived behind, saw the tension and rushed forward to mediate. No. We're all from the same village." Huang Chaochao wasn't worried about Deng Yinan but feared for his neighbors, worried that if Deng Yinan got upset, it would be bad. But the group of big men saw a young girl daring to confront them, and they all gathered together. Deng Yinan, seeing 70 or 80 big men facing her, felt a bit nervous inside, her eyebrows twitching unconsciously. "You're not from our village. Be careful, okay?" Lu Xiaozai pointed directly at Deng Yinan. Seeing this, Deng Yinan's anger flared up, her fists clenched tightly. Then she swung at a tree as thick as an elephant's leg. After 2 seconds, there was a cracking sound, and the tree fell toward the ravine, causing those nearby to run to the other side. Seeing this, Huang Chaochao knew that anything was fine, but don't provoke Deng Yinan. These 70 or 80 village men had never seen such an impressive woman who could chop a tree in half with one swing. The tree wasn't small. It was a hard one. None of them had such strength to take a decisive swing. They exchanged glances. "Ha ha ha. Young lady, we were just joking." The village group leader, Grandpa Huang, stepped forward. Since the boxed lunches have arrived along with drinks, let's all eat, okay? After eating, we'll continue working, all right? Deng Yinan did not speak, and then Grandpa Huang gingerly led the way to retrieve the discarded boxed lunches. Slowly, everyone collected their boxed lunches and drinks and began to eat, finding it more delicious than any meal they had ever had. After resting for a while, the three of them continued to discuss and learn from Chaochao about Uncle Li's questioning. Chaochao said, "I have a feeling they misunderstood, thinking we came all the way up this mountain to dig for treasure, because everything they said was related to money, and they even brought their own hoes." Yes, Huang Chaochao realized the point he had been missing. There were indeed legends about Huping Mountain, saying that the former tiger-fighting hero Huang Chue fought a tiger here and remained as the Mountain King, and the tiger's spirit hadn't vanished, continuously bringing him wealth. He had also lived on the mountain, hiding many treasures. Perhaps they thought we were recruiting so many people to dig for treasures. After Huang Chaochao explained, Deng Yinan glanced at the two of them and shared her thoughts as well. From their questioning and their impatience while digging, it can indeed be thought along these lines. In the end, all three agreed that these people were not after rewards, but rather the treasure of Huping Mountain. They believed that the three of them knew about the treasure and wanted to get a share of it. Chapter 29. The prototype of the small personal base is completed. What should we do, Sister Dolly? I feel like if we say we don't have it, they definitely won't believe us and will think we're hiding it. Chaochao was a bit worried, and Deng Yinan also thought of this. Huang Chaochao looked at the satisfied and leisurely villagers enjoying their food and felt that they also wanted to live well, but their means were limited, and they were content with their current life. He had heard about the treasure of Huping Mountain when he was young, but gradually no one mentioned it anymore. He remembered that the legend of hunting tigers was left by the previous generation, and there was indeed evidence in black and white photos. Later, the town wanted to develop tourism resources to promote the village and brought this up again, but not long after, the project was halted. Over a decade passed, and the remnants of what was built were still visible but overgrown with weeds, and the matters of Huping Mountain Town were forgotten. Gradually, the villagers also forgot about it, and Huping Mountain became just a place name. Recalling this, Huang Chaochao expressed his suggestion. He said it couldn't be stated outright. Wages would still be paid, but they could wait until everything was settled before going down the mountain together. Since the rumors about digging the mountain could be spread, it indicated that the situation could be controlled with a little guidance. By the time their arrangements were complete, perhaps disaster would have already struck. The three exchanged glances, agreed on this approach, and then continued to divide the work and supervise. Remarkably, within just one day, they managed to create a large circle at the mountain peak. However, Uncle Li and Lu, who were digging desperately for the treasure, found nothing after an entire afternoon. Only stones or soil, with no trace of any treasure. At this time, some small discussions arose within the group. Many years ago, Huping Mountain Town had attempted development but found no treasure, and the investors had fled, leaving it in its current state. What treasure could possibly be here? Are they joking? Why would Huang Chaochao come here to dig? It's incomprehensible. Forget about it. Anyway, after digging all day, apart from turning over a few hundred pieces, there was nothing. I won't come tomorrow. Let's see if you all come back. At 5:30 p.m., Huang Chaochao shouted, "Work is done." Those with mobile phones could transfer directly, and those without could take cash. After everyone received their wages, they were told to take their lunchbox trash away, and those wanting to come tomorrow would still get the same pay. After he finished speaking, a large group lined up to collect their wages. Uncle Li was at the front and, seeing the brand new 600 yuan, felt a little calmer inside. After all, he had heard the discussion from other digging groups and was unsure what this was all about. Those who received money behind him found it was even higher than the promised wage, and their mood improved. The group marched down the mountain, with Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan, and Chaochao following. As they walked along the country path, they reached the county road of Water Buffalo and were about to cross when they saw a speeding car coming towards them, startling them. The three behind Huang Chaochao also noticed the situation. The next second, bang, the car crashed directly into a utility pole, emitting smoke. What is going on? Uncle Li approached, and the group put down their shovels and went to take a look. Deng Yinan and the others felt a sense of alertness seeing the car that had crashed because of their previous impressions. Zhou nervously said. Could it be someone escaping from that storm in Fubei? Deng Yinan glanced at the license plate and noticed it was from Fubei. This is bad. Quickly, let the villagers leave and stop gathering around, Deng Yinan suggested. Huang Chaochao was surprised and looked at the license plate, confirming it was indeed from Fubei province. Hurry! The next second, the door of the crash car was smashed to the ground, and a blood-soaked person fell out of the driver's seat, their head turning to face the crowd. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the village men immediately felt their hair stand on end and began to flee. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan had already led Huang Chaochao and Zhou to run back into the mountains. As they ran, they discussed what exactly is going on. Could the person who escaped also be infected? When they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard sirens from the county road where the accident occurred, and soon after, a gunshot echoed. But they couldn't care about that. They hurriedly ran up the mountain. You call my parents and tell them the address, so they can drive over tonight. And you tell your parents too. I feel like the seriousness of this situation is spreading. We need to establish the protective base tonight, Deng Yinan said urgently. Zhou, who was closely following, was also worried about her mother and younger brother. She started texting them to hurry over. Thus, the three climbed to the halfway point of the mountain, where the foundation of the base was almost complete. Now, they just needed to pour concrete and steel modules to finish it. Since Huang Chaochao and Zhou had no abilities, they could only handle simple tasks like placing rebar and transporting materials, while Deng Yinan took care of the deeper rebar work. From dusk until deep night, the three of them didn't dare to stop for a moment and managed to pour the steel modules to a height of half a floor, providing some protection against the mountain town's barriers. However, by the end of it, Huang Chaochao and Zhou were completely exhausted, lying on the ground gasping for breath. I'm out of energy, Huang Chaochao said, his hands still shaking. Me too, Zhou replied, her clothes soaked with sweat, her neck heaving. Deng Yinan finished the last steel insertion and felt drained as well. Looking at the 2-meter-high steel wall, she thought it could provide some defense. But this was only one side. The other half was unresolved, and on the other side of the mountain was a cliff. After resting for a bit, they continued to set up a simple alarm line with bells hanging on it. In this way, the three of them each got a sleeping bag and lay down next to the steel protection module. Chapter 30. Can the intruder be more powerful? Just as the few of them were dozing off, the bells on the rope suddenly rang. Alert! Huang Chaochao immediately woke up from his sleep, gently pushed Deng Yinan, and then tapped Zhou beside him. What is going on? Deng Yinan woke up immediately, seeing Huang Chaochao already up and quietly approaching under the steel module. He noticed that there were indeed smudges on the thin line, but when he looked around, he didn't see any footprints. In the dead of night, a sudden bird call made him quickly retreat to where they were sleeping. Deng Yinan sat at her sleeping bag, seeing Huang Chaochao come over, and asked what's happening. Nothing. I just heard the bell on the hanging rope ring, and there are smudges on it. Zhou gasped softly, glancing around in the pitch dark, feeling scared and instinctively moving closer to Deng Yinan's sleeping bag. I'll go take a look. Deng Yinan, being a bit braver, wanted to find out what had entered their designated protective circle unnoticed, as it surely wasn't an ordinary person. Zhou saw them leave and, not daring to stay behind, quickly followed. The three of them turned on their lights and saw that there were only a few smudges on the thin line, indicating that something had indeed touched the rope, triggering the bell and waking Huang Chaochao. What should we do now? Zhou said, somewhat worried. Since it ran in, it must still be inside. Finding this thing is just a matter of time, Deng Yinan speculated. But how did this thing come in here? There's a 2-meter-high steel protective wall outside, with no foothold at all. How did it get up here? Huang Chaochao explained his thoughts, believing that an average person couldn't possibly jump over 2 meters. After summarizing each person's thoughts, the three of them came up with a bad idea. Zombies. The three looked around, still a bit worried. Deng Yinan clenched his fists, maintaining a posture ready to respond at any moment. What on earth is this thing that intruded into our territory without even announcing itself? Huang Chaochao said loudly, but he felt uneasy inside. Suddenly, a little movement appeared in the forest above. Huang Chaochao immediately rushed to the front, standing in front of Deng Yinan and Zhou. When the person came out, Huang Chaochao shone the light on his face and saw some bloodstains on him. but his eyes were very clear. Looking at this face, Huang Chaochao felt it was somewhat familiar and thought of a possibility. So he asked him, "Are you the son of the village team leader? What's your name, Lei?" He couldn't remember right away, but he remembered that he was also present during today's mountain digging. The person responded, "Huang Lei." "Yes, Huang Lei." The three saw that his clothes were torn, and there were scratches and blood on his arms, not knowing what had happened. Seeing him jump down, they were unsure whether he was infected, so Deng Yinan immediately took out masks for the three of them. "You don't have to look at me like that. I haven't been infected with the virus. I got these scratches from the grass while running on a mountain," Huang Lei said in an unusually calm tone, deliberately keeping a relatively safe distance from the three. "Then why did you run towards us?" Analyzing, reasoning, and judging led to the final conclusion, Huang Lei said. The three fell silent simultaneously. "You should tell us what happened first," Deng Yinan said. Huang Lei jumped up onto the 2-meter-high steel protective wall, looking down a heaping mountain town under the light, and recounted what happened after he came down a mountain today. His father was the team leader of the village in the town and had to maintain certain security. After the car accident, the person fell from the driver's seat and turned to look at them. Huang Lei realized it wasn't a simple matter and immediately notified his dad, telling him what happened. Although his dad found it unbelievable, he immediately called the police for help to see what was going on. Later, the police indeed came to help. Seeing the person dragging his leg and approaching them, they could only shoot into the sky to warn. Unexpectedly, the person didn't stop but lunged at them instead. Another person came out of the back of the car, wailing and crying. Upon seeing this, Huang Lei immediately retreated to avoid falling and was about to be bitten by his dad when his mom came over and stopped his dad, using her arm to block his dad's mouth, and then the two of them wrestled together. Huang Lei's mother held onto his dad tightly while urging Huang Lei to escape. Quickly find a place. He didn't want to part with his parents and started crying, worried about his mom and dad, but his mom urged him to run. He could only cry and flee from home. When he came out his house, he found that the streets of the town at night were filled with people leaning, tilting, or resting under the streetlights. He didn't dare to act rashly. The behavior of those people under the streetlights looked very strange. This shouldn't be a simple car accident. After the accident, he noticed something that caught his attention. The three people leading them to dig the mountain, 1 man and 2 women, were missing. During his escape, he also didn't see those 3 people. Huang Lei recalled what Uncle Li had said earlier in a legend he had heard about Huping Mountain, that there was treasure on the mountain and everyone went to dig. He felt that the current situation should not be like that. Combining the current situation he encountered, he formed a hypothesis. He glanced at the path up the mountain and ran up with his phone. Those people under the streetlights saw Huang Lei running quickly. Some chased after him, some faster, some slower. He ran this way and that, and he couldn't remember the path up the mountain. Finally, he shook off those people and, based on the places he had stepped on while coming down, found broken grass and traces, following the path to the steel protective wall here. Huang Lei didn't expect that in just one night, these 3 people had set this up. But this wall was also 2 meters high and very smooth, without any footholds. Even if he climbed up with both hands, it was too smooth, and his shoes would slip off when he stepped on it. He remembered when he was in school. He had jumped high in the school team, using the Fosbury flop technique. He recalled participating in provincial competitions. But there it was flat high jump, and here it was uphill high jump. He could only give it a try. Unexpectedly, he jumped up easily, using his hands to support himself and landing steadily. But he accidentally touched a bell, which startled him, and then he quickly ran into the forest. After hearing all this, the 3 were dumbfounded. Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao, and Zhou Kuei didn't expect such changes below. But Huang Chaochao realized something unusual. If the town and village were like this, then coming here would be dangerous. What if I bring my parents here, and you bring your parents here? Wouldn't that put them in danger? Huang Chaochao said. Chapter 31, Is it a dream? Or is it real? The phone call was made, but no one answered in the middle of the night. Deng Yinan looked at the time displayed on her phone. It was already early morning, but she instructed her parents to drive here quickly, regardless of the reason. Once they arrived, she would explain. At this moment, she was more flustered than ever, feeling at a loss. There were still no news alerts about the Blaza virus on her phone, and the information she found after bypassing the firewall was limited. Notably, The situation regarding traffic accidents kept appearing online. Some citizens commented under videos, saying they saw different people. What to do? What to do? Seeing the panicked and anxious Deng Yinan, he grabbed her hand and said, "Stay calm. Maybe they will notice this unusual situation on their way here. Give me their phone numbers. I will drive and contact them while finding them. You all stay at the base, okay?" Huang Chaochao was worried about Deng Yinan's parents and also concerned about his own parents' safety. Normally, after sending a message, if they set off, they should be arriving soon. But now they hadn't called, and he didn't know what had happened. Huang Chaochao glanced at Huang Lei and said, "You come with me." Huang Lei was unwilling to hear this. He had just managed to reach a safe place. And now he had to go back down a mountain. "What do you mean?" Huang Lei looked at them, feeling that he had no choice. Deng Yinan handed the Hummer to Huang Chaochao, put some food in the car, hugged him, and told him to be sure to pay attention to safety. Deng Yinan and Zhou Kuei watched the two leave, while Huang Chaochao and Huang Lei drove from the small road to the town street. Before entering the main road, Huang Chaochao turned off the car lights, asking Huang Lei to pay attention to the surroundings. When he saw a figure in the distance, standing at an angle, his eyes turned red. Huang Chaochao noticed and asked, "What is wrong?" "They haven't set off yet. Try not to turn on the car lights. These people seem to have a tendency to chase moving light sources." This was something he discovered while escaping, and he told Huang Chaochao. The car drove along the route from Anhua County to here. As the car flashed by, Huang Lei saw his father, who had changed, and his eyes turned even redder. When the car passed the bridge, the phone call went through. "Hello, who is this?" Huang Chaochao felt a surge of joy and said, "Uncle, I'm Deng Yinan's friend. Where are you now? What are you guys doing? It's late at night, and you're not letting anyone sleep, constantly calling. Is it annoying?" After hanging up, Huang Chaochao accelerated the car, taking a shortcut to the county town since there was no one on the road. He also managed to get through to his parents. "Where are you? Is this why you're calling so late at night? You're not a kid anymore. Stop staying in other provinces where you can't earn much money. Why do you insist on running away?" At this moment, Huang Chaochao's mother took over the phone from his father and said, "Oh, Chaochao, don't listen to your dad. As long as you're living well outside, that's enough." Feeling his father's stern and cold tone contrasted with his mother's gentle concern, his emotions became less calm. "Hang up. You guys should get some rest." Huang Lei felt a bit awkward after Huang Chaochao finished speaking and hung up the phone. "You take a break. I'll drive to the county town to pick up her parents. Then you can take over. We'll take turns." "Okay." The road at night was unusually quiet. He drove with the low beam lights for over an hour and finally arrived at the county town. At the entrance of the county town, he found a barrier that only allowed one car to pass. Huang Chaochao felt that something was off. Logically, this area should be a remote suburb away from the city center, and infected people shouldn't come here. Why did the traffic police set up a checkpoint? There are no personnel warnings and only a few taxis on the road with very few people around. However, he couldn't think too much about it. He continued to drive according to the location provided by Deng Yinan's parents on the map. When he arrived downstairs, Huang Chaochao became nervous. He hadn't met Deng Yinan's parents in his previous life, and now he was about to meet them, but he didn't know what to do. "Bro, aren't you going up?" Huang Chaochao glanced at him and said, "Why don't you go up?" Huang Lei looked at the quiet community, where even the security guard was dozing off. Not having any danger was truly a blessing. "I'm not going up. I refuse." After saying that, Huang Lei pretended to sleep. Huang Chaochao felt a bit overwhelmed. He hesitated and, after realizing there was indeed no danger around, decided to set an alarm and take a rest. Just as he was dozing off, Huang Chaochao felt the car shaking. He was already very tired, but as the shaking became more intense, he woke up. He saw people outside the car window, all covered in yellow and red blood, making the windows messy. He quickly started the vehicle and rushed out, shaking off those people. As he fled, he discovered that Huang Lei next to him had also turned into a zombie, staring at him before biting down. No! Huang Chaochao flailed his legs, and with a scream, his body shot up, hitting the roof of the car, which startled him awake. He was extremely anxious, breathing erratically, and looked at Huang Lei, who was glaring at him like a ghost. "Is this a dream? Am I dreaming?" Huang Chaochao took a couple of deep breaths and noticed the windows were fogged up. After wiping them, he found it was already daytime. He saw the elderly people out in the morning and people going to work, all looking perfectly normal. Huang Chaochao decided to get out of the car and check the windows. Finding no stains, they were spotless. But he could clearly feel the car was shaking. And several people were trying to open the door. Is this really a dream? Huang Chaochao repeatedly confirmed in his mind, looking around the car multiple times, even lying on the ground to check the car's undercarriage. Finally, he found a small piece of cloth near the front door, stained with blood. Bro, what are you doing? Huang Lei didn't understand, looking around and even lying on the ground. I know they're normal people. You need to take that thing off. What? Huang Chaochao pointed to the small strip of cloth under the front door and said, Chapter 32. Night and day are different. Can a virus disguise itself? In the morning, people came and went, countless individuals eating breakfast and rushing to work. On the way to work, some were scrolling through their phones, watching short videos, while others were checking the news. Everyone in the bus seemed normal. Huang Chaochao waited downstairs for a while and called Deng Yinan's mother to confirm they were coming down. Wait, we'll act soon. No problemi, bro. Huang Lei replied. After a while, they came down. Huang Chaochao made a gesture, and the two immediately rushed up, carrying Deng Yinan's father towards the Hummer. What are you doing? Who are you? Deng Yinan's mother was taken aback by the sight of these two young men carrying her husband. Deng Yinan, Deng Yinan's father, was stunned to see his wife cooperating with these two young men, even opening the car door. Hey, what are you guys doing? I need to go to work. Uncle, it's not that I'm stopping you from going to work, but your daughter doesn't want you to go. She wants us to take you to stay for a while in the countryside. Annie should have taken a good leave just for 2 days. Please cooperate. Seeing his wife nod, Deng Yinan knew it was definitely his daughter's idea. Although he felt angry, he couldn't resist the two young men. Once Deng Yinan calmed down, Huang Chaochao let Huang Lei drive away from the community. The journey was quiet, with no conversation. Throughout the drive, Huang Chaochao kept an eye on the surroundings, wary of any potential infected individuals. Huang Lei was also worried. The pain from yesterday had not yet faded, and seeing his parents like that had left him feeling empty. He was also terrified of any potential car accidents. Accidents seemed to be a warning closely related to the infected. Along the way, Deng Yinan's parents looked nervously at the two young men, but were unsure what was going on, so they avoided them. Finally, they safely reached the bridge in Huang Mountain Town. After a turn and crossing the bridge, Huang Chaochao and Huang Lei did not see those people again. Huang Chaochao found it strange. Some people were still busy outside, and others were sweeping the ground. He glanced at the distant peaks, seeing a small circle of people. But the feeling he had last night, when he dreamed of the car shaking, combined with the piece of cloth he found by the car, made him feel that this apocalyptic crisis was not the same as the previous version he had seen. In the previous apocalypse, the Blaza virus had gone through 3 generations of mutations, making the 3rd generation of infections very abnormal. Infected individuals only had a brief window before turning into zombies. With no medication available for treatment, they could only wait for zombification. Yet now, he didn't understand. The Blaza virus had only gone through 1 generation to exhibit such powerful changes. Was it because he had never encountered the 1st generation? Or were there changing factors that led to this global disaster? When Huang Lei drove past his own house, he glanced over and saw the door was closed. As he moved past the front of his house, he saw a scene in the rearview mirror. The small iron gate of Huang Lei's home opened, and a middle-aged man in neat clothing came out holding documents. He was stunned by the sight in the rearview mirror and immediately slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the car to jolt forward. What is going on, Huang Lei? Can you drive? Huang Chaochao was also deep in thought, abruptly interrupted by the sudden stop. He then saw Huang Lei's face filled with doubt and disbelief. No, it can't be. Huang Lei glanced at his arm. He had scratched it while fleeing from that group of people last night, and the wound had already scabbed over. But now he saw his father, who had turned into a zombie yesterday, appearing completely intact before him. He immediately turned the car around and drove toward where he saw his father's back. He was too scared to approach, so Huang Lei turned the car back around and continued driving toward the mountain road, while Huang Chaochao notified Deng Yinan to come down from the mountain. After Deng Yinan reunited with her parents, she rushed over and hugged them, crying uncontrollably. What's wrong, Nan? Why are you crying? Your friend said you wanted us to come. If we hadn't seen your message and called you, We would have thought you encountered a scammer. Dad, Mom, it's good that you came. We're safe now. Let's go to the mountain first, then we can talk. With that, Huang, Chaochao, and Deng Yinan parted ways again, setting off to pick up their parents. The driver of the Hummer became Huang Chaochao, while Huang Lei continued with his task. However, he began to have doubts due to the strange events he had encountered. Did something happen to you? Your driving today is very unusual, Huang Chaochao asked. Huh? Huang Lei glanced at Huang Chaochao, taken aback. Last night, I dreamed of a zombie attack, and the car was shaking. What? Huang Lei was shocked. He then recounted the bizarre incident he had experienced. I clearly remember last night. My mom used her arm to block my dad's mouth to let me escape, which gave me a slight chance to run away. The injury on my arm has scabbed over, and that's an undeniable fact. He's alive. He's alive? How could he still be alive? Huang Lei became increasingly agitated, and Huang Chaochao felt even more eerie, a chill running through him. He immediately pulled the car over to the side, looking at the people on the road carrying groceries, unsure of what was happening. Are those people truly human? Or is the virus different from what he encountered in his past life? Huang Chaochao now understood why Huang Lei had just turned around. It was to verify, just like him, to confirm their thoughts. Both of them were pondering why they were encountering such situations. Huang Chaochao thought of an impossible scenario, and so did Huang Lei. The virus can disguise itself, they said in unison. Yes, it must be that way. Otherwise, how could there be no news online? Huang Lei was very certain of his thoughts. Huang Chaochao also agreed. This was the only possibility that could explain all the situations they encountered. The emergence of this idea made Huang Chaochao uneasy. His parents had not yet been picked up. Who knew what might happen during the day? If those carrying the virus disguised themselves as normal people during the day and spread among the normal crowd, then at night, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Huang Chaochao accelerated directly, heading towards the city. Chapter 33. Where has the rumored Miss Deng gone? Various departments in Huang secretly launched investigations into the frequent traffic accidents and strange weather changes. The Ministry of Public Security also conducted a thorough investigation into a very special document uploaded from below, titled Butterfly Project. They examined the materials related to the document's source. Ultimately, they dismantled various documents and arrived at a conclusion. The Butterfly Project was closely related to traffic accidents and the issues caused by strange weather changes, and it was classified as a top-secret document. It contained complete information that could explain the founder of this project, Deng Yinan, who invested a huge amount of money to launch the nationwide Butterfly Project. The document started with a report on an economic fraud case that occurred in Funan, where she went to Fubei, sent people to capture, but ended up escaping and did not manage to apprehend Miss Deng. However, this Miss Deng left behind a mobile phone, which contained a message directing them at the Ministry of Public Security to investigate the situation at the Peace Hotel in Magic City. Consequently, the Butterfly Project eventually landed at the Ministry of Public Security, where an important official led a special task force to thoroughly investigate the ultimate purpose and implementation plan of this case. A group of people in the office building gathered in the conference room, looking at the relationships outlined on the board, discussing the connections of this case. Among them, Deng Yinan's parents were prominently featured. Halfway through the meeting, someone knocked and entered, handing a brand new document to the leader. Report, Minister Fei. The investigation on Deng Yinan's parents is complete for your review. Okay. After delivering the materials, the person named Fei Chongheng signaled another member of the group to read the document aloud. Deng Yinan's father, Deng Yuan, is the Deputy Director of the Administrative Approval Section in Anhua County, Funan. This morning, the unit received a leave notice from his wife, requesting an extension of 3 days for the reason of a funeral. The investigation into Deng Yuan's mobile phone satellite positioning and Skynet monitoring shows no significant biological traces. Skynet Camera 1 in the southern area of the community captured dynamic images, confirming that he was picked up early in the morning by an unlicensed Hummer. The biological images indicate he was forcibly taken into the car by 2 men, and his wife also followed into the vehicle. The subsequent Skynet surveillance along the route shows that this car is currently heading towards the urban area of Insheng, Funan. Another staff member nearby inquired about the case's lead. Minister Fei, should we notify the local authorities to intercept the vehicle? Fei Changheng tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the sudden arrival of this document, combining it with the information on the wall to make a comprehensive judgment. The orders for this case were not decisions he could make alone, but he had to bear a lot of responsibility. Not yet. Continue tracking that Hummer. Understood. Huang Chaochao, unaware that the Ministry of Public Security far away in the capital had already targeted his vehicle for tracking, quickly arrived in the city without speeding. He drove to the law firm where his father worked. His dad was one of the partners at the law firm, while his mom was a retired teacher. The car entered the law firm's gate and parked in the yard. Huang Chaochao cautiously searched the yard, but found nothing unusual. Let's get out. Okay. Huang Lei followed behind, and Huang Chaochao walked towards his dad's office. Just as they reached the door, they heard him talking with a client. I will do my best to handle this matter. Don't worry. All right, then I'll leave it to Lawyer Huang. He saw the client leave and then walked in. Is there something wrong? Huang Chaochao felt it was strange. His dad ignored him, instead organizing the client's materials and various documents, while making a call to his assistant, asking her to come over. Get moving, Huang Lei. Okay. Huang Chaochao's dad saw the two young men rush over and then was directly carried out, causing a commotion on that floor. At that moment, the assistant happened to arrive and was confused about the situation. What are you doing? Huh? Xiaoko was also puzzled. What the hell? Let go of your father. Huang Chaochao's dad began to shout loudly, refusing to give in. Ultimately, he complied with his son's wishes and got into his car. He looked at his son driving the vehicle, a brand new car, seemingly a luxury one. Huang Chaochao's various actions left him perplexed. Huang Chaochao then picked up his mom, who was still preparing lunch but had no time to eat before being taken into the car by Huang Chaochao, who then drove out of the city. As time passed, during this return journey, the sun began to set. Throughout the drive, Huang Lei kept explaining, and Huang Chaochao also tried to clarify what had happened. Knowing that the sun still had a little time before setting, Huang Chaochao drove towards his hometown, Huping Mountain Town. The car slowly entered the town, but he gradually began to smell a very strange odor. It smelled somewhat like cooked meat, but upon closer inspection, it felt uncomfortable in his head. Huang Chaochao immediately rolled up the car window and, taking advantage of the last bit of sunlight, hurriedly drove to the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, Huang Lei suddenly said, "Bro, look over there." Following Huang Lei's, Huang Chaochao saw a person slowly walking not far away, moving just like the zombies they had seen before. This is bad. I feel like I should call Sister Dolly, and I'll take my parents up the mountain quickly. Okay. Huang Dad was pulled by his son up the mountain without knowing the reason. As Huang Chaochao said, that person was very dangerous. Huang Dad took a glance. Although the figure was moving slowly, there was something eerie about it that made his professional instincts feel a hint of unease. Hurry up. The call got through, and after Deng Yinan answered, she quickly came down, only to find that the sun had already set. Behind them, the zombies were rapidly pursuing, closing in step by step. Seeing this, the four of them quickly scrambled up the mountain. Deng Yinan saw more zombies appearing at the foot of the mountain and quickly ran down. When the two groups met, Huang Chaochao said his dad was a bit heavy and might need help. Deng Yinan didn't think much and carried Huang Dad up the mountain. After some twists and turns, they managed to avoid being caught by the zombies. But the feeling of seeing them not far away was truly frightening. Chapter 34. Who is the real infected using a rope? They finally climbed over the steel module protective wall set up by Deng Yinan. Then they plopped down inside the tent. Finally safe, finally safe. Huang Chaochao gasped, feeling that bringing his dad up the mountain was a kind of torture. Deng Yinan took out binoculars and looked around, only to find that those people had disappeared, which made her feel relieved. Not long after sitting down, Huang Chaochao thought of something. Has the other side's protective wall been finished? Huh? How could it be done? Deng Yinan replied. What's wrong? Deng Yinan noticed Huang Chaochao suddenly looked panicked, constantly staring at the mountain behind them. You guys didn't go down the mountain today, did you? Huang Chaochao continued to ask. No, why? Did anyone come up? Yes, but I didn't pay them any attention, Deng Yinan said. She explained that during the day, while they were leaving, a group of about 20 people came with hoes, saying they wanted to continue digging the mountain and asked her for money. But since it was no longer needed, she ignored them. After hearing that they wanted to dig there, she didn't want them to cause damage. So she directly gave them money to leave. After hearing Deng Yinan's description, Huang Chaochao felt a sense of relief. What exactly happened? Deng Yinan was also anxiously waiting. Huang meant that the virus was not that simple. The people they saw during the day might be zombies in disguise. Upon hearing this, Deng Yinan felt goosebumps all over, and Zhou was also a little scared. Recalling the events of the day, the scene was vivid in her mind. Those more than 20 people reaching out to her for things. Deng Yinan took out the binoculars, looked at the streets of Huping Mountain Town, and indeed saw those strange-looking people reappearing on the street. She looked around and saw that there didn't seem to be any other zombies coming up the mountain. Instead, a faint smell of meat wafted through the mountains. At first, the smell of meat felt like after cooking, which could induce hunger. But the more they smelled it, the more nauseous they felt. What is that smell? Huang Chaochao couldn't stand it. His parents rushed over to see him vomiting continuously. Deng Yinan also felt strange. Continuing to investigate with the binoculars, discovering many people moving toward one place. She also saw smoke rising from behind that house. Meat? Deng Yinan muttered, thinking, what kind of meat? Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in her mind, combining Huang Chaochao and Huang Lei's descriptions. Those who returned to normal during the day became abnormal at night. What about the others? There was only one possibility. That smell was human. Even thinking of this, Deng Yinan could not accept such a situation. We need to hurry up and fix the protective wall on the other side. Otherwise, unexpected things might happen, Deng Yinan said. The parents on both sides looked at the current situation and didn't know what to do. But the scene before them was real. They couldn't imagine it. So, they all began pouring the steel modules on the other side of the mountain peak. Finally, when dawn broke, they completed the 4-meter-high steel module protective wall surrounding the entire mountain peak. Exhausted, they ate a little and directly fell into a deep sleep. At the foot of the mountain, however, a group of people appeared, sneaking around and hiding constantly. Lu Xiaozai, are you sure we should run up the mountain? I feel like the mountain might not be safe either. We might as well run to other places. No, Lu Xiaozai interrupted the others, feeling particularly certain now. Moreover, when they were hiding last night, they didn't count the people clearly, and he couldn't distinguish who the real infected were. Hurry up, Lu Xiaozai said. Soon, they saw the established steel protective wall. Seeing the steel wall, they felt a rush of joy, thinking they had found refuge. But they still didn't know what the situation was like above and could only shout loudly. Is anyone up there? Is there anyone up there? Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao, and the others heard the shouts from below and were awakened after not sleeping long. Should we go take a look? Huang Chaochao asked. What is going on? Deng Yinan asked. That Lu Xiaozai is leading a group of 7 or 8 young guys. It seems they know we're here and want to come up. Huang Chaochao said. Deng Yinan glanced at her parents and then at Huang Chaochao's parents, saying, should we let them come up? No, absolutely not. You just studied this situation yesterday. People infected with the zombie virus disguise themselves as normal during the day. If we let them come up, it could lead to endless trouble, Huang Dad said. Don't you think so? Deng Yinan asked. I completely agree. In the face of such a disaster, we must not show mercy. These few are young and strong. Among us 8, beside you who can fight, only Huang Lei has some skills, Huang Chaochao quickly echoed. Seeing that his son agreed with his viewpoint, Huang Dad felt a bit relieved. Okay, then you handle them. Deng Yinan gave Huang Chaochao a smile. But he suddenly looked confused. Huh? What do you mean? All right. Huang Chaochao felt a bit down, but walked over to the edge and directly greeted them. Hello, everyone. Brother Huang, let us up. It's dangerous down here, Lu Xiaozai said with a smile. Let you up? On what basis? I have no idea who among you is infected. You want me to let you come up? Don't even think about it, Huang Chaochao said. After saying that, he directly left the edge. Hearing Huang Chaochao's words, Lu Xiaozai became furious and started cursing, throwing around all sorts of foul language. Cursing won't help. I want to let you up, Huang Chaochao continued. Damn it, Lu Xiaozai was enraged. Let us go. Huang Chaochao watched as Lu Xiaozai actually went down the mountain, which didn't make sense. He had a vague feeling that this guy seemed to be up to something. Did they leave? They went down the mountain. But Huang Chaochao continued. Maybe he wants to take us down with him. Huh? Zhou was startled upon hearing this. Deng Yinan knew the human nature was unpredictable. She immediately sat up, took the binoculars, and looked at the group as they walked toward the town. Chapter 35. The response strategy of cowards. Lu Xiaozai and his group went down the mountain, still feeling very angry and constantly cursing Huang Chaochao, saying he was so unkind and didn't care about their childhood friendship. But when he came down and hit the street, he suddenly ran into Huang Lei's father, who was on patrol, and he took off running. "Lu kid, why do you run when you see me?" Hearing the shout from Captain Huang, Lu stopped in his tracks, trembling inside. He had originally thought of taking a group up the mountain, not caring about anything else since it was impossible to tell who the real infected were. But surely there would be one or two among them. If it came to it, they could all die together. But now, encountering the real disguised zombie, Captain Huang, he felt scared. He had seen Huang Lei run out and witnessed Captain Huang bite his wife. But now he was talking to him as if nothing had happened, and he was truly afraid. Afraid that in the next second, he might get bitten too. "Oh my, I haven't even married my wife yet. I should just run." Lu had already made up his mind that as soon as there was any sign of trouble, he would take his people and run. "Captain Huang, you should be busy with official duties instead of lecturing a good-for-nothing like me. It's pointless. We'll be leaving now." Lu said a few words to Captain Huang, and, before he could respond, took his people straight into the mountains. Captain Huang noticed the movement on the mountain, and he looked up at the peak. His eyes and awareness could sense something, but half of his vision was clouded, making it hard to see what was really up there. "Damn it, there must be another way to stop my mutation from progressing. I must find it." Red-yellow blood vessels appeared on Captain Huang's face, but slowly faded away. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, Deng Yinan's parents were arguing with Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao over something. What was it? It was about Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan, who had spent a large portion of several billion, but ended up living on the mountain. "What are you two thinking?" Deng Yuan's voice was particularly loud. He had just finished listening to everything Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao described, and learned that his daughter had actually inherited her aunt's fortune, which amounted to a staggering $100 million. She hadn't even mentioned a word of it to him, her father, and had hidden it from them, spending $4 or $5 billion with a kid who knew nothing. In the end, they chose a refuge that was an unfinished mountaintop with nothing but sleeping bags. He couldn't understand. If it were him, upon learning about this, he would definitely calculate carefully and arrange everything clearly, at the very least. Create a concrete document to execute. Hearing this girl's father speak about his son like that made him, as a father, feel the need to step up. "Mr. Deng, can you complete everything in such a short time and handle it well?" "That is not likely, is it? Since they too have made their decisions. And it can't be changed now. Why not go with the flow and continue to do well?" Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao stared at their dad, confronting him, and everyone's tone was unpleasant, not backing down. "Headache, really," Deng Yinan said, rubbing her forehead and quietly telling Huang Chaochao. "Me too. If I had known we would set up a small base on another peak, living together would really be a hassle. Plus, both our parents are here too." Sigh. Behind them, Huang Lei and Zhou Kuei, hearing the argument between the two families, also took the initiative to step back. Finally, someone broke the deadlock of the argument. It was Lu, who had brought his people down and was shouting nonstop. "Brother Huang, big brother Huang, Uncle Huang, please let us in." Both fathers stopped arguing upon hearing this. Deng Yinan felt that things were finally turning around. She nudged Huang Chaochao, and they went to the edge together. She suddenly remembered that after greeting Captain Huang, she had walked directly up into the deep mountains without going in circles. She felt afraid. Her whole back felt cold, not knowing when Captain Huang, the disguised infected, would appear. At that moment, she heard a voice. "Why are you back again?" Hearing Huang Chaochao's voice and seeing Deng Yinan, Lu felt a glimmer of hope in life. He plopped down directly onto the ground, clasping his hands in a bow. "Brother, big brother, uncle, please let me up. I've discovered the disguised infected. He might come here soon. I could die. Please have mercy, please." Lu cried as he knocked his head on the ground. And this scene even moved Huang Chaochao a bit. The people behind Lu, seeing him like this, also knelt down and knocked their heads. Deng Yinan frowned at their constant bowing. She didn't want to let them in. She had thought about it before. The supplies in her curved wall space were only enough for them to live for 50 years. They had nothing. Saving them would only increase her burden. If there were any hidden infected among them, it would be like inviting wolves into the house, and she wouldn't even know how to save herself at that time. On one hand, there was the constant pleading and bowing, stirring her compassion. On the other, there were the consequences of allowing them in, leaving her in a dilemma. Deng Yinan clearly noticed his daughter's soft-heartedness. He immediately came to the edge, looking at the group of young people begging on the ground. They could kneel and plead for their lives now, but one day they could sacrifice others to survive themselves. In this transaction, we are the party in power. Why should we care about them? Deng Yinan's words hit Lu's inner thoughts directly. He immediately stood up, pointing at Deng Yinan, and began to curse. You old fossil, just wait. Not letting us in, huh? We'll bring those disguised infected and wipe you out. We'll die together. Lu was furious, his eyes turning red. Then he led the group down the mountain. After they left, Deng Yinan said, Did you see that? This is their true colors. But Dad, if he really brings people here, we want to be able to handle it. Deng Yinan still had her worries. Currently, the contradiction of this problem was as solid as a rock. They could only think of other ways to deal with these desperate people. Yinan, I remember there's a high-voltage electric fence and solar power generator on our transaction list. Can we set this up to defend against them? And the outside is all steel modules. Really? Deng Yinan was taken aback. She didn't even remember what she had put in her curved wall space. Chapter 36. New ability users with the coordination and assembly of 8 people. A 1-meter-high high-voltage electric fence was set up, connected to a solar power generator. And warning signs stating high voltage here, do not touch, were hung around. Is this really useful? Chaochao weakly asked. Of course it is. If anyone dares to touch it, they'll get electrocuted, Deng Yinan replied. Chaochao carefully completed the assigned tasks, and then went straight up the mountain. Huang glanced at the direction she went, and, not knowing what had happened, felt a bit worried. Watching her retreating figure, Huang didn't think much about it anymore, picked up a hoe, and, following Deng Yinan's instructions, went to dig a hole on the other side, making waterproof preparations. The weather forecast indicated that heavy rain would come in a couple of days, and without a villa on the mountaintop, he could only dig a hole. While digging, Huang complained about Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao. These two really have nothing better to do. With billions, instead of living in a villa or building a steel base to block the infected from invading, they come to this broken place, Tiger Peak Mountain, to dig holes. I'm really fed up. I'm the only one doing all the digging. Huang was both complaining about the confused behavior of Deng and Huang, while also having to follow their lead. After all, to survive and enjoy delicious boxed meals, he had to keep digging caves with his hoe. The parents of Deng and Huang were discussing their son's wrong decision. Several $100 million had been spent just like that, and they chose a terrible place to build the base. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were scolded out, as their parents wanted to discuss the matter and see if there were any effective solutions. Each of them carried a hoe and came to Huang. Huang Chaochao, you old man. Deng Yinan, you old man. From a distance, the two heard Huang digging and cursing at them. After Huang finished cursing, he heard Deng Yinan's voice and immediately felt uneasy. He quickly turned around to see the two approaching. You guys are here. Finally, you are here. I've been digging this cave all by myself. It's so exhausting. Huang wiped his sweat. He could understand why he was cursing them. So he teased him. Did you enjoy cursing me? No, brother, how could it be like that? Huang lightly slapped his own mouth, saying he was being talkative, while grinning at Huang Chaochao. Huang words gave him some ideas. Previously, he felt his actions were quite impressive, but now he felt utterly foolish. Now it was clear that there was no base at the foot of the mountain, nor any villas. They still had to temporarily build villas on the mountain, which was just ridiculous. Later, the idea of building villas on the mountain was overturned by both sets of parents, and they could only start digging caves. Fortunately, only the 8 of them knew about this. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. After the awkwardness was resolved, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan also joined the cave digging plan. The 3 of them continued digging, but after a while, Deng Yinan stopped and asked Huang, where's Zhou Keiwei? Huang was taken aback. He hadn't noticed. She seems to have gone up the mountain, right? Let's go look. Quick. Huang dropped the hoe and glanced at where she had left. Deng Yinan ran to the tent at the edge of the steel module and informed his parents and Huang Chaochao's parents that Zhou Keiwei was missing, asking everyone to search the mountain. Zhou Keiwei? Zhou Keiwei. Huang Lei hurriedly climbed the mountain, worried for her safety, praying that nothing had happened to her. He had noticed that after Zhou Keiwei finished with the electric grid, she seemed to have something weighing on her mind. But he felt too shy to ask anyone what had happened, so he could only watch. At that moment, he happened to see Zhou Keiwei lying on the ground in the distance and immediately ran over. Zhou Keiwei. Zhou Keiwei? Huang Lei held her head and, mimicking a scene from a TV drama, checked her breath. This check startled Huang Lei. Sister Dolly, brother, come here quickly. Everyone responded to Huang Lei's call and ran over, while Huang Lei princess carried her down the mountain and laid her in the base tent. Everyone hurriedly followed. What exactly is going on with her? Huang Lei felt a bit anxious and worried. Deng Yinan also took out some medicine from the curved space, but wasn't a doctor and had no idea which ones could be used. Observing her physical condition, apart from a red mark on her forehead, there were no other abnormalities, but now her heartbeat seemed to be slowing down. No way. Deng Yinan felt her arm's veins, realizing her heartbeat was getting slower. What happened? Everyone saw Deng Yinan checking her arm, 3 fingers probing her pulse, with expressions of grave concern. Knowing it wasn't a good sign, she seems to be losing her heartbeat. Then hurry and do CPR, Deng Yinan's mother said. Deng Yinan glanced at everyone, started to breathe into her, and rhythmically pressed on her chest. After the 3rd breath, Zhou Keiwei suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of pure green light passing through. Sister Dolly, what are you doing? Zhou Keiwei asked, somewhat confused. Huh? What am I doing? Deng Yinan was caught off guard by the question. You fainted, and we thought you were going to die, so I gave you CPR. I didn't. How could I die? Zhou Keiwei glanced around, her mind focused on a thought, and a vine emerged from the ground outside the tent, slowly entering and falling before Zhou Keiwei. Everyone was stunned by this sight. Zhou Keiwei explained to everyone why she had fainted. She felt her consciousness was a bit unclear, wanted to go up the mountain to get some fresh air and see the scenery. Suddenly, she noticed subtle changes in the plants around her and found herself falling into a lush ancient forest, where a ginseng doll appeared where she landed. And that doll looked like her. She was a bit scared and ran desperately. She realized that the ginseng doll was chasing her. Finally, she ran into a tree, hit her head, and fainted. Moreover, when she fainted, she felt a drop of rain falling, turning the entire ancient forest world into a miniature version. The ginseng doll also transformed into a small Zhou Keiwei with a green leaf on her head. It said, I have acquired basic wood abilities, allowing me to simply modify plants, strengthen plants, and summon plants. That's great. Really, this way I won't have to toil to dig caves. Although Huang Lei didn't know exactly what it was, he thought, since there was such a special ability, why not use it? Why are you all looking at me? ISNT, it's supposed to be like this? Huang Lei noticed everyone staring at him. Chapter 37. Developing a cave in the mountain. Living a secluded peach blossom life, Huang Lei watched as everyone sat eating, while he stood eating. After finishing his meal, he realized he was wrong. He shouldn't have been so profit-driven, thinking having special abilities was good and could serve everyone. Zhou Keiwei hadn't even recovered, yet he let her work. It was truly inappropriate. Watching the table Zhou Keiwei had crafted with her abilities, he leaned closer to her, admiring the table. Zhou Keiwei, the table you made is simply exquisite, plain and unadorned. It's so beautiful. But Zhou Keiwei glanced at Huang Lei, her playful smile indicating that she hadn't finished cleaning up. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao, who had just come back from outside, screamed in horror at the tent. Where did I go wrong? Zhou Keiwei. Huang Lei hugged his foot, blowing on it repeatedly, even though it didn't help. Hurry up and get to work. Huang Lei pouted, looking unhappy, limping out of the tent, following the fathers of Deng and Huang. Along with Deng and Huang, up the mountain. Deng and Huang's mothers were each guarding the high-voltage electric grid. Deng Guiyuan, while discussing the perfect matters the adults had come up with, had a radiant expression on his face. Since they had already run up the mountain and become mountain dwellers, they couldn't go back down. So now, they had to develop this mountain peak and create a living space for their later years. Therefore, food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all necessary. First, they needed to solve the housing problem. I see, a little higher on this mountain, there's a small steep slope, and there's a stream flowing down. Why not build a house nearby? Lawyer Huang's thoughts are quite similar to mine, and little Zhou's abilities happen to be wood-based, which can provide us with wooden planks. The main physical activities will be left to you young people. After speaking, Deng Yinan smiled broadly, feeling his idea was simply fantastic. But just a few seconds after he finished speaking, Huang Lei interjected. What about the previous cave? Aren't we going to dig it? Everyone looked at Huang Lei, not understanding why he insisted on digging the cave, their expressions turning dark. Huang Lei naturally understood what their expressions meant, but he had his own thoughts. I can tell you all, the side of Hubing Mountain is a windward slope. It has wind all year round. Are you sure you want to build houses? If you want to build a house, I think it's better to dig a big cave and build a house inside. Just like opening a cave dwelling in immortal cultivation novels. We could channel water into the cave to build a pool that connects with the outside, open a skylight, and plant flowers and spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, there's no TV inside the cave, so we can't watch television. It would be best to build a large venue in the cave with everything. Deng Yinan frowned at Huang Lei, really not knowing what was going on in his head. Why he always thought of such strange ideas. Just then, Huang Chaochao chimed in. I agree. Since we're already at the mountaintop, we should hide from the world and live a secluded life like in a paradise. Hearing this, Huang Lei felt a surge of joy. It's indeed good to have someone with the same surname. Although he was very happy inside, he still had to consider everyone's opinions. After all, his own thoughts couldn't dictate the overall situation. After hearing this suggestion, the two fathers, Deng and Huang, exchanged glances, seeming to have a discussion, and they walked aside to plan again, expressing that they also had some wonderful ideas. Lawyer Deng felt the crisis now. Going down the mountain was impossible, and building a house on the mountain didn't seem feasible. But what this young man said about immortal cultivation and opening a cave dwelling seemed quite interesting. We could also flatten that little hillside, create a large pool that connects with the outside, fish, plant flowers, build a pavilion, and play chess. Taking Huang Lei's lead, Deng Yinan began to imagine and came up with even more outrageous ideas. Director Deng, young people have young people's ideas. Let us see if you are really ready to retire and live a pastoral life, Lawyer Deng said, feeling that he had his own insights. If before, he had been constantly working hard to make money for a living, now that he had made money and achieved fame, he was just afraid that his unambitious son would have no future. But now he heard about their achievements and saw they still had over 100 million renminbi. He thought, why should he work hard anymore? Can't he just lie around and live off the interest? Don't keep them waiting too long, Director Deng, Lawyer Huang reminded. All right. The young people watched as the two adults walked back, seemingly having reached an agreement. Dad, Uncle, what do you think? Deng Yinan asked. Xiao Huang's idea is great. Very close to the simple and rustic life we want. We also want to retire early and live a simple life. After hearing his father's words, Deng Yinan stared wide-eyed at them. Is this really my dad? Deng Yinan felt a bit uncertain, but looking at his smile, he was indeed still the deputy director of the County Natural Resources Bureau's Administrative Approval Section, Deng Yinan, who fought hard for fame and position. On the way to the small slope, Zhou Kuei slowly caught up, seeing a patch of old rubble and overgrown weeds on the small slope. On the other side of the slope, there was a stream flowing down, which led to a cliff. However, at this slope, there was a small banyan tree. Huang Lei, it's up to you now. How are we going to build a cave on such a large patch of overgrown grass and slope? Huang Chaochao asked. Huang Lei felt awkward seeing the scene before him. He thought for a moment, if they really wanted to dig, it might take half a month. Ha ha ha, brother. You agreed too, Huang Lei said, leaning toward Huang Chaochao, feeling a bit awkward and cowardly. The large rubble slope was formed from a landslide covered with grass, and digging this large area might just make him faint. The imagination was beautiful, but reality was harsh. They all realized that whether it was the previous construction of the mountaintop villa or Huang Lei's idea of opening a cave dwelling for immortal cultivation and living a paradise life, they all faced a tricky problem. The banyan tree wasn't too small, and there was a large area of rubble to level. In short, it was very difficult. Why don't we just buy a villa instead of running to the mountain top to be mountain dwellers? Deng Yinan looked at Huang Chaochao and asked, I can't help it. We're already up here. Going down is a dead end. Huang Chaochao suggested. After his suggestion, everyone felt a bit discouraged because they were facing a huge project. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out below, and upon hearing the cries for help, the two fathers, Deng and Huang, immediately ran down the mountain. Deng Yinan also received a call from her mother, saying a group of people came and insisted on coming up. She felt a bit scared and didn't dare to press the electric gate button. "We need to hurry down. There are people causing trouble," Deng Yinan said. The group rushed down in a hurry, but one person stopped in the middle of the run, hearing the banyan tree calling her. Chapter 38. Delaying Tactics and the Last Supper, huh? Chaochao was a bit puzzled, but the calling voice really came from that banyan tree. She turned to look at the others who had already gone down, feeling that even if she went, she wouldn't be able to help much, and instead came to the banyan tree. "Are you calling me?" Chaochao looked up at the banyan tree, which was lush with leaves but had a thin trunk. "Yes, I'm calling you. I've waited so many years, and finally, someone has come who can revive my life." Chaochao was stunned. The voice appeared in her little forest world. "Do you want me to help you, banyan tree?" Chaochao asked. "Yes, I hope to enter your Wanja forest. Although I don't know if you're a human or a ghost, Chaochao, am not particularly foolish. Since you're calling me alone and no one else, you must have some other purpose." The banyan tree looked very confused. "What purpose could I have? I can't move. I'm just a tree. A tree that just wants to escape a withered fate, escape being cut down. Can't you see the scars from where I was sawed and have healed?" The banyan tree was almost exasperated by the little girl. Chaochao walked to the banyan tree and saw a very ugly wood tumor, as if it had been sawed before and then healed by itself. "It's really true." After some back and forth, Chaochao agreed to the banyan tree's idea. "After all, it was still just a tree. I'll agree to you for now, but whether it can happen, I'll have to confirm with my friends in the end." "Good." The banyan tree agreed, and Chaochao smiled, gently touching the tree tumor. "Thank you. You're welcome." After Chaochao finished speaking, she went down the mountain. When she reached the temporary site at the edge of the base, she saw Deng and Huang arguing with the people below. "Are you letting us in or not?" Lu Xiaozai's plea had no hint of politeness. "Impossible," Deng Yinan replied. "You just tried it, and someone has already been knocked out by the electricity. If you're brave enough, you can try again." Deng Yinan's attitude was very firm. She didn't expect Lu Xiaozai to be such a ruthless person. Someone like him could not be let in. But Huang Dad, Lawyer Huang, had something to say. "Do you really want to come up?" Hearing Lawyer Huang say this, everyone above was stunned. "Dad, what are you doing? You can't really be thinking of letting them up, right?" Huang Chaochao asked quietly beside him. "I have my own ideas to resolve the current conflict." Huang Dad whispered to his son. "Oh, then hurry up and let us up." Lu Xiaozai felt delighted upon hearing that he was going to be let up. His companions behind him were also happy. "But we need to talk first. How about that?" Lawyer Huang said. Looking at the middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses in front of him, Lu Xiaozai felt that this person wasn't easy to deal with. "You speak," Lu Xiaozai said. "This place is built by us, right? The ownership belongs to us, doesn't it? So if you want to come up to our territory, shouldn't you pay a certain rental fee? But looking at you, you're well-dressed but seem to have empty pockets, not like you can take out any money." Lawyer Huang spoke directly in 3 sentences, and after listening, Lu Xiaozai seemed to find it quite reasonable. He wasn't a good speaker, and he had to give an explanation to the group of brothers behind him. "I don't care what you say about ownership. This mountain belongs to our village. Did you get permission to pass through our village? Are you just going to take over this mountain? You want documents, right? So, since you can't pay, why should we let you in?" Lu Xiaozai was furious but had no way to respond. Lawyer Huang put away the documents and felt that this matter had been handled again, but he still had a backup plan. Seeing Lu Xiaozai's group was angry and fearing they might act irrationally, he said, "However, we also have other needs that could allow you to come up." "Huh?" The people on the guard wall were stunned again. "Really?" Lu Xiaozai's eyes lit up at the possibility. Lawyer Huang raised his hands to calm everyone down. He had a plan. "We need labor, and you can provide that as a form of equivalent exchange. However, you must wait until the sun sets. And we confirm that none of you are infected before we let you in," Lawyer Huang concluded. Initially, a few people behind him were still pulling at his clothes. But gradually, everyone understood what Huang Chaochao's father meant. Deng Yinan also understood his intention. It was a delaying tactic. Can you make the decision? They had not agreed. Lu Xiaozai saw this middle-aged elder speaking alone, while the others did not agree. I agree. We all agree. All right, then we will wait. Lu Xiaozai stopped causing a scene and sat down with the group, waiting for the sun to set. Meanwhile, the people above had already gone into the tent to discuss the recent events. Uncle, you mean a delaying tactic? Among them, there must be infected people. When the sun sets, they will revert to zombie status. We won't even need to act. They will naturally collapse from within. Huang Chaochao's father smiled and said exactly. At this moment, Deng and Huang exchanged glances, each with their own calculations. As the sun gradually set, Deng Yinan felt that the timing seemed to have come. But Lu Xiaozai was becoming a bit impatient. Is it time? Hey! Lu Xiaozai stood up and shouted. But what he faced was Huang Chaochao, throwing down a few lunchboxes. Lu Xiaozai didn't understand what it meant, but seeing the steaming lunchboxes, he chose to fill his stomach first, quickly opening one to eat. His companions behind him also took the food and started to eat. As the sun got closer to the horizon, the people around Lu Xiaozai were contentedly finishing their meals, waiting for them to pull themselves up. But the next second, someone beside him suddenly had red veins fill their eyes, their veins bulging, fingers thickening, and nails turning sharp. He patted Lu Xiaozai. What? Ah! Before Lu Xiaozai could even stand up, he was bitten on the neck. In an instant, blood slowly flowed onto his clothes, staining them red. The people in the tent heard continuous screams from outside, and Deng Yinan quickly covered Zhou Kewai's ears. She was afraid the little girl would be frightened since she had never seen anything like this. Then, the electric fence started to spark, and, after a while, the noises ceased. Chapter 39. Is it the same zombie virus? The sounds outside stopped, but a bloody smell wafted into the tent, making one feel nauseous. Let's go take a look. You all stay inside, Huang Chaochao suggested. The four men went outside and found the bloody smell in the air was even stronger. Huang lay, even having seen parents devouring each other, felt a sense of brutality and the faint red gas in the air. Huang Chaochao quickly pulled him along to take a look, discovering the strange appearance and posture of the three infected individuals, which was indeed chilling. Dad, Uncle, it seems we need to get the supplies. Huang Chaochao signaled to his dad and Uncle Deng to quickly move the stones and switch the solar power. The three infected individuals caught the scent of the living and lunged at them. When the infected's hands touched the electric fence, sparks flew. One of the infected sensed danger and did not continue to pounce. The other two, seeing Huang Chaochao so close, kept lunging. As the electricity switched on, the high voltage surged down, and the two trying to pounce on Huang Chaochao lost their vitality amid flashes of electric sparks, leaving only the smell of decaying flesh. Like undercooked meat mixed with blood and grease. Huang ran aside to vomit again, and Huang Chaochao patted him, telling him to rest first. This night was destined to be difficult. The group moved the tent up, and Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan kept watch over the solar generator, ready to activate it at the first sign of trouble. Deng Yinan looked at the charred, infected bodies and the blood-soaked corpses below, feeling as if they were in hell. Huang Chaochao also scrutinized the horrifying scene, glancing at Deng Yinan, and asked, "Do you think my dad's idea is very cruel?" "No. Uncle just made the most appropriate and beneficial decision for us." The two looked down, only seeing the charred bodies from the high-voltage electricity. They recalled the infected individual who had already escaped, feeling that it seemed to be much smarter than they had imagined. "Do you think there are some infected individuals who haven't completely lost their human rationality and judgment, who will seek benefit and avoid harm, making choices?" Deng Yinan asked. Discussing this viewpoint, Huang Chaochao recounted what had happened to his uncle and aunt to Deng Yinan again. After listening, Deng Yinan emphasized once more, "Are you sure you saw someone infected still acting normal during the day?" "Yes, Huang Lei knows this best." Deng Yinan also knew about Huang Lei's situation. His father had bitten his mother to death, and now he had no idea what Captain Huang was doing. The more they discussed, the more they felt this matter was not so simple. It revealed the terrifying nature of this Brasa virus. The horror was not in the people, but in the virus itself, as the mode of transmission was still unknown. The only thing they knew was that they could not come into contact with infected individuals if they had wounds. Just as the two were at a loss, Lu Xiaozai's corpse suddenly moved strangely. Did you hear something? Huang Chaochao, with keen ears, caught some noise. The night wind blew, making the two feel a chill in their bodies. It was a bit frightening to be guarding this group of corpses. All right, maybe I misheard. Although Huang Chaochao said this, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. He stood up and walked to the edge to take a look below. Just that one glance scared him into stepping back repeatedly. What happened? Deng Yinan saw Huang Chaochao retreating and almost falling, quickly going over to support him. He saw Huang Chaochao pointing below, trembling uncontrollably. The two cautiously leaned over the edge to look outside and found Lu Xiaozai actually peeling back the head of a charred corpse, searching for something inside. He tore open the entire body as if biting into bread, prying it apart. After searching that corpse, he climbed onto another one, repeating the same action. Deng Yinan was puzzled watching Lu Xiaozai. What is he looking for? Lu Xiaozai clearly heard the conversation of the people above, looked up at them, and then bared his teeth, his eyes completely eroded by the virus, his appearance hideously abnormal. He ignored them and continued to dig until he reached the brain of the corpse, finally finding something. What is that? Deng Yinan asked. Huang Chaochao also leaned in for a closer look and discovered Lu Xiaozai had found a crystal bead the size of a soybean inside the head of the corpse. Then he saw Lu Xiaozai swallow a whole, visibly restoring clarity to half of his eyes and half of his mouth. He stood up, looking at Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan. Blood flowed from his mouth as he spat out words filled with anger. You all wait for me. I will definitely tear you apart and then eat you. After saying that, Lu Xiaozai did not crawl towards the power grid, but instead shot them a fierce glare, memorizing the place, and hurriedly fled down the mountain. As Lu Xiaozai woke up, the others who had been bitten also stood up aimlessly. Seeing the two bodies on the ground, already fragmented beyond recognition, they rushed over and devoured them all. The two men stared at the scene, feeling it was incredibly bloody, and immediately retreated. Still shaken, they heard noises and left the place, descending the mountain, leaving only bloodstains behind. Huang Chaochao used binoculars to observe, but did not see Lu Xiaozai escaping down the mountain, even unaware of their whereabouts. Putting down the binoculars, Huang Chaochao, feeling uneasy, shared his thoughts with Deng Yinan. Lu Xiaozai, I've known him since we were kids. He is a bully who fears the strong. He hasn't read much, but has many wicked ideas. He is someone who will retaliate for the slightest grievance. After listening, Deng Yinan guessed Huang Chaochao's inner worries. Are you afraid he will target this place and take revenge on us? Deng Yinan asked. Yes, and that thing he ate seems to be something only the infected have. How would he know about it? What is that thing? Huang Chaochao increasingly felt that this virus might be different from the Blaza virus. In his previous life, the Blaza virus only caused zombification in the third generation. But this virus is even more vicious. The infected can still maintain some consciousness, seeking benefits and avoiding harm. During the day, they can disguise themselves as ordinary people, but at night, they revert to their true form and resort to cannibalism. What exactly is the crystal bead in the infected's brain? What is its function? Huang Chaochao expressed his anxiety, and Deng Yinan furrowed her brows in concern. She felt that the development of the situation had made their location precarious. Chapter 40. Discussing plans to respond to the first wave of attack. Deng Yinan did not intend to sit and wait to die. She had worked hard to accumulate so much wealth and material possessions, and had even awakened her abilities. How could she let such a petty man take her down? No matter what, she did not want to die like this. She thought there must be some way to solve the current problem. I will call them down to discuss. We need to improve our defenses here, Deng Yinan said. All right, Huang Chaochao replied, and went to check around the steel module walls, unsure if any vulnerabilities had appeared after the previous attack. The people above hurried down. A group sat together, and Deng Yinan recounted what had just happened and expressed her predictions. I think Lu Xiaozai, Captain Huang, and that fleeing infected person will come back. I just used binoculars to observe the streets of Huping Mountain Town, and the number of infected is double what was recorded yesterday. If they come alone, we are not afraid. But if there is a coordinated attack, and many infected know about us, this place will definitely not be safe. So, we either escape or reinforce this place. If we reinforce here, we need to come up with more countermeasures. After Deng Yinan shared her thoughts, the scene fell into a moment of silence as everyone contemplated their next steps. The two fathers visibly showed tension and unease. But if we escape, where can we go? We previously fled from Fubei to avoid the first infection. Now if we escape again, I think this place is good. It has a high vantage point and can overlook a lot, Zhou Kuwei said cautiously, fearing her words would go unheard. Everyone looked at her in unison, making her a bit nervous, and she hurriedly added, I just think that if we escape to another city, we might encounter the infected again. The problem's here. We can still handle, right? And it won't solve the problem at all. After saying that, Zhou Kuwei wondered if she should mention the banyan tree now. Yes, what Xiao Zhou said is right. Matters concerning our survival can only be resolved where we still have some control. Once we leave this mountain, the risks are too great. Deng Yinan immediately agreed with Zhou Kuwei's thoughts. Hearing Uncle Deng's approval, Zhou Kuwei felt a surge of joy and planned to bring it up. By the way, there's something I've been meaning to mention. What? The banyan tree. The banyan tree? The group arrived at the pile of rubble halfway up the mountain and saw the independently growing banyan tree. Not tall, but lush with leaves. Are you saying your awakening of abilities is partly because of it? Deng Yinan asked. Yes. It said it needs a lot of nutrients, a lot of water, and also the essence of heaven and earth. Hearing this mysterious talk, everyone immediately became skeptical, and Deng Yinan pulled Zhou Kuwei aside and whispered, Are you sure you weren't deceived by the banyan tree? It's just a tree that wants to survive and not be cut down. We should trust it. Fine. It's just a tree. How powerful can it be? Deng Yinan thought to herself. Thus, everyone agreed to give the banyan tree nutrients. This nutrient was, of course, what they referred to as feces. I'll go first. I've been eating well these past few days and haven't gone. So now I kind of want to, Huang Lei said. How disgusting, Huang Lei. Zhou Kuwei made a face of disdain and then followed the others. Hey, big brother, leave me some toilet paper. Huang Lei shouted at the group. None. Huang Chaochao waved his hand and went down mountain. Oh my, they've all run away. Huang Lei felt a bit dissatisfied, but honestly, he touched his stomach and really needed to go to the bathroom. You can go behind me. I've woven a toilet out of tree roots. Huh? Huang Lei was stunned. He did not see anyone. The banyan tree. Huang Lei looked up at the tree that was taller than him and felt a bit scared. After all, it was his first time encountering a talking tree. Then what do I wipe with? Huang Lei asked, really unable to think of anything. The banyan tree shook itself, and Huang Lei saw a pile of leaves fall in front of him. He bent down to pick one up and smiled awkwardly. Wow. Back at the tent, Huang Lei kept smelling his fingers, feeling like there was some odor he hadn't cleaned off, so he went to the side to wash with water, but it still felt smelly. In the middle of the night, it was his and Zhou Kuwei's turn to keep watch. Once Deng and Huang's families were asleep, he moved his stool over. Zhou Kuwei glanced at him, unsure of what he was up to. Zhou Kuwei, I want to apologize. I don't think you're bad. Really, I swear. After saying that, Huang Lei immediately raised 3 fingers. Zhou Kuwei looked at Huang Lei and probably understood what he wanted to say. She actually didn't take it to heart. Moreover, as they talked, Huang Lei started to laugh to himself. But this silly grin didn't last long before he suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head. He looked at his arm and felt a slight pain he hadn't noticed before. He wanted to peel off the scabs, but suddenly felt something uncontrollable in his mind, as if something was trying to take control of him. No. Zhou Kuwei saw that Huang Lei seemed to be in agony, wanting to help him, but he pushed her away. He looked at Zhou Kuwei, stretched out his hand, and slowly backed away. He vaguely heard Zhou Kuwei calling his name, asking what was wrong, but that voice seemed unable to reach his ears, as if his ears were blocked. Yet, he was still somewhat conscious and realized what might be happening to him. He immediately said, You have to tie me up. Hurry. With your ability, we've a vine to tie me up completely, quickly. Zhou Kuwei didn't know what was wrong with Huang Lei and immediately shouted to everyone. The others reacted to the sound and saw Huang Lei holding his head and hitting himself, repeatedly saying, Hurry, hurry and tie me up. I feel like I can't control myself anymore. He saw a few figures faintly appearing in front of him, and he felt his consciousness slipping further out of control. Hurry! Huang Lei shouted, his headache feeling like it was going to split open tears streaming down his face. Deng Yinan sensed that something was wrong. Quickly, use your ability to weave the vines. Listen to him. Zhou Kuei was very flustered, but immediately used her ability. The vines appeared, binding him from his feet to his head, wrapping him up like a mummy, leaving only his face exposed. Feeling the tight restraints, Huang lay felt as if he had completed his self-redemption, feeling somewhat weak and wanting to sleep. Finally, he saw Zhou Kuei walking over, looking at him. He smiled at Zhou Kuei. Then everything went black, and he fainted. The others looked at the scene before them. It seemed to be a precursor to infection. Huang Lei voluntarily allowed Zhou Kuei to bind him with vines to restrict his freedom for everyone's sake. Chapter 41. Huang Lei's awakening and Huang Chaochao's inner conflict under the watchful eyes of everyone. They observed Huang Lei, whose face was only partially exposed. Noting the changes in his expression, their serious expressions were filled with concern. What exactly is wrong with him? Zhou Kuei said, her expression grave and pained. I don't know. Deng Yinan was also unclear about Huang Lei's situation and could only shake his head. As time slowly passed, Huang Lei's facial expression became more pained, accompanied by his body swaying back and forth. The others, witnessing this strange phenomenon, fell into confusion once again. What is he doing? Huang Chaochao voiced his doubts. He might be in the process of awakening his abilities. I went through something similar before, Deng Yinan said. Hearing this, Huang Chaochao glanced at Zhou Kuei and then at Huang Lei on the ground, reflecting on himself but not saying anything. Huang Chaochao thought that now all three of them had abilities, while he was the only one among his peers who did not. A feeling of discouragement surged within him. Huang Lei and Huang Chaochao's gazes were fixated on everything happening to Huang Lei. Huang Chaochao silently prayed, hoping that Huang Lei was awakening his abilities. This way, there would be one more ally in the apocalypse, increasing everyone's hope of survival. As Huang Lei's body swaying stopped and his facial expression became less grotesque, Huang Chaochao felt he should be okay and said to everyone, I'll take the night watch alone from now on. Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Aunt, you all go rest. Just keep an eye on him. I'll go outside to patrol with the binoculars. After saying this, Huang Chaochao directly took the binoculars and left the tent. Deng Yinan sensed a slight change in Huang Chaochao's emotions but did not follow him out, instead continuing to observe Huang Lei's expression to prevent any issues that could pose a threat to others. Huang Chaochao arrived at the watchtower, sitting there looking at his hometown, Hubing Mountain Town. Watching the once brightly lit town turn into a place overrun by infected people, he aimlessly observed the street movements with the binoculars. He saw more people being attacked, powerless to save them, only able to watch helplessly as yet another person was attacked by an infected. He put down the binoculars and stared blankly at the night sky. Huang Chaochao's despair grew deeper over time. I'm still a reborn person. Why am I getting worse? That kid Huang Lei has awakened his abilities. Is it because my physical fitness is too good? Is that why I can't mutate through the virus and awaken my abilities? Forget it. I shouldn't easily provoke any viral infections. Otherwise, if I become infected and turn into a zombie, it would be counterproductive. No. In the dead of night, Huang Chaochao was ranting to himself like a madman. The person standing behind him, seeing his curled and hunched back, heard his self-talk and sensed his inner turmoil. So, she slowly walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. As soon as she touched him, Huang Chaochao was startled and fell to the ground. Ouch! What the hell? Deng Yinan. Huang Chaochao's voice trembled from fear. Seeing Huang Chaochao's panicked state, Deng Yinan found it amusing and extended her hand. Get up. Huang Chaochao looked at Deng Yinan's outstretched hand, her encouraging gaze meeting his, and he took hold of it. Deng Yinan pulled him forcefully, bringing him in front of her, then hugged him. Their heads turned, ears pressed together. What are you thinking? Deng Yinan asked. I'm not thinking of anything. Huang Chaochao didn't want to admit it. Not thinking? Sitting there in a daze, not even properly on watch, and you're lying to me. After being called out by Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao's expression turned a bit embarrassed, yet he felt a little inner frustration and hugged Deng Yinan a bit tighter. Deng Yinan noticed that he was hugging her tighter, knowing that she had embarrassed him. She didn't speak, and Deng Yinan also didn't ask further, allowing him to continue holding her. After a while, Huang Chaochao's emotions improved a lot, and he took the initiative to speak. Do you think I'm useless as a guy? I haven't helped you all at all? Previously, I thought Zhou Kuei, as a girl, would struggle to survive in the apocalypse, possibly not even making it this far. But now, I find out she's also a very brave person. She has come as far with us and has been quite helpful. And among my peers, I'm the only one without abilities. After saying this, Huang Chaochao seemed indifferent. Hearing him say this, Deng Yinan felt she had opened up his heart and knew how to approach him, planning to encourage him a bit. I actually never thought about the question of being useful or not. Since we met, I've been more focused on the things you do, even the trivial ones. I see them and remember them. What I fear is idleness, taking things for granted and being lazy. But you don't have any of that. Since I have awakened my abilities, it is fate that allows me to take care of the weaker you. Perhaps one day, you will awaken even stronger abilities and help everyone through tough times. So I hope you don't develop any prejudices because of today. Deng Yinan patted his back. Meanwhile, two people standing on a higher mountain in the distance watched the two of them hug for so long and discussed. Do you think the issue has been resolved? Huang Dad asked, glancing at Huang Mom. Young people's matters should be decided by the young themselves. Adults can only play a role in the big direction. In the future, they still have to live their lives, right? Huang Mom had noticed from the beginning that her son seemed to have some interchanges. Huang Dad also noticed and was about to go over, but was stopped by Huang Mom. She saw Deng Yinan glance at Huang Chaochao and knew she might approach him. So she didn't let Huang Dad go. They felt reassured and then went to sleep. Chapter 42. The unexpected gain from the awakening of stone abilities. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the tent, illuminating his face. Huang Lei's inner world had endured countless trials, walking through a maze full of stones for an unknown amount of time, finally reaching the end of the stone maze. He climbed onto a platform and saw a small stone on it. The stone was colorful, crystal clear, and shining with light. He felt it was exquisite and reached out to touch it, and the light was instantly absorbed into his body, the colorful crystal turning into an ordinary stone. Hello, Huang Lei. I am Little Lei. Huang Lei looked at the small stone in front of him, bouncing around, and couldn't help but be stunned. Who are you? I am the little thunder of the wasteland world. Now we are one entity. Congratulations. You have awakened your special abilities. Special abilities? Really? Huang Lei woke up with a smile, the sunlight shining brightly on his smiling face. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Zhou Kuei glanced at Huang Lei, who was foolishly laughing, and directly said, Is that funny? But the laughter didn't stop. Zhou Kuei, let me go. No, no way. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan came in from outside and reached out to stop Zhou Kuei from untying the vines. Oh, why? Huang Lei looked confused, staring at the two. It's daytime now, and the infected haven't completely lost their minds. They can disguise themselves. How do I know whether you've been infected by the virus or awakened special abilities? Huang Chaochao said. That seems a bit reasonable. Huang Lei thought about his special abilities and then absorbed the soil beneath him, condensing it into stones to perform the stone-piercing skill. But he still couldn't break free from Zhou Kuei's vine restraints. After several attempts, Huang Lei was unable to succeed. You see, I've used my special abilities. Let me go. Zhou Kuei, please let me go. Your vines are too powerful. Zhou Kuei looked at Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao, who nodded in agreement. The vines, as if alive, untied the restraints at Zhou Kuei's gesture and burrowed back underground. After Huang Lei awakened his abilities, the three questioned him extensively and learned that he had gained 3 basic abilities: stone shield, stone piercing, and the fundamental principles of stone manipulation. After hearing Huang Lei's explanation, Deng Yinan looked very pleased but said, That's perfect. Reinforce the inner layer of the steel module and bring over some stones. After hearing this, Huang Lei felt like cold water had been poured over him. What do you mean? Hurry up and work after breakfast. I'll take a break with Huang Chaochao. I've been on night duty. Oh, Huang Lei responded, feeling quite aggrieved, and then heard Zhou Kuei chuckling, giving her a glare. Zhou Kuei, just you wait. Huang Lei was very unconvinced. Zhou Kuei immediately summoned 2 vines, and upon seeing this, he got scared and quickly finished his meal to use his abilities to reinforce a circle. Ooh, why do I have to work after awakening my abilities? Huang Lei complained while working. Until the morning, under Huang Lei's reinforcement alone, The steel module fused with the earth, forming a complete mountain stone ring. Its density so high that even an electric drill couldn't penetrate it. But it also exhausted Huang Lei to the point of nearly collapsing, his stomach growling. Lying on the ground, he felt that his understanding of the stone principles had deepened. While lying there, he discovered that he could sense the changes in the surrounding land, feeling that the land within about 100 meters around him was within his perception. Is this the understanding of the stone principles? Huang Lei thought to himself. He sensed the movements of creatures beneath the land. Little ants were crawling, and small bugs were burrowing into the soil. He also felt that the land was bearing a heavy weight, multiple sources in different directions. He sensed something was wrong and perceived that those sources of weight were moving. He immediately crawled to the edge and peeked through the gaps in the vines woven by Zhou Kuei to see the weights on the land in 3 directions. Eat, Huang Lei. Zhou Kuei's voice was loud, but with the emergence of this voice, Huang Lei sensed the gravitational pull in his 100-meter area disappear. Huang Lei. Eat. Zhou Kuei thought he hadn't heard her and continued to shout. What? What? He felt a bit unhappy, as he was just about to see what was going on. During lunch, Huang Lei thought for a moment and decided to share what he had just sensed. By the way, I just noticed something odd. Within my land domain of 100 meters, there are 3 directions with weight. I suspect they're infiltrators checking our defenses. Because when Zhou Kuei called me for lunch, the weights in those 3 directions disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the table fell in a deep thought. Maybe I misinterpreted. Huang Lei looked at the silent crowd, feeling a bit awkward in the current situation. However, Deng Yinan said, we should take what Xiao Lei said seriously. For us, there is only one chance. No matter what those weight sources are, we need to clarify and prepare a response. Hearing this affirmation from Deng Yinan, Huang Lei's heart felt a bit happier, and a smile appeared on his face. So, after lunch, we continued discussing enhancement plans. After all, Xiao Lei has also awakened his abilities, which is an immense honor for us, Deng Yinan continued. Being affirmed again, Huang Lei felt even more motivated to utilize his abilities to help everyone. After lunch, organized by Deng Yinan and Huang's father, they began discussions. First, we need to know if those weight sources are the infected. If they are, why are they probing us? What do they want to know? Deng Yinan asked. Huang Chaochao raised his hand to signal and shared his thoughts. They're definitely the infected. I'm even more certain, if they weren't infected, they wouldn't be so vigilant. When they heard Zhou Kuei call me for lunch, they disappeared. Most people agreed with this perspective. Huang Lei, which 3 directions are they? Huang Chaochao asked. West, East, and directly in front. After knowing the exact directions, Huang Chaochao seemed to ponder. If they are indeed the infected, then we need to respond. We can use logical principles to deduce their subjective intentions. They might want to attack from these 3 directions to see if they can achieve an effective assault. Hence their preliminary reconnaissance. Huang Chaochao's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Therefore, these people must be infected, and they should have formed a coalition. It might be a decision made by a leader or a collective agreement, which led to the idea of conducting reconnaissance on our camp from 3 directions to see which is easier to attack. Right? Huang Chaochao looked at Deng Yinan with excitement, realizing she thought the same way. It seems there are indeed some thinkers among the infected. Everyone generated a thought. These infected people are even more manageable than real zombies. Chapter 43. A shocking investigation. Danger approaches. Lu Xiaozai sat in a high-back chair, his limbs somewhat stiff due to the infection. He wasn't leaning against the back of the chair and found it a bit eerie to see Captain Huang showing some sharp teeth while smiling. Huang Lei's father, Captain Huang, nodded, looking up at the sky as if observing the weather. Jiejie, report. Deputy Lu, Deputy Huang, accompanied by a strange tone. A group of mutated humans strode into the courtyard. Jiejie, what's going on? Deputy Lu asked. They've raised the iron walls and seem to have woven something like vines around the electric grid. Sizzle down, Lu Xiaozai commanded. After they went down, Lu Xiaozai stood up and walked over to Deputy Huang, glancing at the sky he was looking at. Head, what are you waiting for? Lu Xiaozai said in a strange tone, somewhat disdainful, not understanding what Huang Lei's father was up to. Seeing Deputy Huang remain silent, he continued, Jiejie, it seems that Huang Chaochao has raised the protective wall again. With our current number of infected, even if we release the virus at night to strengthen ourselves, it's still a bit lacking to get over that protective wall, unless we attack from one point and sacrifice some of the infected. After saying this, Lu Xiaozai felt his idea was brilliant, a proud expression on his face. There will definitely be heavy rain tonight. Check the weather forecast on your phone to confirm the exact time. The infected, still possessing human intelligence, are quite familiar with the functions of mobile phones. Also, form another small team to circle around to the back of the mountain and see if the defenses there are weak. After listening to this, Lu Yisheng felt that Deputy Captain Huang seemed to have an idea in mind, but wasn't sharing it with him. Hey, we're at the same level. Aren't you going to tell me? Huang Lei's father, Captain Huang, glanced at Lu Yisheng and said something quite ordinary. You'll find out when the time comes. Lu Yisheng's face immediately turned to dissatisfaction as he watched Deputy Captain Huang leave the courtyard and head outside. On the other side, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan on the mountain also came up with a countermeasure. Since the enemy plans to attack from 3 directions, they would prepare stones in those 3 areas to confront them. As long as they dare to come, they could be smashed to death. Huang Lei said. Deng Yinan planned for one person to guard the front, with Zhou Kawai and Huang Lei guarding the east side and the others guarding the west side. Throughout the afternoon, according to their combat abilities, stones of varying sizes were distributed to the 3 positions. Until after they finished eating and the sun began to set, Huang Chaochao, stationed at the west gate, had a vague sense of foreboding, thinking of that Lu kid who had escaped after eating the crystal bead. That Lu kid has already become an enemy of ours and will definitely think about revenge when he becomes an infected again. He will find a way to kill all of us, to protect the people he wants to safeguard. It seems he must find him quickly and deal with this Lu kid. Huang Chaochao thought to himself. Looking at the time displayed on his phone, there was still more than half an hour until sunset. The wind blowing from the northwest felt humid against his skin, and he could smell a faint earthy fragrance. Suddenly, Huang Chaochao thought of something and realized the seriousness of the situation. The enemy might be making preparations in 2 ways. He kept watching the changes in the clouds in the sky, recalling a saying he had learned. Morning glow does not go out. Evening glow travels 1,000 miles. The clouds in the distance and the setting sun did not show any evening glow. He glanced at a corner of the distant rubble slope and thought about the silken tint of the soil and stones above. At this moment, Deputy Captain Huang and Lu Yisheng were also in the jungle on the back mountain, making strange calls, cawing and cawing, continuously summoning their kind. As the infected team began to gather slowly, some had already shown fierce expressions, their eyes becoming cloudy. Huang Chaochao deduced a possible second wave of attack, so he immediately took out his phone to check the weather, wanting to confirm whether his inference was correct. As a result, he found that the weather forecast indicated rain tonight, with a 30% chance of heavy rain. Moreover, the date marked the onset of summer. This is bad. The back mountain. The back mountain. It must be the back mountain. Do you know about the cliff that borders our west side, that pile of rubble? Right next to it is the cliff, and although part of the steel module blocks it, if the rubble above is washed down by rain, it will directly form a slope. If they use that to climb up, we will be finished. Huang's father quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. Deng Yinan, come out quickly. Call everyone. Hearing the call, Deng Yinan immediately rallied everyone to come over for another discussion. Huang Chaochao expressed his speculation about the possibility, stating that the group of infected, which was already close to becoming zombies, would only use the 3-pronged attack as a basis, and for their second preparation, they might choose the back mountain, utilizing the upcoming summer rain to accumulate into a slope that would break through their defenses. The entire rigorous reasoning process was shared with everyone. Deng Yinan also realized the potential vulnerabilities in their defense against the infected's attack. But this was just Huang Chaochao's idea and needed further confirmation. Therefore, Deng Yinan instructed Huang Lei to hurry up. Huang Lei, immediately use your abilities to sense if there are any gravity sources around. After hearing Huang Chaochao's reasoning, Huang Lei also recognized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately activated the stone domain law to sense gravity sources within 100 meters. The result was that the initial search did not reveal any gravity sources. None. Huang Lei's words tightened everyone's hearts even more. Huang Chaochao glanced at the sun in the west, which was about to set, and decisively said, "Mom and Dad, Uncle, you stay in front. If there are infected attacking, immediately press the button and electrocute them. The four of us will go to the back mountain directly. Hurry up and verify. Good. Time is of the essence." As every moment passed, the four of them dashed towards the back mountain. Upon arrival, Huang Lei immediately began searching near the cliff on the back mountain, but found no gravity sources within 100 meters. Damn, why didn't I search a bit further? Huang Lei slipped, and a stone slid down the slope and fell off the cliff. Seeing this, Huang Lei thought of a solution. He condensed his ability into a beam and extended it out to detect, feeling the gravity source coming towards him. He was so startled that he sat down on the ground. What's wrong? Huang Chaochao immediately pulled Huang Lei up, seeing his frightened expression and his chest heaving. What is going on? Deng Yinan also ran over to ask. Huang Lei, in a panic, pointed to the jungle below. There's a large group of infected gathering, about 200 or so. Zhou Kawai was startled when she heard this and took half a step back. What do we do now? The defenses here are not as high as the front, and there are no stones. The high-voltage electric grid is not connected to high voltage either. Zhou Kawai became anxious. Deng Yinan saw Zhou Kawai's frightened expression, along with Huang Lei already a bit restless, and felt the need to step up. Everyone listen to me. Huang Lei, while you still have time, hurry and gather stones. I'll go bring over the solar generator. Zhou Kawai, stay calm, and keep weaving the catapult with vines. Can you do that? If not, let Huang Chaochao tell you how. Huang Chaochao, try to think of other feasible methods. Use your intelligence and alertness to assist Huang Lei and Zhou Kawai. All right? Good. Upon hearing Deng Yinan's arrangements, Huang Chaochao immediately stood up straight, feeling a strong sense of mission arise. Seeing him like this, Deng Yinan felt a bit more at ease, thinking at least there was one person she could rely on. Chapter 44. Resisting the first wave of attack from the infected Huang Chaochao faced over 100 infected gathering below the mountain. His legs were already a bit weak and trembling. Watching the sun slowly set in the distance, seeing Zhou Kawai beside him having only built 2 catapults, and noticing that Huang Lei had prepared only a few dozen stones, his heart sank. Is this how it ends in this life? Huang Chaochao's eyes revealed loneliness and desolation. On the steel module protective wall, illuminated by the setting sun, it seemed so flimsy. Deng Yinan, having carried the solar generator here, was already panting and sweating profusely. She saw Huang Chaochao, Zhou Kawai, and Huang Lei looking somewhat exhausted, aimless, and slack. How did they become like this in just a short time? This means they lost without even fighting. No way. Seeing them so weak, Deng Yinan felt it necessary to boost their spirits. While holding the solar generator, Deng Yinan thought about how to inspire them in the shortest time. Come help me. Deng Yinan shouted loudly, the heavy solar generator making it somewhat difficult for her to support, her posture slightly unstable, and the solar generator swaying above her head. The 3 saw this and quickly ran over to help lift it. After the 4 of them lifted the solar generator to the designated position, Deng Yinan looked at the 3 who remained silent, already having an idea in her mind. Originally, I could handle alone, but in the end, I couldn't hold out for that long, until you all came and helped me out. We moved this big guy here. It's our collective achievement. Huang Chaochao understood the meaning behind Deng Yinan's words and realized that she was indeed scared, seeing that the spirits of the 3 had slightly improved. She raised her fist and said with a powerful voice, "Aren't they just ordinary infected? They're not zombies yet. We have superpowers, so why should we be afraid? Let's take them down." Huang Lei weakly raised his small fist and whispered, "Let's take them down." Hearing Huang Lei's weakness, Deng Yinan immediately felt angry. Looking at the unmotivated Huang Lei, she directly struck a nearby large rock, which cracked in response. Deng Yinan glared at Huang Lei and shouted, "Haven't you eaten, Huang Lei? Take down those zombie bastards." However, this curse inadvertently boosted the emotions and will of the other 2, providing them with a stronger psychological encouragement. Deng Yinan felt that her actions had given them an extra layer of courage and strength before the battle, which made her feel gratified. Listen to my orders. Deng Yinan intentionally made her voice sound shocking and inspiring. Huang Chaochao, connect the solar power generator, control the attack frequency, and set it to maximum. Launching attacks based on the number of enemies coming. Yes, Captain. Huang Chaochao immediately straightened her body and quickly adjusted the frequency. Huang Lei, you are responsible for reporting the infected within 100 meters, informing us of their positions, and preparing more stones using the rules. Zhou Kuei, cooperate with Huang Lei to locate the positions. Adjust the angle for throwing stones in time. I'll prepare it, and you just throw. Yes, Captain. Zhou Kuei and Huang Lei also stood at attention. I will be responsible for loading the stones and targeting the throwing. Everyone work together to get through this tough time. We have only one chance, so we must treat it seriously and cautiously. Do you understand? Deng Yinan said loudly. Understood. The three replied in unison, their voices piercing through the forest, even reaching the parents in front. Their fathers and mothers also felt the confidence their children had in facing the crisis. The infected below also heard the commotion above. Deng Yinan kept her eyes fixed on the jungle below, concentrated, not daring to relax at all. Even her breathing became slow, and the rapid beating of her heart filled her ears. Thump, thump, thump. Huang Lei felt a tingling on his scalp as he continuously detected the area within 100 meters. Finally, a gravitational source appeared in his detection range. There, 50 degrees from east to west. After noticing it, Huang Lei immediately began gesturing for Zhou Kuei to adjust the angle. Zhou Kuei didn't react immediately, but then a large stone was thrown out, smashing toward the position Huang Lei pointed at. A scream pierced the air, accompanied by a tearing growl. The infected that was hit climbed up, half of its face smashed away, blood on its face, shattered teeth, and its furious eyes stared at the crowd on the mountain. It charged up rapidly, but another stone was quickly shot from the slingshot, directly exploding the head of this infected creature, causing its body to collapse. Zhou Kuei watched from the mountain. She was surprised that her control of the slingshot also hit. Just as she was about to feel happy, she heard Huang Lei hurriedly reporting again. 30 degrees from east to west, 100 degrees, 70 degrees. Huang Lei felt that the gravitational sources were increasing, and he quickly joined in loading the stones. Zhou Kuei adjusted 2 angles, and the stones flew out rapidly, smashing towards the infected. Deng Yinan's stones continuously complemented Zhou Kuei's adjustments to deliver finishing blows. 3 severely infected individuals were smashed to pieces by 5 stones. 1 severely infected individual, missing an eye, rolled down from above, landing right in front of Lu Yixing and Captain Huang. Seeing the initial attack result in complete annihilation, Lu Yixing suddenly felt cold. Is this your great idea? Lu Yixing sarcastically commented on Captain Huang. Vice Captain Huang saw the fallen infected corpses and contemplated the feasibility of his own ideas, sending out testers only to be accurately struck down by the enemy. It seemed this matter was not as simple as imagined, the infected vice captain said. No kidding. Lu Yixing was very dissatisfied with Vice Captain Huang's decision. Vice Captain Huang also felt anger over this incident, causing the virus material in his brain to become even more stimulating. The remaining half of his normal face was suddenly covered in dark red, with only one eye's surroundings looking like a normal person. Vice Captain Huang let out a low, growling roar, his fingers becoming thicker, seemingly more powerful. Hee Lu kid, you keep attacking. I'll go to the front mountain to deal with them. Vice Captain Huang's voice was more venomous than before, even causing Lu Yixing's heart to tremble. Vice Captain Huang waved his hand, directly leading a small team to circle from the back mountain forest to the front mountain. Meanwhile, the small team of 4 above had just coordinated to strike down the approaching infected, but suddenly found there was no more movement. Deng Yinan continued to observe the forest, noting the fallen infected and feeling that these zombies were different from those seen in movies before. The zombies in front of her not only carried the virus itself, but also retained remnants of human intelligence, making them not so easy to deal with. From these 2 waves of probing attacks, it was clear that the enemy was utilizing the remaining human consciousness and the powerful body's post-infection to destroy them. Looking at the far-off horizon, which had completely darkened, leaving only a hint of brilliance, she felt the air become more humid. It seemed tonight would definitely be a sleepless night. Chapter 45. Who lives and who dies? The night darkened, and the rain began to pour slowly. The four of them stood at the edge of the steel module, wearing raincoats, looking down at the forest. It was dark and silent. Why is there still no movement? Huang lay, holding back his doubts, continued to search for gravitational sources within 100 meters, but unable to find any attacking targets. He grew anxious and glanced at Deng Yinan. Don't rush. Check the previous area and see if that group of people is still there. Okay, Huang Lei responded. The rain began to fall heavier. Thunder roared, startling Huang Chaochao. He unconsciously glanced at the small hillside and then at his watch. It had been at least half an hour without another attack. Such a quiet night gave him an unsettling feeling that something was about to happen. Deng Yinan, I'll call my parents to see what's going on their side. You check the power supply. Okay. Huang Chaochao took out his phone to call. But after a few seconds, a cold female voice came through. When he tried again, he found there was no signal. This made him feel a bit irritated. What's happening? Deng Yinan asked. Huang Chaochao walked over to Deng Yinan, showing her his phone, which displayed no signal. That's strange. There was signal just now. Let me check my phone. Just as Deng Yinan was about to take out her phone, Huang Chaochao felt an inexplicable sense of oppression wash over him, and an uneasy thought arose in his heart. He immediately turned to look at the camp where his parents were, thinking of a possibility. But in reality, this was not the case. The infected individual who had thought of the front mountain reconnaissance seemed intent on launching a heart attack, so they approached from 3 sides. As long as one side was taken, they could devour them all. However, through logical reasoning, the infected individual who planned to attack the back mountain had a different thought process compared to the one attacking the front mountain. The front mountain's idea was straightforward, direct in and out. The back mountain's idea was cunning, leveraging strength and employing crafty tactics. Such thoughts would not originate from a single infected individual. One person's strength could not command a group of infected to obey them. There would inevitably be multiple stronger leaders that this group of infected would be willing to follow. So, there must be at least 2 or more leaders among this group of infected people. Now that the enemy is hesitating to attack, they must have thought of another way. Huang Chaochao immediately realized the danger. Not good. Mom and Dad are in danger, Huang Chaochao shouted. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Deng Yinan's hand and pulled her to run hurriedly towards the camp. Deng Yinan hadn't reacted yet and could only follow him. Why? Deng Yinan couldn't figure it out for a moment. As they ran, Huang Chaochao explained, I was just thinking about why they haven't attacked. There must be a reason for their inaction. I figured it out. The front mountain has a direct attack from 3 sides, while the back mountain has multiple probing attacks. Clearly, there are 2 infected people leading this group. Now that they aren't attacking, it's because they VE confirmed we are all defending the back mountain, making the front mountain vulnerable, and they can charge in directly for a strong attack. Deng Yinan suddenly understood. Now she began to speed up, taking 3 steps for every one of Huang Chaochao's, jumping through the mountains directly towards the front mountain camp. When they arrived at the front mountain camp, they indeed saw a shocking scene. Mom and Dad were on the ground, surprised, seeing the infected people outside the electric fence clawing and scratching, sparks flying. They rushed down and saw that some infected had already climbed up, hanging their eyes on her parents, ready to jump and bite them. Seeing such danger, Deng Yinan and his wife were already so scared that their legs went weak. Deng Yinan rushed down and kicked the infected person that was pouncing towards them right in the stomach, sending it flying out of the steel protective wall, soaring into the mountains. The high-voltage electric fence was gradually losing power due to the constant tugging, and Deng Yinan felt that this place couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. You take them and quickly escape up the mountain. This electric fence might not hold up much longer. A small number of zombie infected will definitely climb up. The high-voltage electric fence and the vines were being pulled back and forth by many infected people until they were finally torn apart. Along with the high-voltage attacks came sparks and lightning, and a large area of infected flesh was scorched. With the rain and the mixed soil, a very strange smell filled the air. Deng Yinan also took Huang Chaochao's parents and climbed up. Soon, more than a dozen zombie infected suddenly pounced, chasing after them. The visibly taller zombie leader, Deputy Captain Huang, looked at the camp in front with a trembling, grotesque smile on his face. His ugly teeth constantly chewing on the fingers of other zombies, then spitting out the bones after eating. He looked at the group fleeing up the mountain, revealing a satisfied smile. He followed them up, pursuing them. Deng Yinan pushed Huang Chaochao's parents up, and suddenly an infected person climbing up from behind charged at high speed. It just happened to collide with Deputy Captain Huang, who was climbing up from below, seeing the fast-moving, infected person in front. He recognized who it was and showed a happy smile, directly biting into the head of the dead infected person. With a huge biting force, the skull was opened. Inside the brain lay a crystal bead soaked in dark red blood, emitting a faint blue glow. Deputy Captain Huang wiped it clean, carefully stored it in his pocket, and continued to chase after them. Deng Yinan and the others exerted great effort and finally escaped to Zhou Kuei's side. However, they found that they were using a catapult to attack the zombies below. The pursuing infected zombies had also reached the edge of the steel module, baring their teeth and looking at them, totaling 10. Deng Yinan and the others looked at the ugly, ragged, bloody row of infected people with sharp teeth, and their inner hope was slowly fading. Behind them were the continually attacking infected zombies, and in front were 10 tall, fully infected zombies, with a cliff to one side and a small slope of rubble above. It seemed they were already surrounded, unable to escape. What to do now? It felt like there was no hope left. Huang Lei said, cackling, "Everyone stop." A hoarse, muffled voice came from behind the 10 tall, fully infected people, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar to Huang Lei. Hearing the command, the 10 infected people parted to let another equally tall infected person come out, who approached the group. Upon seeing this infected person, Huang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad?" Huang Lei's mouth gaped open, staring at the nauseating appearance, with all the flesh on his face shattered. Only one eye remaining, still showing a hint of his father's past visage. "Dad?" The partially uninfected deputy captain, Huang never expected to see his son here. His eyes revealed happiness, but also worry. "Is it really you?" Huang Lei looked at his father, now in such a state, and thought of his mother. "Where's Mom? Why didn't she come with you?" Tears streamed down Huang Lei's face. At that moment, the attack from the back mountain also surged forward. Lu Yixing led his team to stand behind Deng Yinan and the others. "Huang Lei, let me tell you." Huang Lei turned to see Lu Xiaozai looking proud and arrogant. Seeing Huang Lei in tears, Lu Xiaozai felt great satisfaction. "Your dad cooked and ate his beloved wife to maintain his humanity and preserve his extraordinary logic." "What? Ugh." Zhou Kuei couldn't bear it and immediately began to vomit. Meanwhile, Lu Yixing wore a wicked smile, enjoying Huang Lei's despair. He looked at Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan, feeling even more displeased. "Kill them," Lu Yixing ordered. Huang Lei couldn't believe it was true. The moment he learned this news, he felt his body hollowed out, his soul extinguished, his shell left with only empty eyes staring at his father, devoid of any thoughts or emotions. But the anger in his heart ignited, and from that moment on, he no longer had a mother or a father, only himself. "Kill them, ha!" Lu Yixing laughed maniacally. The zombies charged forward, and everyone was terrified and hurriedly retreated, but the next second, Huang Lei activated his abilities. The chaotic release of his powers caused countless stone spikes to erupt from the ground, instantly piercing through the 3 attacking infected. Lu Yixing, seeing such rapid penetration, felt a bit scared and retreated. Everyone seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Deng Yinan ran, having already exhausted her strength with the projectiles, thinking that perhaps Huang Lei's powers could become their last hope. Chapter 46, Trading Life for Life. Rebirth again, why are you still frozen? Go! Lu Xiaozai shouted angrily. The infected didn't care. Hearing their leader's command, they continued to pounce towards Deng Yinan and the others. Seeing this, Deng Yinan kicked some away, while others moving too fast fell off the cliff. Thus, Deng Yinan and her group were surrounded on the cliff by 2 waves of zombie infected, relying solely on Deng Yinan's monstrous strength and Huang Lei's stone-piercing attacks for defense. The zombie infected continued to climb up from both sides, with more from Lu Xiaozai's side, constantly pouncing to try to tear them apart. On the other hand, Deputy Captain Huang had become a wall, blocking their escape. watching them being attacked by Lu Yisheng and the others. While attacking, Huang Lei looked at his father, not expecting him to remain completely indifferent. Can a nearly soulless infected person still be expected to help his own son? Finally, after several waves of zombies pounced repeatedly, Deng Yinan's stamina was nearly exhausted, and Huang Lei's powers had no energy left to continue. On Lu Yisheng's side, there were only a few zombie-infected individuals left, but Deng Yinan and the others didn't have the strength to deal with them anymore. That's enough, Lu kid. I'm taking Huang Lei away. As for the others, you could dispose of them however you like. Deputy Captain Huang looked at Lu kid and the remaining few people, all old and tired, including his most hated nemesis, Huang Chaochao's father. He glared fiercely at that man, and his inner anger was ignited. It was this damned, glasses-wearing man who had turned him into this wretched state. Huang Chaochao noticed Lu kid's gaze fixed on his father and worried for his safety. Huang father could tell from the look in the kid's eyes that once he gained power, he would definitely seek revenge. Lu Yisheng couldn't wait any longer. His strange hands rubbing together in front of them, inching closer, savoring the fear and emptiness they faced before death. The more terrified they became, the more excited he felt. At that moment, Huang Chaochao stood directly in front of his parents, and Lu Yisheng couldn't help but praise the display of familial love. Huang bro, you never expected a day would come, did you? Huang father looked at his son, feeling a deep sorrow, thinking that even if he died, he must protect his child. In a daze, Huang father made a decision, glancing at the nearby cliff, which wasn't that steep. It had some slope. Child, if you can escape, live well. What? Huang Chaochao didn't understand what his father meant. In the next moment, Huang father, looking at the mocking Lu Yisheng approaching them, resolved that he would rather die than let such a person have his way. Suddenly, Huang Chaochao felt himself being pulled to the side by his father's hand, directly falling toward the cliff. In that instant, Huang Chaochao understood the meaning of his father's earlier words and saw his usually stern father wearing a smile that seemed to embrace death. It was as if he was bidding farewell with his last moments. If you survive, take good care of your mother. I owe her too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang father lost his footing, and under the force of gravity, he fell off the cliff with Huang Chaochao in his arms, tightly holding on to him to prevent him from breaking free. If he couldn't save himself, he must take care of himself. The sensation of free fall left him dazed, but his heart couldn't bear such pain. No, no. Huang father used himself as a cushion, taking Huang Chaochao down the cliff. The tremendous impact caused all the pressure points in his body to undergo drastic changes. The muscles, internal organs, and bones beneath the skin were crushed and torn to varying degrees. Huang Chaochao watched his father spitting blood, trembling as he held his father's aged, heavy face. Dad! He was so frightened that he could barely speak. Huang father, with the little consciousness and strength remaining, grasped his son's hand, delivering his last words to this world and to his son. You must live. From that moment on, Huang father no longer had breath, and Huang Chaochao couldn't endure such pain, gasping for air as the blood surged within him. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the valley. He suddenly threw his head back and spat out blood, then collapsed. He didn't know how long he had slept, only feeling dizzy and somewhat confused. His mind kept replaying the events, thinking about how his father had jumped off the cliff to save him, using himself as a cushion to give him a chance at life. No. Huang Chaochao woke up panting heavily, looking at the scene in front of him. It seemed he was in a rental room in Fubei, Wuhan City, and the clock read 7:30 a.m. on May 20th, 2032. Seeing this time, Huang Chaochao was stunned. Could it be that I've been reborn again? He realized that this time was the day he had been reborn. He clearly remembered feeling like he had no golden finger and had given up, just going to sleep until the next day. Then, he had a dream about a billion. A billion? Where did someone's billion go? Huang Chaochao slapped his head, but couldn't recall whose billion it was. However, he remembered what happened afterward. His parents, Deng Yinan and her parents, Zhou Kuwei, Huang Lei, all went to the mountain and became cave dwellers. He had thought the mountaintop was a great place, but it turned out to be the target of many. Right, Dad? Huang Chaochao was particularly worried about his father. thinking about how he had desperately jumped off the cliff with him, fearing whether he was still alive. He hurriedly searched for his phone on the bed, found it, and quickly dialed his father's number. As time passed second by second, that cold voice rang out again, and Huang Chaochao felt ice cold in his heart. He refused to believe it and kept dialing. Finally, the call went through. "Hello, what is up?" "Ha ha ha." Huang Chaochao fell back on the bed, laughing heartily. "Are you out of your mind, Huang Chaochao?" Hearing his father's stern tone and being scolded for laughing, he hung up the phone. But Huang Chaochao was as happy as a child. After a moment, he stopped, thinking about the previous scene. His father had jumped off the cliff to give him a chance at life, and that moment was still etched in his memory. But now there was a problem. He couldn't remember where that billion dream had taken place. He also didn't remember how he had gotten that money, only recalling everything that had happened with Deng Yinan after obtaining it. Chapter 47. The billion dream disappeared. He was in a daze, continuously pondering how that billion had come and gone. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts and making him a bit irritated. He glanced at his phone. It was an unfamiliar number, and the caller ID showed it was from Funan Yincheng. Whose call is this? He picked up the phone and heard a familiar voice, and his furrowed brows relaxed. Deng Yinan. Ah. Huang Chaochao was completely stunned after listening to what Deng Yinan said. "Wait for me. I'm coming to pick you up right now." Huang Chaochao quickly packed his things and headed out to the high-speed train station. "Is this Huang Chaochao? I'm Deng Yinan. Do you remember me? I've been reborn. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect to be reborn. However, I've lost some of my memories. I'm on my way to Wuhan City on train 1078. Come pick me up. I have so much to tell you." He never anticipated that Deng Yinan had also been reborn, but there was a common point in their rebirth. They had both lost some memories. "Hurry up. I want to go as fast as I can." The taxi driver was a rough man and immediately started cursing, then drove at a speed of 20 miles per hour. Huang Chaochao was speechless at this operation and directly opened the car door and jumped out. The driver was stunned by the young man's actions. "Hey!" Watching him run off quickly to another place, the taxi driver cursed, "You bastard! You're running off without paying." Huang Chaochao ignored him and ran to another street to hail a taxi toward the high-speed train station. Finally, he encountered a driver who maintained a perfect speed and sped all the way to the high-speed train station. He anxiously waited at the exit for Deng Yinan, wanting to know what had happened to her. He also wanted to know what had occurred after he and his father fell that led to her being reborn. Where's Mom? What about Huang Lei and Zhou Kuei? And her parents? As time passed second by second, he didn't dare to call Deng Yinan's phone, just hoping time would hurry and bring her to the station. Finally, at the exit, he heard the announcement that the train had arrived. A few minutes later, a girl with a backpack walked out. Upon seeing Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao was filled with immense joy, taking 2 steps at a time as he quickly rushed over and hugged Deng Yinan, immediately spinning around 3 times. Seeing Huang Chaochao safe and sound brought joy to Deng Yinan as well. "Are you okay?" I'm good. "And you?" "I'm also okay." Deng Yinan smiled. After releasing the hug, Huang Chaochao looked at Deng Yinan's large and small bags and asked, "Where are you planning to go? Don't you remember?" Deng Yinan asked in confusion. She realized that he might have forgotten some things. "What should I remember? Are you asking how to obtain that huge fortune?" "Yes." "I don't remember how I got that huge inheritance." Huang Chaochao scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "Ah." Deng Yinan was stunned after hearing this. Her bag fell, and she didn't know what to do. She came to find Huang Chaochao to know how to obtain that money, as the apocalypse would still come, and money was still important. But now, he didn't even know where that money was, and the dream of a billion seemed to have completely disappeared. Let us calm down first, then organize our memories. After that, let us determine our next step, okay? Deng Yinan nodded. The two went to the place Huang Chaochao rented, and Deng Yinan set down her things. "What should we do?" "You don't remember either." The two exchanged worried glances, and Deng Yinan felt helpless and wanted to cry. "Huang Chaochao, can we not escape the zombies? Is the final outcome just death for us?" Looking at Deng Yinan, who was once strong but now seemed fragile after her rebirth, he held his favorite woman tightly, and once again, that feeling of a broken heart descended upon him. This path to survival might be the chance his father gave him. But why did Deng Yinan get reborn? He was puzzled. Did everyone on the mountain die? No. Lu Yixing's subordinates directly killed your dad and mom, then captured Chaochao. And my mom, provoked by your dad's life and death struggle, chose to jump off the cliff with me. Before that, Huang lay couldn't resist and was taken away. It seemed they wanted to turn him into a zombie. After hearing Deng Yinan's tearful recount of Lu Yixing's atrocities, he was filled with anger at the comparison. However, he also realized one thing. Their parents left them the hope of life, allowing them to be reborn and change the future. Since that was the case, he couldn't sit idly by. The remaining memory he had was that this dream was a woman's inheritance, and this woman was related to Deng Yinan. But seeing her current emotional state, he chose to wait to discuss it later. Perhaps the pressure of being reborn caused Deng Yinan to slowly fall asleep. Huang Chaochao, meanwhile, was contemplating how to correct their path ahead. After all, facing the apocalypse for the first time without experience was truly difficult, and the ideas he had were quite poor, leading them into a desperate situation with no solutions. He held his beloved woman, rocking her gently as he thought. When he thought of something, he noted it down in a notebook, waiting for her to finally wake up from her dreams, looking down at her. Deng Yinan felt a bit shy. She realized she had been rocked by Huang Chaochao all along. She felt like she was also rocking in her dream. You finally woke up, Deng Yinan. My hand is about to break from rocking. Deng Yinan quickly got up and happened to see the notebook that Huang Chaochao had dropped. She bent down to pick it up and saw the recorded bits and pieces, which were their paths of rebirth. The meanings expressed in the words and the written strategies sparked a glimmer of courage in her currently weak heart. Huang Chaochao, I feel like we can face this rebirth again, to prevent our parents from becoming food for the infected and for ourselves. When Huang Chaochao heard the affirmation in Deng Yinan's tone, he was surprised that what he had written could ignite her fighting spirit. Exactly. Chapter 48. Insights from Rebirth. The two firmly believed that their first rebirth ended in failure due to a lack of experience. Therefore, with their parents giving them hope for life, their new life would definitely be better equipped to handle challenges. They wrote down the parts of their memories that were missing and compared them. She remembered giving something to Huang Chaochao. Huang Chaochao's missing part was that he didn't remember the password and didn't know where to go. Looking at what was presented on the paper, they discovered a problem. They didn't know whose billion it was, how to unlock it, or where it was stored. What do we do now? Deng Yinan asked. No, I feel like there's something we overlooked. I remember that this money is related to you. Do you remember? You said my billion was spent by you. When Deng Yinan heard Huang Chaochao mention this, she immediately nodded. Yes. Note this down. This place should be in America. This person should be someone Deng Yinan is familiar with. Such a large sum of money should be in a certain bank. So what is the corresponding thing to unlock it? An account number? I got it. Deng Yinan suddenly recalled something. Her aunt's former residence, where she had woven a story and attracted many visitors. Aunt? Huang Chaochao felt the term aunt was familiar, but had no memory of it. How long is it until the apocalypse? Deng Yinan asked. Rebirth wasted a day sleeping. Went to Funan Silver City with manager Hao for a day. Africa Wuxinzai was robbed for a day. Then how many days to obtain a billion is unknown. Shopping for a day. Many days have passed, making him forget the exact time. All right, since there's still a bit of time left, let us hurry to Funan Silver City and put everything else aside, Deng Yinan said firmly. Seeing her so confident and serious, Huang Chaochao also believed that this time they would succeed in their rebirth. They hadn't even eaten, directly taking their identification, wallet, and phone, not bothering to tidy up their clothes. They went out and chose a fast car, urging the driver to rush to the high-speed train station. They selected the nearest high-speed train, ate on the way, and then took a private car to Wuxinzai, where Deng Yinan once was. This was the only place related to her aunt. Deng Yinan led Huang Chaochao to the entrance of Wuxinzai and opened the door. Huang Chaochao saw the bamboo strips placed aside and felt a sense of familiarity, picking one up to look at. What is this for? In dialect, it's called La Shanzi, which is for spanking. Hearing Deng Yinan say this, Huang Chaochao looked at it, inexplicably feeling a sense of fear as if his skin was tingling. How strange. Huang Chaochao complained, but he couldn't remember what had happened before. After putting down the Lashanzi, he followed Deng Yinan around Wu Xinzai, looking inside and out, but didn't he find any clues. As the sun set, the first day of their rebirth came to an end. Yinan, did your aunt leave you anything, like a token? Let me think. I'm hungry, Huang Chaochao. All right. Huang Chaochao looked at Deng Yinan's exhausted face and felt she was indeed tired, and he was too. Shall we go to your house? He casually suggested. But Deng Yinan's face turned a little red. She felt that before the apocalypse, there hadn't been such intimate actions, and she didn't know why. But after rebirth, it felt a bit awkward. Okay, then lock the door. Deng Yinan handed the key around her neck to Huang Chaochao. After he took it, he was about to lock Wu Xinzai's door when he felt a strange sensation passing from his fingers to his mind. He stared at the small key and thought of a possibility. Holding the key, he asked Deng Yinan, "Is this key given to you by your aunt?" "Yes. It's the key to open and close the door. She asked me to take care of her old house." After Deng Yinan finished speaking, she saw the surprised and joyful expression on Huang Chaochao's face, and she boldly guessed, "Are you saying this is the key? The key to unlocking a billion?" "Yes." Deng Yinan's face lit up with joy, and Huang Chaochao was also extremely happy. The two of them hugged and jumped with excitement. "If you get tired, just sit down and rest over there. Are there rooms inside?" "Yes." So the two of them ordered takeout, turned on the lights, and searched for clues in Wu Xinzai's place. Huang Chaochao searched all around, almost turning Wu Xinzai upside down, but found no useful clues. However, he couldn't remember the clue about the billion, and seeing Deng Yinan dozing off nearby, he ran over and picked her up. Just where he picked her up, he noticed the numbers arranged as 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Could it be this? Looking at the peacefully sleeping Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao didn't wake her up, but carried her to a room in Wu Xinzai to sleep. He kept watch outside. On the first day after being reborn, he felt that time passed very slowly, and he accomplished many things. Compared to before, he felt this life was more meaningful, and he didn't waste time. However, his opponents Lu Yixing and Huang Lei's father were still normal people and had not yet become infected. Zombie-infected individuals could not come in, and they could live inside for a long time. They would have to face danger or be on edge all day long. He no longer wanted to live such days. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Deng Yinan, he mustered the courage he hadn't felt in a long time and gently kissed her forehead. In his previous life, it was Deng Yinan who worked hard to become sister powerful. In this life, he felt he shouldn't be the little crybaby she referred to, but instead, he should make her feel secure and live well as for their family. This was his realization upon being reborn. Chapter 49. Changing the situation with information discrepancy. Deng Yinan woke up and looked at the familiar Wu Xinzai. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and she could enjoy a moment of peace. However, Huang Chaochao was nowhere to be seen, so she got up and walked outside. When she reached the door, she heard footsteps and saw him squatting on the ground, seemingly looking at something. "What are you looking for?" Hearing Deng Yinan's voice, Huang Chaochao looked up from the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at a photo on the wall. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Deng Yinan asked, noticing his unexpected discovery. "I really did. Although I can't remember which American bank it is, there's a bank background and a photo with your aunt." "Look." Following Huang Chaochao's finger, Deng Yinan saw a photo of her aunt, probably in her 30s, with friends, taken in the U.S. against the backdrop of Citibank. Huang Chaochao deduced that a person wouldn't go to a place for no reason. Either there was an obsession in their heart or a longing. But in any case, it was a goal. "Let us go," Deng Yinan said. Thus, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan, with the necessary items, directly bought plane tickets to New York, flying straight to the United States. On the plane, they made many solid plans regarding how to withdraw the money. Fei Changxiang, sitting nearby, noticed the two young people chattering nonstop about how to purchase daily necessities and something useful to him, weapons. This piqued Fei Changxiang's interest. Could these two be members of a certain organization in the country? He thought to himself, but looking at their attire, they seemed more like college students. What exactly were they planning? Just as Fei Changxiang was puzzled, Huang Chaochao walked over and said something that stunned him. "Hello, are you Fei Changxiang, Mr. Fei?" Huang Chaochao politely greeted him and extended his hand. There weren't many people in first class, and Huang Chaochao gestured if he could sit across from him to discuss matters face to face. Sure. Fei Changxiang felt a bit suspicious, looking at this young man and then glancing at the girl. He had a strange feeling that he couldn't grasp the thoughts of these two. Just based on that, this man could be trusted. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Huang Chaochao, a young lawyer. In the collaboration I'm interested in, someone provided me with information that analyzed a listed company, which aligns perfectly with what I want. Hearing Huang Chaochao claim to be a lawyer, Fei Changxiang glanced at his attire, which didn't look like it, but his speaking style was very much like that of a lawyer. Clear purpose, concise, and meticulous. However, there were some small flaws, but for such a young lawyer to boldly speak to a stranger on a plane, he certainly had guts. What company? Mengli Company, Limited. Huang Chaochao's eyes shone. But Fei Changxiang felt that this young man was not here with good intentions. He was clearly targeting him. Fei Changxiang, representative of the Central China region and currently the acting president of Mengli Company, Limited. There had been reports about him in the news. Fei Changxiang noticed Huang Chaochao showing his phone to him, which revealed some information. Go ahead, what is your true purpose? He looked at the young man, who seemed unafraid to talk to strangers, and knowing that he was the current acting president of Mengli, he didn't feel any fear. Instead, it made him feel that he needed his help. First, I need a large quantity of daily necessities and medical supplies. Second, I need weapons. When Fei Changxiang heard the second statement, his pupils contracted, filled with the fear of being unable to see through the opponent's background. Noticing Fei Changxiang's tense expression, Huang Chaochao waved his hand and smiled. Don't be so nervous. I'm not up to any harmful activities. Yet, he watched this young man with a confident demeanor and strategic presence, which was rare. Even after serving the country and retiring, he had met very few people like this. I can agree to the first request unilaterally, but the second one needs you to clarify and provide a report. Yinan, report to me. Huang Chaochao, hearing Fei Changxiang's plan, directly waved to Deng Yinan. Seeing him show a happy expression, she knew this matter was settled. Fei Changxiang felt that he was the one being calculated against by their thorough preparations. You two really came well prepared. Fei Changxiang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After reviewing the content, he could confirm that this pair knew things he didn't, and through constant inducement, they ultimately made him accept this proposal. The items reviewed were about powerful weaponry and sharp cold weapons. In peaceful times in Huagua, only those who protected the country could possess such things, and civilians were not qualified. However, in the case of a major crisis, one could indeed apply for such items. Huang Chaochao watched Fei Changxiang, observing his expression transition from impassive to surprised and fearful to now being helplessly amused. He knew the deal was done. Without spending a dime, they gained the trust of this listed company, Mengli, and the man with a hidden identity. Everything now was a race against time. Huang Chaochao continued to communicate with Fei Changxiang, informing him that their business was to withdraw money, reasonable and legal funds, but they needed protection and assistance. Fei Changxiang also agreed to help them with a personal agency fee of 10 million. Naturally, as soon as the three of them got off the plane, Fei Changxiang made various arrangements and then headed straight to the headquarters of Citibank in the United States. When the two stood in front of the vault, they exchanged a glance. Yinan, do you think this dream is real? Open it. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Anyway, we have to face it, right? Huang Chaochao looked at Deng Yinan smile and felt that this was what he wanted to protect, along with his family. The last experience of Rebirth had truly made him understand far too much. Chapter 50. Fabricating Lies and the Blaza Virus with the help of Fei Changxiang's significant funds. The $100 million matter smoothly transitioned to domestic banks. He also received a commission of 10 million yuan. The three of them sat facing each other in a private jet. Deng Yinan was always at the front, while Huang Chaochao, assuming the role of a lawyer, remained by her side. Miss Deng, you mean you want to immediately acquire a large quantity of daily necessities, right? That's possible. However, Fei Changxiang felt that the largest list of daily necessities was not the focus. Instead, it was the seemingly small request for weapons that puzzled him. He couldn't quite grasp the situation. Yet, What was happening now left him bewildered. This young girl had several hundred million yuan in her hands. What did she really want to do? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. The three of them avoided discussing the weapon issue, and Fai Changqiang excused himself to go to the restroom. In reality, he went to the back to discuss this matter with his accompanying personnel. Seeing him leave, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao immediately began their discussion. Do you think he can get the weapons? Deng Yinan looked at him. He glanced at her, uncertain. I only have a brief acquaintance with him, but his character shouldn't be a problem. I'm not clear about his specific hidden profession. Therefore, bringing up weapons is actually a test. I really don't know what it entails. So how should we talk to him next? Deng Yinan asked. I'm more familiar. I'll represent you. Okay. Thus, the two reached an agreement to confirm whether the weapons could be obtained before getting off the plane. If it really didn't work, they would have to find another place to take refuge or directly build a steel fortress. Miss Deng, I can help you, but you must disclose the specific actual situation and practical use. Let my lawyer talk to you, Miss Deng said. Fai Changqiang glanced at Huang Chaochao, inwardly muttering, what on earth does this kid want to do? Clearly, you are in charge, yet you insist on putting on an act. What's the point? But on the surface, he still politely said, hello, Lawyer Huang. I hope that what we discuss next will only be known to the three of us. After Mr. Fei learns the truth, please don't let the matter leak. You persuade him to help us obtain the equipment, okay? Good. Seeing Fai Changqiang so straightforward, Huang Chaochao didn't keep him in suspense and directly began his fabricated story. Before coming to the United States, I served in an organization called Tianishuangquan. The members of this organization all have identities in major companies in the country, and each one is an elite. Recently, the organization received news that someone was deliberately creating a virus, intending to throw the whole world into chaos. It can be said that it has consumed immense capital. Moreover, the news mentioned that the virus has already been tested on humans. Those infected with this virus may appear normal during the day, but become extremely insane at night. Like zombies. Hearing Huang Chaochao's serious nonsense, Fai Changqiang initially thought it was absurd. But as Huang Chaochao delved deeper into the detailed description of the situation and even mentioned the first stop, which was Shanghai, he couldn't help but feel that there might be some truth to it. So your idea is to bring weapons to avoid the world? Yes. Before coming to the United States, I had already received accurate news that people in the organization were inevitably infected. My trip to the United States with Miss Deng is merely to retrieve the money stored by our parents and find a quiet place to escape. Seeing Huang Chaochao's emotions were very appropriate and his logic coherent, Fai Changqiang believed him. He really believed him. Yet he also felt a sense of crisis. However, deep down, a greedy desire emerged. Listen to him, listen to him. What he told you can make Mengli a unicorn overnight. Shouldn't you thank him? The greedy dark angel within Fai Changqiang urged him to agree to Huang Chaochao and obtain more information from him. All right, we will rest tonight, and then we will discuss the matter again. I will also have my secretary draft the contracts for the weapon and daily necessities. Thus, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan went to their room in first class to discuss the next steps. As soon as they entered, Deng Yinan asked, do you think Mr. Fei really believes our lies? It seems so. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao embraced and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Fai Changqiang's room was brightly lit. He felt an uncontrollable wildness within him, while also trying to maintain a genuine sense of justice. If this is true, then can I completely control Mengli? The virus? The Blaza virus? I don't care what virus it is. For me, this is an opportunity. It seems this trip to the United States will yield substantial gains. Ha ha ha. Don't you think so? Fai Changqiang's eyes fell on his secretary. Seeing her good figure and decent abilities, his inner wildness began to release from that moment. The female secretary felt uncomfortable under Fai Changqiang's gaze and shyly said, Mr. Fei, please don't look at me like that. Her words made Fai Changqiang adjust his neck and loosen his tie. In the soundproof room, Fai Changqiang's wild laughter and the constant typing on the computer, drafting plans and contracts, could be heard. Chapter 51. After Rebirth, How to Regain Abilities. There was still about an hour until landing. Fai Changqiang's female secretary came to knock on the door, saying Mr. Fei had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao felt they hadn't slept so soundly in a long time and were even a bit reluctant to get up. Are you getting up? I don't want to get up. Deng Yinan shyly shrank back into the blanket. Get up, or it won't be good. There's still many things to accomplish. Reluctantly, Deng Yinan was princess carried by Huang Chaochao, and they washed up and came out of the room. Mr. Fei had already been waiting in the hall for a long time. Did you sleep well? The contract has been drafted. Would you like to take a look? Sure. Huang Chaochao naturally took the contract, checking the basic content, which stated that delivery would be made within 3 days from various warehouses and companies to Silver City. As for the box meals, they would be ordered from the provincial capital of Funan, completed within 2 days and delivered on the 3rd day. After reviewing the contract, which was quite good, Huang Chaochao handed it to Deng Yinan for her to see as well. Fei Changqiang also prepared the weapon report and handed it to Huang Chaochao. The first page caught his attention. This idea is pretty good. Let us go with it. Huang Chaochao only read it once and agreed with his idea. He expected that Fei Changqiang and his former self would have the same idea, which was to use public opinion to create a butterfly effect and alert those above to potential issues. If there were indeed tangible things, it could prompt the public to apply for non-lethal weapons. Indeed, he still had this background in this area, Huang Chaochao thought. Let's do this. If a large-scale crisis occurs and reliable weapons are needed, please help transport them to the designated location using a helicopter, Fei. Sure. Fei Changqiang agreed directly. The 3 of them were on the plane, completing the final contract signing. As for the payment, they would go to the bank directly after the plane landed in Magic City. After these matters were settled, Fei Changqiang naturally wanted to further understand other useful information, as it would also help with his plans. Huang Chaochao did not expect Fei Changqiang to ask this. Oh, it's the address on the contract, Funan Yinsheng, right? Okay. Fei Changqiang didn't say much, fearing his intentions might be exposed. After some small talk, he formed his own plan. The plane landed normally at Magic City New District International Airport. As they exited the plane hall, a masked person hurried past and accidentally bumped into Deng Yinan. Hey, you! Deng Yinan was about to scold them when Huang Chaochao also glanced at the person. It was the same person they had encountered in the elevator at the Peace Hotel in Magic City, and they happened to run into him here again. Could it be? Did the crisis come earlier? But Huang Chaochao quickly dismissed the thought. No, perhaps he had been staying at the hotel for a long time before that. Moreover, he thought of an important matter. Although this contract could exist, if there was no awakening of abilities and no Quibi space from Deng Yinan, how could they carry all this cargo? Thus, knowing the situation, he immediately grabbed Deng Yinan's hand and headed toward that direction. What is going on? Deng Yinan was a bit confused as she was pulled along toward the hall. There is something. Hurry. Fei Changqiang watched as Huang Chaochao hurriedly took Miss Deng outside and was also unclear about what was happening. But upon careful thought, this matter was more important than completing the order, and he couldn't help but ponder it deeply. He had seen anything, but this matter was of utmost importance to him. You go investigate and find a reason to see if you can figure out what he saw. Fei Changqiang instructed his female secretary beside him. Yes, and he himself made a phone call. Brother, there's something. On the other side, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan took a taxi at the airport to catch up with the car that had gone ahead. Hurry, driver, follow that car. As long as we catch up, money is not a problem, Huang Chaochao said eagerly. Hearing this, Master Guo got excited. He loved this kind of scenario. Hold on tight. Starting the engine, shifting gears, and flooring the accelerator. He quickly chased after it, causing Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao to sway unsteadily. Soon, the taxi driver skillfully caught up with the car in front, and the route was exactly what Huang Chaochao had anticipated, heading to the Peace Hotel in Magic City. He saw the clues on his phone's navigation, and it seemed that he was the person we were looking for. He said to Deng Yinan, "Is it him, the one who gave me the abilities?" Yes. Master Guo was confused and glanced over, frowning in bewilderment. He felt very perplexed. He sent a voice message to the driver group. Wan, is your passenger from Japan? Yes, why? He completely didn't understand what he was saying until he gave me a manual, and then I realized. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan naturally also heard the voice message play out loud and then froze, wide-eyed, looking ahead. How did they forget that the driver group could communicate? Huang Chaochao remembered that. Just like that, the traveler from Japan got out at the Peace Hotel. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao also got out, entering the hotel as he did. This person found it strange that the two were following him. He felt odd while checking in at the front desk. Just asking, "Is that Nishidalu?" Nothing, you continue," Huang Chaochao said, but he didn't understand and was very confused. After he finished checking in, he took the room card to the elevator. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan, not hiding at all, followed him up. The front desk staff looked bewildered at the two young people. Huang Chaochao politely helped press the elevator button. Once inside, he glanced at the Japanese person's room card and pressed the button for the 4th floor. The Japanese person looked at their actions and nodded. "Arigato gozaimasu," he said, then started coughing violently. After reaching the 4th floor, the man exited, and Huang Chaochao rushed out immediately because he had been holding it in the whole way. However, Deng Yinan did not exit. Instead, she took a deep breath of the air in the elevator, attempting to catch the virus to reactivate her abilities. The personnel in the monitoring room saw this girl in the elevator and didn't know what she was doing. "What the hell? Who knows? Are you done? You should have absorbed enough by now," Huang Chaochao called to ask. "Yes, we will meet on the 1st floor." Okay. Chapter 52. Shouldn't we just stop pretending? The information Fei Changxiang received was that these two people rushed to a hotel called Peace right after getting off the plane. Seeing the message that came in, he felt very confused. Are young people so wild now? Can't wait even a moment to go to a hotel? They go straight there after getting off the plane? I guess I was overthinking it. Fei Changxiang dismissed his thoughts, believing they might be going to do something important. The items he had prepared were already packed, and he looked at the exquisite gifts before him, feeling that his idea was excellent. He raised his hand to check the time and murmured, "Give them half an hour. It should be enough." Half an hour later, Fei Changxiang headed to the bank they had agreed upon, the Industrial and Commercial Bank, to handle a large transfer. When he arrived, he found that they were already waiting for him at the bank. "Wow, so fast. President Fei, you finally made it," Huang Chaochao smiled. After greeting President Fei, they went to the super VIP room at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Soon, the large amount was confirmed, and 300 million yuan was transferred to the public account of Mengli Company Limited. After completing the transaction, Fei Changxiang presented a very exquisite gift in the car. "All right, President Fei." The two got out of the car and arrived at the dealership. "This time, we can finally buy the car we want, Ms. Deng," Huang Chaochao said with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Huang." Deng Yinan also smiled, feeling lighthearted that these matters were handled so quickly without much effort on her part. As they discussed on the way to the bank, they felt that in the apocalypse, the things that would allow them to truly survive were 1. An iron fortress, 2. Weapons for defense, and 3. Vehicles for rapid transport. There was no way around it. Chinese laws do not allow you to buy large quantities of gasoline, or else you have to go to the Public Security Bureau. Since that's the case, they decided to buy cars they liked, getting several with large capacities to keep in storage and take turns driving. Just right, the awakening of abilities would take time. "What car should we buy?" Huang Chaochao asked Deng Yinan. "The fastest and most comfortable, with the most horsepower and capacity." Okay. The two hand-in-hand arrived at the Ferrari dealership. They had indeed never seen the cars inside, but they looked stunning and powerful, though a bit low. The manager of the Ferrari store in Magic City saw a couple walk in, glanced at the camera on the door frame, then looked at the information on the tablet in his hand, and instantly lost his thoughts. But he came over to Deng and Huang. "Manager, can you tell me about this car? I want to fully equip one." Huang Chaochao looked over and felt that this Ferrari 8 was just right for their journey, starting from Magic City. "I'm sorry, but you probably can't afford it," the manager said. "Huh?" Both Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were stunned because they still had several hundred million on their cards. They could afford to buy 10 of them. "Impossible," Huang Chaochao said. "We can't possibly afford it." Although the manager felt a bit like mocking this college couple, he maintained his professionalism and looked at Huang Chaochao, saying, "Dear, your name is Huang Chaochao. You're 26 years old, graduated from a second-tier university in China, and your signature has no personality." "Huh? How do you know?" Huang Chaochao was stunned. He didn't remember his own signature, but he was indeed that age, and he hadn't told the manager his name. "From the moment you walked in, our high-resolution, ultra-clear cameras at Ferrari identified your face. With big data connected online, We know whether you can afford it or not. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Chaochao didn't believe it, and neither did Deng Yinan. Just keep bragging. But the Ferrari manager continued. You only have 200,000 in your pocket. Just barely meeting the requirements for an ICBC 6-star customer, and you haven't been one for long. You can't take out a penny more. Haha. Don't say it too late, manager. Huang Chaochao felt a bit combative and continued speaking, while Deng Yinan tugged at his hand. Oh, is that so? The manager didn't believe it. I have some private money, cash. This can't be checked, right? Huang Chaochao looked at the manager, who remained unmoved, firmly believing he couldn't afford a sports car. Don't struggle, classmate. It's good to look at sports cars while you're young. It's nice to stroll around with your girlfriend. It gives you some motivation. After all, at just 26, having 200,000 in savings is quite impressive. After saying this, the manager politely gave Huang Chaochao a thumbs up. If you really want to buy a car, I suggest a neighboring model for commuting. It's practical, economical, and cost-effective. A car for young people can be a Geely, very auspicious. Seeing that the manager had assumed his stance, he seemed to have made up his mind. Why not just stop pretending and buy 6 Ferraris, different models, and get one for our parents too? The manager felt a bit on edge, sensing that these 2 college students were daydreaming. It was nice to come here to look at luxury cars. No, manager, you can look down on me, but you can't look down on my girlfriend. At this moment, the manager glanced at Deng Yinan. When he entered earlier, the camera hadn't scanned her information. Now, upon scanning, an alarm appeared on the tablet. What? The manager was shocked and immediately changed to a smiling face, addressing Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao. Mr. Huang, Miss Deng, ha ha ha, sorry, the system was down earlier. I didn't know your esteemed identity. The manager began a lengthy introduction of Ferrari models, and Deng Yinan was stunned as she swiped through 6 Ferrari sports cars. Her eyes were wide open, and she was smiling so much her eyes were squinting. Watching them leave, the manager couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable. Is this buying toys? Cars. Not just buying Ferraris, but also Hummers. They just need to get the plates and drive away tomorrow. Now, he was just waiting for Deng Yinan to awaken her powers. Take the cars away, and head to Funnan City to create a steel module. And it would be best to buy a few defense robots and a small excavator for work. He had already envisioned digging an underground world on his own land. When Fei Chanxiang received the information from Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan, he was a bit bewildered by the information he heard from the listening device. What were they planning to do? Air purifier? Corporate version? A small excavator? 6 home defense robots? Fei Chanxiang was puzzled, feeling as if these 2 young people were playing a game. After eavesdropping for a long time without hearing anything useful, he gave up on his self-perceived clever methods. The next day, Huang Chaochao contacted a famous steel group in Funnan City online and reserved a large steel fortress module. After everything was ready, Deng Yinan looked at Huang Chaochao and asked, "Why haven't you awakened yet?" I don't know. Maybe my body is reacting," he replied. Oh, just as he finished speaking, Deng Yinan suddenly rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto the bed. Huang Chaochao was startled. He wasn't sure if it was her powers awakening or if she had contracted a virus, and he panicked. He touched her forehead and found her body cold. He felt her pulse and discovered her heartbeat had stopped. Deng Yinan, don't scare me." Huang Chaochao shook her, noticing she started mumbling something. Hearing her still speaking, he knew she was probably in the process of awakening, so he relaxed. To be honest, he felt like he was about to be scared to death. Although he was certain that he and Deng Yinan were destined for each other and she would awaken her powers, he was also afraid of failure, as it was unpredictable. It wasn't until the evening that Deng Yinan woke from her sleep. Looking at Huang Chaochao, who had been guarding her side, she felt some peace. At least from the past until now, he had always been by her side. "You're up, little Chaochao." Deng Yinan's gentle words reached his mind through his ears. The slight breeze made him feel ticklish, and he woke up. You're awake. I was so worried about you." Huang Chaochao hugged her tightly, afraid she might disappear. For some reason, Deng Yinan felt that this time Huang Chaochao's embrace was stronger than all the previous ones. "Little Chaochao, I can't breathe." Huang Chaochao immediately released her and squatted on the ground, starting to hug his own legs. He was still himself, just this time he had grown a lot. "Let's go pick up the cars." "Okay." The manager waved goodbye to the two young people and couldn't help but sigh. Love, I want a rich girlfriend too. I want to eat soft rice. Manager, don't you have that girl's number? Said a colleague beside him. Forget it. She wouldn't look at me. In their eyes, there's only each other. The manager said this on the surface, but inwardly he felt a grudge against them, as he discovered he had been blacklisted. This time, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao didn't go to Fubei. Their previous experience in the clouds indeed left them feeling some emotions. But since they didn't go, he thought it was still necessary to remind the people in Fubei, as he had lived there for many years since graduation and had developed a faint sense of belonging to that city. Yinan, can I spend money to hire someone to promote this prevention in Fubei? After all, I've lived in the city for a few years. Huang Chaochao tentatively asked, as the money wasn't his, so he needed a check. Sure, we can actually do that. But it seems we've forgotten one thing. Zhou Kuei seems to be in Fubei. Deng Yinan said, what should we do? Deng Yinan didn't want to go to Fubei, fearing that dark clouds would descend again and lead to more infections. The two suddenly realized that they needed to bring her along. Right, we can search for the store and call her to come over. Huang Chaochao immediately thought of this and suggested, yeah, how'd I not think of that? Huang Chaochao found the store from his memory, the umbrella beverage store. Who is it? What is the matter? The store owner's voice came through. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Huang Chaochao felt it was still so familiar. Let Zhou Kuei pick up the phone. Huh? Let her pick up the phone. Her brother is in our hands. Huang Chaochao's voice carried a hint of impatience. And Zhou Kuei, busy with her work, perked up her ears at the mention of her brother's news and immediately walked over. Boss, the store manager handed her the phone, then glanced at her backside. As his hand dropped, it brushed against her rear, making Zhou Kuei very uncomfortable, but she couldn't say anything. Her mind was more worried about her brother's situation. Please don't do anything to my brother. I'll earn money to pay you back. Just don't hurt him. Zhou Kuei's voice was slightly tearful, with a hint of pleading and a touch of firmness. Huh? Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan were stunned by her words. But Deng Yinan immediately became anxious. Oh no, Chaochao, you almost revealed yourself. Why didn't you just say for her to come to Funan? Huang Chaochao, seeing the displeasure on her face, explained, if we just tell her to come, she might think we're crazy. Besides, you have to remember that when we first reincarnated, Zhou Kuei was just a timid girl who avoided trouble. She never complained about anything, not even about her family issues. So, she definitely wouldn't trust us easily. Don't forget how we took her in. But this time, we haven't helped her at all. Will that change her mindset? It's uncertain. Faced with Huang Chaochao's brief words, she still felt their understanding of Zhou Kuei should be rational. But soon, Huang Chaochao's phone received a text. Big brother, I'm begging you. I'm really trying to earn money. Did my mom take my brother to gamble again? Please don't let them gamble. Otherwise, I want to be able to pay back even if I risk my life. As long as you don't let them gamble again, I will definitely find a way to earn money to pay you back. Seeing Zhou Kuei's message, the two were dumbfounded. They exchanged glances and thought of something terrifying. Zhou Kuei's workplace had a lecherous boss. Could it be? Hurry and call her. Deng Yinan urged. Huang Chaochao was also anxious. She hadn't expected her fabricated story to backfire, but Zhou Kuei wasn't answering her phone, which made both of them worried. Meanwhile, at the umbrella beverage store, the manager was closing up. Zhou Kuei clutched her white shoulder bag tightly, feeling scared and nervous, biting her lip, unsure whether to speak up. Chapter 54. A burden that can kill. The call connected. Hello, Zhou Kuei, you finally answered. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan were overjoyed. Woo-woo. The two heard crying on the other end of the line and immediately felt that the call was too late. Ah, did the manager do something to you? Huang Chaochao blurted out. Who are you? Zhou Kuei asked, confused. Did something happen? Deng Yinan thought, and then they exchanged glances, feeling it was different from what they expected. It turned out that as she was preparing to negotiate with the manager, he had approached her directly, glaring fiercely and scolding her. Zhou Kuei, did you give my number to those debt collectors? They've been calling me. You better explain yourself. The manager's fierce expression scared her, causing her to tremble and cautiously answer the phone. They told her they had gone gambling again and owed several thousand, demanding she continue paying. Under the dual pressure of the manager's intimidation and the casino's claim that her brother and mother were gambling again, she squatted down, hugged her legs, and started crying loudly. The manager, seeing passers-by pointing and whispering, quickly took his phone and left, not caring about her at all. After explaining the situation to the stranger on the phone, Zhou Kuwei felt a little less sad inside. "Who are you really?" she asked, frightened. "We are from the company. We are officially notifying you to come for an interview based on big data screening. If you pass the interview, you can apply to have your family's debts repaid, deducted from your future salary. Location: Funan Province, Isan Enterprise Park. Time: tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Detailed information will be sent to your phone." At first, Zhou Kuwei thought it sounded like a scam, but slowly it felt real. She even checked the Isan Enterprise Park to ensure it wasn't a fabrication. But what caught her attention was the promise to repay the debts. If they could clear them all at once, they wouldn't gamble again. "Is that true?" "Yes. Ms. Zhou, we hope you can attend the interview on time." After hearing this, Zhou Kuwei's mood lifted instantly. She spun around 3 times on the spot, then joyfully hopped toward a rented place. On her phone, an electronic interview letter forwarded by Mengli Company came in. When Zhou Kuwei saw the clear letter, she noticed it also stated, "Your high-speed train ticket has been confirmed. Please go to the high-speed rail 12306 to fill in your ID information and select your seat." She expected the interview to cover travel expenses. She was overjoyed. After putting her phone in her pocket, she bumped into 2 people coming her way. "Hello, classmate." 2 individuals looking like university students stopped the very happy Zhou Kuwei. "We are from the Municipal Judicial Bureau, promoting legal education to raise public awareness against telecom fraud, illegal fundraising, and the prevention of entrapment. Here is a handbook from the Judicial Bureau for you to look at." Zhou Kuwei was taken aback. Was it really necessary to promote legal education at night? But after seeing the 2 students flash their student IDs, she felt they were trustworthy. "You can come over here. We'll explain in detail." The 2 students gestured toward a makeshift tent. She glanced over and saw a few people heading that way, but something fell off. So she chose to wave and decline. "Thank you." Zhou Kuwei politely thanked them and quickly left. The 2 university students watched Zhou Kuwei's departing figure in disgust. She didn't fall for it. Could someone else have gotten her first? Who knows, but there are other people around. I wonder how many we've caught today. The 2 shifted from their previous student image, their eyes revealing greed and wildness. They were not really university students, but were using an official guise to promote while actually deceiving kind-hearted citizens and collecting information. Meanwhile, Huang Chaochao and the others were also staying at a nearby hotel, waiting to discuss the steel module project with Isan Enterprise tomorrow. In the afternoon, they planned to utilize their factory for an interview. Will she come? She will come, whether it's the real situation or a trick to lure her in. She will come, Huang Chaochao said confidently. Deng Yinan, however, looked at his proud expression and asked, "Have you changed your personality after reincarnating? Why are you so eager to push forward?" Then with a gentle tone, she added, "I feel like the past life was too short, and you bore a lot. I relied on you too much. I shouldn't be like this. Even if I don't have abilities, I want to lighten your burden." Deng Yinan nodded and then hugged him. "Thank you, Chaochao. Maybe this time we can resist the impending crisis and live through it peacefully." They held each other tighter, but their breathing became a bit heavy. The long night held some odd sounds. The next day, they went directly to the park, negotiated with relevant personnel, signed contracts, and expected to complete processing within 3 days, with the remaining day for delivery to Yinqing. Afternoon was approaching. Their task was to wait for Zhou Kuwei to arrive and take her away directly. But as they waited, Deng Yinan and Zhou Kuwei heard the sound of police cars, and both frowned, feeling puzzled. "What's going on?" Huang Chaochao asked, confused. Could it be that Zhou Kuwei reported them? Deng Yinan was also taken aback. She saw that the police cars from the Public Security Bureau had already filled the parking lot downstairs, and a group of people came down. Before long, they arrived in front of the 2. One of them then showed his identification. "You 2 are suspected of fraud and human trafficking. Please come with me," the young policeman said. "Fraud?" Huang Chaochao was stunned. "Human trafficking?" Deng Yinan was also taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Kuwei walked out from behind and cautiously said, "It should be for the interview here." "Yes, that's right. It is indeed for Zhou Kuwei's interview. But we never intended to traffic her. Her brother and mother are gambling. We just wanted to give her a chance to repay the debts. Is that so? Still, please come with us." The young policeman gestured for the others to take them away. "Wait." Huang Chaochao stood in front of them. "Please show me the arrest warrant, or any documents that name us specifically. Without that, you can't arrest us." "Zhou Kawai, your payment app is linked to your phone number, right?" Huang Chaochao asked. Zhou Kawai was stunned by this situation. She was also brought in to cooperate with the investigation. Yinan, directly transfer 1 million to her. That should not constitute fraud. After Huang Chaochao finished speaking, the 6 policemen present, as well as several outside, were left speechless. Chapter 55. How to Deceive a Seasoned Lawyer. It's a misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. The young policeman apologized, while the city bureau had also issued a notice stating that the main suspects had been caught. And the issue with Group 1 and 3 was likely a misunderstanding. "Thank you for your cooperation." "It's fine," Huang Chaochao said, stating that she had never encountered such an absurd situation. "Zhou Kawai, come here," Deng Yinan shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kawai felt as if she was being treated like a younger sister. "After repaying your brother and mother's debts, go work at the front-end branch. Let's forget about the interview and focus on doing a good job." Huang Chaochao also felt a headache coming on. Thus, the two parties reached a handshake agreement over the misunderstanding and parted ways. The shadows of the 3 people were stretched long under the setting sun. "Zhou Kawai, we are here to save you," the deadweight, Deng Yinan said. "Huh, what do you mean? Isn't 1 million enough to clear your debts? It should be enough." Zhou Kawai felt as if she was dreaming, and it all felt very unreal. With that, Deng Yinan took out a Ferrari from his space and drove the 2 straight towards Silver City. Zhou Kawai, like someone just entering the city, kept staring at everything in the car. She looked around and touched things, having never seen a luxury car before. They arrived at the Phoenix Hotel at night and checked into 2 rooms. "What exactly is my mission?" Zhou Kawai asked, as she had been very curious. But these 2 had not told her. "The mission is to study the apocalypse and see how to best protect ourselves to survive this life," Deng Yinan said. At that moment, Zhou Kawai felt dizzy. She couldn't understand the thoughts of wealthy people. Were they all this strange? Watching the 2 of them draft plans and fulfill their ideas, Zhou Kawai increasingly felt that this might be a real thing. "My dad once said something. He said that the house in our hometown could stand for 70 years without collapsing, built using the highest standard construction techniques, the best cement and steel, following the strictest procedures. He built that house in our hometown. At that time, I felt safe in the mountains. But I didn't expect that after living there for several days, we would have to go underground and dig out a subterranean city." Huang Chaochao spoke about this with great enthusiasm. But Deng Yinan interjected, "Why are you like Huang Lei? He wanted to build a cave in the mountains for cultivation. But within a few days, everyone was doomed. Let's follow my idea. We will directly use the framework of your house to build a square steel fortress. With vents on top. Zombies can't fly, right? We can also live well on top, can't we?" Seeing Huang Chaochao's expression darken, and fearing that there wouldn't be another chance for rebirth, she dared not believe Huang Chaochao's grand plans. Time was of the essence. There wasn't much time left to accomplish more. For the sake of thoroughness, some idealistic concepts had to be sacrificed. "What do you think, Zhou Kawai?" She looked at Zhou Kawai, only to find her in a daze. I'll listen to Sister Deng." Deng Yinan smiled and looked at Huang Chaochao, saying, Chaochao. "We've made a pact. Let us ensure safety first, then discuss other matters." "Okay, I agree." Seeing the disbelief in Deng Yinan's eyes, she walked over and hugged her. Zhou Kawai's face reddened at this sight, and she turned away. "There are people here. I'll listen to you. I think you are more rational than I am." Thus, the 2 of them finalized the second plan for rebirth in the apocalypse. First ensure safety, then discuss other matters. Zhou Kawai's face burned as she quickly ran outside, feeling as if she had just eaten a big bowl of dog food. But she envied the relationship between Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao. She could see that Huang Chaochao had her own ideas and responsibilities, but would also listen to Deng Yinan. "When will I also meet such love?" Zhou Kawai fantasized, but thinking of her terrifying family, such a beautiful thought was abruptly cut off. No, I don't want another person to bear the burden of such a family. "Mr. Fei, thank you for your help. I appreciate it." Huang Chaochao hung up the phone. Deng Yinan said, "We should understand our parents. But how to fabricate a kind lie that makes them willingly come to your house?" Huang Chaochao glanced at Zhou Kawai and suddenly thought of a point. She knew her father was a seasoned lawyer, so he would naturally be interested in cases. She remembered that during the spring festival last year, at a family gathering, he boasted about taking on a big case with a lawyer fee of 500,000. But this call couldn't be made by him, with his years of legal experience. He would definitely overthink it. Zhou Kawai, wait a moment. I'll write something. You can read it according to the situation, and then organize your language. Okay. She nodded upon hearing this. Deng Yinan also said, "I know how to get them here, but this call can only be made by me." All right. We'll each gather our parents, and as soon as the steel modules arrive, we will immediately start constructing a safe house at the villa in our hometown. After Zhou Kawai read through it, she had her own thoughts. Can I do it this way? I'm afraid it might expose us. That wouldn't be good. Zhou Kawai listened carefully to their conversation, knowing they wanted to trick their parents into coming to their hometown and then provide them a safe place. So she was willing to help them. Then I'm making the call. Deng Yinan also came over to watch Zhou Kawai as she made the call. The call connected. Hello, is this lawyer Huang? Who are you? I'm a friend of Huang Lei from Hupingshan Town. Oh. The Huang father over there didn't know who she was, so he could only make such sounds, seeming to acknowledge knowing such a person. What can I do for you? The thing is. Chapter 56. The female protagonist is too good at deceiving. But the beneficiary is someone else. My brother and my mom are gambling, and then they got arrested. I want to see them, but the police won't allow it. Zhou Kawai said, "Is that so? He told me before that he was gambling, but later it seemed he wanted to get involved with the casino to make money. I'm making money while paying off gambling debts. But who knew they were secretly making money with the casino? My brother is not even 18, and my mom is hanging out with those people. I don't know what to do. I want to hire a lawyer to check on them. And I have one request." What request? Can you plead for a heavier sentence so they can stay in prison longer? This is the true thought of Zhou Kawai. She feels that her brother and mother are really disobedient and have been caught. She truly hopes they can spend a few more years in prison and completely repent inside. She doesn't have the ability to earn money to pay off debts, nor does she have that much money. Although Dad Huang hasn't said anything, and there's nothing unusual in his words, he secretly wants to complain about the parties involved, wondering what kind of demands these are. This demand is a bit high. It might require additional lawyer fees. Is 60,000 okay? I only have 80,000 right now. Lawyer, can you let my brother and mom stay in prison for a few more years? Zhou Kawai spoke with deep emotion, somewhat carrying genuine feelings. Sure. Dad Huang was stunned. Who would refuse money that comes to their door? Where are you? I'm in Hupingshan Town. Can you add me on your phone? Yes. If possible, I'd like to talk to you in person. After hanging up the phone, he sighed. What kind of family makes this daughter resort to such extremes? Dad, please don't blame me for lying to you. I'm just thinking about your safety. Huang Chaochao immediately recited a mantra in his heart. All right. Zhou Kawai closed the door and went out, but Deng Yinan felt something was off about her. She must have something going on, little Chaochao, Deng Yinan said. It seems so, but if she doesn't tell us, what can we do? In the room, Zhou Kawai hesitated while looking at her phone. After thinking for a moment, her expression became resolute and determined. She picked up her phone and dialed. Before long, the call was connected. Hello. Is this the Suizhou Public Security Bureau? Zhou Kawai asked. Yes, what's the matter? I want to report that there's an underground casino in the Chengdu district, and Zhou Kawai is involved in the operation of the casino. He is also a gambler, and his mother is involved too. The police on the other end immediately became alert upon receiving this information. Please leave your contact details and identity information. My name is Zhou Kawai. I am Zhou Kawai's sister. I want to report that he is involved in the casino and gambling. I am willing to take responsibility for my words. Their den is accessed through the security room of a certain community. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's relatively crowded. All right, where are you now? Good. Zhou Kawai hung up the phone, but also started crying. She didn't know if what she did was right, but she felt that Huang Chaochao's idea had given her a sudden proposal. If what Deng Yinan and the others said is true, the end times are approaching. What should they do? The only way to achieve a win-win situation is to let them go to prison to avoid danger. which could also help correct their gambling habits. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan's method is to cry, make a scene, and threaten to hang herself. Her mom falls for this, and her dad listens to her mom. Mom, I've been bullied. Please bring dad over. I'm in Hupingshan town now, Mom. Huh? Deng Yinan's mom was stunned upon hearing this. Daughter, don't scare me. What happened? Weren't you at your aunt's place before? Deng Yinan's mom was very worried. A guy named Huang Chaochao is blocking me now, saying he wants to kidnap me to be his mistress and that his dad is Li Gang. I even mentioned my dad, but he said he is not afraid at all. Huang Chaochao was amazed by Deng Yinan's acting skills. Great. I'll definitely have a bad ending next time we meet. He felt that when he meets her parents in the future, he is definitely doomed. Deng Yinan's worried mom heard something even more terrifying on the other end of the phone. Don't come over. Don't come over. The phone fell to the ground, and Deng Yinan showed a sly look in her eyes, counting to 3 for Huang Chaochao with her fingers. Huang Chaochao complied, and then put on a spoiled rich kid's demeanor. Oh, is this my mother-in-law? I've got my eyes on your daughter. She is really beautiful. TSK. TSK, TSK, that face, that well-proportioned body. While Huang Chaochao spoke, he touched her, then got beaten up and cried silently on the ground. Who the hell are you? Me? I'm Huang Chaochao, the tyrant of Hupingshan town. The call ended, but he cried too. Still touching? Deng Yinan glared fiercely into his eyes. Touch. Huh? It hurts. Huang Chaochao was confused. He just wanted to be more realistic. But afterward, she still rubbed his hand and said next time he had to ask her first, and only with her consent could he touch her. Otherwise, he'd get beaten up. All right, got it. Well, haha, that's great. In Fei's eyes, a more detailed plan emerged because according to the information he currently had, the end times seemed to be coming soon. The Demon City is the first stop of Huagua, but the second stop seems to be in Fubei. In that case, he could deploy many things in advance. Thank you so much, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao. You've given me such a big gift. Chapter 57. Professionalism is still more professional. Night fell, and Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan had already settled in their hometown. Luxury cars appeared on both sides of the country road, gathering in front of Huang Chaochao's family home. The iron gate in front of the rural villa opened, and Dad Huang got out of the car, looking at the cars parked in front of his house, thinking it was the client who called during the day. But upon seeing the people get out, he realized they were not young girls, but people like them. Huh? Dad Huang was stunned. Deng Yinan got out of the car and saw a man with gold-rimmed glasses coming out of the luxury car. He had a somewhat cultured demeanor, a sense of superiority. He thought this must be the so-called Li Gang. Are you Li Gang? Deng Yinan's words were somewhat tough, but he didn't know the other party's background and was a bit scared. I'm Li Gang? Dad Huang felt a bit perplexed. You are Li Gang. Deng Yinan indeed didn't know Huang Chaochao as dad, but he could tell he wasn't an ordinary person. What's the matter? Dad Huang's tone became tougher because he didn't know who the other side was. Your son is ungrateful and bullies my daughter. But before Deng Yinan could finish his sentence, Dad Huang got angry and immediately said, What? My son caused trouble? I knew this guy wouldn't behave well outside. Damn it, I'm gonna break his legs. Don't, your son might just be joking. Deng Yinan heard this tone and also realized he was a father who was disappointed in his son, so he started to have some thoughts. Deng Yinan's mom, standing by, naturally knew her husband's character, but seeing that the other party seemed to be much wealthier than their family, and the couple looked low-key and stable, she thought they might help her husband a bit. But just as both parents were fantasizing, someone spoke up. Dad, are you going to break my legs? Seeing his dad safe and sound again, all the blame he had held for so many years had actually vanished. He thought back to what kind of courage made his dad willing to be a meat cushion for him to survive. His eyes suddenly turned red. Huh? Dad Huang heard a familiar voice, turned his head, and saw that 3 people had appeared on the balcony at some unknown time. And the lights in the old house were off. Both sets of parents were stunned because they realized their children were up there, and they began to frown. Huang Chaochao, get down here. Hey, coming. After saying that, Huang Chaochao went down from the living room. The iron gate had already opened, and the car drove into the rural villa. After getting out, seeing his daughter with a strange boy, Deng Yinan's mom directly asked, Who is this kid? The one who wants to take you away? Mom, I didn't mean to deceive you, Mom. Deng Yinan began to shake her hands, holding her mom's hand, shaking and acting cute. She was so happy to see her mom alive and well. You brat, you're giving me a headache. Seeing that his wife didn't say anything. Deng Yinan naturally didn't dare to say anything. Give me a reason. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it, and then you'll end up in trouble. When Deng Yinan heard this, her face turned red. Mom, why are you saying this here? Dad Huang also noticed Chaochao greeting them and immediately realized that the so-called client was fake. The culprit was his own son. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Huang Chaochao felt uneasy under his father's glare. Can we talk in the room? Dad, Mom. Huang Chaochao's tone was calm, but with others present, he couldn't lose his temper. So the two of them went ahead and recounted the entire situation, including Chaochao's knowledge of it. Rebirth? End of the world? Right? But where's the evidence? Video? Or pictures? Dad Huang asked. At this question, Huang Chaochao was left speechless. Well, there isn't any, but I can confirm that the end of the world is coming. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about other people. Do they know the end of the world is coming? Dad Huang expressed his thoughts after hearing this. He believed that his son couldn't continuously deceive him. Moreover, there was a girl and her parents he didn't know in the room. He preferred to think that his son was just worried about his safety and lied to him. So the moment he learned the truth, he forgave him. Why do others need to know? Others won't believe it. Yeah, Uncle, we've tried. Others just say we're joking. Deng Yinan explained. I understand your concerns, but I'm analyzing the pros and cons of the end of the world from a lawyer's perspective. Deng Yinan, upon hearing this, lawyer Huang seemed to have his own unique insights and was eager to listen. Dad, are you sure you'll analyze the end of the world crisis and then come up with countermeasures? Huang Chaochao asked. And even Deng Yinan wanted to hear if there were better ways before the end of the world. Okay, I'll share my personal views. Dad Huang also intended to express his inner thoughts. The Blaza virus you mentioned is just a zombie virus whose mode of transmission is unknown. Since it can spread, there must be a medium. What exactly is the medium? Air? Wounds? But one thing is clear. It needs a carrier to replicate. What you fear and worry about is the large number of infected individuals. Our manpower is limited, and we can't cope with many infected people. And in the end, we can't avoid infection and become zombies. So, can we look at it from another angle? Reduce the number of infected people, and if more people don't get infected, won't the danger also decrease? After all, the carrier of a zombie virus was initially humans. This is also why I asked earlier, where's the evidence? Without evidence, how can we make more people believe? If we only think about ourselves, the space is too small, and sooner or later will be consumed. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao proposed issues and solutions regarding the impending end of the world, all within just an hour. After listening to the analysis, everyone felt enlightened. Dad, you're amazing. Huang Chaochao suddenly gave a thumbs up. Deng Yinan also felt that Uncle Huang's thoughts were correct. She quietly whispered in Huang Chaochao's ear. Good thing we brought them here early, or we might have to experience rebirth again. Huang Chaochao felt awkward. After all, it was his dad who was impressive. Yes, I think so too. So what's next? Chapter 58, Second Rebirth. Virus strikes again. Fortunately, Huang Chaochao family rural villa is quite large, with long-lasting supplies and various daily necessities all vacuum-packed, which can help Deng Yinan clear some of the cluttered space. As for the steel modules, they still need to wait a day. During the day, both parents discussed how to unite the townspeople to prevent infection from the Blaza zombie virus. Huang Chaochao drove, and Deng Yinan felt a bit worried and tense, thinking it wasn't safe enough, because she knew all the crises. But there was no standard answer to guide her choices. Little Chaochao, we must be fully prepared this time. I am scared. Really. In the face of Deng Yinan's worries, he was more concerned. It's okay, really. This time, Mom and Dad are helping out. If we unite, we can overcome this crisis. Although he pretended to be confident on the surface, what she worried about was what he feared too. He was also scared deep down. If there were unknown factors this time leading to a mistake, would there still be a chance for rebirth? Probably not. Huang Chaochao silently complained, this damned Blaza virus will explode again ahead of time. The time for rebirth was too tight. Soon, the car passed the highway, exited the toll station, and settled down near the warehouse. As night fell, Their emotions became tense, and after exchanging glances, they felt the aftereffects of their previous life. I hope we're safe. They closed all the doors and windows, set up some warning devices at the entrance, and prepared to rest. A day passed, and in the morning, Deng Yinan finally received the steel modules and supplies, along with some odd items. Huang Chaochao thanked Manager Fei over the phone, while he ignored the incessant messages from Manager Hao, telling her to ensure her own safety. Let's go. Huang Chaochao drove his supercar, pushing the speed towards his hometown. By the way, Yinan, check the map to see if there's traffic on the highway. Huang Chaochao's intuition made him fear a traffic jam. But it was precisely because of his subconscious that Deng Yinan checked the map for congestion. When she looked, she was stunned. Look, this is not a good sign. She felt a chill down her spine and immediately started the car towards his hometown. Yinan, check if it's raining. Before Huang Chaochao finished speaking, Deng Yinan already found out. Yes, it has. He increasingly felt that this virus was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, why was it spreading on a large scale earlier than before? Deng Yinan adjusted the route, and he began to speed, ignoring traffic safety. As long as there were no people, he accelerated, which led to a flurry of tickets. But in the face of life-and-death situations, he couldn't care less. Survival was paramount. Just as they reached a highway exit, he saw various vehicles and people fleeing. He stopped. He thought of something. The infection hadn't fully spread yet, and the town was still relatively safe. But he remembered what his dad said. To prove something, you need evidence. So he turned the car around and headed back to the highway entrance, wanting to see if there were any infected individuals. Deng Yinan understood his thoughts, and as they approached, she opened the camera to record. As expected, there were many red and yellow bloodstains at the exit. People were fleeing, and some were chasing. A very keen-eyed person spotted Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan's red Ferrari, especially since Deng Yinan already had abilities. She jumped out of the car and took a couple steps towards them. They looked like normal people, but the unusual bloodshot in their eyes indicated they were not normal. Huang Chaochao immediately started to reverse. Seeing that person chasing after them made Deng Yinan's heart tighten. He swerved left and right, noticing traffic police trying to maintain order, but he was already too late to stop it. That person bit the highway traffic officer and then crouched down, starting to chase them on all fours. Not good. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Deng Yinan was still frightened when she saw this scene. It was a reckless act. Huang Chaochao was also anxious. The car's tail lights hit a pole behind them. And then he immediately turned the car around, speeding back to his hometown as fast as he could, almost as if he wanted to accelerate at that very moment. The person chasing them realized the car was going too fast and had to give up after a while, but saw more people on the road and directly pounced on them. The pedestrians on the road didn't have time to react and were immediately knocked down and bitten. In an instant, screams echoed behind the car. They could only hear a bit, but that sound sent chills down their spines. They knew the Brazza zombie virus had begun again. They realized that it started, but they also knew they had to act quickly. Time was of the essence. I sent a message to the village committee asking your dad to gather Huang Lei, his dad, and more people. Then I planned to form a group and also asked the local police in the town to block all the main roads to prevent other vehicles from entering the town. I intended to use the town as a safe zone with more people guarding it. Perhaps it could withstand the threat. She noticed Huang Chaochao was not focused on driving and kept looking at her. What are you looking at? In front. In front. Huang Chaochao raced ahead, while the police motorcycle behind was chasing them, shouting. The red Ferrari in front immediately slowed down and pull over, immediately slow down and pull over. But he dared not stop. He was fleeing for his life. Chapter 59. A Hope for Survival, yet the beginning of disaster. The police motorcycle was obviously not as fast as the red Ferrari, and it quickly disappeared from sight. He could only call for assistance from another location, sending someone to intercept them. Please, the traffic control department ahead, send personnel to intercept. Upon receiving the information, they immediately retrieved the surveillance footage and confirmed that a red Ferrari had indeed entered their town. They were about to head out when they saw a red flash, honking and speeding, disappearing in just a second. Did you just see that? It looked like that car. Just as they realized it, they found that the car was already on the distant mountain road. How can we chase that? Thus, The dispatching agency had no choice but to continue to the next town ahead to intercept. Huang Chaochao's nerves were taut. He had to pay attention to turns. Watch out for pedestrians, keep honking, and maintain speed. He felt that perhaps out of fear of death and being infected, a god of driving had temporarily possessed him, unlocking all of his potential. The 30-kilometer journey took less than 10 minutes, and they arrived at the vicinity of Hubing Mountain Town. Though the car had sustained various degrees of scratches and collisions, fortunately, no one was seriously hurt. Deng Yinan sat in the passenger seat, her heart racing. Finally, they were almost there. Huang Chaochao saw the appearance of the town and continued driving towards the homestead. However, looking down the road, the town had not set up any checkpoints. Her dad and Huang Chaochao's dad were also speaking. Damn it, these people really deserve to be infected. Deng Yinan was also getting angry. The reality was not being heeded, and soon enough, infection would become a disaster. However, when the two of them drove to the road leading to the rural villa, they saw a crowd of people gathered in front of Huang Chaochao's home. Did we arrive too late? Huang Chaochao was a bit nervous seeing the crowd. What is this? Deng Yinan was also stunned. Were these normal people, or? Among the crowd, Huang's dad and Deng Yinan spotted the red Ferrari and immediately waved. Seeing her dad wave normally, Huang Chaochao realized that this large group of people was indeed normal. Deng Yinan glanced at the map to assess the situation, feeling that if they hurried, there might still be hope. She immediately got out of the car, grabbing Huang Chaochao and running uphill. The villagers of Shuangxing village quickly made way for the two young people to pass. Watching everyone's gaze and the danger behind the distant mountains, she expressed her thoughts. I don't know why you all aren't listening or why you're not acting quickly, but I need to tell you that we just escaped from a disaster, fleeing for our lives. At the highway entrance where Taojiang is, there are infected individuals with a zombie virus. This is not a movie. She took out her phone, opened a short video she had recorded, and in the footage, a person covered in red and yellow stains looked at the camera and immediately charged towards them. The phone was filled with urgent messages, run, run, along with shaky footage, the sound of collisions, and that person sprinting toward them on all fours. The viewers were startled. What I just filmed, I'm not lying to you. If we don't quickly mobilize and dig out a large safe zone, the village might be lost. Hearing this, the villagers of Shuangxing village only thought about escaping at that moment, and suddenly, everyone rushed in all directions, heading home. Seeing this scene, Deng Yinan already understood the situation. But now, if they didn't quickly address the protection issue, these people might become their adversaries due to being infected by the zombie virus, and this crowd was indeed troublesome. What to do? Deng Yinan also became worried. At this moment, Huang's dad stepped forward and said, utilize human nature to change the situation. Money. This was a last resort. These villagers were already struggling to take care of themselves, but in times of crisis, someone still needed to step up. If we ignore this and remain isolated, these people would eventually become a threat. What do you all think? Huang's dad's proposal made everyone feel it was feasible. The conclusion reached by the parents during the day was to use Pear Blossom Mountain as the center point and dig a giant trench around Shuangxing village. The soil from the trench would be piled inside to form a massive safe zone. Just as they were discussing, alarms began to sound throughout the town. Huaguo alarm. Strange virus detected within the area. Please, citizens, take self-protective measures and do not go outside. Ensure basic living needs. The emergence of this announcement made everyone present sigh in relief. Just in time, Deng Yinan said. He surveyed the area. There were 2 excavators at the stone quarry ahead, and they could organize people to start digging the trench overnight. As for the national road being too hard, they could leave that for later. Thus, several people pooled together 500,000 yuan, stating they would recruit excavator operators in Shuangxing village for overnight work to dig the trench and establish a safe zone. Using money as bait, many skilled workers quickly gathered in front of Huang Chaochao's house. Even engineers, bulldozers, and various vehicles showed up. Unexpectedly, Huang Lei's dad, the deputy village head, turned out to be an engineer. Watching him take the blueprint of Shuangxing village and continuously make plans, he suggested that some buildings could be utilized as protective walls, while other areas could adopt trench-like forms, not relying solely on one type of defense. Truly a professional engineer. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao walked to the back and couldn't help but discuss. No wonder last time Huang Lei's dad had died at his hands. This idea was indeed extraordinary. Deng Yinan glanced at Huang Lei's dad, Huang Huang, old and cunning. Thankfully, this time he was not an infected person, or they might have faced another explosion. Yes, Deng Yinan felt a bit embarrassed. Watching the villagers of Shuangxing village, who were bravely discussing the safe zone beneath Hubing Mountain, it seemed there was a chance to build it. Once they decided to act, Engineer Huang Huang led people directly to bring paint buckets to outline the lines, while Huang's dad and Deng Yinan worked on the borrowed stairwell for the safety line. The excavators immediately began work on the marked sections, and the bulldozers also started operating. Soon, a giant irregular trench, 1 meter deep, was dug out. At both ends of the national road through the village, fences have been erected, and people have been dispatched to guard them. An open area in Huang Chaochao's hometown has also been set up with tents as a temporary safety zone. However, discussions inside have not ceased. The steel modules at home are quietly being set up. Chapter 60. Establishment of the Shuangxing Village Safety Zone as night fell. The deep blue Huping mountain town lit up everywhere, yet it remained very quiet. However, at both ends of the rural road in Shuangxing Village, construction was ongoing, bustling with activity, and many people were watching, with many more queuing to enter. The originally quiet town had gathered around due to this situation. Police officers from the local station were also present to maintain order, directing people to queue and calling them into Shuangxing Village. Some people were still unwilling to believe, while others did. Thus, the sound of discussion rose and fell. The police officers were called for help by Deng Yinan. Setting up a safety zone would inevitably lead to some disobedience, and maintaining order would certainly be beyond the capability of just a few people. The station chief was also at a high point, using a loudspeaker to address the crowd. Nearby residents either stayed home and refused to go out or moved all their belongings into the Shuangxing safety zone, camping at the designated location. This was no joke. There had already been reports of similar infections in Taojiang. The highway entrance was completely congested, and it was uncertain when the situation would spread here. Huang had also issued an emergency self-rescue announcement. Therefore, as members of Huping Mountain Town, we must take self-rescue seriously, hoping that Huang can resolve this matter in a timely manner. What we can do is to protect ourselves well. Huang Chaochao's family had already started the arrangement and layout of the steel modules, planning to install the modules against the walls from the first floor to the second, sealing off the interior completely, leaving only the third floor and the roof for ventilation. At the same time, Huang Huang and others were setting up safety nets on the 2 bridges in Shuangxing Village to block incoming vehicles. In this way, the villagers of Shuangxing, motivated by a reward of 500,000 RMB, delineated an area using the creek as a boundary, utilizing the residents' tall buildings as one of the barriers, setting up protective nets at the bridgeheads, and digging trenches 2 meters deep. On this side of the Shuangxing safety zone, high dirt mounds also appeared. As midnight approached, those who needed to enter had come in, while those who hadn't stayed hidden in their homes. No one knew what kind of situation would arise that night. Temporary sentry posts were set up at both ends, manned by auxiliary police, equipped with 2 or 3 strong men, and temporary housing and dining facilities were also built nearby. At the temporary tent site in the stone yard of Shuangxing Village, representatives from Group 1 to Group 9 had all gathered here. Other villagers who felt unsafe at home and queued to enter had also sent 2 representatives to the temporary tent. Sitting at the front were Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao's father. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao sat beside Huang Chaochao's father. The deputy town chief, the station chief, the deputy chief, etc., sat beside Deng Yinan. The representatives took their seats in order. By now, it was already 1 a.m. We established the temporary Shuangxing Village Safety Zone in response to the emergency self-rescue document issued by Huang. He briefly displayed the document, and everyone understood. Therefore, our establishment and excavation of the safety zone is reasonable and legal. However, we are currently facing 2 problems. The first is the survival issue. There's a lot of farmland and hills in Shuangxing Village, but these areas have not been cultivated for a long time. Now, to sustain long-term living, we must utilize the abandoned land. The second is crisis response, which Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao have personally experienced. Deng Yinan signaled for the two of them to speak, and the microphone was passed on. At this moment, Deng Yinan took the microphone and began to express her thoughts. The virus that has emerged gives me the feeling of something out of a movie. I wonder if everyone has seen zombie films like Train to Busan. However, the zombie virus we are encountering is not that simple. As she spoke, she gestured for Huang Chaochao to start the projection and connect her phone. Then, a large image appeared on the distant screen, showcasing key screenshots from her recorded video. Deng Yinan pointed to the first screenshot and said, "Look at this person. He still looks relatively normal, right? But everyone look again." Huang Chaochao switched to the second image as she instructed. Up close, you can see that the person is not walking normally but crawling, chasing us. How fast is he? We were almost caught by him while driving. Deng Yinan controlled the situation, successfully making the older adults present feel the reality of this situation. Why did she do this? It was because Huang Bunru, Huang Chaochao's father, had very thoughtful ideas and plans. Before gathering here, they had discussed at home to prevent them from underestimating the situation. It was necessary to deeply instill awareness of this danger so that they would be cautious and not take it lightly, remaining vigilant even in safety. For them, it was beneficial. So what to do? It seemed that this place was not particularly safe. Upon hearing the group leaders speak, the crowd immediately began to discuss, causing panic. Meanwhile, villagers from other areas camping at the elementary school outside didn't know what to do and could only keep refreshing their phones. They would discuss for a while upon seeing something, as they had never encountered such a situation before. They also felt fortunate to have brought their families into the safety zone. However, many young people were not in their hometown. In some small tents, there were still phones. "Hello, son? How are you in the provincial city? Has your community also started a complete lockdown? We are okay. We are okay. Our village has spontaneously established a safety zone with trenches, and there are currently no zombies." The elderly were thinking of their sons who were renting in the provincial city, as the community had directly sent people to seal it with barbed wire. Moreover, the area below their son's building had been completely sealed off because someone in the community had been bitten. At this time, many people couldn't sleep, watching news from the cameras, too afraid to go out. This was just in Fubei and Funan, and no one knew how this terrifying Blaza zombie virus had appeared, without any warning signs. Meanwhile, discussions continued at the Shuangxing Village Safety Zone Stoneyard. It was already 2 a.m. Tonight, especially for those on the rural road, no one could sleep. Everyone had to stay alert, and at all times be vigilant. This is a gong bought from the hardware store. Each group should have one, Huang Chaochao said. After saying this, he began distributing them. He and Deng Yinan went to the eastern end of the rural road near Taojiang County, where they saw that the excavators were still working nonstop. The two of them took over the police sentry, watching the turning intersection. "Do you remember the car accident that day?" Huang Chaochao asked Deng Yinan. "Of course I remember, but I hope it never happens again," Deng Yinan said, somewhat restless, sitting on the third floor of the sentry, looking into the distance. Chapter 61. Fear in the fog. The two exchanged glances. Their original anxiety eased seeing each other alive. "What are you looking at me for?" Deng Yinan felt a bit shy under Huang Chaochao's intense gaze, but he looked at Deng Yinan, filled with fear inside, afraid of danger returning, afraid of a brilliant scene playing out again. He pulled Deng Yinan a little closer, and they sat together, looking into the distance. "All right, I won't look at you now. I hope this time we can get through the crisis," Huang Chaochao said. The two people's fingers were intertwined, radiating warmth that dispelled the coolness brought by the summer night. This coolness, along with the decreasing heat source as the temperature dropped, swept across the entire junction of Taojiang and Anhua. Gradually, the fog began to settle in the mountains, and the small town was gradually enveloped in a thick layer of mist. Around 5 in the morning, Deng Yinan, unable to bear it any longer, fell asleep leaning on Huang Chaochao's shoulder. He was somewhat worried, so he gently helped her onto a nearby recliner and covered her with a thin blanket. He was also a bit tired but dared not let his guard down, remaining alert for any potential dangers as he stared at the corner in the distance that was already shrouded in fog. At that moment, the the streetlights there suddenly went out. And he also heard a faint sound of a collision from afar. But soon it disappeared. Huang Chaochao felt he was also struggling a bit, his head feeling heavy, unsure if he had misheard. But at that moment, the streetlight at the distant corner suddenly lit up again, casting a complete halo there. Did I misjudge? He was also unsure if there was danger. He glanced at the sleeping Deng Yinan, not wanting to disturb her, but suddenly felt his heartbeat quickening. He didn't know what the thing in the fog was. Should I call her? Huang Chaochao looked at the streetlight that had just flickered, a chill running down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise. But in the fog, where visibility was only 15 meters, there came a faint sound of a car door cracking and a low growl, followed by something dropping from the car and crawling on the ground. Deng Yinan was dreaming that she had exploded a circle of zombies and discovered the crystal beads in the zombies' brains, then uncovered the secret of the crystal beads. Yinan, wake up, Yinan. Deng Yinan suddenly felt that the place she was in was filled with fog. She felt she couldn't see or touch anything, but there was something watching her. Who? Yinan, wake up, it's me, Huang Chaochao. She suddenly woke up, sitting up and seeing Huang Chaochao looking at her with one eye darkened. What's wrong? She immediately supported Huang Chaochao and leaned in to take a closer look at his dark circles. You got hit. Deng Yinan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. But at that moment, something in the fog was forcefully sniffing, and these two things were climbing towards the residential building. A person who was used to getting up at 5 in the morning heard a sound at the door similar to knocking and decided to open the door to take a look. As soon as the door opened, that thing suddenly pounced on him. It bit down hard on the old man's neck. Originally, he intended to get up early to sweep the streets as part of his routine. He was the cleaner in the village. But he hadn't gone to the safe zone and was here next to it. The old man fell, his body convulsing, his eyes filled with dark red blood vessels, the pupils devoid of life. After a while, his body began to mutate, crawling stiffly down the stairs. The other two things continued to sniff in the thick fog, slowly crawling to the iron thorns woven into a protective net. A slight bump, the iron thorns pierced into flesh, yet there was no pain. But they instinctively retreated to avoid this area. Huang Chaochao's ears seemed to hear some noise again, and he immediately turned his head to glance at the entrance where the iron thorn protective net was set up on the east side of the village road. What's wrong? Deng Yinan asked. I think I heard something, but the fog is too thick to see anything, and my heartbeat has been over 140 since just now. Huang Chaochao's words were filled with concern over the unknown, feeling that something had already appeared in the fog. Deng Yinan looked at Huang Chaochao and felt he wasn't lying. But she hadn't heard any noise either. She looked around, but the fog was indeed too thick to see clearly. However, both of them had experienced life and death, and their sensitivity to the understanding of life and death made them more alert. Huang Chaochao now felt a sense of being suffocated by the thick fog. Should we leave the checkpoint and go take a look? Huang Chaochao suggested. This iron thorn, over 3 meters high, was made by the police station from materials found in the warehouse, creating that round, cross-rolled style of iron thorns that covered all dead angles. However, it was not connected to high-voltage electricity, fearing that people outside the safe zone might touch it and get electrocuted. In response to Huang Chaochao's suggestion and her sudden awakening from the dream, she felt that things were not so simple. Before her rebirth, she had not seen the fog appear. She didn't know what had caused this thick fog. All right, let's go down and bring something, Deng Yinan said. Huang Chaochao agreed. The two of them descended from the third-floor lookout of the checkpoint, took a stainless steel baseball bat and a wooden stick, and headed towards the iron thorns set up on the village road. They were very close to each other, and as Huang Chaochao leaned closer, his body began to tremble unconsciously, glancing around, even though he knew there was no danger behind him, and that danger might come from the side of the iron thorns. He was still afraid. Deng Yinan tightened her grip on his hand, feeling her own uncontrollable trembling, which made her a bit scared as well. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Deng Yinan said gently. Deng Yinan also looked into the distance, trying to find some clues, while Huang Chaochao focused on the ground and noticed something suspicious, crouching down. Yinan, look at this. Huang Chaochao pointed to the gray substance on the ground of the village road, which seemed to have traces of dragging. She also saw it, following the trail and discovering a suspicious spot. It was that the small spikes of the iron thorns seemed to be stained with blood. Was this caused by the workers accidentally while working, or what? Deng Yinan wasn't sure, but still shared her discovery with Huang Chaochao. The two of them observed these suspicious areas together, feeling vaguely that there might be danger lurking in the thick fog. What should we do? Deng Yinan asked. Huang Chaochao was also deliberating. If they sounded the alarm now, the zombie-infected might not have arrived yet, fearing it would end badly. But if they didn't sound it, and danger came without warning, they could die in their sleep and become zombie-infected, facing danger again. Chapter 62, Evidence Emerges. Heretics appear. What time is it now? Deng Yinan asked. What time? He raised his hand to check his watch. It was already 5:27. Then he showed it to Deng Yinan and suggested, I think we need to report this and investigate the specifics of the matter. Don't forget what your dad used to say. Evidence is what convinces people. Even if the evidence is fabricated, it's best to form correlational evidence to prove it. We shouldn't act on our own. Let's let the adults handle the relative issues. Hearing her say this, Huang Chaochao temporarily agreed with the adults' approach. Hand in hand, they ran along the village road, discussing the matter together. I think it's necessary to use infrared detection. Encountering such situations is really hard to deal with, Huang Chaochao said. Deng Yinan thought about what he said and couldn't help but think deeper, seeing the traffic police monitoring camera coming towards them. Right, check the monitoring. Hurry. Huang Chaochao hadn't reacted yet when Deng Yinan pulled him towards the gathering point. Seeing her anxious expression, he realized what she had thought of, and while running, he contemplated a situation. The two of them arrived at the tent in their hearts, seeing the drowsy auxiliary police, knowing they couldn't hold out either. So they opened the surveillance themselves to check the east side. They pulled up the surveillance footage from an hour ago, speeding it up, and discovered that the fog was slowly forming. Because the surveillance had no sound, the footage only captured a little bit of the iron thorns after the fog appeared. Slowly, they focused on checking the surveillance footage, trying to find something useful. Suddenly, a hand rested on their shoulders, scaring Huang and Deng so much that they jumped up. Their scream startled the dozing auxiliary police officer, and it was the station chief, Huang Rue. What are you two doing here? Why aren't you on duty at the East Guard post? Huang Rue asked, puzzled by their presence. However, noticing that they were examining the surveillance footage, he also paid attention to the images appearing on the screen. What is that? Huang Rue looked at the time and told them, adjusted the previous 6 seconds. In the angle of the surveillance footage you brought up, something appeared. In that brief moment, a very strange image appeared. The footage was paused, and Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao took a screenshot of the image on their phones. At this point, Chief Huang Rue asked the two what had happened that made them leave their posts to check the surveillance. Deng Yinan explained to Chief Huang Rue that they had noticed some noises at the east end of the rural road, and after checking, they found bloodstains on the iron thorns. They asked him if anyone had gotten hurt while weaving and welding the iron thorns yesterday. No, I remember there wasn't. Huang Rue replied. Generally, handling iron thorns is done by people wearing professional gloves, and only 2 people in the station handle this. One is the deputy chief, and the other is a grassroots police officer. One person was responsible for each side, working for several hours. If they had gotten hurt, given their personalities, they would definitely have mentioned it, but they hadn't. After learning this information, along with the video screenshot, Deng and Huang could deduce that under the cover of thick fog, Huang Mountain Town was quietly undergoing changes. Chief Huang Rue also felt that something was amiss. He actually slept lightly. His hometown was in another township of Huang Mountain, while his wife and daughter had moved to the safe zone, but his parents refused to come for anything. This made him anxious, prompting him to come over to see what the situation was like outside the safe zone. As a result, he saw 2 young people focused intently on something. Now, feeling a sense of crisis, but with time approaching 6 o'clock, he couldn't care less about the details. He called the auxiliary police officer to contact those on duty at the West End. At the same time, he thought of a way to disperse the thick fog. I'll go call people, get the important young adults up, Chief Huang Rue decisively stated, then ran to his temporary tent to find the list he had registered the previous night. Deng and Huang quickly ran to the east end, waking up those nearby. including the excavator operators stationed at the east end, telling them to continue working and dig deeper. The excavator operators, woken up at 6 o'clock, were somewhat unwilling. However, Deng Yinan took out 10,000, and the operators instantly lost their sleepiness, immediately heading to the mountainside. She knew that while these people might work for money now, when the time came, it wouldn't be for money, but for supplies. Money would be worthless in the apocalypse. They got to work, watching time pass slowly. The summer sun had already risen, but the thick fog had not dissipated. The two remained on guard at the post, having had breakfast. Now, the visibility in front of them was less than 10 meters due to the fog. The sun was out, yet the fog remained thick. Just as Huang Chaochao was about to suggest a way to disperse the fog, he caught a whiff of a disinfectant smell. However, the fog already had a strange scent, so he wasn't sure if it was the disinfectant. "Do you smell disinfectant?" Deng Yinan didn't understand what he meant and sniffed hard. No, indeed, she didn't smell anything, but she felt the fog had a strange, gloomy smell, making it impossible to see anything. She felt a bit disheartened and sighed deeply. Just then, Huang Chaochao noticed her sighing deeply, and as the air mixed with some fog swirled around, he suddenly thought of an idea. Chapter 63. The True Horrors of the Blaza Virus Wind? Deng Yinan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Huang Chaochao's suggestion to be wind, to blow the fog away. But after checking the weather forecast, there was no wind. The sun was out, but it wasn't strong enough. It was already 8 in the morning, and the fog still hadn't cleared. It was just as thick. "All right, we either wait or use a fan," Huang Chaochao said, feeling a bit down. "Maybe we should just wait. A night has passed, and there hasn't been any danger," Deng Yinan suggested. She continued explaining to Huang Chaochao that she was also nervous and cautious, but there wasn't any particularly good method at the moment. Just then, Deng Yinan's phone rang. "Okay, all right, we'll head over immediately." After hanging up, she quickly told Huang Chaochao, "My parents are at the central tent. We need to hurry over. They said there's something going on." "Huh? What? Let's go." The two ran to the central tent, and upon entering, they saw a group of people looking serious. As soon as the two entered, everyone turned to look at them. The collective gaze made Deng Yinan instinctively grab Huang Chaochao's hand. "We're here. What's the matter? Tell us." She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of abandonment from the adults' eyes. Their looks gave her a feeling of distrust. Huang Chaochao noticed this too and tightened his grip on her hand. The deputy town head said, "The county just issued a temporary document stating that the large-scale traffic accident in the neighboring county was not caused by the zombie virus, but by someone driving under the influence, resulting in a series of severe car accidents." Impossible. Deng Yinan's first thought was that it was impossible. The document contained information and evidence, and the Public Security Bureau had contacted the highway police in Taoyuan County for a report, all of which were here. This was rushed out to reassure the public. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao moved closer, watching as the deputy town head handed over the red document. Realizing it indeed contained a formal report on the major traffic accident in Taoyuan County. Each took a copy and flipped through the contents, discovering that there had indeed been a drunk driving accident resulting in heavy casualties. Impossible, this can't be. Huang Chaochao felt it was impossible even before finishing reading. He didn't believe it. He took out his phone and opened the video of the zombies chasing them. "Look, if this isn't zombies, then what is it?" Huang Chaochao finally understood the looks of distrust from the adults. It was disbelief, suspicion, and the thought that their words were false. This person was also mentioned in the report on page 75. His name was Jiang Chaochuan, a player who had previously been sent from Anhua County to the capital to participate in a badminton competition, winning second place. He had great physical qualities. You can see his photo here. It was taken. The deputy town head provided further clarification on the matter. After Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao finished reading, they exchanged glances. "Do you believe this?" Deng Yinan asked. I think the same," Huang Chaochao replied. They had both experienced an apocalypse crisis and had come back to life. They knew the terrifying and cunning dangers of the Blaza zombie virus. Huang Chaochao recalled that the first day of infection from the Blaza zombie virus would show a return to normal during the day, which was unprecedented. According to what Huang Lei had said and their own observations, the inference was made. On the first day after infection, the exterior appeared normal. but there could be slight differences, which were only about 10 to 15% compared to normal people. However, internally, there would be drastic changes that occurred on the night after the first day. By the next day, the body began to stiffen. It was speculated that by the third day, one would truly become a zombie. Zombies are not terrifying. What is terrifying is the fade of humanity they retain, transforming themselves into normal people. No one knows whether the person from the first day was an infected or a normal person. Only they know. But how can outsiders distinguish? There's simply no way, and the impersonators may secretly spread among normal people, making it impossible to guard against. Therefore, faced with everyone's distrust, even their own parents cast doubtful glances, leaving the two of them standing under a precarious wall in the eyes of the crowd. What do you intend to do? The vice mayor was somewhat angry. To him, this was a farce, and this group of adults believed the two young people's words, thinking that there really was a Brava zombie virus. The official government of Huang had not issued any statements, yet released emergency self-rescue and self-defense documents, leaving them feeling lost. We are not lying to you. This is a disguise of the virus, as well as the ugly faces of these infected individuals, Deng Yinan said loudly. She was somewhat agitated but held Huang Chaochao's hand tightly. The most terrifying aspect of the Brava virus is that it is not obvious from the very first day. During the day, no abnormalities can be seen at all. Therefore, the ugliest parts of their hearts and the darkest sides of humanity are all revealed. They want to kill their closest loved ones, merely to retain the last bit of lucidity of their humanity. We will only become food for those infected. Do you understand? Do you know? Deng Yinan shouted, her voice hoarse by the end. She thought of her last moments in life, under the protection of her mother, using her own body as a cushion to allow her to be reborn. After saying this, her eyes were already red as she looked at her still-living mother. She glanced at her father and at Huang Lei, who had once been infected but killed his wife to eat her, just to retain his human cognitive abilities. In the previous life, he was an infected. Now he is not. Huang Humin did not understand why this girl was staring at him with such a vicious gaze. Huang Chaochao hugged the crying girl and thought she was very brave. Leave the next matters to me. I will handle it. What I just said, everyone present, treat it as if it never happened. Huang Chaochao spoke sternly. This is not about our lives, but about everyone's safety. If you're not afraid of death, you can let the excavator fill the trench and allow people from outside the safety zone of Shuangxing village to come in, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. You all should think carefully. He slightly bowed to show respect, then took Deng Yinan out of the central tent. Huang Chaochao firmly believed that discussing other matters was useless. Only the darkest and most fundamental aspects of human nature, selfishness, could be utilized. If the matter does not concern them, there is no need to explain. If it does concern them, they will naturally weigh it carefully. Chapter 64. Problems that money can solve are not problems. The main people in the safety zone were also uncertain. Faced with the situation described by Huang Chaochao, Huang did not release any further news. But the county explained that the car accident at the entrance of Taoyuan County was not caused by infected individuals. One said there was, and another said there wasn't. The few remaining people in the central tent did not continue to speak, each weighing the pros and cons. It's bad. Someone wants to come in from outside. A person in auxiliary police uniform rushed in immediately, reporting the situation at the east end of the village road. Specify further, the vice mayor said. Outside the iron thorns at the east end, several people want to come in, all with families. The few of them frowned, unable to make a decision. They decided to go out and take a look. Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao, their parents, and Zhou Kuei were brought into the villa, along with a very honest Huang Lei, who did not know how he was called in. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Kuei as he noticed that for the first time, a girl spoke to him so gently. But as soon as she spoke, he found himself here. Do you know why you were called here? Huang Chaochao asked. Huang Lei shook his head. We cannot take too many people into account. We can only make our own plans. You are a decent person, so we plan to recruit you, Huang Chaochao said. But Huang Lei was even more confused. He knew Huang Chaochao's family was wealthy, but he still did not understand what they meant. What do you mean? Do you believe the video I sent? Huang Chaochao asked again. After listening, he combined the issues Huang Chaochao and the others mentioned, along with the establishment of the safety zone in Shuangxing village, and he was still willing to believe. The reason why Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao wanted to recruit him was that he discovered the most terrifying aspect of the Brava virus, the disguise after initial infection. After Huang Lei finished listening to what Huang Chaochao said, his eyes widened. "Brother Huang, are you sure you're not setting me up?" Huang Lei did not believe it. He heard Huang Chaochao say that his father cooked his mother in the previous life. He couldn't even dare to think such thoughts, and goosebumps immediately rose on him. He immediately lost control of his emotions and denied such claims. "Impossible, my dad and mom have a good relationship. There are small arguments, but absolutely no major conflicts." "Don't scare me, I don't believe it." Huang Lei's mind was overwhelmed with such information, and he was somewhat unsure how to analyze it. He wanted to go out, but the iron gate of the villa was already locked. "Let me out, I want to see my dad and mom. I want to see them." Faced with Huang Lei wanting to give up his qualification to join and go outside, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan still agreed with his thoughts. "Just let him go out," Deng Yinan said. "No matter what you experienced in the previous life, this life is already different. The main point is still whether your plan works or not, whether that group will let people from outside the safety zone in." After hearing this, everyone breathed a heavy sigh, then let Huang Lei out, and the iron gate was closed tightly again. The group went up to the fourth-floor platform, using binoculars to observe some situations at the east end of the village. In the distance, the iron thorns were still not opened, but the people outside were negotiating continuously. The previous vice mayor and the director had no intention of unlocking the iron thorns and letting them in. "Sure enough, they are also afraid," Huang Chaochao said. Deng Yinan took the binoculars and looked at the situation at the east end, as well as the west end. Huang Lei had set off to find his parents. Watching his departing figure, Huang Chaochao felt somewhat reluctant. After all, he was once a comrade. In the morning, as time passed, the thick fog gradually dispersed. The situation explored by the drone showed that both the east and west ends had gathered a large number of villagers, at least several hundred. The pressure was on them, and they began to feel restless, fearing they would force their way in. But no one dared to touch the iron thorns. They just wanted them to unlock and let him in. Deng Yinan and the others moved their discussion to the fourth floor. Now half an hour had passed. The east end was becoming somewhat anxious, just short of a leader. "If we don't think of a way quickly, only we will be left, and then we will be surrounded on all sides," Deng Yinan said, her emotions becoming much calmer under Huang Chaochao's comfort. At this moment, a bird landed on the power line, also stopping to watch the commotion at the east end. This scene happened to be seen by Huang Chaochao, and he immediately said, "Let the iron thorns be electrified. Who would dare to stick their heads out? I think that is not a good idea. If so, it will backfire and immediately provoke them." Huang's father denied his son's idea. He always believed that since their leader was wavering, they could not go out either and could only contact them by phone. "I have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible." Huang Baru looked at everyone. He called them to first calm the agitated crowd. But before Huang's dad finished speaking, Deng Yinan raised his hand to signal him to stop, and he halted his words. "Just give out money directly. Let everyone outside come into the group. I will distribute red envelopes. We just need to hold on for a day." After Deng Yinan finished speaking, Huang Chaochao felt that this was quite clever. "Yes, then secretly let Tai Jingtai connect the high-voltage electricity that way. We can ensure that the people in the safe zone can truly survive." Huang Chaochao responded. "This can work." Deng Yinan agreed. Huang Chaochao estimated that there were at least 200 people he saw in the form yesterday, including those from the Pinyin community across the river. These cannot be infected. Once infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be troublesome to have a bunch of new infected people. Now let us raise our hands to vote. Those who agree with Yinan's idea, raise your hands. Deng's parents, Huang's parents, and Zhou Kuei all raised their hands, believing that in the current situation, we cannot act impulsively and let the safe zone fall. "All right, since that is the case, I will call the deputy mayor and hope he can oversee the situation and stabilize the current state of the safe zone," Huang Dad said. At the eastern end of the village road in Shuangxing village, they were already in a mess and warned them not to come over yet, but to wait for a day. However, the people on the other side insisted that they could not wait and had to go in. Just then, the phone rang. When the deputy mayor saw that it was lawyer Huang's call, he answered. If there really are supposed infected people, then the safe zone can no longer be called a safe zone. After listening to lawyer Huang, he frowned, feeling that it was never a simple matter. Go ahead. You definitely wouldn't call if there wasn't something to discuss. How to calm the more than 100 people on the eastern side. Distribute red envelopes and simultaneously make a verbal promise to let them wait for a day. Chapter 65. Dream within a dream. After hearing lawyer Huang's suggestion, he felt that it could only be done this way. If someone is willing to spend money to stabilize the situation, he was happy to do so. After hanging up, he immediately cursed lawyer Huang as an old fox. The kids said they wanted them to go into the house, and they had no choice but to do so. Can entering the villa ensure safety? Even if there are really zombie-infected people coming, the ones left in Hubing Mountain Town are just old people and children. How formidable can they be? But looking at the noisy scene outside, there are still some old people. They didn't queue to come in yesterday, and now, after a night, they want to come in, which made him worried. Seeing lawyer Huang's message on his phone, he asked the police station director Huang Rui and the deputy director to help bring people into the group and showed him the message Huang Dad sent. After receiving the task, Director Huang Rui took a loudspeaker and said, "Now we should not make a fuss or shout. We need to listen to the command. We are forming a group now for everyone's mutual safety. This morning, each person will receive 200, eat and drink as needed, and children can also receive. After lunch, we will distribute another 200. I hope everyone can safely get through tonight, and tomorrow everyone can come in," Huang Rui said in a gentle tone. The movement from the eastern side naturally reached Huang Chaochao's home on the 4th floor. However, he always had a sense of foreboding, looking at the gathering of 100 or 200 people, and this was just the eastern side. There were also people in the safe zone coming out to watch the commotion. Let us go rest. We Haven T slept all night. Deng Yinan walked over and patted his shoulder. He also noticed the worry on his face. Compared to the previous life, he felt even more anxious. Thinking so much is useless. Anyway, only the middle stairs are left on the 1st floor, and the whole 1st floor is made of steel modules and cement. So it's impossible to get in. All blocked off? Huang Chaochao asked. Yes, your worries are also my worries. That's why your home can truly be called a safe zone. This time, I feel we made the right choice. Even if time is tight, we still made preparations and transformed the villa into a safe house. The previous plan of the cave people at the mountaintop was too broad and time-consuming. After speaking, the two looked at the distant Hubing Mountain, recalling the past times vividly. All right, let us go rest first. Huang Chaochao still compromised. As for Huang Lei going out, that was his own choice. Both sets of parents naturally knew that their children's actions were for safety reasons and didn't interfere, resting at home. The two also slept in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, slowly drifting into dreams. Huang Chaochao slept fitfully, but felt something hard scraping against his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he widened them in shock at the sight before him. Half of Deng Yinan's face had turned into that of a zombie, decayed, deformed, and bloody. What are you going to do? He was already terrified, seeing Deng Yinan closing in on him, and with the night deepening outside. He had a thought. Could it be that normal people are infected too? Come here, let me eat you. Little Chaochao. Huang Chaochao was so scared that he couldn't move. He saw Deng Yinan opening his bloody mouth, coming to bite him. No. Huang Chaochao suddenly sat up, realizing that there was no one beside him. And it was eerily quiet outside. It was actually somewhat bright. He looked at his watch and saw it was 10 o'clock at night, and he had slept straight from the morning to the night. But no one had called him, which was strange. He quickly got up to see what was going on and immediately went to the 3rd floor balcony, finding no one on the road. Hey, where is everyone? Huang Chaochao quickly went to the rooftop, saw the lights on, but didn't find a single person. Dad, Mom, where are you? After finding no one, Huang Chaochao hurried down the stairs to the 2nd floor, finding the lights on, but still not seeing anyone. The whole house felt eerily quiet, a silence that was somewhat frightening. He began to feel a vague sense of dread, quickly opened the doors to the study, but saw no one. Then ran to another room, repeatedly checking all the rooms on the 2nd floor, including the bathroom, but saw no one. He stood in the living room, stunned, not knowing what was going on. At that moment, he heard a clattering sound coming from the stairs on the 1st floor. Curious, he turned his head and tiptoed closer. The sound was indeed coming from the first floor. He crept down slowly, and the sound grew louder and closer. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he found the place completely dark. Who? Who was knocking there? After he spoke, the sound stopped. But Huang Chaochao realized he shouldn't have spoken. However, the sound resumed after he spoke, clattering, clattering. He glanced at the light switch at the door, thinking to turn on the light to see what was happening in the dark first floor. Click! He opened his eyes, looking at a crowd of people staring at him. And he was startled. He counted with his eyes. His parents, Deng Yinan's parents, and Chaochao were all there. He suddenly cried and hugged Deng Yinan tightly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Deng Yinan patted his back, feeling his eyes suddenly redden, not knowing what was going on. Both sets of parents felt awkward. Chaochao coughed lightly, and then left, leaving only Deng Yinan behind. What happened? Huang Chaochao patted his chest, feeling a wave of oppression. He pinched his face and found it hurt. Finally, he understood what was real. I had 2 layers of dreams. In the first layer, I found you turned into a zombie, and you ate me. In the second layer, I found no one was there, and then I heard something moving on the first floor. Do you know how long you've been asleep? He shook his head and said, I don't know. But he habitually raised his hand to look at his watch and found the hour hand pointed distinctly at 10 o'clock. He couldn't dare to imagine. However, the dream felt so real. Deng Yinan told him about the situation. It turned out that Deng Yinan had already gotten up, but when he called him, he found him softly snoring and thought he might be very tired, so he let him continue sleeping. He didn't expect that he would sleep until 10 o'clock. Only then did he call everyone to see what was going on. Huang Chaochao scratched his head awkwardly and said, sorry, I might have been too tense and dozed off. But then he thought about the situation outside and asked, what about outside? What's going on? Deng Yinan glanced at him, her expression somewhat serious. Seeing her expression, he felt something was wrong. What happened? Chapter 66. Exposure. Looking at her expression, which subtly revealed a sense of unease, made his already tense nerves even more strained. He speculated, could the safe zone have fallen? After asking, he thought, what difference would that make compared to before the rebirth? No, quite the opposite. Deng Yinan's tone immediately made the whole environment serious. Isn't that a good thing? Huang Chaochao was about to feel surprised. But considering that there was no change on Deng Yinan's face, he felt that things shouldn't be that simple. Someone was seriously injured, and many others were hurt. Huh? He was stunned, just thinking about this aspect. Deng Yinan told him what had happened. It turned out that during the distribution of supplies in the afternoon, someone took the lead in causing trouble, resulting in their demand suddenly jumping from 200 to 1,000. They said that if their demands were not met, they wouldn't wait and would come in no matter what. Moreover, some of them brought ladders, ropes, and various equipment to try to cross the trench. In order to maintain order and prevent them from coming over, the people on this side planned to fire warning shots, which frightened them. At that moment, someone said something that incited the crowd outside the safe zone, causing them to push forward aggressively. This led to the troublemakers in the front being pushed into the iron thorns, and those behind kept squeezing forward, while the people in front were mangled and screaming from the iron thorns. Even in such a brutal situation, the people behind had no intention of relaxing or giving up and continued to push forward. The director and the team leader saw this and quickly called for an excavator to defend against their assault, also throwing things at them, injuring many. Among the troublemakers was Lu Xiaozai, Lu Yixing. You didn't go out, did you? No, I watched with binoculars. Deng Yinan heard his concern, fearing that if she went out, those people would rush in, not knowing who was infected. But why was there no noise outside? Huang Chaochao felt suspicious again. If the situation had been resolved properly, she wouldn't be so worried. A temporary solution won't last forever, Deng Yinan sighed. She conveyed her strategy to the people outside through director Huang Rue. Once Huang Rue learned Deng Yinan's strategy, he took a loudspeaker and said, don't make noise or cause trouble. I tell you, among this group of people outside, there are zombie-infected individuals disguised as normal people. This is the evidence. Huang Rue sent screenshots, videos, and text descriptions to the group. Many people looked down at their phones to check the situation. If you didn't come in yesterday, don't think you can come in today. No matter what, we won't let you in. I will turn on the high-voltage electricity. Let's see who dares to come. As soon as this was said, the originally noisy country road fell silent. Keep causing trouble, and you might end up next to an infected person who scratches you, and you'll turn into a zombie. That would be interesting. Suddenly, the people outside the safe zone shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you touching me? You can't be a pretender, can you?" Over 100 people were terrified by this and scattered in panic, completely forgetting about the $1,000. Their lives were worth more. One was a cleaning uncle, and the other two were a couple. You guys are really smart. How can you be so clever?" the young man said, with a smug expression, occasionally moving his head to look at the people inside the iron thorns. However, the deputy town mayor and the director, seeing the 3 people left behind, changed their expressions. Even with an iron thorn protective net between them, they felt a chill down their backs because the normal-looking people in front were indeed what Deng Yinan had described, zombie virus-infected individuals. They believed it. They truly believed it. Director Huang pulled out his pistol. He had 1 bullet in his gun, but there were 3 infected individuals here. Yet the young man with earrings smiled and looked at the dark barrel, saying, "Do you dare to shoot? I'm a normal person now. You should still obey the law. Right? Shoot." Director Huang didn't dare because he had never killed anyone with a gun, but had used it to help catch drug traffickers and injure others' legs. No choice. Huh. Then I'll leave. Wait for the night to fall and enjoy the show. The young man hugged his girlfriend and walked down the quiet street. Huang, why don't you shoot? The deputy town mayor scolded loudly. Are you confused? Huang snorted coldly and directly ordered others to turn on the high-voltage electricity, saying, "There's high-voltage electricity. I'm not afraid of him." But letting the tiger return to the mountain made him anxious, fearing that unexpected things might happen. At this time, the sun was also about to set. Deng Yinan saw this and decided not to bother anymore. She felt that the safety zone in Shuangxing village would also fall, and only Huang Chaochao's steel villa could withstand these infected individuals. Huang Chaochao heard this and understood what had happened. But now he saw that it was already 10 o'clock. What to do? Should he go check the roof? Okay. Huang Chaochao stood up and left the room, going to the flat roof to look at the iron thorn protective net at both ends, and saw no signs of infected individuals surrounding the city. But the more it was like this, the more he felt something was strange. Are you sure the other side is really that rampant and will come at night? Deng Yinan nodded. In fact, she had checked multiple times, running to see the situation every half hour. It's 10 o'clock. Something unusual must be going on. Huang Chaochao murmured this phrase, and the two exchanged glances, looking towards the distant Huang Mountain. Huang Mountain blended into the darkness of the night. Are they planning to come down from the mountain? Huang Chaochao said. After hearing this, Deng Yinan felt a fear rising in her heart. If that was the case, then the scariest thing was not the Blaza zombie virus, but those who had not completely turned into zombies, the treacherous human hearts, and the terrifying virus attached to them. The combination of these two formed the most horrifying monster. Avoiding it would lead to chaos. Meanwhile, halfway up Huang Mountain, there was indeed a large group of people. No, not people. They were half-zombie, half-human monsters. Chapter 67. The first day passed. The second night arrives cackling. Where is Lu Yishan? The young man with earrings let out a low growl, calling Lu Xiaozai's name. Big brother, I'm here. He flew to the mountain with a parachute and tied the rope securely. The small leader of the infected, the young man with earrings, pointed to the small hill near Huang Mountain in the safe zone, feeling quite pleased to discover such a significant point exposed within the safe zone. He felt an uncontrollable urge in his mind, wanting to eat people, wanting to drink blood. From a high mountain, looking at the small tents and buildings below, he felt that as long as he got in, he could be reborn. Lu Xiaozai obediently tied the thin rope to his mangled body, carrying a parachute on his back. Meanwhile, the two people on the flat roof of the fourth floor were using binoculars to survey the possible dangers on the mountain. They were also afraid that their suspicions might be wrong. Something seems off. Huang Chaochao was holding a telescope and saw a very flat slope, right at the banyan tree. What? Deng Yinan followed his finger and saw a small object flying down from the mountain. A bat? Deng Yinan wondered. It didn't look like one. It felt more like a paper airplane. That was his impression after looking. Below the mountain, there was a pair of excavator operators who were playing cards and gambling, having a great time. Tonight's luck is really good. Everyone is going to make a fortune. Haha. After so many years of doing excavating, I've never made such big money. Yes, it's rare to encounter such a strange thing. But we are in the safe zone, feeling quite carefree, while those people outside are really foolish. Meanwhile, Lu Yixing flew swiftly above their heads and landed on a small hill, causing a disturbance. The excavator operator who had just spoken glanced back at the mountain, as if he heard some noise. Hiss, did you just hear something? The other excavator operators seemed to sense something after he said that. What's going on? It's not some flying zombie, right? Just kidding? When I was young, I watched zombie movies. They were all so dumb and slow, barely standing straight. If someone chopped them down, it was just because there were so many of them. They weren't a threat at all, an older excavator operator bragged. Really, old shell? Then why did the mayor and the others move to the safe zone? They don't even let people from outside in? The other excavator operators were puzzled and wanted to get answers from Old Shell. But Old Shell was also unsure, saying, how would I know what they want to do? It's better to just set up a high-voltage electric fence and live peacefully inside. Should we go? Should we go see what it is? It sounds like quite a commotion. The others began to stir, and Old Shell had no choice. Thus, the team of excavator operators from the east side started to climb up the small hill. Just as the director, Huang Rui, was about to take a break, he received a call from Huang Chaochao. Hello, what is up? Director, I believe something big is going to happen tonight. Spit out quickly. Huang Rui was a bit impatient. He had been drained all day. They haven't attacked the safe zone yet. I suspect they are flying down from the mountain. Do you want to bring something to check it out? Upon hearing this, Huang Rui's drowsiness vanished, since that damn young man mentioned it. He had been looking for someone to patrol the entire boundary of the safe zone. The situation just reported showed no abnormalities, and he even heard the auxiliary police say they saw the excavator operators playing cards. He was still wondering if they had given up, but felt it was not normal. After all, he was responsible for the security of the safe zone now. Huang Rui still felt he couldn't be careless. This was about lives. There were hundreds of people's lives in the safe zone, including his wife and child. He glanced at the sidearm beside him, took it in hand, called up the police and auxiliary police, and rode a motorcycle toward the small hill. The excavator operator team, climbing the small hill, heard the sound of motorcycles and saw the red and blue lights. Knowing it was the police station personnel, they shouted, Director Huang, are you here for patrol? Old Shell tried to get closer and added a few words. Huang Rui naturally heard them, but he found it strange and shone his flashlight at them. Weren't you just playing cards? Why are you running over there? At that moment, Lu Yixing, who was in the forest on the hill, immediately stopped his activity. He needed to forcefully smash the connection point and tie the rope to a tree, waiting for the second cable to be connected before he could finish. This way, a large volume of zombies could slide down from the mountain. If he connected another one, then all the infected zombies on the mountain could come down. But now someone was coming up. His autonomous consciousness was insufficient, and he was somewhat out of control, still hammering away at things. This sound made Huang Rui and the excavator operators halfway up the hill a bit alert. Who was piling up there so late? Old Shell wondered. Don't scare me. It can't really be some flying zombie, right? The other operators were also frightened, looking at the dark forest and hesitating to move forward. Sensing something unusual, Huang Rui didn't dare to delay and immediately revved the motorcycle to rush up. The man on the hill tightened the rope and found it became firm and strong. La. The other half-human, half-zombie beings pulled, trying to straighten the rope, then quickly secured it. A small zombie-infected person tied to the rope slid down. At that moment, Huang Rui heard a sound coming from afar, looked up, and discovered a rope was somehow strung between the two mountains. Not good. Those damn infected zombies. Huang Rui abandoned the motorcycle and ran up the mountain, seeing a small object sliding down the rope, quickly reaching the top. Hurry! Charge up! The small zombie-infected person quickly assisted with the rope, and another zombie slid down from the mountain and took over, bringing the rope again. By the time Huang Rui and the others arrived, they already saw 3 zombies right in front of them. One old, one young, and one juvenile, with sharp teeth, long fingers, and bloodied flesh. Old Shell followed up, and, upon seeing the sight, felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The police station personnel had seen many gruesome things in criminal investigation cases, and seeing such a disfigured appearance, with flesh dangling off like tassels, was hard to bear. Go! Huang Rui was the first to charge in, wielding a baseball bat. He dared to strike now, because they looked nothing like humans anymore. The old one was knocked down, and the young one lunged forward, but a nearby police officer kicked it away, sending it rolling down the slope. Upon closer inspection, he found that the young-looking zombie-infected person with bulging eyes had already disappeared. Huang Rue immediately pressed the alarm button, making the alarm in Shuangxing village sound loudly. Attention! Attention! Zombie-infected persons have appeared in the safe zone. Please avoid. Please avoid. Hurry inside. Chapter 68. Launching a carpet search, Director Huang Rue quickly called for people to cut the rope, instructing the excavator operators to hurry and cut the ropes in the trench. This way, the zombie-infected persons on the mountain wouldn't be able to come through the rope. He immediately gathered people to search for the other two zombie-infected persons. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan and the others, upon hearing the alarm, were also discussing. There must be infected persons infiltrating at the small hill. Deng Yinan said, Director Huang Rue probably can't handle it, but telling everyone to hide isn't a good idea. Listening to Huang Chaochao's thoughts, she considered it and realized that Huang Rue's approach was indeed inappropriate. She immediately called Director Huang Rue, saying, Hello, Director Huang, listen to me. If they're infiltrating infected persons, we can't let everyone hide. That would make it even more troublesome for you to search. Huang Rue understood immediately and grasped what Deng Yinan and the others meant. Warning, warning, everyone go to the second floor or places with iron windows and help check for any infiltrating infected persons. Now, there are 3 zombie-infected persons that have infiltrated, and 1 small zombie-infected person and 1 young one have escaped. Everyone work together and report immediately if found. We will send people to eliminate them. Huang Rue repeated this, and the people in the Shuangxing village safe zone heard the village's report. Some searched on the second floor, while others peered through the iron windows on the first floor. Meanwhile, the group of infected persons on Huping Mountain displayed very angry expressions, directly biting the nearby infected persons and tearing them apart frantically. Damn it! Useless things! Ruining my good plans. The young man with earrings had bloodshot eyes. His left eye felt very uncomfortable, and the things in his brain were continuously controlling him. Blood! I want fresh blood! He couldn't endure this torment any longer. His left eye felt like it was being sliced open with a knife. He looked at his hand, which had turned into a ghostly claw, and directly grabbed his eyeball with force, tearing it out. The congested eyeball was removed, yet he felt not a hint of pain. However, his normal right eye fiercely glared at the safe zone, and then he crushed his own eyeball into pieces. Let's go. The other half-human zombie-infected individuals felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing such ruthlessness. But they all knew that the thing in their brains was constantly warning them that they needed fresh blood to become strong and survive. The people in the safe zone were always watching outside the windows. As soon as there was any sign, they would shout immediately. But 10 minutes passed, and they saw nothing. The street was empty. Only a team led by Director Huang was continuously searching along the trail of the zombie child, only to find it vanished by the pond. Director, can this zombie-infected person really dive? A nearby auxiliary police officer wondered. I don't know. These things are neither human nor ghost, he replied. They felt they had to take decisive action for safety's sake. But now, they still hadn't found the 2 escaped zombie-infected individuals, and the safe zone wasn't small. There were 3 small hills, and with 6 of them searching, it could take ages. He remembered Huang Chaochao telling Deng Yinan that these creatures returned to normal during the day, indistinguishable from regular people unless enough time passed for clear differentiation. Considering these necessary factors, he decided to hold an emergency meeting, urging all able-bodied individuals in the safe zone to arm themselves. With so many people, he believed they could surely deal with the 2 infected individuals. After some team leaders arranged their matters, they instructed their families to close the doors and stay inside. Half an hour later, these individuals arrived at the central camp armed. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan also came down from the second floor. Mom and Dad, don't worry. It's fine, Deng Yinan said. We're going now. Watching the 2 children head to the central camp for discussions. Both sets of parents were somewhat reluctant, but could do nothing against their strong consensus. Are you scared? Deng Yinan asked, referring to his lack of abilities. Didn't we do the same thing in the previous life? Wasn't he that even more dangerous? There were many more zombie-infected individuals. Huang Chaochao's tone was not as tense as before, and Deng Yinan thought similarly. Let's try to eliminate these infiltrating zombie-infected individuals tonight. This will give the people in the safe zone more confidence. Yes, Director Huang Rue gathered many people, including the deputy mayor. Seeing Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao enter from outside, Director Huang Rue felt grateful to them. After all, they hadn't really believed in them before. He appreciated that they could put past grievances aside and work together to find the remaining 2 infected individuals. I personally want to thank all of you for coming. Here's the situation. We discovered that zombie-infected individuals flew down from Huping Mountain across the hill and entered the safe zone via ropes, 3 in total. 1 old, 1 young, and 1 small. The older one was shot dead on the spot, the younger one fled, and the small one was kicked away by Officer Chun, disappearing without a trace. Director Huang Rue then described the appearance of the 2 fleeing infected individuals, which could be clearly distinguished from regular people. So I ask all team leaders to use the phone to get more young people out, armed with long sticks and hose, in groups of 2 to 3. We need to conduct a dot-like carpet search. We must eliminate these 2 creatures tonight. Don't be afraid. Are we worried about 2 little brats with so many of us here? Director Huang Rue's tone was passionate, even though some in the crowd felt scared. Hearing him say that eased their fears considerably. Thus, within 10 minutes, the able-bodied individuals in the safe zone were gathered again, forming groups of 3, each armed with long sticks, hose, iron bars, and similar items. However, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao did not go out. Instead, they waited for Director Huang Rue. We want to take a look at the old infected person's corpse, Deng Yinan suggested. Huh? Why do you want to see that? He asked, puzzled. He found it disgusting and continued, it's all blood and gore. You young folks might not handle it well. We want to research and analyze this virus to understand the situation better. Moreover, I believe the infected person's corpse should be burned, not left on the mountain. Huang Chaochao expressed his opinion. Hearing their words, Huang Rue realized an important point. Because they all found the thing dirty, no one had touched it. The old one's corpse is on the small hill. Let me take you there. Director Huang Rue instructed the deputy director and other officers to arrange for a carpet search. He then took the 2 on his motorcycle towards the small hill. Chapter 69. The cunning little zombie director Huang Rue turned on the light and occasionally checked his surroundings. As it was too quiet, he watched the 2 young people, equipped with masks, rummaging through the mangled corpse of the old infected person. Unsure of what they were looking for, Deng Yinan pried open the skull with her bare hands and found a blood-colored crystal bead the size of a soybean in the brain matter. Yellow? Even though it was stained with blood, it could be identified as yellow. It should be an Earth-type ability crystal core. She wiped it clean with a cloth and put it in a plastic bag. At that moment, Huang Rue had a feeling that these 2 young people were the real infected ones. So bold. A gust of wind made him feel a bit cold. Are we done? Let us hurry down. Deng Yinan noticed a tremor in Director Huang Rue's voice, sensing that he was also quite scared. After covering the corpse with a cloth, they said, Director, we must burn this corpse clean tomorrow. We can't leave hidden dangers. Got it. Who will come for it anyway? Huang Rue hurriedly responded. The carpet search gradually reached their location. Deng Yinan and the 3 prepared to go down, specifically instructing the search team not to open the thing covered with white cloth, as it was to be burned tomorrow. Yes, the 3 then rode away on their motorcycles. The remaining 3, carrying flashlights, were also spaced 10 meters apart in 2 other teams. One member of the trio used his flashlight to shine on the white cloth. Is that white cloth what they said was the dead zombie-infected person? It should be. Anyway, it will all be burned tomorrow. Let's keep searching. Be alert and find the remaining 2 to eliminate them, so we can sleep well tonight. Yes, it really is a kind of mental torment, another person echoed. We've never seen a real zombie. Should we take a look? One curious fellow stepped closer, lifted a corner of the cloth, took a glance, and was so frightened that he immediately dropped the cloth, nearly throwing up his dinner. He quickly retreated back into the group. The other 2 laughed at him, saying, See, what's so interesting? Isn't it disgusting? You 2 are something. Just then, a loud shout came from a distance. Come here. We found one. Arm up and chase. Hurry! Hearing the commotion, the surrounding search teams immediately rushed in that direction. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao also heard it. And director Huang Rui quickly turned the motorcycle towards the pig farm from where the sound originated. When they arrived, they indeed saw a zombie-infected individual with its eyeballs bulging, surrounded by a large group of people, some armed with sticks, iron bars, hose, and steel pipes, pointing at it. Director Huang Rui shone his flashlight on this infected individual, and where the light shone, he noticed its ugly hands shielding itself. But Deng Yinan noticed that under the light, the infected person's gnarled hand was changing, becoming like a normal person's hand. But once the light was off, it began to revert to its original state. This small change caught her attention, and she was deep in thought. What are we all staring at? This monster zombie that's neither human nor ghost. Is it still going to bite us? Director Huang, we shot that loudly. The others were also frightened. They had never encountered a real zombie before. One bold person directly poked it from behind with a stick. With someone taking the lead, the young men formed a circle and began to poke. Soon, this zombie-infected person knelt on the ground, begging for mercy after being poked repeatedly. Jia, I'm Lu Yisheng, Lu Xiaozai. Please don't hit me. I don't want to bite anyone, but I can't control it. The kneeling Lu Xiaozai had one eye shedding tears while the other glared fiercely, wishing to tear everyone apart. Suddenly, the crying zombie-infected Lu Xiaozai opened his mouth wide and bit sideways, but was hit directly by an iron rod. The bulging eyeball fell to the ground, rolling in front of Huang Chaochao and staring at him. He was startled, but he also felt hatred. He didn't expect that in this life. Lu Xiaozai would still be a zombie-infected person, surrounded by everyone, his body poked into a bloody mess. He howled again, but was continuously beaten by the crowd, and finally, after several minutes of beating, he fell silent. Seeing a zombie-infected person turned into mush like this made them feel happy inside. At least they had eliminated a threat. Although director Huang Rui knew Lu Yisheng, he still didn't let them stop because this kid had done too many bad things in the village. It's better if he dies, he thought to himself. We'll clean up the mess. You continue with the carpet search. There's only one little zombie left. Okay, director Huang. After killing a zombie, everyone's morale was high. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan put on gloves and masks again to begin the head-splitting operation. This time, they found a gray crystal bead in the thoroughly beaten Lu Yisheng's head. Deng Yinan placed this crystal bead alongside the previous one and then stored it away. Director Huang Rui began to wonder, asking, what is this thing? What are you two trying to do? The two exchanged a glance and felt it was okay to tell director Huang Rui. We found this when we were on the Taojiang Expressway. Zombie-infected people eat their own kind, but they eat the crystal core in the brain. We don't know what it's specifically useful for. So we also want to research and analyze it. All right, it's best if you can analyze how to deal with these zombies. Director Huang Rui was pleased. He looked up the mountain and felt that there seemed to be a batch of zombies that hadn't infiltrated yet. These were all potential dangers. This place was still wrapped in white cloth, waiting to be burned together tomorrow. Meanwhile, under the streetlight on Pear Blossom Mountain, a little boy kept staring at the light, and miraculously, his eyes began to return to normal under the illumination. But when he lowered his head, the blood color around his eyes and face started to invade again. He couldn't bear the pain. Something in his brain was constantly urging him. Blood. Fresh blood. At that moment, he saw that a family's backyard had its lights on. He also heard a young woman talking. Good. This family's house was only 2 stories tall, and it seemed a bit old, but it had a wall about 2 meters high and a tiled wood shed. The girl quickly gathered some firewood and skillfully started a fire. The house was soon filled with the smell of smoke, with many cured fish, cured meat, and cured chicken hanging from the beams. She was looking at her phone while tending the fire. Suddenly, she heard a noise coming from the back mountain and got up to check the wood shed. What's that? She wondered. But she also recalled the alarm issued in the village, saying that infected people had infiltrated the safe zone, but they hadn't found any. Her father had responded to the call and gone for a carpet search. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a bit nervous and stepped back. As she retreated, she felt she had bumped into something. She was terrified and felt a pair of hands touching her leg. Slowly, she turned her head, not daring to imagine what she had bumped into. She saw a little boy with an eyeball fallen out, half of his face rotting and bloody, smiling at her. Sister, can I have a hug? Xiao Hui let out a terrified scream. Chapter 70. Small and Cunning. The team conducting the carpet search all heard a huge, earth-shattering scream and looked in that direction. An old man in the group looked at Pear Blossom Mountain and thought of where his home was. Not good. Realizing this, he rushed home with all his might. The others, seeing this situation, also thought something had happened at his house and quickly grabbed their weapons to follow the old man. Before long, everyone surrounded the old man's house. Old Huang rushed forward to knock on the door. He thought of the backyard and called everyone to go to the backyard, while a group stayed at the front. Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan, and director Huang Rue all followed to the backyard wall, using the neighbor's steps. He saw the situation in his backyard. Old Huang was so anxious he cried, disregarding everything, and immediately jumped over. Dongji, Huang Jimin. Director Huang Rue tried to stop him. I can't care about that anymore. Huang Jimin cried as he jumped into the backyard shed and saw his daughter lying on the ground, no longer alive. He froze, unable to move forward, unable to believe this was really happening. Seeing his daughter's white dress stained, her neck dyed red, his eyes turned red instantly, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. He rushed over to hold his daughter, crying out loud, Xiaobi, ah! Immediately, 5 or 6 people entered the backyard. Huang Rue, holding an iron rod, watched the wood shed warily, pushed open a door, and turned on the light, but found nothing. Go check over there, Huang Rue said to the others. Deng Yinan was also very alert, watching the surroundings and sensing movements. But Huang Chaochao always felt that this escaping little zombie-infected person was very cunning and sly. He wouldn't still be waiting here to be attacked. This little zombie didn't seem simple at all. Huang Chaochao said to Deng Yinan. I feel like we can't catch him. Deng Yinan also sensed it. Yes, I think we should first find out what his purpose is before analyzing what his next target might be, Huang Chaochao suggested. Sure enough, after searching, they found no traces of the little zombie. The first and second floors were turned upside down, and Huang Jimin's wife was actually hiding in the rice jar, having escaped a calamity. After being brought out by Huang Rue, she kept stammering, saying, Don't bite me. She seemed to be driven mad by fear. But these words gave Huang Chaochao a different idea. He noticed that Huang Jimin's wife kept pointing with her index finger, and her eyes couldn't focus. This behavior resembled descriptions he had seen in detective series at his father's place. The victim's stress response, inferring the situation she encountered. And this situation indicated that this middle-aged woman had seen the little zombie, and it wasn't that she had escaped a calamity. Considering these factors, Huang Chaochao had his own thoughts. Could it be that this little zombie had some special fetish? After thinking about this question, he immediately went to Huang Jimin's side to observe the girl who had been bitten to death, discovering scratch marks on her chest and on the neck of her clothes, as well as some stains on the hem of her skirt. He thought of a possibility. Damn, this perverted little guy. Huang Chaochao's remarks stunned a few people who had come in. What's wrong? Huang Rue asked. Huang Chaochao asked, Are there still beautiful young girls in the safe zone? In response to his question, Huang Rue glanced awkwardly at Deng Yinan, realizing the strange looks from the crowd. He quickly explained, I meant to say that this little zombie is lecherous, extremely lecherous. Seeing Huang Jimin crying while holding his daughter, he dared not say much more and gestured for everyone to step outside to talk. Huang Rue kept a few people behind to guard Huang Jimin's family, while the others followed him outside. Huang Chaochao began to share his analysis. Isn't there still a little zombie that ran away and wasn't caught? Why did this little one choose the pretty Xiaohui? I noticed Xiaohui's clothes looked like they had been grabbed and bitten, and her hands and feet were dirty. Uncle Huang Jimin's wife should have seen it, but the little zombie didn't bite her. Maybe it wasn't interested. So, its next target is likely to be the young girls in the safe zone. We need to understand this quickly and take precautions to prevent such situations from happening again. The group agreed that Huang Chaochao's reasoning made some sense. The little zombie was small. If it was hiding, it would be hard to find. But in the corner of the flower bed by Huang Jimin's house, it was very dark, and there was a plastic bucket nearby. However, behind the plastic bucket, a person was crouching, watching them with a fierce gaze, listening to their discussion. He focused on the one who came up with the idea and noticed Deng Yinan beside him, his eyes filled with mockery and desire, licking his bloody lips. She felt that this place seemed not to have been searched, yet she sensed something in the dark corner. So, she quietly said, "That little zombie should be behind the plastic bucket in the corner of the wall. Don't make a sound. Let's continue our discussion." Then, when they were about to leave, everyone surrounded him and struck. Just like that, Huang Chaochao cooperated. "Let's continue with a thorough search." Then he said to Director Huang, "Let's go to the central camp to understand the specific situation and see how many young women are left." "All right, you all go in and keep an eye on Huang Jimin. I'm worried he might have an accident," Huang Rui said to the three people beside him. Thus, the group planned to leave the area, but their footsteps hesitated as they slowly moved to the corner of the wall, readying their weapons. Inside, people closed the doors and windows, squatting outside, breathing slowly, fearing they might attract attention. The little zombie, hearing no noise, stood up, kicked open the plastic bucket, and was about to climb over the wall when it saw a row of people with iron rods, wooden sticks, and hose aimed at it. One person swung a stick directly at it. Ow! After two more strikes, the little zombie fell to the ground inside the courtyard, then quickly got up and ran out the door. However, it found another row of people standing at the entrance, armed with sticks. The door opened, revealing 4 people. Among them Huang Jimin, whose eyes were bloodshot, staring at the little zombie with gritted teeth, his hands trembling around the iron rod. Chapter 71. Living might be more painful. The little zombie was dazed from the blows. At this moment, Huang Jimin could no longer contain his hatred. Charging at the little zombie with the iron rod, striking it and causing it to tremble, nearly losing its life. The little zombie let out a horrific scream, but Huang Jimin, in a frenzy, kept hitting it until its head was smashed open, blood splattering into his eyes. Even Director Huang Rui and the team conducting the thorough search felt Huang Jimin's ferocity. Yet they could understand his grief over losing his daughter, creating an atmosphere filled with sorrow and fear. Huang Chaochao, being a neighbor, approached to try to persuade him. "Uncle Huang, it's already dead beyond saving." He patted Huang Jimin, who was still striking, only to see him suddenly stop and turn sharply to look at him. He could see that Huang Jimin's eyes were turning dark red, a clear sign of infection. Not good. In a split second, he pieced together several factors. The little zombie's blood had splattered into Uncle Huang's eyes. There were claw marks on his arm. He was extremely angry. He remembered that Huang Jimin was generally not in good health and wouldn't have much strength, yet he was striking the little zombie with great force, killing it with just a few blows. The next moment, a terrifying realization struck him. "Everyone get out. Don't stay here. Hurry." Just as Huang Chaochao was about to explain, a white figure suddenly rushed out, biting one of the team members conducting the thorough search. Everyone immediately understood the situation and fled from Huang Jimin's house, weapons drawn, aimed at his family. "Shall we wake up? Is this your boyfriend you found this year? Let daddy see." Huang Jimin dropped the iron rod and walked over with a smile. Hearing Huang Jimin's words, everyone felt a chill. They had never seen such a situation before. "Huang Jimin, that's not your daughter." Huang Hui shot that loudly. Try to wake Huang Jimin. "Ah, it's Director Huang. What are you all doing here?" After saying this, he was so happy that tears of laughter streamed down his face as he walked towards his daughter, overjoyed. Meanwhile, the young team member, still unsure who it was being bitten on the neck by Huang Jimin's daughter until there was no life left. "It's over. This family has all been infected. What do we do?" One person beside Huang Rui panicked. "We just killed one, and now another has been infected. The entire Huang Jimin family is infected. And now Huang Jimin, having lost his daughter, has become mentally unstable and is likely to perish. Director Huang, should we kill him or let him live?" People asked anxiously. Director Huang furrowed his brow. Huang Chaochao was also stunned, and Deng Yinan, seeing such a loving father, thought of her own dad. "You ask me? How do I know what to do?" He was anxious. Now that Huang Jimin hadn't fully turned, there was no way to save him, and no way to not save him. The crowd could only become spectators, standing by helplessly, with Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao finding no solutions either. "Shall we, daddy's here?" Suddenly, Shao Wei released her bite, her blood-stained mouth looking at her father, subconsciously still recognizing him. However, she couldn't control her mind and lunged to bite him. Seeing Xiaowei pounce with bare teeth, Huang Jimin suddenly woke up and shook off his daughter. "No, you're not my daughter. You're not my daughter." Everyone was confused again, and Huang Chaochao said, "Is there still hope for Uncle Jimin? Do we have any ropes? We can bind his limbs." The suggestion made several people feel it was feasible. "Is there rope at the central camp?" he asked Huang Rui. "There should be." So Huang and Deng, along with a few others, quickly ran to the side, while the others continued surrounding Huang Jimin's house. The rope was quickly brought over, but at that moment, his daughter lunged at him, and Huang Jimin let his daughter bite his neck without letting go. "Chaochao, bring the rope. Bind us together." Huang Chaochao froze. "Hurry, what are you dawdling for?" Huang Jimin shouted angrily. Huang Chaochao could only join the others in crossing the ropes and binding them together. At that moment, Huang Jimin had already been bitten on the neck by his daughter, blood gushing out and soaking his white, torn old shirt. He smiled, looking at everyone with his daughter. Full of joy, "Director Huang, and everyone present, I have a request. You don't have to kill me, and please don't turn my daughter into mush. Just take me to the woodshed and burn me." After saying this, Huang Chaochao could see the despair in Uncle Huang Jimin's eyes, mixed with blood and tears, filling the atmosphere with sorrow. No one dared to move or act, because Huang Jimin was still conscious. He saw the 3 or 4 people present looking at him sadly, which made him feel even worse. So, he bent down with all his strength and picked up his daughter's body, turning and walking into the main room. Carrying her to the woodshed, he saw his wife lying in a pool of blood, and his grief deepened, plunging him into despair, feeling as if his heart was dead, wanting nothing more than to escape this life through death. "Are we really going?" someone asked beside Director Huang. "Let's go take a look." Everyone entered Huang Jimin's house, only to suddenly see the woodshed on fire. Huang Rui sensed that Huang Jimin was different from the other infected. "Hurry, put out the fire." Since it was a woodshed, stacked with dry firewood, the fire that had started from the water hadn't been extinguished. After Huang Jimin entered, he kicked it, and the flames immediately spread to the dry wood, igniting in an instant. He said to his daughter on his back, "Shall we, in this life? Dad, didn't he provide you with a good life? I hope in the next life we can be born into a good family and not live such a poor life. Your mother, too. She has worked hard for most of her life, and I haven't bought her anything decent." After saying this, the fire surged again. Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan, and the others rushed in to try to extinguish the fire. Water was thrown, but it had no effect. Instead, it seemed to intensify the flames. "No, come back. Don't put out the fire. Everyone leave. Go." Huang Jimin shouted loudly. The searing flames burned his body. The intense pain made him scream, more chilling than the moans of the small zombies. In the end, Huang Jimin was in so much pain that his mouth was torn open. Everyone watched as Huang Jimin carried his daughter, with his wife lying beside him, seeing him scream in the flames until there was no sound left. He never fell. The flames from the woodshed soared, piercing through the roof. Tiles fell and shattered. Windows exploded. In the end, only ashes remained. Everyone watched helplessly as this family was burned to ashes in the flames. Chapter 72 Ignoring means danger they had no way, not a single way. The right to life was his alone, and only Huang Jimin could end it. But everyone present, including Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao, learned enough from this and sincerely admired Huang Jimin. The fire in the backyard burned particularly high, visible to everyone in the safe zone. Yet no one activated the firefighting measures. They stood in place mourning for 5 minutes, sincerely hoping that Huang Jimin's family could, as he said, be reborn into a good family in the next life. The sorrowful emotions and tense atmosphere gradually eased until 10 minutes later. Someone finally suggested whether the defenses in the safe zone should be reinforced, or else with repeated infections, everyone would remain on edge, and even those not infected might eventually succumb to death. Director Huang, I think the bodies covered with white cloth should be gathered immediately for collective cremation. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan both spoke up. The other members of the thorough search team agreed as well. They had seen Xiaowei come back to life and then turn into a zombie, infecting others. All right, let's all help and find a cart to drag the bodies down to the burial mound for a joint cremation, Director Huang Rui said. This way, we can sleep well. Good. So, the others went inside to carry the bodies. To be honest, everyone was scared. Only 5 dared to help. They were afraid that if they turned into mush, they might come back to life again. Meanwhile, Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao, and Director Huang were dealing with the small zombie. Deng Yinan continued to pry open its skull, finding a pink crystal bead inside. Pink? What is this thing? Does every zombie have one of these in their brains? Huang Rui asked. He felt that these 2 young people were very familiar with this and became more vigilant. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan naturally knew his concerns and to avoid misunderstandings. Deng Yinan suggested handing the item over to him for safekeeping, and they would come back tomorrow to study what it was. Huang Rui took it, glanced at the blood-stained crystal bead in the plastic bag, but felt that this thing was not good, and he couldn't figure out what they intended to do with it. All right, Director. However, as they lifted it, they found their hands slipping, startling the 5 of them into dropping the stretcher. What are you doing? Trying to scare people to death, one of the chubby men said. But a careful middle-aged man noticed Lu Yixing's hand and saw that the flesh of his palm was missing, leaving only the bones of his fingers. Wait a minute. What's going on? He pointed at Lu Yixing's hand. The other 4 turned to look and indeed saw Lu Yixing's distorted, nauseating palm, with the flesh bitten off from the center and a bit of skin on the back of his hand chewed away. After realizing the situation, the 5 of them became alert, swallowing hard, a cold chill rising from their feet. Don't scare people. It should be nothing, right? How can it be nothing? He must have been bitten by some animal, the middle-aged man said. Should we report this to Director Huang? This situation seems small, but we can't tell how big it really is. Another bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. The other 2 were somewhat displeased. This thorough search for zombies had already kept them on edge. It had taken nearly a whole night to find them. Now, something unexpected happened again, and they would have to search again tonight. Who can bear this? The middle-aged man, hearing their tone, also felt a bit exhausted and unwilling. He had already felt worn out from searching tonight, and could only compromise. All right, I'll take a picture just in case. Let us carry it to the burial mound and burn it together. Good. Hearing Zhang Sheng, the leader, say this, everyone felt a bit better. Arriving at the burial mound west of the pond, people were already there using lime and branches, waiting to place the bodies. A Taoist priest was also invited, an elderly gentleman who had been handling funerals for many years in the second group. All right, the 5 of them replied, but Zhang Sheng still wanted to say something, only to be pulled back by the bespectacled man. Huang Rui nodded, no longer paying attention to them, but instead looked at the prepared bodies and began to light the fire for cremation. The Taoist beside him started his incantation, which was a local custom. Today, there are new and old deceased, 3 men, true souls and spirits. Life enters through the heavenly gate. Death exits through the broad gate. 120 fierce gods are expelled. The 8 great kings will smash the emperor god, turning to dust, rise. Add fire. With the Taoist command, people nearby added oil, making the fire burn even brighter. At this moment, a wisp of white and blue smoke rose into the deep night sky. The Taoists continue to chant. Causes and effects are not pursued. Transcending the mortal flesh, do not dwell on past affairs. The deceased have 3 souls. 1 soul ascends to heaven, already achieving higher fruit. 1 soul remains in the grave, leaving a trace of energy in the world. 1 soul heads west, already entering the human path. Penglai is not far. Please ascend the cloud road. May all have a good past life in the next. Before long, everything was burned clean and buried with soil. The safety zone in Shuangxing village also entered deep night, becoming quiet and peaceful. At 2 in the morning, in Huang Chaochao's home in the safety zone, he suddenly opened his eyes, glancing beside him, having heard some sound. The sound was not loud, but it was chilling. He wanted to hear it clearly, so he turned on the light and felt his way along the wall to his window on the 3rd floor. At that moment, the sound he heard grew louder. A cat's meow. The house next door belonged to Huang Jimin, while the one next door to that was an abandoned plot of land, just a piece of dirt. With the light from the street lamp, he indeed saw a few cats inside Huang Jimin's wall, and he heard that creepy meowing again. It gave him goosebumps. What was going on? Were the cats in heat? Huang Chaochao frowned in confusion, but then felt something was off. No. Why were all these cats at Huang Jimin's house? This thought made him feel increasingly uneasy, and he overlooked a big issue. He immediately ran to the neighboring room and saw Deng Yinan standing by the window, looking at the group of cats. She turned her head and saw the hurried Huang Chaochao, asking, "You were awakened too?" "Yes, that sound was too creepy." "You're closer. You should have woken up earlier than I did," Huang Chaochao said. "What are they doing?" Deng Yinan pointed and asked. "Huh?" Chapter 73. What on earth ate the flesh of the palm? The two stood in front of the window, looking through the glass at the entrance of Huang Jimin's house, where about 5 cats of different colors were gathered around something, not knowing what they were eating. The flesh of the little zombie should have been cleaned up, right? Deng Yinan asked. Director Huang sent a message saying it was all cleaned up, not leaving a trace. He even invited a Taoist priest from the village to perform a ritual, sending them off, Huang Chaochao replied. After hearing this, the cats meowed again, the eerie sound reminiscent of the little zombie being killed. What was going on? Both frowned, feeling something was slightly off. The cat's meow woke Zhang Sheng, who was drowsy. His eyes opened instantly, and he sat up. He reached for his phone by the bed, waking his wife beside him. "What is it? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour?" His wife's annoyed tone didn't make him feel guilty. He simply said he had something to do. After finding his phone, he opened it and saw the photo of Lu Yixing's right hand, noticing the flesh of the palm that had been bitten off. That picture made him frown tightly, feeling he shouldn't have trusted them, sensing something was amiss. Stepping outside, he heard a distant cat's meow, a sound that made his back suddenly go cold. Zhang Sheng felt nervous. "Don't scare me. It wouldn't really be that a cat or dog ate something, right? That would be terrible," he muttered to himself, quickly pulling out his phone to call Director Huang Rui. The security work in the safe zone was under his responsibility. After a while on the phone, there was no response. Calling again, someone finally picked up, sounding impatient. "Who is it? It's so late, speak." Huang Rui was barely awake, feeling like he hadn't had a good night's sleep. "Director Huang, here's the thing. When we went to lift Lu Yixing's body, we found something. The flesh of his palm was bitten off by some animal. I sent you the picture," Zhang Sheng said cautiously. Hearing this, Huang Rui immediately lost any sleepiness. The call didn't hang up. He directly looked at the picture, and after seeing it, he immediately asked, "When was this discovered? Why wasn't it reported? If this leads to a disaster, I want to see how you handle it." Director Huang Rui was truly furious. He immediately sent a message in the group, informing everyone that Lu Yixing's palm flesh had been eaten by an unknown animal, and everyone must be careful. Once the message was sent, someone who had not slept received it and became alert. In front of Huang Jimin's house, 5 cats were eating something, very likely that palm flesh. Quickly, everyone's still awake. Get up and grab weapons to eliminate these cats. The safe zone must ensure there are no infected zombies. Huang Rui was messaging in the group while also getting up. Before long, a group of people appeared on the road quietly. Perhaps there were too many people, causing the cats in front of Huang Jimin's house to see them and run away in fright. Hurry chase. But the cats ran incredibly fast, scattering and disappearing in an instant. What is going on? Zhang Sheng was also stunned. Huang Chaochao, seeing something on the ground, picked it up with something to take a look and showed it to Deng Yinan, Huang Rui, and those behind them. Zhang Sheng was pushed to the front by Huang Rui, then pointed at the thing, saying, "Is this it?" He felt a bit embarrassed and took out his phone to compare, but found that the black, hard object in front of him didn't quite resemble the image of Lu Yixing's palm flesh that had been bitten off. It seemed not to be this thing. Everyone was uncertain if it really was the remains of Lu Yixing. Then eating it could lead to infection. The 5 cats had already run away, which was serious. Seeing the suspicious looks from everyone, he leaned in and sniffed. "It smells a bit like dried fish." "Huh?" Huang Chaochao was taken aback. "Dried fish?" Deng Yinan also stepped forward, examining the object closely. It seemed to have been burned, and aside from a bit of fresh red inside. The exterior was bitten by the cats, and indeed emitted a fishy smell. So she took out gloves and a knife, cutting open the piece of fresh red meat, indeed discovering fish bones. Upon seeing this, everyone felt a sudden sense of relief, realizing they had been frightened by those few little cats. It looked somewhat similar, but it definitely wasn't the missing palm flesh. Everyone was relieved, but Huang Chaochao remained puzzled. If it was bitten off by a cat, then what had bitten it? What kind of animal would eat palm flesh? Everyone carefully looked at the bite marks in the image. And the familiar butcher, Guobing, spoke up at that moment. If it was a bite, it could only be a large animal. Cats definitely can't tear off such a large piece of flesh. It could only be a large dog. This butcher from Baihuayuan Street spoke his opinion. But everyone felt he was spot on. Zhang Sheng recalled something. He remembered that during the carpet search earlier, Tang Chunjing had brought a dog along to search. I remember when we were conducting a carpet search for Lu Yisheng, Tang Chunjing brought his German shepherd along, probably to keep it close for safety. Huh? Director Huang Rue was taken aback. Where's Tang Chunjing? Everyone looked around. There weren't many people who came, but Tang Chunjing was nowhere to be seen. Hurry! We need to save him, Huang Rue said. Huang Chaochao also dropped the object and, along with Deng Yinan, followed the main group towards Tang Chunjing's house. Director Huang Rue led the team, shining a flashlight at the courtyard wall of his house, which was well maintained in the village. But as everyone got closer, they caught a whiff of a bloody smell, wanting to cover their noses. Zhang Sheng's eyes were sharp, scanning the small Western-style building of the Tang family. When he locked eyes with something, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground, stuttering and pointing at their second-floor balcony, shouting, "Look at that! Quick! Look at that!" Chapter 74. Zombie dogs are still dogs. The dog didn't have large, bright eyes. Instead, its eyes had been gouged out, leaving them hollow. It sniffed the air and leaped down from the second floor, landing directly on the ground. Everyone was terrified upon seeing it, but didn't dare move. Had Tang Chunjing already met his end? Who knows? With a dog like that, was it still a dog? A few people whispered in small voices. Huang Rue heard the discussion of the people around him, and he was also extremely nervous. His hand touched the pistol tucked at his waist, preparing to slowly take it out. Everyone be careful. The dog can be much more ferocious than others. Don't hold back. If it lunges at you, use all your strength to hit it. But at that moment, the dog violently shook its head, splitting it in half, staring at the crowd. Yet even in two halves, it was still alive. Heavens! One person who saw this scene dropped everything and ran away, utterly terrified because this was even more horrific than an infected person. Perhaps because this person fled, a gap was created, and the zombie dog twitched its ears and leaped over the wall, chasing after the fleeing individual. What's going on? So fast. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan were confused. The zombie dog was not attacking them, but instead targeting the person who was running away. The man was also bewildered. But upon hearing movement behind him, he glanced back while running and saw that the two-headed zombie dog was indeed chasing him. No. He was so scared that he lost control, running for his life as if his legs had wheels. But the infected zombie dog was even faster than an ordinary dog. Within a minute, it caught up to him. The man fell to the ground, propping himself up and continuously retreating, only to see the dog lunging directly at him. Then, a frantic scream erupted. No. In less than 10 seconds, the man was bitten to death by the zombie two-headed dog. Huang Rue's jaw dropped in shock. This dog was too quick. In less than a minute, it had taken a life. Everyone, gather behind me. I have a gun. Let's form a circle and face this evil dog. Director Huang Rue also showed great anxiety. Looking 50 meters away, the vicious dog was gnawing on its prey, and they did not dare to act, feeling restrained. Deng Yinan, however, said to Huang Chaochao, "Did you observe its movements?" "Movements? What movements?" "Its attack pattern," Deng Yinan explained. Huang Chaochao was stunned. He had been focused on that person the entire time, but since no one had chased after him, he didn't dare to either. Everyone, this dog's attack pattern is very strange. After hearing the scientific basis, Deng Yinan understood the dog's habits before infection and confirmed that she was not mistaken. However, after infection, the dog was even faster, spending barely a second in the air. But if it lingered in the air, it could definitely attack. Deng Yinan also voiced her thoughts. Also, we need to confirm whether it only attacks fleeing targets. This was also a point Deng Yinan had noticed, but she wasn't sure if it was coincidental or certain. There were not many people present, and now that one was bitten to death, asking them to run experiments to determine the dog's behavior was simply a joke. So no one dared to take the lead. "I run slow. Why don't you find someone else?" A thin person spoke hesitantly, terrified upon seeing the dog. Just as everyone was unsure who should take the risk, A familiar voice suddenly came from a distance behind them. "I'll do it." A figure emerged from the shadows, and Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were taken aback. "Isn't that Huang Lei?" Huang Lei? Director Huang Rui was also stunned. "What are you doing here?" He walked over quickly, and the dog stopped gnawing, watching their group. "I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and heard the commotion. Plus, I live nearby, don't I?" Huang Lei explained the situation and then fixed his gaze on the dog. "You need to test whether this zombie dog only attacks fleeing targets, right?" "Yes," the crowd whispered. "I don't think a test is necessary. It's definitely the case." Huang Lei shared his experience. "When I was a child, I encountered a vicious dog in the village. If you pick up a stone, it gets scared. But if you run, it will definitely chase." "It seems like that," Zhang Sheng chimed in. The zombie dog stopped gnawing and slowly approached them. Its gaze filled with a desire to devour them, which was unsettling. "How about we try crouching to pick something up?" Huang Lei suggested. "Okay." Director Huang Rui agreed. 1, 2, 3. Everyone made a very strange motion, half squatting as if to pick something up. But the dog showed no fear and did not move. "Dude, it's blind," Huang Chaochao realized. "Huh? Is it blind?" Huang Lei was taken aback. He took a closer look at the dog and discovered it had no eyes. "Oh no, it's coming towards us," Huang Lei complained. "Aren't you supposed to run to test it?" "Move," Huang Chaochao said directly. This time, he intended to seriously observe the dog's movements. So, he grabbed an iron rod and took off running. Indeed, the moment he made a run for it, the zombie dog's ears twitched and its bloodied mouth turned towards Huang Lei's fleeing direction, immediately taking off after him. Before long, it was close to catching up with Huang Lei. Seeing the path ahead, Huang Lei turned sharply and ran in another direction, circling around the small Western-style building of Tang Chunqing. During the chase, Huang Chaochao noticed a problem. He shouted, "Huang Lei, turn, turn, don't run in a straight line." "It can't turn." Huang Lei heard the commotion, but felt extremely frustrated. Once a star sprinter in school, now he was being chased by a dog. But Huang Lei did notice something strange. Whenever the dog encountered a turn, it would struggle to keep up. It would immediately catch up in a straight line. Seeing the distance shrink to less than 2 meters, with that large mouth ready to bite him, he was truly struggling to run. "Have you come up with a plan?" "If I keep running, I won't have any strength left." "Hurry up." Huang Lei exerted every last bit of energy to escape, and everyone quickly brainstormed. Deng Yinan pulled out an iron rod, having formulated her own plan. Director Huang Rui, aiming his pistol at the dog, calculated the bullet's trajectory to its speed. But he feared making a mistake. If he accidentally harmed Huang Lei, it would be disastrous. "I'll do it, Director," Deng Yinan said at that moment. "Huh? Huang Lei, run towards us." Finally hearing the instructions, he mustered his last strength to draw the zombie dog towards the group, with the dog now just a meter behind him, its mouth nearly ready to bite. The zombie dog was infuriated by this fleeing human, continuously chasing but unable to catch up. Although it couldn't see, it sensed many smells in front of it. But in the next moment, it prepared to leap forward with all its might when suddenly, it was met with a powerful blow. A woo! Deng Yinan used all her strength, striking the dog's body, breaking its spine. A woo! The zombie dog instantly lost its basic ability to move and could only lie on the ground, howling. The people on site quickly used iron rods to pin down the dog, fearing it would rise again. Unexpectedly, even with its spine broken, the zombie dog still had the strength to resist. "Huang Lei, what are you dawdling for? Go call for oil, hurry. Burn this damned thing." But at that moment, they heard low growls and banging sounds coming from the iron gate behind them. Roar! After Huang Lei returned with the oil, he poured it over the zombie dog and threw in a lit piece of paper. Flames erupted immediately, and the others scattered to avoid the fire, watching as the zombie dog howled and thrashed about. Yet it ultimately ran towards Huang Chunqing, who had already turned into a zombie. Huang Chunqing seemed unafraid of the flames, even reaching out to touch it. Seeing this scene, Director Huang Rui knew it might be a good opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Grabbing the oil from Huang Lei's hand, he directly rushed towards Huang Chunqing. Huang Chunqing didn't scream. He was slowly burned into a dry corpse, just like his beloved German Shepherd. Right? There was also someone who got bitten and needed to be dealt with. Huang Rui remembered the coward who had run away and was bitten by the zombie dog. So they picked up their weapons and attacked him frantically. Huang Lei went to get more oil and directly burned the zombie-infected person right on the road. Until around 3 in the morning, almost 4, they collapsed from exhaustion, panting heavily. They had never felt so on edge, even while capturing fugitives in the past. It should be over now, Director Huang Chaochao said. Sleep. When everyone heard Director Huang Rui say this, they felt he couldn't hold on any longer and all sat down, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. Phew. Everyone exhaled a long breath, feeling it was really not easy. It's really life-threatening. It feels scarier than the zombie movies, Director Huang Rui complained. Just like that, Director Huang Rui had no intention of getting up, sitting in the middle of the road, while the others, too exhausted, leaned against each other, breathing steadily. Before long, they quietly fell asleep, even snoring lightly. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan got up, glanced at them, feeling they were also not easy, and admired them. These were people they had never encountered before their rebirth. And these people, clearly without any special abilities or anything else to protect them, had fought against the zombies with just courage and a sense of responsibility to protect everyone in the safe zone. Yet she, possessing special abilities, still did not take the initiative to step forward, fearing the exposure of her secret. After thinking about this, she felt a change in her heart. Since heaven had given her a chance at rebirth, she couldn't continue like this. The safe zone was a big family. Only when the strength of more people improved could her small family, with Huang Chaochao, remain intact. However, she still needed to keep a relatively low profile and couldn't reveal everything. So, she took out her phone and captured the 9 people still present. These were all courageous individuals. As for others, she couldn't be sure if they had bad intentions, so she felt it was better to hold back. Seeing her take a photo, Huang Chaochao didn't know what she was up to, so he took a picture too, then sent it to the group with a message. In tribute to them, the courageous guardians of the safety zone in Shuangxing village, who protected the safety of the night. The night sky was quite beautiful. Yes, so we need to guard the night and welcome the dawn, Deng Yinan said softly. Huang Chaochao felt she had something to say since just now. Deng Yinan stopped and looked at Huang Chaochao. We need to quickly study that crystal bead tomorrow to see if it can work on people. Also, I want to demonstrate a powerful ability without overly exposing myself. Huang Chaochao didn't speak, but from her actions, he read her thoughts and intentions. He had many insights tonight. He felt his strength was small, but hoped to become stronger. All right, if we figure out, I'll be the first test subject. Hearing Huang Chaochao say this, she was directly shocked. I've seen medical treatments. They only dare to use them on humans after a long clinical experience. How can you be so bold? Okay. Let's start with a lab rat experiment. After all, I only have one life. Meanwhile, both their parents were extremely worried and rushed over to embrace their respective children. Mom and Dad, sorry to worry you. We're fine. Chapter 76. Opportunities for the young, but risks also exist. The morning was quite humid, but early in the morning. Someone had covered these people with blankets. It wasn't until around 8 in the morning, when the sun was shining brightly, that they slowly woke up. What's going on? Why are we all sleeping here? Director Huang Rui said. Everyone was still groggy, but got up to listen to the director's instructions. They felt incredibly lucky to be in the Shuangxing village safety zone. The deputy mayor also provided an explanation, saying that there would be a new round of discussions at noon to adjust the future direction of the safety zone. Before sleeping, Director Huang Rui had instructed the police station to clean up the corpses that were burned yesterday. Time quickly passed to noon. People stationed at both ends of the village road reported that no suspicious individuals had appeared. In fact, no one had shown up, which was quite strange. The people stationed informed the deputy mayor about this. After getting enough rest, Director Huang Rui, in the capacity of the temporary safety zone chief, organized a meeting. Outside the central tent, many onlookers had gathered, eager to know the next steps. Inside the tent were group leaders and Huang Chaochao, along with Deng Yinan. Everyone should know about yesterday's events. A total of 4 zombies and a zombie dog were eliminated. However, the zombies caused harm to the Huang Jiming family, leaving no one behind, and we express our deep condolences for this. Here, I believe that the previous claims made by Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan doubting the fear of the Blaza virus, were unfounded. I apologize. Director Huang Rui stood up and bowed to the two people on his left. Without their help, we would have been at a loss regarding these zombies. They also contributed to this. I specifically proposed that these two be appointed as the deputy chiefs responsible for safety in the Shuangxing village safety zone. What do you all think? Director Huang Rui directly suggested. The people present were all older individuals who had never seen such young people. The fact that Director Huang Rui wanted them to jointly oversee the safety protection of the Shuangxing village safety zone was surprising. I agree, the deputy mayor said, raising his hand immediately. If it were something else, he might have intervened, but he had never seen such a situation, and given his age, he wasn't as quick as Huang Rui and didn't think as actively as the young people. It would be better to let them manage. Seeing the deputy mayor raise his hand in agreement, which was clearly a carefully considered decision, everyone also raised their hands. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao did not expect to be called to the meeting only to be appointed as deputy chiefs, similar to village heads. Director Huang Rui was pleased to see everyone thinking this way. He believed he couldn't manage the entire safety zone alone all day. After all, the safety zone needed to last long-term, hoping that other areas could be resolved, while they had to maintain their own well-being, as they didn't know when things would return to normal. If you all agree, you can be appointed as deputy chiefs, said the chief of the Shuangxing village safety zone, Huang Rui. All right, Sai. Huang Chaochao felt a bit awkward, but since it had come to this, did they still need to agree? It was both a good thing and a bad thing. Okay, don't be so impatient. In the midst of the apocalypse, no one can remain unscathed. At least this time. It can't be the same as the last time. I'm really afraid of the tragedy repeating itself. Chief Huang Rui looked at the two, muttering softly, not knowing what they were saying. After hearing what she said, Huang Chaochao also thought of the past. He believed he was invincible then, yet it ended up with the same result. If the current steel villa was surrounded by zombies, all rushing up like ants crawling all over, even if it was safe, it would still feel disgusting and terrifying. People are ultimately social animals and must live together. All right, it's just a small area anyway, not very big. Huang Chaochao compromised, feeling that this life would just go on like this. Thus, both agreed to the appointment. The district chief, Huang Rui, immediately proceeded to the second item of the meeting. The second item was the upgrade of safety awareness. No detail should be overlooked, and any suspicious activity should be reported immediately for everyone's safety. This matter needs to be emphasized repeatedly in the group, and will also be disseminated through broadcasts. Last night, they were busy dealing with those zombie monsters and didn't sleep at all. After saying this, District Chief Huang Rui pointed to his two dark circles, saying no amount of rest could help. Do you two have anything to say, or any instructions to give? Huang Rui asked. Everyone turned to look at the two of them. There are two aspects. First, I believe we should select a team to carry out the inspection work in 4 shifts. Second, I want to set up an experimental group to study the remnants of the zombies. I wonder if there are any biochemistry personnel in the Shuangxing village safety zone. After Deng Yinan finished speaking, he looked at Huang Chaochao and asked if he had anything to add. I have one. Given last night, we don't know how the zombies utilize the height of the mountains to create such troubles for us. I think merely setting up sentries at both ends is clearly insufficient. The Shuangxing village safety zone needs more sentries and more personnel. But how to utilize these people, and whether we need to issue salaries or how to handle it. I'd like to hear everyone's suggestions. The issue raised by Huang Chaochao was also considered reasonable by the crowd. Last night's events provided them with many insights. However, to truly live in a safe zone, these measures are not enough. District Chief Huang Rui, prompted by Huang Chaochao as hint, also thought of the mastermind behind it all. But now that the zombies have been burned to death, no one knows who orchestrated this zombie invasion. 2 individuals briefly flashed through his mind, but he wasn't sure. All right, the meeting ends here. Everyone remember to notify others. District Chief Huang Rui dismissed the crowd, but pulled Huang Chaochao aside and called out to Deng Yinan. I remember you brought a little girl with you. We need a text editor here, and our content needs to be recorded. Can she come? No salary? District Chief Huang Rui found himself in a dilemma. I will relay it, but I'm not sure if Shuang Kuei is willing, Deng Yinan said. All right. The main issue is that there are too few role models now. Many newcomers are indifferent, making it hard to manage. District Chief Huang expressed his frustrations. He also stated his views that while the safety zone seems stable and peaceful now, the long-term development issues will undoubtedly stem from internal conflicts. Huang Rui's words made Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan wake up, as if from a dream, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Why do you say that?" Huang Chaochao asked. Huang Rui knew that both of them set an example. Deng Yinan's bravery last night, being the only girl in the team, truly impressed him. He wished his own daughter could be as brave and resilient as her. "You're still too young to think the safety zone is truly safe now?" Huang Rui asked. Deng and Huang exchanged glances, as they already had thoughts in mind. That is, resources. But facing Huang Rui's question, they still showed confusion. Is there still something we missed? Internal conflicts are secondary. What S feared is the survival issue and attitude problem. If people are confined to one place, it's like being grounded. The safety zone is just a relatively larger confinement room. If they don't go out, they will eventually go crazy. When Huang Rui said this, he spoke from his past experiences, having seen those who were confined for offenses unable to bear the mental pressure. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were both stunned. They indeed hadn't considered the mental world of people. The external crisis is unknown. The internal conflicts have not erupted. The mental world is uncertain, and survival conditions are harsh. Huang Chaochao suddenly felt the brilliance of this ordinary former police station chief, Huang Rui. He clearly remembered that once the time was up, no one was allowed to enter the safety zone, and order was immediately maintained, establishing a thorny protective net. It turned out he had considered a lot from the beginning and envisioned many scenarios. Thus, the large safety zone could still accommodate the current people. It was just a matter of how to live on. "Chief, can you now tell us your thoughts?" Huang Chaochao asked. District Chief Huang Rui looked at the deputy chief he had appointed and felt that the three of them were indeed thoughtful individuals. 2 words: expansion. The current safety zone is clearly insufficient because the survival of hundreds of people is basically like a family of 3. Moreover, the system is an issue. Have you noticed that the Shuangxing village safety zone can now be considered lawless? Not everyone is like you. District Chief Huang Rui still valued the two, believing they were trustworthy. But he did not know that both of them had prepared supplies for a family of 4 for nearly 50 years. And if they ate slowly without repeating, they could last for 60 years. If he knew that Deng Yinan had such an outrageous personal space, he probably wouldn't have shared so many heartfelt thoughts. Thank you for your trust, Chief," the two said respectfully together. After sending the two away, District Chief Huang Rui's gaze became sharp like a torch. These 2 young people gave him a feeling that they were not simple. They possessed not only courage, but also strategy. But he was also afraid of death. He really was, yet he was not as afraid now. The reason lay with that girl. This girl named Deng Yinan was not from Huping Mountain Town. Her speech had a hint of a rural dialect. Her performance last night made him feel that this girl had a knack for dealing with zombies, effortlessly solving that dog with a wave of her hand. Had he not been too tired last night to move and had to choose to sleep on the spot, he would have figured it out sooner. This is also why he appointed these 2 as deputy chiefs of the safety zone. It seemed that with them, the safety zone could truly become a safe zone. Watching their departing figures, he wondered, what exactly do they want to do? He couldn't figure it out. The content of the information roughly stated that the safety zone needed to increase sentries and patrol teams, adopting a 4-shift system, and that the walls of the safety zone also needed to be raised. Each resident living in the safety zone has the duty and responsibility to share the burden for the safety of the Shuangxing village safety zone. At first, some people complained because they were doing free labor. But later, someone chimed in, saying that Chief Huang Rui and the others worked hard last night, which prevented the zombie virus from spreading in the safety zone. Otherwise, they wouldn't see the sun today. What's wrong with helping out? I'm just sitting at home. Hurry up and sign me up to stand guard. One loudmouthed woman directly spoke in the group, causing many to laugh upon hearing it. This person was Wu Yingfei's wife on the west side. Okay, enough said, I'll go. Wu Yingfei also set an example in the group and signed up directly. Gradually, as the number of participants increased, after verifying the forms, everyone who needed to sign up did so. District Chief Huang Rui made a unilateral statistic and had Zhou Kuei, who was sent over, conduct the text statistics, and publish the group announcement. The announcement content was as follows. In light of the need to upgrade safety in the safety zone, the sentry mechanism will be adjusted to 4 shifts a day, with 4 people per shift, each shift lasting 6 hours, with a 3-day rotation to ensure everyone's rest time as much as possible. A total of 8 sentry points will be established, covering the defense line of the safety zone. During the sentry period, 1 person must be on duty while others patrol the borderline. In case of emergencies, the central camp must be immediately informed of any abnormalities to prevent invasion incidents. It is announced that Huang, Chaochao, and Deng Yinan are appointed as deputy district heads of the Shuangxing Village Safety Zone, assisting in managing various safety matters in the area. At the same time, a recruitment announcement is issued to form a zombie material composition analysis team, recruiting biochemical talents in the district with subsidies provided. Once the above announcements are made, the camp center receives a phone call. Hello, is this district head Huang? The call was answered by Zhou Kewai. As Huang, Lei had also arrived at the central camp. Hello, what's the matter? There's a situation over here in the east. So far, there hasn't been a single person, not one. Is this considered an abnormal phenomenon? The person on duty was unsure but chose to report it after reading the announcement, fearing any unexpected incidents. Wait a moment. Let me take note. Zhou Kewai immediately asked Huang, Lei to jot it down. After the call ended, a similar situation arose in the west, where no people were seen either. This was reported to Deng Yinan, Huang Chaochao, and Huang Rue. Chapter 78. The substance in the crystal pearl. Upon receiving this news, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan immediately went to Lihuan Mountain to see what was happening through binoculars. Damn it, there really isn't a single person. What the hell is going on? He could see the 3rd hospital, the high school, the town government, and the bridge, but there were no signs of people anywhere. Moreover, a strange phenomenon was that no one was hanging out laundry, making it feel as if everyone in Huping Mountain Town, except for their Shuangxing Village safety zone, had vanished. This feeling seemed very wrong. What do you think? He asked Deng Yinan, who also shook her head. At that moment, the little Deng Yinan in her space suddenly spoke up. Believe what you see. There are no people left. Huh? Deng Yinan was stunned after hearing this. What do you mean? It's possible that someone has organized this, or they have all turned into zombie-infected individuals. Deng Yinan shared what the spirit in her space told her with Huang Chaochao. After hearing this, Huang Chaochao thought it was a joke, but Deng Yinan's expression did not seem to indicate that it was a joke. We can't go outside because we don't know the situation out there. Going out is like walking into a dead end. Just as Huang Chaochao finished speaking, a sudden argument broke out in the safety zone behind them. The loud voices included swearing and people arguing. Seeing trouble arise, both Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan felt a bit overwhelmed, took a heavy breath, and said, "Let's go down and see what this fuss is about." Thus, they didn't continue to observe why there were no people in Huping Mountain Town, but descended to the vicinity of the central camp, where they saw a circle of people gathered. "What's going on? Let us in," Huang Chaochao shouted loudly. The crowd quickly made way for them to enter. Upon entering, he found Uncle Zhang Sheng there, looking quite wronged. "What happened?" "There's no need to escalate things. We can discuss this." However, what Zhang Sheng said made him realize that things seemed to be happening much faster than he had imagined. "What's the matter? We are running low on supplies. This guy is from another village and came here yesterday to provide them with a good place to stay." Director Huang asked everyone to find nearby rooms for shelter. But once they got in, they stole our rice and didn't want to pay. After hearing this, Huang Chaochao looked at the situation before him and felt like laughing. But he couldn't laugh. In his view, this problem shouldn't have escalated so quickly. So many families had their own rations to last a week. Just as he was about to mediate between the two parties, he heard someone outside shouting, "Not good, not good. The pigs at the pig farm have all been killed, and now they want to divide up the meat." Another person shouted loudly. One problem after another, Huang Chaochao suddenly felt a desire to retreat. "What do you think?" he asked Deng Yinan. "Let everyone discuss this. One person's words don't count." Soon, the villagers stood on Zhang Sheng's side, while the outsiders looked at him with harsh eyes. Huang Chaochao noticed that the outsiders were also staring at him and shouted, "Don't look at me like that. Letting your family stay in the main room is already a benefit. How can you still take other people's rice?" Unexpectedly, One of the outsiders suddenly erupted. Can't take it? I said I wouldn't pay. Just then, someone kicked him, and a bunch of people joined in, making Huang Chaochao feel like he was truly asking for trouble. Caught red-handed and then hitting back, he realized it was deserved. Now, let us go check the pig farm and see what is going on. At this moment, the owner of the pig farm came crying, saying several wealthy people from the same village wanted to buy his pigs for meat, but since they couldn't go out, they called people to slaughter the pigs. Now, there is only half the pigs left. Woe is me. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan looked at the tearful pig farm owner and felt his plight. In the end, the situation was perfectly resolved by exchanging meat for grain. Throughout the day, they experienced two events. One was Zhang Shang's family being stolen from by outsiders, and the other was the pig farm owner slaughtering his pigs, selling half to others and keeping half for himself. Before leaving, they even gifted a piece of pork to Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan. Holding the fresh pork, Huang Chaochao felt a mix of emotions and chatted with Deng Yinan. After these two events, the people in the safety zone began to shut themselves in, guarding against thieves as if they were on high alert, a complete change from before. The outsiders set up tents next to the central camp and banded together. I feel that if the zombies don't come in, they will be finished first, Huang Chaochao said with a bitter smile. This is bound to be experienced. They should think about why there are no people outside. There were no individuals in the village who had studied chemistry or biology, and Deng Yinan also learned that the little Deng Yinan in her space knew how to use this material. However, this material had side effects and needed to be refined to remove impurities. Upon learning this news, Deng Yinan was overjoyed. She hugged Huang Chaochao and shouted, leaving their parents downstairs confused about what was happening upstairs. After understanding, Huang Chaochao also felt he might have the potential to awaken supernatural abilities. As night fell, in the third-floor room, Deng Yinan was alone, controlling the little Deng Yinan to analyze 3 crystal pearls from the brains of zombies. After several disinfections and immersions, and observing with a microscope, she found no contaminants. Only then did she present the crystal pearls in front of her, closed her eyes, and waited to establish a connection with the little Deng Yinan. The analysis of the crystal pearl began. An hour later, one of them was analyzed. The crystal pearl from a zombie-infected individual's brain contained energy substances from a deceased. Deng Yinan shared this news with Huang Chaochao, who was somewhat stunned after hearing it. What does this mean, like being pregnant? Deng Yinan was also taken aback. However, according to Huang Chaochao, the crystal pearl was clear and transparent, but there were sparkling things in the middle. The transparent substance was energy material that could provide energy replenishment and level up for supernatural beings. But if broken, it would release the substances of the deceased, which is equivalent to being pregnant. The two looked at the object, unsure whether to use it or not. Just as they were unsure of what to do, it suddenly started to rain lightly outside. Is it raining? Chapter 79, A Choice in the Rain. As they pushed open the door to the third floor, the two arrived at the balcony, only to find that it had started to rain as the sky darkened. Looking at the rain outside, he felt a familiar sensation and sniffed the air forcefully. However, this sniff brought a sense of dread. He wanted to warn Deng Yinan beside him to be careful, but before he could say anything, he turned around and completely lost control, collapsing. Deng Yinan was stunned and immediately supported him, seeing him faint. Huang Chaochao. Huang Chaochao. No matter how Deng Yinan called him, he couldn't wake up. She picked him up in a princess carry and took him straight to bed. She also realized something was off, particularly with this rain. So she hurried downstairs, only to find her parents, Huang Chaochao's parents, and Zhou Qian watching TV, all seemingly unaffected. What's wrong? After a moment of panic, she quickly said, "It's fine, don't open the windows or go outside, just stay at home." Everyone nodded, confused about what was wrong with Deng Yinan, who quickly ran back upstairs. Speaking of the rain, she recalled the rain they encountered while fleeing in Fubei, which turned many people into zombie infectees. She felt anxious, scared, and prayed that he would be okay. Looking at Huang Chaochao, lying in bed, with sweat on his forehead and feeling hot, she hurried to fetch water to cool him down, to prevent him from rolling around. She wrapped him in 3 layers of blankets and sat on him to keep him still. Meanwhile, in his unconscious state, Huang Chaochao felt he was having a long dream. In the dream, Two holes appeared at the exit. After turning back, he was truly frightened. These were not humans. They were all infected with the zombie virus. No longer human. He didn't know why he was having such a dream, but at that moment, a bunch of people suddenly fell from the sky and were immediately devoured. Gradually, he observed the changes in these zombie infectees. No, I don't want to become like this. Why? There's no difference between zombies and humans. Some people are even more despicable than zombies. As long as you choose to be a zombie, you don't have to worry about infection. Just think about how to become stronger. No. Huang Chaochao quickly fled in the dream, running to the side, but found that the exit from this hole also led to people, including Deng Yinan. However, the people here were few and the environment desolate, starkly different from the zombie side. Deng Yinan, hearing Huang Chaochao call her, she immediately came down to his side. Is infection a choice of my own? Huh? Have you made your choice yet? If your abilities are lacking, the conditions of the powers will consume your life as a price. As long as you haven't found a way to continue living, one day you will be exhausted. Huang Chaochao heard that voice next to his ear, but he didn't know where it came from. However, compared to choosing zombies or abilities, it was a fair choice. Regardless, he was unwilling to become a zombie and would rather pay the price of his life for powers. Huang Chaochao. Deng Yinan heard him speak but didn't see him wake up. She shook him hard, and the next second, Huang Chaochao opened his eyes. He saw Deng Yinan stunned. But once he realized he was awake, she immediately hugged him and burst into tears. You're okay? It's good that you're fine. Huang Chaochao, as if waking from a dream, hugged Deng Yinan tightly and patted her back. I'm fine. I made a choice. Did you also have a dream at the beginning and then made a choice? Huh? Deng Yinan was stunned to hear him say this. How do you know? Seeing her expression, he felt inexplicably moved and hugged her again. Deng Yinan had obtained her powers at the cost of her life, gaining space, thus having the remaining years. But those years were what she believed to be her years. This meant she would leave before him one day, and she planned to keep her powers a secret from him, which could only make him sad. So you also made a choice, right? Deng Yinan asked. Why didn't you tell me? Huang Chaochao's eyes turned a bit red. Little crybaby, Deng Yinan sighed, feeling it was a choice without an alternative. Huang Chaochao recounted his experiences in the dream, and Deng Yinan shared her past dream with him. Although their dreams were not the same, they both involved a choice. Choosing to become a zombie infectee meant not dying, no longer fearing the virus, and being able to eat people or obtain crystal beads to return to being human. And this human would be even more powerful than the former self, ultimately becoming the strongest. But choosing powers meant paying the price of life. How to continue living was the question they needed to consider, and there was no answer given to them, requiring them to explore it themselves. Through this analysis, it could be concluded that crystal beads could not grant powers or enhance them. Only that layer of transparent energy substance could provide enhancement. Little Huang Chaochao, is there any way to peel away that layer of energy substance? The power Huang Chaochao obtained was an enhanced sense of danger, even a precognition ability. However, this power had no offensive capability. He felt that it was randomly granted, and he seemed to regret it a bit now. There was no choice but to think for himself because he didn't know, and he couldn't break the interior substance since it still retained some of the zombie virus. Huang Chaochao felt that the being inside him was surprisingly stubborn. After hearing this, Deng Yinan wanted to laugh. You're still laughing? What if we can only live until 60? This couldn't be told to our parents. If it's a meaningful life, living until 60 is enough. Isn't it? Deng Yinan smiled. Huang Chaochao really couldn't do anything with her. The two went to the study and looked at the 3 crystal beads on the table, pondering how to peel away that hard layer of transparent energy substance to upgrade their powers. This was a problem. Chapter 80 changed. This rain swept through many places, covering 2 counties. That night, it became very stable, with no zombies attempting to infiltrate the safe zone. However, the night watchmen of this batch were all making decisions about their choices. The next morning, the rain stopped and the weather cleared. The new shift came to replace the night shift. Just as they greeted each other, the person suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down. A tragic scream erupted, and immediately after, someone fell from above, convulsing, with limbs unresponsive, staring blankly at the sky, unable to close his eyes. He was just an ordinary person who had gone out at night. But in the entire safe zone, there were not just one person who had been exposed to last night's rain. At the other 7 sentry positions, no one went to replace them. Yet the 7 people above were all perfectly normal, waiting for newcomers. In short, the 8 sentry personnel had to deal with those coming to replace them. 8 people had chosen to become zombie infectees, while others chose to become ability users. Huang Chaochao woke up, feeling for the first time that there were many dangers staring at him. He immediately got up and went to the balcony, seeing someone waving at him, Uncle Zhang Sheng. The danger he sensed recently was coming from him. Thus, he had a terrifying thought. Based on the fact that infectees wouldn't show significant changes on the first day and would disguise themselves as ordinary people, their subjective thoughts wouldn't change. What he knows is that these zombie-infected individuals will eat each other, kill their closest loved ones, and are good at disguising themselves. Uncle Zhang Sheng, is there something wrong? Although he said that, he already had a sense of the situation in his heart. Chaochao, are your parents home? I need to talk to them. Can you open the door? Normally, he might have let him in based on trust, but now he couldn't. Just a moment. I'll come down. Although Huang Chaochao appeared very enthusiastic, he stepped back from the balcony and immediately went to discuss with Deng Yinan. Deng Yinan was drowsily awakened by Huang Chaochao as shaking, and he heard him say, Zhang Sheng, the Zhang Sheng who fought the zombie dogs that night, has now turned into a zombie-infected person and poses a very strong danger to me. Huh? Deng Yinan didn't believe it. But they heard Zhang Sheng continue to shout outside, asking why he hadn't opened the door yet. This is my ability. It seems quite useless, but I feel that this ability is a great help to us in the apocalypse. The two of them went to the balcony and looked at Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng also saw them come out again. What's going on? Zhang Sheng wondered, has my intention been exposed? Or have they discovered something? Before Huang Chaochao spoke, he was already looking around. Okay, Uncle Zhang Sheng. The conversation among the three was so strange. Deng and Huang both noticed that he had some difficulty moving. Just a subtle change. Looking at his back, it was clear that he was infected with the virus and had chosen to become one of the infected, planning to pick a target to attack. At this moment, a smell of meat wafted through the safe zone, and after inhaling this scent, the two felt a sense of familiarity. What is this? They both immediately recognized this smell. It was the scent of human flesh. But when they thought about it, it was only the second day since the virus spread, and this was still a safe zone. They felt that this rain was too strange. He called the director Huang Rue, but a cold female voice answered. No one is answering. He looked at Deng Yinan, who also felt that they were in a deadlock at that moment. Since the first rebirth, it felt as if this virus had been activated, now exchanging lives for the acquisition of abilities. If the safe zone also falls, then we can only continue to lie flat in the steel villa. Just as the two were distracted discussing, they failed to notice that someone was standing at their door. That person was Huang Lei. Huang Chaochao, can I come in? I feel like I can't survive any longer. Huang Lei looked at the two on the balcony with a pleading tone. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were stunned. They didn't know when Huang Lei had appeared at their door, and he looked somewhat cold, his clothes damp and stained with blood. They both heard him crying. What's going on? I don't know. Let us check the second floor. Deng Yinan said. After they came down, they found that their parents were already in the living room, preparing breakfast. But they heard someone shouting outside, though Deng Yinan had informed Huang Chaochao, so they wouldn't respond. Therefore, facing Huang Lei, they learned what he had said. To their surprise, Huang Lei's father, Huang Humin, an engineer, had now become a zombie-infected person because the two had been moving things and happened to get caught in the rain. Then he began to have a high fever and was the last to wake up. When he awoke, he heard some noise. Following the sound, he found his father in the backyard chopping something, but due to the poor lighting, he planned to call out to his father. However, when something dropped after being chopped, he screamed because it was his mother's hand. Terrified, he quickly closed the door and barricaded it, afraid his father would come out. After the door was violently hit several times, he noticed it went silent and slowly smelled a meat fragrance. He ran to the second floor, saw the situation in his backyard, and ran away, even tripping. After Huang Lei recounted this experience, he saw a group of people appear on the other side of the country road. He was so scared that he hid to the side, not knowing what to do. The two on the balcony quickly avoided and urged Huang Lei to stay near the backyard. They also hid inside, watching the large group of infected zombies. About 100 of them, rushing towards the central camp, trampling everything inside. The people in the room looked through the curtain's slits at the outside situation, not knowing what was happening. Overnight, the interior of the safe zone collapsed because of a rainstorm. At this moment, Huang Chaochao received a call from Huang Rui. Huh, I just tried calling and couldn't get through. Why is he calling again? Huang Chaochao glanced at Deng Yinan, who signaled to put it on speaker and answer. Chapter 81, Cannibalism. That feeling struck again. Huang Chaochao's ability sensed that this group of zombie-infected individuals had no purpose, posed no hostility towards him, and resembled walking corpses. The sudden call from District Chief Huang Rui made his previously relaxed heart tense again. He answered the call and put on speaker. Everyone in the house listened intently. Is this Huang Chaochao? Yes. What is the matter? What are your choices? To become a zombie or to choose an ability? Upon hearing Huang Rui's call, he seemed to understand the director's intention. An ability user. Okay, I'll tell you what is going on with this group of zombies. You should have seen that they seem to have come from below. They're a group of zombies. Huang Rui informed them of the situation on his side. They are currently hiding in a cellar. Some people around them have chosen to become zombies, but some have not been exposed to the rain and have no choice. Remaining ordinary people. He needs support and rescue now, asking if they have any way to help them out. I have 6 ability users, including myself. And then? Huang Chaochao replied directly. Huh, what then? District Chief Huang Rui was taken aback, but he sensed that Huang Chaochao seemed unwilling to rescue them. What do you mean? Huang Chaochao. Huang Rui's tone changed immediately. What do you mean? Outside is full of zombies. Why would I go out? To seek death? Hearing Huang Chaochao say this, Huang Rui became furious. You cannot handle the zombie horde alone. You need to pull people together to deal with it. No need. Huang Chaochao hung up the phone directly, leaving Deng Yinan stunned beside him. However, she gave him a thumbs up, thinking his actions were correct. One more person means one more burden. If Huang Lei hadn't saved them before and reminded them, they wouldn't want to take him along. Moreover, they absolutely cannot lie flat now. The energy substances cannot be separated at all, and forcing it open would lead to the dead inside coming out, which would still cause pollution, preventing the abilities from leveling up. Compared to the glorious titles and abilities of yesterday, after a transformation, nothing remains. What about Huang Lei? Should we let him in or not? Huang Chaochao asked Deng Yinan. Let us see what his ability is, if he is still the same as in the last life. A live wire, then let us forget it. But we need more crystal beads to analyze how we can survive. Both of their thoughts were on the same page. After this, they both felt that it should be so. They should live for themselves and their families. They couldn't care about others, as there were too many factors involved. Therefore, they needed to come up with a foolproof plan. Also, I feel that information shouldn't be sent out, because those who are infected will know you might not be infected, and it could lead to them having ideas about you. This is a situation that Deng Yinan thought of just after answering the phone. Within the safe zone, 3 states are slowly forming. One is those who have chosen to become superpowered individuals. Another is those who are willing to become zombies. And the last is ordinary people who have nothing. Zombies feed on ordinary people and superpowered individuals. Superpowered individuals enhance their abilities using zombie crystal orbs. These 3 groups have a relationship of eating and being eaten. Therefore, at Huang Chaochao Steel Villa, discussions on how to deal with the crisis within the safe zone have begun again. Currently, it seems there are 2 crises in the safe zone. One is the group of people transformed into zombies due to last night's heavy rain, who will definitely attack us. The other is the surviving, superpowered individuals who need to eat. Although the first floor of our house is quite high and completely sealed off, if people pile up and zombies stack up, it still feels like they could climb to the 2nd floor, and that worries me. Huang Chaochao expressed her concerns. So we need to last for 3 days. Once they are completely infected by the zombie virus, they won't think like humans anymore. You mean a complete lockdown? Dad Huang asked. Just as they were discussing, they heard Zhang Sheng's voice from outside. This time, he had come back with a small team in front of Huang Chaochao. What is up? Just come down obediently, and let me bite you a bit, take some blood, Maybe we can let you go, Zhang Sheng said arrogantly. Huang Chaochao didn't he expect this guy to return, and he had become so brazen. Deng Yinan also came out and looked at the 10 zombies, feeling it was ridiculous. If you have the ability, just come up. Why talk so much nonsense? Her tone was not good at all, but Huang Chaochao felt it was great. Damn woman. Zhang Sheng was so furious that his face turned red, and the anger changed his appearance, half of his face turning into that of a zombie. The people beside him were also unable to hold back their anger. Wait for me. After Zhang Sheng finished speaking, he left with his zombie teammates. He had seen this woman swing an iron rod before, so he was a bit afraid. Huang Chaochao didn't he expect that the arrogant person just now would be resolved by her words. But looking at Zhang Sheng leaving with a limp, she felt it wasn't that simple. Can you sense their group's dangerous intentions? Yes, but I also consider one thing. Why don't they eat each other? Or are they wary of something? Faced with his viewpoint, she was a bit puzzled. He also chose to be infected by the zombie virus. And now he looked very ugly. But he seemed to enjoy the ugliness of his creation in his hands. Captain Huang, I saw Ling Gongzi, and the tasks you instructed, I did not complete well. Upon hearing this, his originally good mood seemed to change instantly. Insufficient success, too much failure. Kill him and use him as food for the brothers. When Huang Humin said this, there seemed to be no compassion in his tone. After Zhang Sheng heard this, he wanted to run, but the powerful zombies directly bit him. Then a very terrifying scene occurred. Zhang Sheng was gnawed on by a group of zombies, eaten clean by his kind, screaming in agony as he watched himself being controlled, with his rotten flesh being devoured completely, ultimately leaving only a skeleton and a moment of conscious eyes. He could no longer make a sound, only to see a black hammer smashing open his head, and he lost all consciousness. Choosing death. Chapter 82. The call from Mr. Fei. Huang Humin learned that his son had escaped, which he had let happen himself. After seeing his actions, he just didn't expect him to directly seek refuge with Huang Chaochao and the others. However, he always felt he had been too indulgent with his son, allowing him no better choices. To become a superpowered individual, really lacking ambition. Huang Humin was very displeased with his son's actions, but there was nothing he could do. Now he had hatched a plan in his heart, which was to turn the entire safe zone into a base under his control, slowly raising all these people to become his feed. Huang Chaochao, right? You'll know what the outcome is soon enough. Meanwhile, on Huang Chaochao's side, Huang Lei was pulled up from the rope and joined the family. He told Huang Chaochao and the others that he believed his dad chose to become a zombie-infected person for a purpose. What do you mean? Huang Chaochao asked. He glanced at everyone and felt he should inform them. Uncle Huang should know better. My dad, this captain, how he came to be. At this moment, it was Dad Huang Benru's turn to speak. He informed everyone about Huang Humin's background. After hearing this, Huang Chaochao felt a great sense of disparity, realizing that they could have had a better life but ended up like this. But he could never understand why his dad wanted to kill his wife. However, Huang Lei didn't say anything, nor did he ask, just feeling a bit confused inside. Then what should we do? Huang Lei was also stunned, staring blankly at everyone, hoping these elders and friends could give him some help. Now that he didn't know what his dad was specifically planning, nor his condition, they could only wait. All right. Huang Lei sighed a bit, feeling at a loss. On the other side, Huang Humin had his infected subordinates determine the number of people, and to his surprise, just as he expected, 1/3 of the people in the safe zone had chosen to be infected, while the rest were either superpowered individuals or ordinary people. Thus, he began to arrange these infected individuals to convey a single goal, to infect everyone in the safe zone. The first plan was the bait plan. Naturally, Huang Chaochao and the others were unaware of Huang Humin's plan, but they didn't sit idle. Instead, they used binoculars to observe the movements within the safe zone from the rooftop. District Chief Huang Rue had made countless calls, but he just wouldn't answer. However, from the rooftop, he spotted several infected individuals surrounding the area of Group 9 in the distance. At that moment, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered. Hello, help me. Please save me. There are many infected individuals downstairs in my building. I haven't been infected, but they want to eat me. My sister has already been eaten. I'm hiding at the edge of the rooftop, and they haven't searched up yet. He frowned a bit, but his abilities had no way to help. Hello, District Chief Huang. He saw the child hiding in the corner of the rooftop eaves through the binoculars, but couldn't he discern anything about those people below. Yet he clearly knew that they were infected with the zombie virus. Is there really no way? This was the fourth call he had received, all pleas for help, but not a single superpowered individual showed up. He had no idea where they had gone. This one do. Huang Rui and the others still had to be utilized, otherwise they would be slowly eaten away. He immediately went downstairs to discuss this matter with Deng Yinan, asking for her thoughts. After listening to Huang Chaochao's suggestion, she felt that those people could indeed be utilized, but how to prevent them from counterattacking was a problem. So, Huang Chaochao took the initiative to call District Chief Huang Rui. Hello, District Chief Huang. You brat, quite ruthless. Huang Rui's tone was filled with hatred. What's wrong? Can't handle it now? Seems you have no ability at all. Huang Chaochao deliberately mocked, but he knew he had to do it this way. Is that so? You wait, Huang Chaochao. The call was hung up, but he felt no surprise at all. Lu Yisheng, before his rebirth, was also an ungrateful little man. And the current Huang Rui was no different. On the other side, Huang Rui looked at his broken body, thinking about his dwindling lifespan, with only one thought, to eat Huang Chaochao. So, any thoughts? Huang Humin asked. Huang Rui felt a bit unwilling, but his ability awakening was quite absurd. It turned out to be just a simple healing function. A grown man, and he awakened an ability to heal wounds, which was completely useless against the pressure of zombie-infected individuals. The awakening of abilities was truly random, seeing who was the chosen one to awaken a great power. Thus, as the original director, Huang Rui had no chance of survival under the relentless attacks of zombies and was eventually bitten to death. His brain slowly eroded by the zombie virus. He became a zombie. However, Huang Humin did not agree with his fate. He had no particular thoughts, only hoping to absorb people like Huang Chaochao to enhance himself. Huang Humin said frivolously, no problem. But internally, he had another idea. I'll use you as a tool, and you'll meet the same end. Of course, both of them looked at each other, both having their own schemes. They became increasingly worried because no one else had called them. The situation felt dire, and the sounds of screams were no longer a single occurrence. Deng and Huang exchanged glances, sensing something was off. Within just one morning, they heard screams echoing from various places in the safe zone, one after another. It was clear that the screams were not random. Huang Chaochao analyzed the map of the safe zone and the screams he heard. He deduced that those who had not been infected or those who had chosen abilities were to some extent infected. After marking these areas, he discovered a problem. It seemed to proceed in groups with a carpet-like infection pattern. When the two spread out the map to analyze again, a phone call came in. Hello, is this Huang Chaochao? The voice was very familiar, but Huang Chaochao realized it was a different number. Fei, long time no see. Are you calling to send something over? Ha ha. Fei, on the other end, laughed heartily, holding a glass of wine while basking in the sun, surrounded by many beautiful women and armed bodyguards. Thanks to you, I naturally have something to send. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao felt Fei's tone was a bit strange. Whose call is it? Deng Yinan asked. Fei Chanxiang. Chapter 83. Fei is the real winner in life. Thanks to my little brother's good fortune, I can live freely. Fei Chanxiang was very happy at the moment. He did not expect that the words of Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were actually true. Through his abilities and various loans, mortgages and debts, he completed massive asset financing and bought a large quantity of living supplies. He had now secured an island abroad, with many servants and bodyguards. Moreover, this island was not small. He bought a peninsula not far from the island, which would allow him to ascertain whether any infections would occur. If so, he could immediately take a boat away from the peninsula to the island. He was also gambling. If he succeeded when the apocalypse came, he would be the biggest beneficiary, living comfortably on the island for the rest of his life. As for the servants, they were loyal ones bought with money and trained. They were unaware of the situation. Thus, as the days passed, the infection frenzy truly arrived. While he laughed, Huang Chaochao was ultimately too young and inexperienced, running back to his home steel villa, trying to establish a safe zone that was now no longer safe, not knowing what to do. Furthermore, abilities were the same. What good was awakening them? Now, it really was just ordinary people living carefree. Seeing Huang Chaochao and the others in such misfortune, Fei felt particularly bored today and wanted to ask about Huang Chaochao's situation. That was why he called him. What do you mean? Huang Chaochao felt a sense of arrogance and a twisted tone in his words, which made him feel uncomfortable. The Fei Changxiang he remembered was not like this. Are you all currently in a dire situation, not knowing what to do? Fei asked. How did you know? Just guessed. Huang Chaochao was even more confused, wondering how that could be guessed. All right, my little brother has a good temperament, a good man, so I'll be straightforward. I installed listening devices in the gifts I sent you. They can identify and crack wireless networks, then transmit the recorded information back to me. Of course, it must also contain a satellite positioning chip to be that powerful. After speaking, Fei Changxiang did not forget to praise himself. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan were somewhat stunned. She quickly went to grab the exquisite dagger they received, realizing the blade itself could not hide anything. Only the handle might. Deng Yinan, upset by this eavesdropping behavior, directly used her ability to break the handle and indeed found a small chip inside. Hee. Fei was long done with eavesdropping and naturally did not know what she was doing. So, do you want to see a joke now? Huang Chaochao was somewhat displeased. No. How could I do that? My little brother is a noble person. I can't thank you enough. Fei said, how about this? I have some connections in the country, and now that there's chaos everywhere due to infections, I'll send you to the provincial city by helicopter, and then you can take my private plane to my island. This way, we can meet again, right? Fei proposed a suggestion, but he had other motives. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan certainly understood his thoughts. How could he be so kind? Since he started with the listening chip, he was not a good person. Even though he helped them, would he still help now? For what purpose? We would still trouble you to send us some equipment, such as precision material cutting tools. Fei did not expect that these two young people had no intention of avoiding the world, which caught him off guard. These two young people really had strange ideas. Fei's expression suddenly soured, and he lost interest in playing with them. All right, I'll send you a batch of equipment later, including precision cutting machines. Consider it a thank you gift, haha. When the call ended, both were extremely displeased because they had been used without knowing it. This utilization likely stemmed from someone who knew the apocalypse was coming and ended up using them, thus living a carefree life. Forget it from his tone. He should be in a very safe place, and it seems I can hear seagulls and the sound of the wind. He must be on some island. Deng Yinan casually said her analysis. In contrast, Huang Chaochao felt a bit angry with himself for being somewhat inexperienced, staying in his place and suffering. From the beginning on the mountain to now at home, he was far from Fei's cleverness, who directly bought an island, that was truly being isolated from the world. Fei still sent someone to deliver the goods to him by helicopter, and it was quite fast. However, this commotion caused quite a stir in the Shuangxing village safe zone. Many infected individuals saw the helicopter descending from the sky, dropping things onto the roof of Huang Chaochao's house. This news was also reported to Huang Humin. Upon hearing this, he immediately slammed the table. What? There's even a helicopter? Huang Humin quickly stood up, a low growl escaping his lips, seemingly very displeased. It seemed there were still people assisting them, and they had to act quickly. Thus, he immediately summoned the zombie-infected individuals. Comrades, we can't just stay in this small place. Other areas should also be our battlefield, in the face of those ordinary people and those unfamiliar with abilities. We will devour them in the shortest time possible and achieve our own goals. How about it? Huang Humin rallied a large number of infected individuals, a massive crowd. He looked at the ugly yet unavoidable zombie infectors. He had to make use of them. All right. A large number of zombie infectors responded and set off in a grand procession. Starting from the west end of the rural road at Group 9 in the lower river bay, they began a thorough sweep of the entire group. These zombie infectors had abandoned their ability to disguise themselves during the day and directly mobilized their infectious materials to enhance their powers. They smashed through various doors and windows, breaking them apart to enter. Some ordinary people had no way to resist and could only be overpowered by sheer numbers, drained and devoured by these monsters. Those who remained were imprisoned in one place. They had completely lost the chance to become zombie infectors. They could either run or be eaten. But now, where could they run to? Previously, to avoid the zombie infectors outside Shuangxing village, they had dug a trench a story high, making it impossible for anything to pass through, neither entering nor exiting. Moreover, the iron thorn net was welded shut. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao watched the sweeping action in the distance, along with the intermittent screams, and felt that the safe zone was already very dangerous. Chapter 84. Testing the medicine and leveling up the situation fell into crisis. But they had no time to care about that. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan directly brought the 3 crystal beads to the cutting machine, then began to fix and grind them. Who would have thought that the crystal beads in the zombie brains were incredibly hard, and the cutting machine couldn't cut through it all? What to do? Let's grind as much as we can, Deng Yinan said. Thus, an hour passed, and only a little crystal shavings were ground from the gray crystal bead. At that moment, Huang Lei and the others also came up, having heard the noise from upstairs. Is there anything I can help with? My ability is stone-based. Hearing Huang Lei speak again reminded them of their previous encounter with him, who also had stone-based abilities. But at that time, his powers were not impressive. Moreover, the initial form of his ability was completely different from what they had imagined, even somewhat useless. He saw the crystal shavings ground by the two, glimmering with different lights. It was a thankless task, but it seemed like it was something extremely important. Is that it? Huang Lei pointed at the crystal shavings and asked. Faced with Huang Lei's discovery, they no longer concealed their intentions. They planned to see if they could peel the energy material from the surface of the crystal bead in the zombie brain to evolve their abilities. I'll give it a try, Huang Lei immediately said after hearing this. The two hadn't intended to let him try. What do you mean, In this situation in the safe zone, what's the difference between living and dying? I just want to do something for everyone now. Seeing his determination, Deng and Huang felt a bit pain for his parents' situation. In this life, they had not escaped either. Seeing that the two were silent, Huang Lei walked straight over, picked up a bit of the crystal shavings on the paper, and poured it directly into his mouth, then drank a cup of water. At first, for a minute, there was no reaction, and Deng and Huang didn't know if it was useless, just watching the ground bead. But 2 minutes later, Huang Lei suddenly clutched his stomach and began to experience severe pain. He couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. The people downstairs heard the screams and immediately rushed upstairs. What's wrong? What's wrong? It's nothing. I feel like I can hold on. Don't come over. Huang Lei used his last ounce of strength to clench his fists, signaling them not to worry. But the energy surging inside him was truly overwhelming. It felt like a storm of punches was battering his stomach. In fact, this energy belonged to the zombie infectors, who were already eroded by the virus, possessing pain resistance and strong physiques. So, swallowing it would have no effect. On the other hand, when ordinary people awaken their abilities, if their bodies are not correspondingly strengthened, they are no different from ordinary people. They might be particularly powerful in some aspects, but if they weren't strong before, they might not necessarily be strong afterwards. Therefore, while Huang Lei's skills were on point, his stomach was being hit repeatedly. Half an hour passed, and they wanted to help but could do nothing. Gradually, the pain lessened, and Huang Lei slowly returned to normal. He felt he had sweated a lot, and was dazed, his lips turning pale. How are you? Huang Chaochao rushed over when she saw he wasn't moving much, supporting him to the sofa. Everyone saw how weak he looked and worried whether he had any issues. Who would have known? He suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha. My ability has leveled up, and I successfully tested the medicine. Hearing Huang Lei say this, everyone was very happy. Really? Zhou looked at Huang Lei, her eyes sparkling. At this moment, Huang Lei also noticed her. Yes. Now I'm going to test the effects after the ability enhancement. Huang Lei felt it wasn't time for him to rest. He saw that the horde of zombies had already swept through to Group 5, not far from their group. Can your body hold up? Huang Chaochao asked. No problem. Thus, the three of them, Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan, and Huang Lei, went to the roadside. Watching the horde of zombies not far away, Huang Lei supported himself with one hand on the ground, feeling the stone materials within 100 meters around him, rapidly refining them with his ability. One could see a dark yellow light flash in his pupils. The next second, a 10-meter-high stone wall instantly stood up, centered on him, extending 50 meters to the left and right, forming a right-angled triangle. The side facing the horde of zombies was steep and unclimbable, while their side formed a gentle slope with steps leading up. It was evident that the ground on their side was also sunken. The people upstairs were amazed at the rising stone wall, marveling at the sight. Great! Huang Chaochao was also lost in shock, giving a thumbs up. Huang Lei looked at both sides, surprised that one day his ability could stand out like this. The pain he had just endured was not in vain. Don't rush to celebrate. While there's still time, quickly protect Group 1 along with that mountain. Deng Yinan reminded. Everyone snapped back to reality and immediately took action, then went down the stone wall and launched an attack on Group 1. Just like that, after Huang Lei finished. He was very happy and was about to speak when he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. Huang Chaochao quickly caught him as he was about to fall, but found he had already fainted. Everyone speculated that he might not be able to handle the output and had exhausted himself. Huang Lei was carried inside the surrounding wall by Huang Chaochao and the others, and they could only wait for him to wake up before climbing back up. Looking at the distant walls all around, although it felt safe, it also seemed that in order to be safe, they had locked themselves in a cage. The two climbed back up the high wall and saw a large group of zombies in the distance. Deng Yinan used binoculars to see that the iron thorns at the bridgehead of Shuangxing village had been dismantled, though they didn't know when it had happened. Now outside, there were zombies everywhere. They were surrounded. The two frowned, feeling that this was not a long-term solution. Even if they built high walls to keep them out, they still existed. At that moment, 3 people appear behind them. Hello. Is there something you need? We felt the ground shaking, so we came over to take a look and found that your teammate has become quite powerful. We 3 want to team up with you as muscle. Is that okay? Hearing their proposal, Deng and Huang exchanged glances, feeling that this was indeed feasible. Huang Lei's ability had attracted more people. Some who had awakened their powers but didn't know how to enhance them and continue living had also emerged. In total, there were more than 30 ability users who had come out. Chapter 85. Internal Strife. What internal strife? A single kick solves the fundamental problem, facing the arrival of others. Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao were not so agreeable. Why? Because there were already enough of them, and these few had only come after seeing their defensive abilities and the use of their powers. This indicated that this group of people were opportunists, not suitable for cooperation. Moreover, the resources in their curved space were not sufficient for so many people. Sorry, our capabilities are limited, Huang Chaochao said. But at that moment, among the 30 or so ability users, a girl immediately stood up and pointed at the 2 of them. No, they are lying. My ability is detection. That guy was just like any ordinary ability user before, just a bit stronger than an average person. But now you see. So, they must have some methods they haven't told us about. Faced with the girl's outburst, Huang Chaochao was momentarily stunned. He noticed that this girl was not from their Shuangxing village. She seemed to have come from another village and was staying with someone else. Among the 30-plus people, only about 10 were people he recognized. You think too much? It's his ability, not ours, Huang Chaochao intended to divert attention. But the crowd began to stir upon hearing his words. We are in an apocalypse, surrounded by zombies. Shouldn't we unite and cooperate to get through this crisis? Another young man continued. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan directly ignored them and walked down the steps. We are capable of self-protection. You all can seek your own safety, Deng Yinan said without a shred of sympathy, believing it had to be this way. You. The girl was particularly furious. As a fellow girl, she couldn't stand that her ability was so much weaker than theirs. Deng Yinan shot her a glare, and the young girl received the warning. But just then, a big man quickly approached, intending to grab Huang Chaochao's shoulder. Hey, handsome, why don't you tell us your secret to evolving? The burly man in his 30s reached out with his iron-like hand. But Huang Chaochao's ability was to sense danger. He was well aware that someone was attacking from behind and immediately turned around, easily dodging the man's grasp. What do you want? Huang Chaochao warily looked at the big man and the group behind him. It seemed there was one person in this group who was taking the lead, but he wasn't sure who it was. What do you mean, what do I want? We are all chosen ability users. We should help each other and not let those zombies outside take advantage, said the big man, and the people behind him echoed in agreement. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan understood that this man was the leader. Fine, I'll tell you how to enhance your abilities, but what do we get in return? We don't share the same surname and aren't related. Why should we give you anything for free? Deng Yinan was in no mood to be nice to them. They wanted to overpower them right off the bat. Name a price, and let's see if we can meet it, the big man said. Upon hearing this, Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how much money do you have? Is money useful now? Deng Yinan looked at these people as if they were fools, trying to take advantage. 100,000? No more. That's hilarious. Let's go, Deng Yinan said, turning around. But suddenly, someone shot a fireball directly at them. Huang Chaochao felt an intense sense of danger behind him and pulled Deng Yinan aside. The fireball hit their wall, creating a huge explosion and a loud noise. The adults in the house immediately came out onto the balcony. Seeing the adults appear, the 30-some people glanced at Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan, and the big man smiled. Since you two are unwilling to tell us how to level up, we will ask your parents for help. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people jumped up to the 3rd-floor balcony, capturing Deng Yinan. What are you doing? Deng Yinan was taken down and brought to the side. Deng Yinan clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could kill these arrogant people. But the big man remained relaxed, raising his eyebrows at the two. This father. Who is he the father of? How about we send him down to meet the zombies? Ha ha ha. He laughed, and the others joined in. Huang Chaochao couldn't believe that some of his former neighbors had joined forces with outsiders to bully the people from his village team. At this point, Deng Yinan's anger had reached its peak, nearly exploding. Meanwhile, Huang Chaochao sensed the terrifying threat of power beside him. I'll give you one more chance. Let go of my dad. Or else. Or else what? Send me to meet the zombies? Ha ha. The big man didn't think the woman in front of him posed much of a threat, as he had his own backing, making him unafraid of Deng Yinan. In the next moment, a flash of lightning surged forward. As she approached the big man, she crouched and kicked. The big man was startled. What is happening? Such speed? This is impossible. But before he could react, he felt his body lift off the ground, his head upside down. Oh no! The big man hadn't even had the chance to complain when Deng Yinan followed up with another kick, sending him flying 10 meters into a stone wall, landing in a family's roof outside like a toppled tree. Huang Chaochao was left dumbfounded. After awakening his ability, he had noticed something about Deng Yinan. Her ability seemed to be tied to her anger. The angrier she got, the stronger her abilities became, influenced by her super strength. That speed was almost like driving at high speed. The big man wasn't dead, but he was dazed, his head spinning from the kick. He had thought his super strong defensive ability could withstand it. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The remaining 30-some people were dumbfounded, jaws dropped in shock. This is too incredible. My God, it's a good thing we didn't make a move earlier, or it would have been a dead end. Ha ha ha, amazing, amazing. The 3 who had been holding Deng Yinan shrank back 1,000-fold, dusted him off, and quickly retreated with smiles. Chapter 86. You think this is a zombie game? After the fight, Deng Yinan hadn't expected her power potential to be so great. However, she also realized that her abilities were related to her anger. The angrier she got, the more her abilities improved, but she didn't know why. Seeing the 30 ability users on the other side shrink back at just a glance from her, she found it amusing. It seemed that in the face of power, everyone would be afraid, she thought to herself. Thinking of this, she had another idea. Why not take advantage of their fear and make them fight zombies to collect crystal cores, and then let her provide them with ability upgrades? Only in this way could they keep the 30-plus people under control and use them as they pleased. Do you think we can use these 30-plus ability users? Deng Yinan asked quietly. Huang Chaochao listened to her idea and nodded. If you all want to enhance your abilities, that's not impossible. But you have to do it my way, Deng Yinan said. Sure, no problem. Thus, a small group of 30-plus ability users was formed. Huang Lei was also fed energy material crystal crumbs by Deng Yinan and recovered a bit. Looking at the small crystal crumb in her hand, she always felt that its composition was not that simple. 3 people discussed and decided to take advantage of the high walls to use a bait to lure the zombies over. They planned to ensnare one with a rope and swing it into their group of ability users. What do you think? Huang Chaochao said. Sounds great. Huang Lei immediately thought it was a fantastic idea. If they could use the time and strength difference to take down one at a time, maybe 10 a day, it felt like this could significantly enhance their abilities. After hearing this, the three felt that Huang Lei's idea of enhancing their abilities was valid. If there were 100 zombies, it could indeed help them level up several times. All right, let's do it. Deng Yinan, having just demonstrated her ability in intimidating everyone, naturally took the lead. Huang Lei's powerful abilities also instilled fear in others. Even those who seemed harmless and hadn't spoken much exhibited strong reflexes. The three of them directly subdued the group of over 30 ability users. The ability users agreed to follow Deng Yinan's plan to beat the zombies. One awakened power-type chubby guy stepped forward, saying he could be the one to hold the rope. He smiled, wanting to show off. Another ability user had awakened an eagle-eye targeting ability, claiming he could hit anything he aimed at. Thus, the three stood at the top. 2 would ensnare the infected zombies while 3 assisted from the side, including one who had awakened a jumping ability and could jump 12 meters high from standstill, which was terrifying. Okay, is everyone ready? Deng Yinan shouted. Ready, everyone replied. Little Xie prepared below, ready to jump as soon as the zombies came running. All right, Sister Deng. Jumping little Xie, who was nervously waiting at the wall below, almost lost his legs when he saw a wave of zombies rushing towards him and froze. Deng Yinan noticed he seemed frightened and immediately shouted, "Hurry!" Used a rope to pull him up first. Jumping little Xie was too scared to move, completely stunned as a group of zombies lunged at him with bared teeth and claws. Just then, a rope flew over and he grabbed it like it was a lifeline. In the next second, he was yanked up into the air with tremendous force. Wah, bam. Then he fell to the ground. A group of people rushed over to check on him, asking how he was. I'm fine. However, they noticed he had wet his pants, which was a bit embarrassing. Seeing that he was no longer in danger, Deng Yinan immediately shouted again. Get ready. The infected zombies have been attracted. Pull one up and hit. The strong, chubby guy grabbed the rope, while the eagle-eye thin guy selected a seemingly good zombie, ensnaring it with the rope. Then, with a strong pull, it successfully captured the zombie's body. After it was caught, the strong, chubby guy yanked it hard. Although the infected zombie didn't scream in pain, being swung through the air and then crashing down caused its limbs to break, leaving just a single body. Is that it? Huang Chaochao thought zombies were powerful, only to realize they were so fragile when thrown. But he also forgot that the rope had been pulled by the strong, chubby guy from below, swinging it in a large arc nearly 20 meters high. Not to mention, a person wouldn't die from falling 20 meters. If it weren't for jumping little Xie's constitution as an ability user, such a rough yank from that height could have been fatal. However, after thinking about the height, he realized this and immediately told everyone. We don't even have to fight the zombies, just pull one up and throw it down. It'll be dead. Thus, everyone felt it was worth a try. In one morning, they pulled up 10 zombies, all without exception, killed by the fall. However, looking at the rotting, bloody corpses, the group of over 30 ability users felt somewhat chilled. Among them, 3 awakened ability girls, upon seeing this, immediately ran aside to vomit. Deng Yinan frowned. It was a necessary but gruesome method. To survive, they needed to find crystal beads from the heads of these zombies. She was sure if every zombie had crystal beads. Deng Yinan took out over 30 cranial tools from Huang Chaochao as house. Those with abilities began to open the skulls of the zombies, wearing gloves and masks, searching for objects like these from their brains. Deng Yinan held a crystal bead the size of a soybean in her hand. Upon seeing this, everyone picked up the distributed cranial tools. Deng Yinan demonstrated first, prying open a zombie's skull and feeling inside. Soon, she found a crystal bead covered in blood and viscous substances, which she tossed into a nearby alcohol stove, saying, "Now we just need to find these things and toss them in." Yes. Why are we eating so well while they're gnawing on dry rations? Huang Lei asked. Are you stupid, Huang Lei? Do you think they can know about this? No, I know. I just wanted to say, they seem to be working hard too. Huang Lei replied. There is no choice. We have to survive, right? If they don't show up, there won't even be dry rations, Deng Yinan said. Chapter 87. Provoking internal strife, Deng Yinan didn't intend to teach him a lesson. She was more interested in finding a reliable and trustworthy person to help her. She glanced at Huang Chaochao, indicating for him to address the issue. Huang Chaochao then pulled Huang Lei aside and quietly said, "Your sister Deng is thinking about the bigger picture. If everyone were like you, we'd probably have been gone from this high wall long ago." Ultimately, Huang Lei was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer. He moved his things to the bottom of the stairs and set up a makeshift bed as he had his own thoughts. Here, he seemed to feel a connection between the ground and his abilities, experiencing something different. Deng and Huang watched his actions, unsure of what was happening with him. "Sigh, is he really foolish or just pretending?" Deng Yinan said helplessly. "It's not like I don't know him. He is just thoughtless and kind-hearted, believing in sharing both blessings and hardships. Plus, he has awakened a bit of ability to protect those inside here. Let us not think too much about it." Deng Yinan said. At noon, there were 9 crystal beads of various colors, but unexpectedly, some infected zombies still appeared without crystal beads. This confirmed her suspicion that these things were not present in every infected zombie. The two ran to the machine room, starting to clean and disinfect before beginning to grind. After a certain period, Deng Yinan went to notify them that they could rest today. The entire afternoon was spent grinding these 9 crystal beads. Afraid of grinding to the core and causing the internal substance to leach out, they could only take a method of taking a lot and getting a little. So they only managed to grind out a small amount in the entire afternoon. Looking at the crystal clear shards, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This should be enough for a level up. Why not try to enhance your abilities? Deng Yinan asked, still very concerned about Huang Chaochao, as his abilities were somewhat special. "Okay, I'll give it a try too. I'll go notify my parents not to worry." "All right." So, the two went to their room, preparing the crystal shards. Huang Chaochao was a bit nervous, unsure what kind of situation his ability evolution would bring. He ultimately consumed a bit according to the standard Huang Lei had taken and drank a bit of water. Slowly, he felt the changes in his body. Sure enough, he experienced the same situation as Huang Lei. He felt his stomach being punched and kicked from the inside, as if he were about to take off. Seeing this, Deng Yinan immediately held him down. Huang Chaochao was afraid to shout out, biting down on a roll of toilet paper beside him, causing the veins on his face to bulge and his neck to tense up like iron. He looked at the powerless Deng Yinan beside him, and apart from his worried expression and the constant wiping of sweat from his forehead, his determination grew stronger. He needed to protect Deng Yinan, his family, and 2 friends, and survive in this apocalyptic world. Perhaps in his pain, he forgot everything else, soaking himself in sweat and without any strength to call out. He could only let go of the toilet paper and stare blankly at the ceiling. "I'm okay now." Then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Deng Yinan was initially very worried, but after feeling his forehead and checking his temperature, she found that he was slowly returning to normal, which made her feel relieved. And she told him to rest well. In another place that night, a tense atmosphere engulfed the camp where Huang Humin was. "Have you counted the number of zombies?" "Yes. There are 10 fewer. However, there are reports saying that someone threw a rope over the high wall on the eastern side of the village road and took them away." Upon hearing this news, Huang Humin suddenly burst into laughter. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "It's true." The reporter immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. But seeing his cowardice, Huang Humin signaled to his formidable guards to take care of him. Before long, he obtained a crystal orb in his hand, swallowed it whole, and felt a surge of energy wash over him. He had to endure the pain, but it resulted in an enhancement of his abilities. He noticed that part of the skin on his arm miraculously restored to a human-like appearance. All of this happened in his camp. Huang Humin was now using various methods to eliminate these infected zombies one by one and devour the crystal orbs contained in their brains. Although he did not know how they were formed, he was very fond of these things. He counted the number of crystal orbs he had recently consumed and felt it was not many. On the other side of the high wall, others were also engaged in similar activities. He was somewhat unclear, but there were several powerful individuals within the high wall. First of all, who was the ability user who built the high wall, and who was orchestrating the fishing for the infected zombies from his camp? In his bony palm, there was also a mobile phone, looking at a group chat where only Huang Chaochao's recent messages remained. Could it be that he was the one orchestrating the zombies? Or had he discovered the secret of the crystal orbs? Huang Humin looked at the motionless individuals, pondering the numbers reported by his subordinates. There were still many people on the other side of the high wall, and some had even run inside. Since that's the case, I'll make you all chaotic internally to see who is in charge. Huang Humin began to implement his plan, while on the other side, Huang Chaochao had awakened. Looking at the pitch-black ceiling, realizing it was probably night now. After coming down, he saw Deng Yinan and his family. Have you all eaten? How are you feeling? Deng Yinan asked as she handed him a different boxed meal. He took it, eating while discussing matters. He didn't speak much, glancing at everyone and sensing their inner thoughts. However, he was afraid that his family would find it strange if they knew he had advanced to such a powerful ability. So he didn't tell the truth. I feel better. It seems my dangerous ability has gotten a bit stronger. Really? Deng Yinan was somewhat excited. After finishing the meal, the two of them went up to the 4th floor, where Huang Chaochao revealed the truth about his awakened abilities. He explained why he didn't speak the truth downstairs. And these words helped her understand. It's nothing, really. But look at this. Deng Yinan handed him her phone, and Huang Chaochao took it, seeing a screenshot of a message. Who sent this? One of the girls among the 30-plus ability users. How long ago was it sent? Huang Chaochao asked cautiously. Just now. Less than a minute ago. At that moment, Huang Chaochao felt danger approaching from all directions, all coming from within the high wall. The message stated, infected zombies have crystal orbs in their brains. Consuming them can enhance abilities. The builder of the high wall obtained such effects by consuming crystal orbs. Chapter 88. Fishing in troubled waters, each with their own agenda, everyone inside the wall, whether they were still living ordinary people or awakened ability users, received this message without exception. Only the few of them learned about it through Huang Chaochao, who had received the information from that girl. This meant that these messages were targeted specifically, intentionally avoiding them. Realizing this, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao seemed to think of a possibility. When they first reincarnated, there was a large-scale zombie attack organized by Huang Lei's father and Lu Yixing. Now, Lu Yixing had died early on, which was unexpected for them. Therefore, the infected people within the safe zone must also belong to that group. Could it be Huang Lei's father? Deng Yinan speculated. Now, this situation just happened to verify that. It could be him, Huang Chaochao said. Before reincarnation, his schemes and abilities were not to be underestimated. It seems we need to analyze this person seriously to know what he really wants, Deng Yinan suggested, indicating they should find Huang Lei. After all, no one knows a son better than his father. Yes, let's find Huang Lei. The two of them went down to the temporary comfortable bedding in the stairwell, where they found Huang Lei fast asleep and couldn't help but smile. We need to talk to you about something important, Huang Lei. In his days, Huang Lei turned over, feeling sore all over from using his abilities. He wasn't aware that the setup below was indeed very comfortable for sleeping. What's the matter? What happened again? This damn zombie is making it hard for people to sleep. Huang Lei grumbled as he was called up by the two. However, after chatting, Huang Lei understood their meaning. His father was the leader of the zombie-infected people in the safe zone, plotting some conspiracy. Let me think. Huang Lei wasn't sure about his father, but after living for so many years, he knew his father's temperament. So he shared some information about Huang Humin with them. However, it was certain that whatever he did was supported by a logical reasoning behind it. So, I can only know a rough idea. After all, I haven't lived with my dad for long. You should rest. You seem tired, Huang Chaochao said. Deng Yinan also gave him some crystal shards to help replenish his energy. It must be him. Even if it's not, leading such a group of zombies is not a simple role. Also, what do you think Huang Humin's purpose with the zombies is? Deng Yinan looked at Huang Chaochao. Let me think about it. Huang Chaochao left the study and went to the top of the 4th floor, looking at the rampant zombies outside the high wall, which caused their living space to shrink again. In the streets within the high wall, Yamada, no one lingered, but he could see the lights still on, indicating there were still people alive. Compared to the outside of the high wall, he noticed a brightly lit area, but even with binoculars, he couldn't make out anything. There was no one outside, nor anyone inside. Lost in thought, Huang Chaochao recalled the initial decision between choosing zombies or abilities. This thought suddenly inspired him, and he hurried downstairs to communicate with Deng Yinan. He came down not long after, looking excited, and asked, "Did you think of something?" "Yes. In fact, we've complicated things. Putting everything aside, the only way for the infected zombies to survive is by cannibalism among their kind, and they must continuously absorb the blood of others to stabilize the virus." Look again at what he said. Huang Chaochao pulled out the screenshot again. Why does he want us to create chaos here and deal with their zombies? Is it to take advantage of the confusion? Deng Yinan asked. Yes, exactly. Huang Chaochao figured out this person's motives. Why not deal with their own zombies? Instead, they want to use our people to handle those zombies. It's because he wants to take advantage of the chaos and use others to kill zombies. Unfortunately, we cannot count the exact number on the other side. Otherwise, we could know if the number of zombies outside the high walls decreases every day. This is what he is unclear about, and also what confuses him. And there is no way to verify it. Moreover, if these zombies become stronger than our side's supernatural beings, I fear the 10-meter high wall won't hold up. Huang Chaochao, having worked in the legal department of All-Star Company for many years, remains very vigilant about risks. On one hand, it's a matter of life and death. We must be cautious even in times of peace. On the other hand, it's the problem we are currently facing. Both were tired, and they wrote down these thoughts. Every day, surviving in this apocalypse feels mentally exhausting. They have no idea what will happen tomorrow. Just as the two were about to sleep, 3 people stealthily approached another high wall. Do you think this is real? I don't know, but I definitely saw over 30 people doing something during the day, and look, there are bloodstains. Why didn't you follow those supernatural beings? Maybe you could get a share. The 3 whispered to each other. What would I get from over 30 people? Besides, it's definitely Huang Chaochao and that outsider woman who control the supernatural resources. They must have completed their upgrades first before it can be our turn. So, we can't just sit and wait. We must find a way ourselves. The other 2 nodded, planning to rely on this supernatural partner, as they both were quite strong. I also felt during the day that these zombies aren't that hard to kill. We can choose the weaker ones. Thus, the 3 got some ropes and bound them to the supernatural being's body. He climbed to the top of the high wall and spotted a frail zombie wandering outside. Cautiously, he signaled for the people above to lower him down, then used his powers to directly decapitate the zombie and quickly left. He repeated this 3 times, eliminating 3 infected zombies. They looked at this grotesque sight, feeling nauseated, but there was no choice. This was a way to increase their abilities. Chapter 89. The giant inside the high wall. The 3 looked at the decapitated heads, for which a bloody crystal orb emerged. The orb shone brightly in their eyes, full of temptation. They could no longer think of anything else and wanted to quickly accept the rewards. Wait, can we eat this? The leading supernatural being glanced at the other 2, picked out the 3 crystal orbs from the bag, his eyes filled with malice. Soon, the 3 returned home, washed them with water, and disinfected with alcohol. Looking at the 3 blood-red crystal orbs on the plate, they had never seen anything so tempting. 1 for each. All right. The supernatural being didn't hesitate. He believed that Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan's group was so powerful because they had consumed these crystal orbs, enhancing their bodies. This way, they could continue killing zombies without worrying about running out of food and starving. The ordinary people also didn't hesitate compared to the days of confinement. They just wanted to quickly go out and find food as they were starving. The blood-red crystal orb slid down in a second, but after 2 seconds, they felt something was wrong. Cough, roar. The supernatural being let out a low growl, feeling a scene of being decapitated flash through his memory. He looked at the other 2 ordinary people and found their faces had mutated, their eyes bulging, bloodshot. He was frightened, not knowing why, and immediately ran to the mirror, seeing his own reflection. No. Just as he was still conscious, he punched the mirror, but soon after came the replication and virus entering his body, combined with the control of his powers, making him behave strangely and uncontrollably. Now, he had only one thought in his mind, an urgent need for energy. He rushed toward the 2, directly using his mutated powers, with the high intensity of his abilities and the enhanced body of a zombie. He transformed his hand into a blade and cleaved one person in half without a sound. The other, seeing this, dared not linger and directly ran out, easily leaping over the high wall and disappearing. Damn it, he got away. But at this moment, he saw an illusion. He saw 2 roasted lambs lying on the ground. He immediately rushed over, intending to eat the roasted lamb. After tasting it, he felt it was incredibly delicious and continued to eat frantically, burping from fullness. At the same time, his eyes were completely covered in a bloody red, and then he lay down to rest. In his sleep, Huang Chaochao suddenly woke up, sensing a strange energy fluctuation nearby, a very unusual source of danger. He immediately got up to check the situation, which was coming from a distant farmhouse. He quickly called out to Deng Yinan, "Wake up, Yinan." Aren't you sleeping?" Deng Yinan felt very tired and just didn't want to move. Seeing her immediately fall back asleep, he muttered, "Let her rest a bit longer." Huang Chaochao rushed downstairs to find Huang Lei, startling him in the middle of the night. "What is going on, big brother? Don't sleep, don't sleep. There's danger. I don't know what happened at night, but I sensed a powerful energy fluctuation nearby." Huang Chaochao's serious words and confident tone did not sound like lies. Thinking of everyone's safety, Huang Lei immediately got up and went to the balcony on the 3rd floor. "Bro, where is it?" Huang Chaochao wasn't sure about the exact location, closed his eyes, and used his powers to sense the powerful fluctuation, which surprisingly revealed traces of energy. He immediately opened his eyes. "Let's go. Use your powers to lift us down," Huang Chaochao said. Following this, Huang Lei gathered his powers, and a nearby soil began to transform into a slide under his abilities. The 2 jumped on it and slid down to the 1st floor. They walked towards the area where the fluctuation had just occurred and saw 3 badly mangled bodies of infected zombies. Following some traces, they arrived at a neighboring house next to a water plant. To their surprise, the door was wide open. But as they got closer to the door, they felt an even stronger sense of danger erupting. As their bodies entered the room, they saw a person with a huge swollen belly, swollen legs, and a swollen head. No, this could no longer be called a person. Was this a zombie-infected person or a human? Huang Chaochao was astonished by this transformation, feeling completely unaware of it. If it weren't for his powers giving a warning, he wouldn't have come out. At that moment, Huang Lei touched something over there and quickly exited, while Huang Chaochao looked at the body that had been cleaved in half, instantly stunned. "Ugh, what on earth is that?" Huang Lei retched continuously. A massive object suddenly appeared within the high walls, and no one knows how to explain it. If it isn't dealt with quickly, it could lead to endless troubles. Faced with Huang Lei's question, he was momentarily at a loss, but seeing the current situation, he decided to call all the ability users. Perhaps their quiet discussion was too loud, catching the attention of the monster that had transformed into a giant. The creature inflated its belly and slowly stood up, each step causing the ground to tremble. Huang Lei sensed the movement of the object with his ability and turned to look at the house where the door was opened. "Brother, not good, that thing is awake. Hurry and call for help." He felt it too, and the 2 quickly left the area. They didn't possess offensive abilities. The monster stood nearly 3 meters tall. How did it grow so large? Huang Lei was stunned. Forget about that. Just call for help. At the same time, over 30 ability users received messages on their phones, followed by a series of phone calls. Each call had the same message. "Quick, check your phones." One large man glanced at his phone and was taken aback. What the hell? A giant appeared inside the high walls. Soon, over 30 ability users had gathered, with Deng Yinan at the front, staring at the 3-meter-tall, big-bellied monster. This terrifying giant looked at the 30 small points of food in front of it and seemed ecstatic. "I want to eat." With that, it lunged forward. "Everyone, take your positions spread out and probe to see what this giant is all about," Deng Yinan commanded. Yes, the crowd had their worries and their own thoughts. Chapter 90. The mutated ability users. The group had no idea about the giant monster's true nature, so they were hesitant to strike first. Huang Lei and Huang Chaochao stayed at the back of the formation, observing the giant's changes and movements. When a monster chased one of the ability users, Huang Lei sensed its excitement, but when it failed to catch the person, it became particularly displeased. "What is this?" Huang Lei asked. "Brother, is it possible that it's a zombie? With that appearance, it can't be human." Huang Lei's words made Huang Chaochao think of something. He remembered that someone outside the high walls had sent messages telling ability users to hunt down these infected zombies. The person they killed didn't seem to be an ability user. Suddenly, he seemed to arrive at a realization. Could it be that this person consumed an unpurified crystal bead? It's mutated. Huang Chaochao looked again at the giant monster. It still resembled a human, just much larger. However, it also had a zombie-like appearance, with one hand transforming into various weapons. They saw the 30-plus people continuously moving around, yet they couldn't touch the monster. The monster chased after them, wanted to eat the ability users, but its massive body made it sluggish, and it was being toyed with by the 30 people. It grew furious, and the viral substances within it began to combine explosively with its abilities, forming more mutated matter, which absorbed the flesh and blood of the people as nutrients. Just as Huang Chaochao figured out the monster's nature, he saw it suddenly stop. Its body was visibly changing. The previously swollen giant had only paused for a moment before it shrank significantly, becoming less bloated. "What is happening?" one female ability user exclaimed. When her companions saw the monster suddenly move and realized she was within its attack range, they shouted, "Zhongli, get down." The next moment, the monster appeared right in front of her, raising its hand as a claw struck out, aiming to tear her in half. But the two companions behind her wouldn't let her be fed to the monster. A fire ability user shot a fireball at the monster, but it glanced at the incoming fireball and sidestepped, taking advantage of that moment. The others quickly used their speed abilities to pull the dazed Zhongli away from the attack range. Seeing this, everyone moved away from the monster. "Did you two figure anything out after watching for so long?" Deng Yinan asked. "Yes, this person must have consumed an unpurified crystal bead, becoming infected with the zombie virus while also absorbing energy matter, which is why it has grown so large." After hearing this, the team of over 30 ability users broke into a cold sweat. Some of the ability users had their own motives and considered relying on themselves. But now they felt it was better to align with the others. At least with them, they could still have some soup to drink. "What do we do now?" one person asked. Just then, another ability user shouted to be careful. One user quickly pulled them away just as the monster charged in, missing them but landing a punch against the high wall. Others scattered to avoid the consequences of the punch. The wall cracked and crumbled in response. Seeing the cracks widening, Huang Lei couldn't afford to hesitate. He quickly raised an earthen wall up, but just as the wall rose, the monster punched it down, shattering it. Dust filled the air, obscuring the monster's location. "Everyone retreat, keep your distance from the monster, run and shoot, and wear it down," Deng Yinan shouted. Everyone complied, retreating rapidly. One ability user raised their hand and released a cloud of sensing particles, mixing them into the dust. "These are my sensing particles. They can determine its movements." "What's the situation now?" Huang Chaochao asked. "Wait." The ability user who released the sensing particles closed their eyes to sense the monster's movements and notice changes within the dust. When they opened their eyes, they told everyone, "I don't know why, but it feels like its size is shrinking again." The monster seemed to be consuming its own flesh and blood out of anger, leading to a reduction in size and a change in its form. But the logic behind this was puzzling. Could it be that by reducing its volume, it enhances its abilities? This is the second time it shrunk. Its body has already become much smaller than before. Their speculation felt plausible, but if that were the case, it would be even more dangerous. With each reduction in its size, its abilities increased. What would happen if it changed again? Huang Chaochao lamented how this mutated ability user had absorbed the power of the zombie virus while also increasing their own ability energy, making for a formidable combination. It wasn't yet time to panic. Just as everyone was watching and Huang Chaochao was deep in thought, "Not good, it's moving." The ability user projecting the sensing dust exclaimed. Before the words left their mouth, a hand emerged from the dust, transforming into a flesh knife, and the body followed, piercing through the speaking ability user. They never expected that just saying a word would lead to such a fate. Looking at the blade piercing their chest, they coughed up blood that sprayed onto the monster's face, only to have it all absorbed. At that moment, all the ability users present either ran away or stood frozen. Deng Yinan quickly instructed, "Huddle together, form an inner defense." Some, upon hearing him, rushed over, while others without team awareness scattered in every direction. The 3-meter-tall, giant monster bit off the head of the fallen ability user, beginning to siphon the blood from their body, and after finishing, it tossed the lifeless body aside. Seeing such a brutal scene made Deng Yinan's heart race. But the giant monster grinned widely at them, showing its sharp teeth still stained with blood. The fleeing ability users were filled with even more fear. Be careful. He might attack. Let's each use our abilities, and only he can come over. Don't hold back. Deng Yinan said. Good, good. But after the giant monster smiled, it did not attack them. Instead, it quickly chased after the scattered ability users. It caught one and directly transformed its hand into a blade, slicing the person in half without a sound. Seeing such a slaughter, Deng Yinan was at a loss. But at that moment, Huang Chaochao realized the reason and said, Don't run. Gather together. This monster survives by absorbing ability users. However, as soon as he said this, the giant monster, which was attacking another fleeing ability user, suddenly turned its gaze toward Huang Chaochao. Oh no! Seeing the hostile look, Huang Chaochao felt both nervous and excited, because his reasoning was correct. Chapter 91. The key to attrition warfare. Everyone realized that since Huang Chaochao said that sentence, the monster had been observing them. This indicated the monster's alertness, as well as its abilities being stronger than all of theirs, and it had the ability to discern. But right now, none of them could counter this ability. What should we do, Sister Deng? An ability user beside them began to seek help from Deng Yinan. But in this brief moment, what more could be done? She glanced at Huang Chaochao, hoping he could provide some analysis. Receiving the look, he understood. Actually, this monster should have a multi-round consumption mechanism. I think the life consumption of the abilities is also tied to the virus enhancement mechanism. The group did not understand. So Huang Chaochao explained again. Simply put, it can't withstand multiple rounds of consumption. The abilities and the zombie virus will drain its body. As long as there is no energy supply, it will definitely be finished. Before Huang Chaochao could finish speaking, the monster locked its gaze on him and charged over at high speed. Retreat. Seeing this, Deng Yinan immediately grabbed him and swung him away, while everyone else understood the situation and scattered to escape. Don't get caught. Don't get caught. Think of every possible way to flee, Deng Yinan shouted. But unexpectedly, this only attracted the monster's attention, which turned toward Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao. The two used the Ray's yellow thunderstone to ascend to the 4th floor together. Immediately attach the spikes, Deng Yinan said quickly. Upon hearing this, Huang Lei activated his ability, sensing the concrete slab on the 4th floor, and turned it all into spikes to withstand the monster. The monster also jumped up to the 4th floor, looking at the room full of spikes, furious. But they could only attract its firepower like this to stall the monster and engage in attrition warfare. There were still so many people within the high walls. If this monster devoured them, who knows what would become of them, making it even harder to deal with later. The three faced the monster, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, Huang Lei was preparing to stab while also consuming his abilities, and he was starting to feel physically drained. Did we forget someone? I feel we can deal with this powerful monster. Huang Chaochao said. Who? Zhou Kuei's ability. Did you forget? Huang Chaochao said. Using softness to overcome hardness. This monster's power is too domineering. None of our abilities can compete. With this, it clicked for them. Right. You're right. Then hurry down and give Zhou Kuei the crystal shards. See if she can awaken her abilities, Deng Yinan said. Huang Chaochao glanced at the scene here, unsure how long it could hold. But there was no time to delay. He quickly ran down and found Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei was confused by what he said, but thinking she could help, she was willing. All right, as long as I can help everyone, I will do my part. After saying that, she ran to the 3rd floor and directly swallowed the crystal shards. The surging crystal energy immediately made her eyes shine brightly, but soon after, many white strands appeared in her hair. Huang Chaochao saw this and hurriedly recognized the downside of this miraculous substance. Life. But for them now, life was no longer the pressing issue. He took out a mirror and handed it to Zhou Kuei. Look at this before making a decision. Swallowing the crystal shards did not bring intense pain, but she felt this substance absorbing something from her. Now, she was seeing the after effects this substance brought. White hair. It's fine. I can continue. Although Zhou Kuei felt reluctant inside, who wished for white hair at a young age. All right, but she resolutely wanted to contribute something for everyone. Huang Chaochao continued to give her the substance, while at that moment, a very strong tremor came from the rooftop, and they didn't know what happened. The parents living below were also staring at the ceiling. I'll go up first. You hold on, Zhouke. All our hopes may rest on you. All right. Zhouke looked at the colorful crystal shards in the bottle, opened the cap, and without any hesitation, swallowed them. Just after awakening her abilities, Zhouke felt a strong stimulation in her stomach. As Huang Chaochao reached the upper floor, he heard Zhouke's heart-wrenching scream, which sent chills down his spine. The situation above was already dire. Huang Lei had emptied the concrete of the floorboards to nothing in order to deal with the monster. And that monster showed no sign of weakening. What's going on with Zhouke? Deng Yinan asked. She has awakened her abilities on the second floor. We just don't know if she can hold on. We can't place all our hopes on one girl, but we hope she can still help us. But I'm starting to struggle, Sister Deng. Huang Lei looked pale as he faced them. And the two saw that Huang Lei had used his abilities excessively and was starting to falter. Damn it, if it doesn't work, we'll have to attract it. At this moment, Deng Yinan made a very bold move. Huang Lei, I'll attract this monster. You guys check on Zhouke and do your best to keep her steady. Otherwise, we might, Deng Yinan shouted. You damned thing. She took out a set of ropes from her space, swung them with force, and then hooked them onto a power pole. What are you doing? Huang Chaochao was stunned, watching her actions. She planned to go over there to attract the monster and then run to another rooftop. Deng Yinan glanced at Huang Chaochao. The complex emotions in her eyes left him stunned. It seemed that if Zhouke did not succeed, she had decided to sacrifice herself. At that moment, he felt that painful sense of parting again. No, wait for me. After Deng Yinan finished speaking, she directly pulled up the rope and leaped with force toward the spot where the monster was scratching. The giant monster saw her coming and immediately stopped, planning to jump over and grab Deng Yinan. Huang Chaochao saw the crisis. Be careful, as Deng Yinan saw the monster reaching out to grab her. She used all her ability to channel in her legs and kicked it, wishing that this kick would kill it. But the monster clearly saw the attack and raised its hand to block. Where Deng Yinan's foot made contact, the monster's skin rippled, as if it had dissolved this powerful force with its flesh. Indeed, she felt like she had kicked cotton. This monster was truly despicable. Seeing her attack fail, Deng Yinan used its massive weight to directly leap to another building. The monster saw Deng Yinan trying to escape, reached out to grab her with all its strength, but did not expect Deng Yinan to be faster, stepping on its hand and using the force to grab the rope and jump to another house. The monster saw the sky 3 stories high. It could only fall midair, crashing into the ground and creating a pit, followed by a random scream. Ow! Roar! This huge roar clearly indicated that the monster was once again enraged. The people around felt chills at this monstrous cry. Other ability users hid in various places, too afraid to go out. Zhouke beside him had already fainted from the pain, and he had no time to care. Oh heavens! I must succeed. Huang Chaochao was incredibly determined in his heart. Chapter 92, Fierce Battle, Part 1. Wake up. Huang Chaochao. Wake up. Huang Chaochao himself didn't know how much he had eaten or digested. He just felt an overwhelming pain that made him faint. But he heard someone shouting beside him, and he wanted to use all his strength to open his eyes, but he could only squint slightly. However, this slight opening allowed Deng Yinan to see him, and she joyfully hugged Huang Chaochao. You're awake. You finally woke up. You scare me to death. Boo-hoo. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, the familiar voice, and her pleasant scent. Yinan, what happened? Did that monster get dealt with? Deng Yinan, with tears streaming down her face, looked at him joyfully and said, It's been dealt with. Really? Huang Chaochao still felt a bit overwhelmed, but he was somewhat relieved and then fainted again. Deng Yinan, Huang Lei, and their parents all felt a sense of dread at this moment. Let's let him rest well. As for the house, we can repair it properly later, Deng Yinan said. After checking his breathing and finding it normal, the stone in her heart was finally set down. Not knowing how long he had slept, Huang Chaochao finally slowly opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of his home, still, as usual, still bright. He got up and went to the living room. noticing that the roof had been damaged and Huang Lei was repairing it. "Brother, you're awake." Where is Yinan?" Huang Chaochao asked. "Sister Deng is downstairs." Huang Chaochao got dressed and went downstairs, where he saw Deng Yinan. Upon seeing Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan immediately got up and ran over to hug him. "What's wrong?" "I didn't die." "Don't say that. Did you hear me, little Chaochao? First, tell me how you dealt with that monster." "It seems that inside the high walls, everything has returned to normal." "Yes, it's considered a small problem solved." It turned out that after Huang Chaochao ate too much crystal dust, the energy flooded his body, and he couldn't handle it anymore. He wanted to enjoy the pleasure, but couldn't bear it. Then he fainted. After he fainted, Zhou Kuei happened to wake up beside him. At this time, a loud sound of the house, shaking and collapsing, was heard. Boom! Realizing something was wrong, she immediately ran upstairs to check and found the 4th floor in ruins. But unexpectedly, she saw Deng Yinan jumping around with that monster. Deng Yinan jumped onto a house, using her rope to leap again. But that monster seemed to have a red mist surrounding it. Deng Yinan also felt it was tricky and didn't know how to deal with it. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful monster, possessing both the abilities of a supernatural being and the threat of a zombie infection. However, as Huang Chaochao said, this monster didn't seem to last long. But if Zhou Kuei didn't handle it well, she might be in danger. "Sister Yinan, I'm coming." At this moment, Zhou Kuei saw that Deng Yinan seemed to be visibly exhausted, and she immediately waved her hand to signal. During this signaling, Deng Yinan was distracted and heard Zhou Kuei shout, "Be careful." She turned her head and found that the monster had jumped, transforming its hand into a claw, aiming directly at her. Damn it! Deng Yinan directly stepped on the roof, falling down, and the monster, seeing her fall, became even angrier, its eyes turning blood red. Roar! This roar from the monster shocked the entire safe zone, both inside and outside the high walls. The roar pierced through the hearts of people, making everyone shiver. Under the roof, Deng Yinan looked at the blood-red monster through the shattered ceiling and grew even more worried. Right, Zhou Kuei should be okay. But there were no trees or vines nearby. They could only go to the small hill. After realizing this, Deng Yinan immediately rushed out of the house, came to Huang Chaochao's front door, and shouted, "Huang Lei, you take Zhou Kuei to the small hill. I'll attract this monster's attention. We must find a way to control this monster." After hearing this, Huang Lei saw Deng Yinan throw something, hitting the monster. The monster's anger intensified, and it chased after Deng Yinan. Other supernatural beings saw this and felt somewhat safe, but they also thought it wasn't good to let a girl solve the problem alone. Therefore, some supernatural beings headed over, continuously changing directions to approach Deng Yinan while also keeping an eye on the monster. Among them, a fast male and female supernatural being dashed over like lightning, grabbing Deng Yinan. They saw the monster about to catch her, reaching out to grab her, but they quickly intercepted. Deng Yinan didn't expect to be lifted by someone on each side, flying with them. Then they headed towards the small hill. Meanwhile, Huang Lei used his supernatural ability to bring Zhou Kuei down the stairs and quickly ran towards the small hill. The 3 people in the forest of the small hill saw the monster following them, and they hid in a spot, not allowing the monster to notice them immediately. "Thank you. Now we just wait for Zhou Kuei and the others to come to deal with this monster. Sister Deng, other supernatural beings will come too. After all, this monster is too terrifying. If we don't eliminate it, we might all be doomed," said a fast male and female supernatural being. Seeing that they didn't hide, she felt relieved. At this moment, Deng Yinan saw Huang Lei and the others and spoke again. "Keep distracting the monster, and let others come over." "Okay." The boy made a call, instructing them to head to the small hill. As the sound appeared, the monster heard the noise and immediately ran towards them. With a punch, it knocked down all the surrounding trees. The fast male and female continued to lead Deng Yinan away and appeared not far from the monster. "I'm here. Come eat me, you dog thing," shouted the girl loudly. Thus, the monster chased around the small hill, turning the entire artificial forest into a mess, with trees falling everywhere. As the basic supernatural beings led Deng Yinan to run with all their might, they couldn't withstand the exhaustion and reached the top of the hill. At this moment, the monster saw the 3 people at the top of the hill, roared again, and picked up a fallen tree beside it, throwing it over. Chapter 93. Fierce Battle, Part 2. The speed of the tree was extremely fast, carrying the original strength of the monster. Not good, quick! Before the words were finished, the tree came crashing down. The roots of the tree directly struck them, and the two fast supernatural beings were sent flying, while Deng Yinan also didn't fare well, being knocked back several meters by the massive tree. She felt her body impacted severely, injuring her, and her blood surged. At the same time, her vision became a bit blurry. As she looked up, she saw the monster charging towards her, feeling that this time she might not survive. Just as she thought this, a vine shot from afar, wrapping around her waist, and with a strong pull, she was instantly brought to Zhou Kuei's side. Deng Yinan felt she didn't have much strength to fight back and finally awaited Zhou Kuei, who had awakened her second-level supernatural ability. You finally came. Right quickly, those two supernatural beings must not be eaten by that monster. The monster naturally didn't gain any advantage. It saw the two supernatural beings lying on the ground, knocked out by its strike. It took a deep breath, feeling it was incredibly delicious, and reached out to grab one of the male beings, biting into his arm. Not good. Zhou Kuei saw it in the distance, and the vine responded to her sensing, immediately flying there to bring the woman over. As for the man, the vine bound him tightly, and during the tugging, his arm was torn off. The man woke up in pain from the intense, tearing sensation. He watched as his arm was being chewed by that monster, and he couldn't contain his anger after being pulled to Zhou Kuei's side. A group of ability users also gathered behind Zhou Kuei. Facing the monster atop the mountain peak, everyone felt a lack of confidence. Zhou Kuei, we are relying on you to be the main attacker against this monster. We will cooperate with you to deplete its power. Ultimately, you need to bind this monster into a ball, Deng Yinan said. The other ability users agreed with Deng Yinan's idea, finding it quite feasible. Everyone lined up for a long-range attack, while Zhou Kuei used the vine to lash out, provoking the monster's anger to consume its own essence. Okay, Zhou Kuei responded. After the monster finished eating the arm, its eyes flickered with joy, seeing the row of ability users below the mountain. How could it not be pleased? It let out another roar, and the blood mist around its body thickened, then charged directly down. At that moment, Zhou Kuei followed Deng Yinan's instructions and used the vine to trip it. Sure enough, as it came rushing down, several vines woven into a trip rope appeared, catching the monster off guard and causing it to fall to the ground. The vines immediately spread out, quickly binding the monster into a ball. Everyone was overjoyed at this sight. However, Deng Yinan felt that things were not that simple. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar, its skin reddening, and it actually burned the vines, creating white smoke. What? The group of ability users felt this situation was completely absurd. No way, it's so powerful. How can we fight it? Some mentally weaker ability users were directly frightened. But Deng Yinan feared that the morale would waver. If this hard-earned team fell apart, they might miss their opportunity. Everyone, listen to me. This monster definitely has no other way out. We can only deplete it. Otherwise, we will all become its food. Attack! One ability user shot a fireball, which seemed ineffective. Seeing others not attacking, he stopped. At this moment, the monster was clearly enraged and charged over. At this time, Huang lay directly supported himself with both hands on the ground, causing countless stones to rise from beneath the monster and pierce it. Roar! The monster was even more furious, punching away the solidified stones. Why are you all standing there? Take advantage of its weakness and attack. Huang Lei shouted loudly. Seeing Huang Lei's effective attack, the other ability users noticed the monster's brief moment of rage and began their ranged attacks. Fireballs, ice spikes, stones, and steel blocks all attacked in a rain of projectiles, causing the monster to use its hands to block and scream in pain. Its arms were also subjected to various ability attacks, with its skin defenses breaking down, showing a bloody and mangled appearance. Suddenly, two vines emerged from beneath its feet, directly locking its legs. Zhou Kuei controlled the vines, which immediately tightened around its legs, causing it to fall to the ground. After falling, without its arms to shield it, more ability attacks struck its face and various parts of its body, continuously assaulting it and leaving it bloodied. Everyone began to stop and observe what condition the monster was in after the attacks. At this moment, Two melee ability users, eager to charge forward, picked up massive steel rods to test the situation. But Deng Yinan immediately shouted, "Don't go forward. We don't know the situation." The two hesitated for a moment, but then they saw that the monster's arms had inexplicably turned into long, sharp spikes, directly piercing the two melee ability users attempting to advance. The other ability users were stunned. The monster's arms pulled the people closer and used them as weapons, shredding them to pieces. Deng Yinan couldn't believe what she was seeing. After attacking for so long, it still had the strength to counterattack. Now, the two ability users provided a supply of energy, which was equivalent to giving the monster help. The monster's skin turned red again, burning the vines, and once it was heated, it began to consume the shredded flesh. Then it suddenly transformed into a monster with a protruding horn on its back. "Sister Deng, what should we do?" She looked at the monster, which seemed to be consuming and recovering. This seemed to be the only rare opportunity. If they missed it, they might really be doomed. Everyone continued to attack to prevent the monster from successfully recovering. Chaochao used the vines to control the monster's limbs and head in place. "Are there any ability users who can lift objects out of thin air?" "Yes." A sturdy man raised his hand to signal. "Good. Huang, listen to me. Gather the pointed stone pillars above the monster. As large as you can gather, make sure it is directly above where Chaochao has bound it." The lifting ability user. "Fix the stone pillars as high as possible." This is a gamble. The stones gathered in the air fell, directly piercing the monster. Everyone had to hold on. Chapter 94. The ending, the monster was infused with blood energy, preparing to absorb flesh and blood to advance again. If that happened, it could become a true monster. It sensed the threat above, the spikes on its head continuously gathering, ready to fall and crush it. Meanwhile, things around were constantly pulling at its limbs and arms to fix its body, allowing the objects above to fall directly on its heart. But Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao also sensed the monster's intentions. It desperately wanted to break free from this restraint and escape. But such an escape could not be allowed to succeed. "Everyone, don't let your guard down. This monster is very cunning," Huang Chaochao said. At the same time, more people, fearing for their lives and the possibility of the monster rising again, hurried to work together just to get through this crisis. The monster repeatedly tried to break free, but under Deng Yinan's guidance, they all used a method of alternating between tightening and loosening, causing the monster to exert force but remain unable to move. Finally, Huang said his concentration had reached its limit. Other ability users also said they could no longer maintain control. "Okay, everyone, put in your last bit of strength and destroy it." The monster seemed to hear that they wanted to kill it, and it could only struggle desperately. But it still could not break free from the strong control of these ability users. Because at this critical moment, they dared not relax at all. They used all their strength, wanting nothing more than to kill it outright. "Release," Deng Yinan commanded, and Huang and the lifting ability user instantly let go. Suddenly, the pointed stones collapsed, falling directly into the ground, creating a hole. The monster let out a tragic howl from beneath the ground, cursing everyone present. But with this scream came the end of the strongest thing in the safe zone. "Is it dead?" one ability user asked. "Not sure, maybe it is." Deng Yinan was uncertain, but Huang Chaochao was exceptionally happy because he sensed that the threat had disappeared. "It's dead," Huang Chaochao exclaimed. "Really?" "Of course." Deng Yinan felt it should be dead beyond hope, allowing Huang to pull the stones. At that moment, everyone saw an incredibly absurd scene. Beneath the pit, there was nothing left but a bloody mass of mush. It shouldn't be. Did such a powerful guy really die without leaving anything behind? Others also expressed disbelief. At this moment, Chaochao extended her hand and pointed. A vine began to change continuously, reaching towards the pit below, constantly searching. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Soon, a pure white orb was extracted from the flesh by the vine. When it was pulled out, everyone noticed that this object emitted a radiant glow, forming a beautiful halo around it. Without a core, only a crystal-like luster. The flesh slowly dripped away in the light, without any contamination. What exactly was this? An energy substance? However, before long, it started to crack and, in the next moment, it transformed into a pure psychic energy that blessed everyone. allowing them to absorb this energy material at that moment. Miraculously, their abilities were enhanced. Everyone experienced a slight improvement. The light also brought hope of the sun to everyone. At that moment, they felt a sense of relief, realizing the benefits of cooperation, and marveled at their enhanced abilities. Back at their homes, Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao felt that the situation could be perfectly resolved, which was a good thing. Huang Chaochao looked at Deng Yinan, Huang Lei, and Zhou Kewei, feeling that the three could work perfectly together and survive in the apocalypse. As for the zombie-infected individuals on the other side of the high wall in the safe zone, their group of psychic users occasionally cleared a few out and discovered situation. The number of infected zombies seemed to be continuously decreasing. The rate of decrease was greater than the number they captured. However, unexpectedly, Huang Lei's father was about to become another monster. Through continuous exploration, they even injected psychic energy into flying birds to scout enemy conditions. As a result, they found that Huang Lei's father was indeed formidable, gradually eliminating a portion of people, while another portion was slowly consumed by him. Interestingly, it seemed that Deng Yinan's side was even more powerful than Huang Lei's father. Over 30 psychic users had gained a certain level of control over their abilities. Now, the environment inside the high wall was significantly better than before. The scenery and life within the high wall were far more beautiful than they had been. However, they still faced the problem of how to live better than before. Huang Chaochao and Deng Yinan occasionally tended to gardens. They also formed a psychic army within the high wall, with her naturally becoming a leader alongside Huang Chaochao. Huang Lei and Zhou Kewei became the deputy leaders, as they had been nurtured by Deng Yinan and Huang Chaochao. Currently, there weren't many people beneath the high wall, and the land was still quite vast. At the same time, due to their improved abilities, Huang Lei's earlier idea of establishing a cave on Tiger Peak Mountain had indeed come to fruition. Its height, vastness, and sturdiness made it a very reliable place. Now, the area inside the high wall and the connected cave on Tiger Peak Mountain had become the new Shuangxing Village safe zone. This was the most complete safe zone formed spontaneously below the county level, which the government had not anticipated. Nowadays, the national government, in response to the apocalyptic situation, issued a summons to this area, hoping that Huang Chaochao, Deng Yinan, and others could lead a group to various locations to help establish safe zones. Deng Yinan looked at the brand new document, with targeted annotations specifically for the two of them. "Do you think we should take on this task?" Deng Yinan asked. Huang Chaochao glanced at the content and understood the situation. It indicated that various strange changes had occurred across the country and the world, necessitating the departure of psychic individuals. No resources were provided, and there were both opportunities and risks. Yes, I think so too. However, the safety and weapons provided were absolutely guaranteed. All right. As for their future development, whether they would continue to live comfortably in the Shuangxing Village safe zone or follow Huang Lei's idea of going to Tiger Peak Mountain to cultivate immortality, there was no way to determine.